Eternal Horizon, A Star Saga. Book 1, The Chronicle of Vincent Saturn. Planet Urtan is in a state of rebellion. Throwing a bloody coup, its natives wrested the planet from their overlords, the Order of Cosmos, the vassal state of the star-spanning Imperial Republic that's in charge of more than 40 planets in the Dahomber constellations. Galadan Dox, the self-proclaimed king of Urtan and leader of the rebellion, has declared his planet's secession from the Order and demands the Imperial government's recognition of their independence. Following several attempts to achieve a diplomatic solution, Gaia Farah, a prominent member of the Galactic Council, personally involved herself in this conflict and went missing after paying a visit to the rebel planet, but not before she managed to get the council to hear Galadan's plea, where the Urtan king hopes to find salvation. Time is of the essence. The dreadful armies of the Order are gathering to crush the puny rebel force and restore their territory. As Galadan despairingly makes his way to face the council without Gaia, he seeks the help of a man who can find her and help him with his uprising. A man whose name is told only in legends. A man by the name of Orion Kren. Prologue. Orion's footsteps echoed along the corridor as he quickly made his way to the surface, swiftly passing by the similar panels constructed of tarnished metal that had been neglected for thousands of years, rampant with rust and illegible markings, cloaked into it by whatever inhabitants this barren planet still sustained. Contraptions that stopped working centuries ago were stacked alongside the passage, covered in inches of dirt and dust. Some of the ceiling lights were still miraculously intact, dimly lighting the floor beneath his feet. He was not as agile as he's once been, for as he ran, his panting became heavier, and wave after wave of throbbing pain assailed his bones with every step. Age, he thought. It was finally catching up with him. There had been a time when he could have ran through this passage fast enough to evade a sensory droid, but now even his light armor seemed heavy. His metal boots became a burden, affecting his pace, and his signature black vest, which was practically weightless, forced him to slump. The eerie silence didn't make it any easier. He'd rather hack his way through an entire army than to run with the knowledge of the dastardly enemy being out there, prowling in the tunnels and besetting his partner. The quietness paved way for random thought and some resolution. Finally, he knew what to do, how to end the madness that devastated the universe. But with that same vision, he foresaw the bitter twist of fate. They were ambushed, a shattered dream, decades of a grueling quest crumbling down before his eyes in an instant. If they could only get away. Orion came to a halt and took a deep breath. He could already see the daylight at the end of the tunnel. He was almost at the ship. He sighed and looked behind for any pursuers. It was clear, but he knew they were there, all around him, in hundreds, in thousands. They brought an entire legion after the two of them this time. Fair enough, he thought. Now, the dreariness of the tunnel and the twisted carvings on the wall seemed to be signs set in place to forewarn him that his end was imminent. "So weak of you," he muttered, brushing off his thoughts. He straightened, pushed the button on the device that was attached to his ear, and called, "Duel." No response. "Come in, Duel." Yet again, no answer. "Where are you?" he whispered, glancing back at the surface exit. Suddenly, he felt a dark presence behind him. Orion instinctively drew out his blaster, swiveled around, and dropped to one knee, aiming in the direction of his assailant. "We have him," a hoarse voice whispered as a figure stepped out from a side tunnel. He was clad from head to toe in gunmetal armor that was thoroughly engraved with intricate designs. A spiked helmet with a T-shaped visor topped his head, covering his face and extending below his jawline. His arms were clad in red leather gloves with metal knuckles. Hanging from his shoulder blades was a purple cape that trembled slightly in the chilly draft that wafted through the tunnel from the surface. "Zeph," Orion pronounced his name resentfully as he got up and holstered his weapon. Seeing his old enemy was clear evidence that he wasn't going to make it off this planet alive. He'd come in close contact with death many times, yet this time it was different. He knew by some presaging intuition that this was it. Nevertheless, his unmatched discipline forbade him from showing any signs of defeat. "I knew you were behind this," he added with an appearance of a smile. "And I also see that you still conceal your repulsive face." "Fool," his enemy growled, clenching a gloved fist. "Seems age hasn't affected your bold and idiotic confidence, even at such dire moments." He took a small step forward, slowly lowering his hand and pushing aside his cape, revealing the hilt of a large sword. Continuing to stare at his armored enemy, Orion calmly reached down to his own scabbard. He knew Zeph feared him. He could read his enemy well after decades of rivalry. It was the sort of fear that's embedded in a brain long after a shameful defeat. "I've been anticipating this day for a long time," Zeph seized, simultaneously pulling out his two-handed sword. The dazzling metal of the blade lit the hallway with its ghostly blue tint. "You should have killed me when you had the chance." "How significant this reunion must be for you," Orion returned without losing his temper. At that second, Zeph remembered what he hated most about Orion, his composure. "You haven't the slightest idea, my old friend." There was a moment of silence as the animosity boiled between the bitter rivals. "You're willing to challenge me?" Orion asked. "I will have my vengeance," Zeph snarled, stretching out his sword arm. Orion pulled out his blade and stepped back. "Then come and get it." As he took stance, a horde of troops appeared behind Zeph, armed with enormous rifles. They positioned themselves and took aim at Orion. "Leave us!" Zeph yelled, slicing the air in an arc. He then turned to Orion and added, "I shall settle this myself." The troops lowered their weapons and took several steps back as commanded. Orion looked down the tunnel. It was quickly filling with more soldiers. Dozens, hundreds of brainlessly washed, devoted youths, all eager to do the bidding of the sociopath before them. Although it was completely improbable, Orion felt a scant thought as to whether some of those soldiers might have served under him at one time. "Old fool," he then told himself, chuckling at that thought. "Anyone that was ever loyal to you has died a long time ago." He suddenly recalled one of his grandson's poems. How did it go? He couldn't remember the exact words, but it was something about facing death and defying it. But this time, death was here to stay, and he was not afraid. He threw a quick glance behind. The ship was so close. He could make it. He could run away. But he didn't come to this planet alone. "Where's Duel, Zeph?" he asked. Zeph smiled beneath his helmet. Orion's worried after all. That incessant caring for others was his weakness. Zeph always said it would lead to his downfall. Such irony. "He's alive," Zeph replied and stepped forward. "For now. But I can't guarantee the same outcome for you. As you must certainly know, treason is punishable by death. So is genocide." "Enough banter!" Zeph took another step. "Your pitiful attempts of leading this pathetic rebellion have come to an end. It is over, traitor!" "On the contrary, it has just begun. For now I know the truth about his power. Now I know what must be done." End prologue. Chapter 1. The Alien. The sun lowered on the horizon, peering over the mountains and stretching their shadows toward the sandy crater. The evening brought along a slight breeze that soothed the arid atmosphere, caressing Vincent's face and tousling his hair. After more than an hour of direct sunlight in that scorching valley, that wind was more than a blessing. He welcomed it, relieved at the fact that he wore nothing but a t-shirt and jeans as compared to his prudent partner of the soldiers with their thick and heavy armament. Tired of standing, he now hunkered down, continuing to observe the scene before him. A crater in the middle of the desert with an unusual vessel half buried deep in its base. When they first saw it, they were stricken with awe like deer caught in headlights. The case of the soldiers was reasonable, knowing full well they were there to secure the perimeter and not ask questions or offer opinions. But the fact that the two of them, being the only agents on site, were doing nothing drove him to the brink of insanity. His partner, their aides, and the soldiers were all trying to maintain seriousness, nodding between each other and scribing down tons of paperwork without an ounce of implication that not one of them really knew just what was going on. Rather than continuing the argument with his colleague, Vincent veered into one of his moments of meditation. Just as he was ready to head home, they received a call about a foreign object penetrating U.S. airspace. Upon arrival, they faced something that escaped the boundaries of reality. He was outraged that they were told to merely watch the area and stay away from the object. To others, it was duty, but to Vincent, that vessel was a waking call from his boring life. His partner, a man in a black suit with shades, paced back and forth, trying to figure out the thing in the ground. Russian, he asked, looking at Vincent for some forlorn answer, offering another dull suggestion. Vincent shook his head. Chinese? No way! Their technology is not capable of such machinery, and the symbols on its hull are not Russian or Chinese. He paused and then said irritably, Why don't you stop making these stupid guesses and face the obvious? Exactly what are you saying, Vince? The former said, taking off his glasses as the sun finally disappeared. The very thing that was on your mind when we first saw this, Vincent said. His partner snorted. You can't be serious. Why? Vincent looked up. What are you afraid of? Once you rule out what you know, Alex, it's the most logical explanation. The agent named Alex turned away and muttered something, but Vincent ignored him. He could barely control his urge to run down to the ship. This was beyond his imagination, and he knew that the longer they remained there, the less of a chance he would have to see the inside of that strange vessel. And simultaneously, there was also the awareness that if he didn't do anything, he'd live to regret it for the rest of his life. There was no point in quarreling with Alex, however. The man was a perfect recipe for an obedient agent, doing everything according to the book, never questioning his superiors, never thinking outside the box, even to the extent of wearing a three-piece suit in the middle of a smoldering desert. Vincent scooped up a handful of the dry ground and watched the sand grains seep between his fingers. They fell to the ground and blended in with the sand just like the days of his life were fading away into nothingness. He reached an age when all of his friends and acquaintances were married and had families, living normal lives that he always found boring. He loved his lifestyle, loved being a bachelor, but his choice also alienated him from others, and that brought more boredom. He thought he could find solace by taking a job with the government, but when it turned out to be the same thing day in and day out, he quickly found out that it was not as adventurous as the movies made it to seem. He looked back at the ship. It teased him, called him to come down, and tried to pry open its doors. It promised change. It promised deliverance from his life of apathy. Yes, he thought, something needs to be done. It was one of those moments when he knew that his actions would have severe consequences. Yet, as if groveling before an all-powerful master, he succumbed to the power of the unknown. Tossing every precaution aside, he reached the conclusion, it's up to me. He instinctively got up, turned around, approached their vehicle, reached into the back seat, grabbed the briefcase, opened it, and pulled out a pair of gloves. What are you doing? Alex asked, shocked. He knew by his partner's expression that he meant to take the matter into his own hands, and he also knew that when Vincent decided to do that, it was nearly impossible to stop him. Something we should have done when we first got here. Vincent donned the gloves and took out a flashlight. You're not implying we go down there? Yes, I am, Vincent replied, going past him. Are you nuts? It's not up to us to get any deeper in this. Look, Alex, Vincent said, we've been at this site for hours, doing nothing but dancing around. The Pentagon wants to know where this ship comes from, and more importantly, what's inside. He shifted his gaze back to the vessel. This thing's not of this planet. I'm certain of it, and I'm not reporting back empty-handed. What? The Pentagon? Alex fumed. You're not reporting back empty-handed? Just who the heck do you think you are? Are you even listening to yourself? I'm your superior, and I have direct orders not to go down there. Well, then write me up for insubordination, Vincent said, taking a step down into the crater. Vincent! Alex halted him. You do know we can get fired for this, right? Or even worse. He put a forefinger to his temple and pulled an imaginary trigger. I don't care, Vincent insisted. Once the NSA, CIA, or whoever the sand gets here, we won't have a chance. We'll never know. He paused, looking at his partner's stumped face. Come on, Alex. All those years at the academy, the rookie years, how many years, and nothing ever happens. Nothing. This is not why I signed up for this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. I love the fact that nothing ever happens. Unlike you, I have a family to feed, you crazy son of... Alex's face turned red. He was out of words. Well, I don't. You can stay here if you want, but I'm going down there, Vincent said with a tone of confidence and turned back to the ship. Damn it, Vincent. Alex grabbed him by the collar. Stop. Let go of me. Vincent shrugged off Alex's hand and began descending, his gray eyes gleaming in excitement. His duty no longer mattered. His curiosity played the upper hand. This was his inherent curse. He couldn't help it. He had to know. I command you to come back, Alex shouted, fully aware that it was useless. I swear this guy's going to be the end of me, he muttered, giving up. He was several years senior to Vincent and therefore responsible for him, both as a friend and as a superior. He sighed, told the soldiers to continue monitoring the perimeter, pulled out his handgun, and went down the crater after his erratic partner. The ship was cylindrical, somewhat smaller than a city bus, made of a bluish metal with odd symbols and characters elaborately covering the multiple panels of its hull. Its bow was deeply buried, and 3 colossal engines jutted out of its stern, engines powerful enough to penetrate the vessel through the atmosphere, or maybe even provided with the ability to travel at light speed. One would have to be a fool to believe that it was made on Earth. Vincent circled the ship and saw that the left side had a hexagonal door. He stopped by the spot and carefully extended his hand. What are you doing? Alex appeared from behind. You sure it's safe to touch that? Vincent looked over his shoulder. So you decided to come down as well, huh? Just make it quick, Alex said, adhering to his partner's nosiness. Glance around if you must, but don't touch anything. Look, there seems to be some switch of sorts. Vincent pointed at a small knob next to the door. No, don't! Vincent ignored him and pushed the button. Idiot! Alex cried out. Do you ever listen to me? What if this thing explodes? Nothing's happening. Relax. Maybe somewhere else there is a screeching noise forced the agents to jump back as the door disappeared, revealing an opening into the ship that was shrouded in darkness. Officers, are you alright down there? One of the soldiers asked. Yes, Alex shouted. Secure the area. And then he turned back to his partner and asked, Well, Mr. Saturn, what are your plans now? To go inside? Vincent asked. Which, as Alex knew, was a rhetorical question. Alex's lips formed a thin line. His nostrils flared. Damn it, Vince. You're such a knucklehead. What if it's a trap? You watch movies, right? Guys go up into the alien ship and then something eats them. Oh, so now it's an alien ship, Vincent sneered as he turned on the flashlight. I'm serious, Vincent. You take one more step and I'll... Vincent turned briskly. You'll what? You going to shoot me? Just cover my back, Alex. I'm going in. Vince, I've had a bad feeling about this. Relax. Whatever's inside is definitely hurt and not in need of our help. We need to blow this thing in the open. You do know that if and when they get here, no one will ever hear about this. For the better. This isn't an adventure, Vincent. You've dedicated your life to serving your country, and as such you must abide by the rules of your superiors. But we'll be famous! And dead! Alex screamed out. Have you gone crazy? What are you talking about? Look, I'm not asking you to go. Wait here if you want. Before Alex could respond, Vincent leapt into the opening. Vince! Alex lunged after him, but it was too late. He cursed, cocked his pistol, and neared the entrance. It was extremely cold inside the ship. As Vincent set his foot on the slanted floor, a waft of frozen air encircled his entire body, forcing him to shudder. Entering the ship after hours in the desert was similar to stepping into a deep freezer after a sauna. Holding one hand on the door frame, he began to move the flashlight around the interior. There were countless panels with faint blinking lights and buttons, some covered in strange alien characters. Numerous monitors were attached to the ceiling, one of them displaying white noise. Cabinets lined the walls, and further down in the shadows was a bolted table and swiveling chairs. "That's so creepy," Alex whispered, peeking from the outside. Vincent began lowering. "Don't," Alex cautioned. "I can barely see you now. Don't go any deeper." "Shut up," Vincent fussed. "Vincent, don't look!" Vincent flashed down to the cockpit beyond the table, and the beam illuminated a body on the floor before the ship's control panel. "No," Alex said nervously, taking a step back. "Don't go near it. That's a direct order." Oblivious to Alex's shout, Vincent descended further. The ship's pilot had his back turned to Vincent. From what he could see, it was not an extraterrestrial, but instead a man dressed in a black outfit with strange metal boots and a thick vest. As he crushed down by the body, he saw something liquid on the floor. The man was lying in a pool of blood. Vincent gasped. "Get a medic here," he shouted up. "We need to get this guy out." "Get out of there, you fool!" Alex shrieked in horror, looking past Vincent at the body. "He's wounded," Vincent added before he turned back and froze. The man was staring right back at him. But there was something strange about this man. Slightly pointy ears and eyes with shimmering crystals in the middle of his pupils. His rugged face was full of the remorseful pain that he held within, seemingly fighting until the last minute to stay alive. Grizzled long hair extended down to his shoulders, forming a large widow's peak on his high forehead, revealing that this alien man was in his elder years. Before Vincent could open his mouth, he felt a grip on his wrist. "Texanora," the creature garbled. Vincent heard Alex shouting his name, ringing hollow, somewhere far, eons away, and then he saw a flash of lights, thousands upon thousands of little bright lights that bathed him, engulfed him, blinded him. Then he saw visions, multiple visions that passed before his eyes like frames of a broken film reel. He saw millions of people crying in agony. He felt a sudden, poignant pain, the kind of pain he never felt before. A mechanical pyramid floating in the starry sky. A young man kneeling on a large flight of stairs with a dead woman in his hands. Complete darkness swept over him. Alex fell back and the door of the shuttle closed. It was as if some unseen force shoved him out. "No!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. "Vincent!" He jumped up and began slamming the door with the butt of his gun and his fist. The soldiers rushed down to the crater, but a loud noise from the vessel forced them to reconsider. They stopped, weapon drawn, a bewildered look on their faces as the ship exerted out of the ground and began floating above them, tilting its bow towards the sky. "Shoot it!" one of the soldiers shouted, opening fire. "No!" Alex cried out amidst the discharge. The giant engines opened, and blue and orange flames burst out, sending the ship straight up into the sky in fractions of a second. The soldiers continued shooting. "Cease fire!" Alex yelled out again, trying to grasp what happened. "My God," he whispered. "Vincent!" His heart meagerly beating, eyes filling with tears, he ran up the crater wall and fell, but continued nevertheless clambering up. He hurried to one of the troops inside a military van. "Soldier, what do you see on the radar? Where is that ship?" "Sir," the man replied, "it disappeared from our radar and—" He paused, wiping the sweat off his forehead. "And what?" "It's gone out of the atmosphere, sir," the soldier finished with a shrug. "What do you mean, gone?" Alex grabbed the lad by the collar. "Where is it then?" "That ship moved too fast for us to calculate its speed, sir. At that velocity, it might very well be on the other side of the solar system right now." The soldier cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, sir." Alex felt weak in the back of his knees. He dropped his pistol and stumbled back, trying to maintain balance. "How will I explain this?" he mumbled, sitting down on the ground. He stared up into the evening sky, tears rolling down his cheeks. "Damn it, Vincent, you never listen to me!" He smashed the dry soil. He then took out his cell and dialed his friend's number in a desperate attempt, but to his own dismay, reached the voicemail, a recording he'd heard countless times. "Hi, this is Special Agent Vincent Saturn." Vincent awoke with the biggest headache he had ever had. His entire body ached as well. His left leg was cramped up, and drool covered the bottom portion of his face. He had felt as if he had been asleep for days. Without pondering where he was, he rolled on his back and realized he was lying on a cold metal floor instead of his comfy bed. Opening his eyes to total darkness, He began peering at the shadows, trying to distinguish his whereabouts. He could gradually make out the shape of a chair and the control panel of a large vehicle. He stared at it for a few seconds and then promptly sat up, retracing his steps. He realized where he was. In complete panic, he began brushing his hands around the floor for the flashlight. "Alex!" he cried out. He got up and took a staggering step into the darkness, noticing, much to his own surprise, that the ship was straightened. He supported himself on a wall and looked behind. The windshield was covered in a thick layer of dirt from the impact, yet some light escaped through the cracks. Apparently, the vessel was out of the ground, but how is it out? Was the more important question. "What the?" he said. He then turned towards the stern and saw a source of light emitting from the ship's doorway. "Alex!" he repeated, limping alongside the wall. But just as he took several steps, he saw a moving shadow and felt a powerful blow to the back of his head that sent him reeling to the floor. "Larichan Kahano!" his attacker screamed out in a bizarre tongue. Vincent rolled over and recoiled. The aggressor was every bit human, a brown-skinned, bald man of average height, but yet not human at all somehow. Some of his facial features were different. His nose was ridged throughout the top part of its shaft. His eyes were blue, dark blue, almost black. And the most unusual thing about this alien was a dazzling green crystal embedded in the middle of his forehead. He was dressed like a human as well, donning a camouflage shirt, cargo pants, a pair of combat boots, and a gun belt around his waist with one of the revolvers that he carried. The other he held in his gloved hand, frantically pointing it at Vincent. "Larikanka Hano!" the creature repeated as he aggressively shoved the barrel into Vincent's cheekbone. "I don't understand," Vincent replied, fighting to keep his cool. He gently pushed away the gun. "Larikanka Hano!" the alien pointed his weapon at Vincent's bloody glove. "I said I don't understand." The alien became quiet for a second, baffled. He took a step back, his weapon still pointed at Vincent's face, and reached into one of his multiple pockets. He pulled out a small device and stretched it out. Vincent dubiously looked at the alien and at the gadget. "Seremaniche," the alien said, trying to hand him the device. Vincent didn't move, hoping that Alex or the soldiers would burst in and rescue him from the hostile creature. "Seremaniche kapet!" He then pulled out a similar mechanism out of his own ear and plugged it back in. He stretched out his hand again. "Ha!" Vincent realized he'd have no choice but to consent, so he took off his gloves and reached for the device, which was an electronic gadget in the shape of a pill. "Seremaniche," the alien repeated. "Fine then," Vincent said, and plugged the device in his ear. It fit perfectly, as if it were specifically designed for him. "Well," he then said louder, "nothing's happening." He slowly got up, ignoring the weapon. "Do you understand me now?" the alien said in perfect English. "Whoa!" Vincent jerked back and slammed his back against the wall. What was that?" "What I gave you is called a neural translator, a device that deciphers every intelligent language into one you can understand." A neural translator? "I'm no professor," the alien said impatiently. "I don't know how it works. But now that we got the communication problem out of the way," he clenched his weapon, "who and what are you? And just what are you doing on Orion's ship? Where are they?" "Slow down," Vincent raised his hands. "I don't know what's going on here, but who are you?" "My name is Vincent Saturn. I'm a federal agent. This ship crashed on our soil and I was just here investigating. I didn't mean to intrude." "Liar!" The alien once again pointed the gun in Vincent's face. "Where's Orion Kren?" "Who? Did I stutter? Orion!" "I swear to you, I have no idea who he is," Vincent cried out. "There are billions of people on this planet. I don't know who this Orion is." The creature paused, his face contorted in confusion. "There are many soldiers outside, and they'll shoot you unless you lower that weapon and come with me," Vincent continued. "Then I'll help you find this Orion." "What?" The alien stepped back and glanced over his shoulder at the exit. He then asked, "Just what system are you from?" "System? I don't understand your question. I'm human, if that's what you mean." The alien frowned. A human? Never heard of him. Where are the men that were supposed to be on this ship? What have you humans done with them?" "You're the only one I see," Vincent said. "Speak or I'll kill you," The alien was infuriated, demanding information that was beyond Vincent's grasp. Vincent raised his hands again. Put down your weapon. No one's going to harm you. If the soldiers see an alien, they'll certainly open fire. Stop threatening me with some damn soldiers, the creature retorted. You're speaking in riddles. He paused for a second and said, And just who in the hell are you calling an alien? Well, you, Vincent said in an undertone. You're the alien. I've never seen anyone like you. Look, if you put down your gun and step outside with me, I'm sure I can resolve all of this. You've no idea just where you're at, do you? The alien asked, easing, a smirk appearing on his face. Just where do you think you are? A rush of uncertainty passed through Vincent. He gasped for air as doubts began running through his mind. He tried to remember his last steps before the blackout, and then he thought about how long was he out for? We're on Earth, he muttered, unsure whom he was trying to convince. Earth system? Never heard of it either. Now stop confusing me, the alien sustained. Orion, where is he? What happened to him? Where is Duell? Talk! Vincent shrugged. I have no idea what or who you're talking about. How did you end up on the ship then? I'm sorry, Vincent said, clasping his head. But I don't remember. There was a spark of light and then you woke me up. Liar! I saw you ransacking the ship as I entered. I wasn't ransacking. I don't even remember how I got here. And the blood? The alien pointed his pistol at the stain on Vincent's pants, at the bloody gloves on the floor, and the puddle in the cockpit. Vincent swallowed. I don't know. You should think I'm going to believe that. Why would I lie to you? Why? Just look at you. What are you? Why should I trust you? So what are you going to do? Vincent finally gave up reasoning. The alien sighed and chewed on his lower lip. I'll take you to the twins. They shall decide your fate. What twins? The alien shoved the gun into Vincent's abdomen. Let's go. Look, you need to lower your weapon, Vincent said calmly. We mean you no harm. The alien seemed confused again. You still believe we're on this magical planet called Earth? Just move. Vincent groaned, turned, and headed toward the opening. He thought about what the alien had told him, but it made no sense. Alex would have surely helped him out. But where is he? How come he didn't come to my aid when I passed out in the ship? And come to think of it, how did I end up here in the first place? And how did the vessel straighten? He felt sharp pain in his head under that avalanche of questions. There, the alien said, pushing Vincent to the door. As he stepped outside, a view of supernatural beauty appeared in front of his eyes, one he'll never forget. The sky was orange, filled with lavender and cobalt clouds that wrapped around a planet full of blue oceans and green continents. A crimson moon rode the evening sky alongside the planet, casting its reddish light down to the huge city below. Thousands of buildings covered the visible horizon, their peaks penetrating the clouds, with millions of flying cars and ships soaring above, between, and through their enormous structures. Vincent froze in awe, staring at the futuristic metropolis and at the planet in the sky. His heart began to beat frantically as a wave of dizziness surged through him. He turned to the creature. Where am I? He slurred out. Planet Zebulon 2, the alien said. So now who's the alien, my friend? Vincent couldn't reply. All this is a dream, he thought. It's not real. His eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he passed out again. End chapter. Chapter 2. The Sons of Liberty. Wake up! Saturn, wake up! Vincent opened his eyes and recoiled again. The alien squinted in puzzlement. What's wrong with you? You've actually never seen a Dersalian before? A what? The alien paused, realizing the man beside him was truly an outsider. Never mind. Where am I? Vincent asked, looking around in panic as he began recalling that he somehow ended up on an alien world. He was sitting in the passenger seat of what seemed to be a convertible car that hovered a few feet above the ground. You passed out, the alien replied, clicking buttons on the complex panel. I had to drag you here. The interior of the jet was similar to that of a regular automobile, with a tad of extraterrestrial technology. The seats and the door panels were made of black leather and delicately engraved with silver markings, and the monitor on the dashboard projected a hologram in midair. This is a speeder, Clausian model, the alien explained, hitting a switch that produced a windshield. Another hologram lit up in the middle of the windshield, displaying the rearview image. Old junk, but really fast. Now hold on. He stomped his foot and slightly tugged the wheel. Within a second, the vehicle elevated to a height of 50 feet. Whoa, Vincent cried out, grabbing the door handle. The alien chuckled. Relax, you'll get used to it. He then pushed a button on the armrest, and a soft belt made of rubber material extended across Vincent's lap, holding him tightly to the seat. Where are we going? Vincent blurted out. To find out what's going on, the alien reached into his pockets and produced a pack of cigars. He pulled one out, unwrapped it, and then placed it back into a compartment on the dash. This'll calm me down, he muttered as he lit it with what seemed to be a regular lighter. The ship was behind them, firmly parked on the outskirts of the city. Vincent wanted to ask how it managed to land so perfectly on this distant planet, but then decided it's better to keep his mouth shut before he got himself into more trouble. However, there remained in his head countless questions. What of the men that were supposed to be on that ship? What happened to them? Where is Alex? And just where am I? How did I end up here? Where am I being taken to? By the way, my name's Spade Karoon. The alien stretched out his hand. Captain Spade Karoon, he added as he took a deep drag. Vincent hesitated. What? You don't think I'm dangerous anymore? He asked, returning the grip. Not when you passed out like that back there, the alien said mockingly. I really believe you've no idea where you are. All of a sudden, sirens blared from behind. How come I didn't see them? Spade grumbled. It's your fault, damn it! Vincent glanced back and saw several red and black jets with blinking lights beginning to surround the abandoned ship. What's going on? Why me? Spade fussed. It always has to be me. I always bring trouble. Stop! This is the Imperial Police, announced the speaker, and one of the vehicles began closing the distance between them. Well? Vincent asked in uncertainty. If I bring a tail with me again, Spade said softly, reaching into his pocket, I won't hear the end of it. I knew I should have moored this ship, but there was no time. Given the severity of the situation, it seemed like he was making excuses for himself, trying to justify his impending actions. Are you going to stop? What's going on? I don't think so, Spade said, pulling out some type of a remote. Orion will be furious when he finds out, but it must be done. What must be done? What are you doing? Lower the vehicle immediately! The police jet was right behind them. What are you doing? Vincent repeated. Watch this, Spade said and pressed a button on the remote. An ear-splitting explosion thundered behind them, blowing up the ship that brought Vincent to this extraordinary planet. The force of the blast scattered the police vehicles in every direction. The one that was behind them managed to faintly graze their trunk the very second Spade floored the pedal, flying up and ahead at an unspeakable speed. You fool! Vincent screamed, holding on to the dashboard for his dear life. How am I going to get back home? That ship had the last destination. Shut up, Spade replied, advancing towards the metropolis. Stop! Vincent shouted, clasping his stomach. The dinner he ate a few hours ago, or at least what he thought had been a few hours, was finding itself back to the surface. Shut the hell up! No, I won't! I need to get back and they can probably help me. Look, Saturn, I'm doing you a favor. Doing me a favor? Just pull over and let me out. I have the ship's course right here. Spade showed him a small desk. Now shut up and stay still. Spade's moderate answers failed to inform Vincent as to why they were escaping from the apparent authority, but he decided not to bother the crazy alien any longer. At this point, his biggest concentration was not to end up splattered against some building or get blown up. Within minutes, a dozen police vehicles were hot in their pursuit. Nevertheless, the Dersalian accelerated the jet to full velocity, finally reaching the city. The magnitude of these buildings could easily dwarf those of Earth. Some were circular skyscrapers, some square, and others in different geometric forms, the rays of the setting sun skipping on their glassy surfaces. Numerous catwalks, tube tunnels, and bridges stretched from one building to another, guiding myriads of creatures and robots. Jets and ships traveled in controlled lanes and through the tunnels that were built within the structures, while long trains escalated the sides of the buildings and ran across the skyline on metallic viaducts. And Spade flew everywhere with complete disregard. He soared in and out of the lanes, through the tunnels, up into the sky, and all around the buildings. Vincent thought they would crash at any second. He held on dearly for his life, and at times even closed his eyes. Yet another part of him, some inner part that he couldn't quite yet understand, was thrilled beyond words. People dodged in horror as their jet swept over a catwalk connecting two skyscrapers. Vincent raised his arms to cover his face. "You're going to kill us!" "Never me," Spade said smugly, maneuvering the jet beside one of the speeding trains, trying to match its speed. The people in the train flocked to the windows, trying to see the daredevil. The police vehicles doubled, appearing from every direction in desperate attempts to stop the crazy Dersalian. His unremitting tricks held them at bay, for most of them dared not to pull similar stunts. But there were few that dared. As Spade passed under the train and took a sharp turn into a small alley, one of the police jets crashed into the building, sending glass and debris into the city below. And this act was enough of a reason for the pursuers to open fire. Huge spheres of blue energy started to explode around their speeder. Spade began wobbling side to side, evading the fire. One of the energy bolts smashed into a nearby jet, completely shutting off its power and forcing it to crash into a glass tube tunnel. Luckily, the tunnel was empty at the time, and the innocent driver managed to eject before the impact. "Immobilizers," Spade said, smiling. The whole chase scene seemed to amaze him. He had somewhat of a childlike glow about him, his eyes wide in excitement and face frozen in a self-assured grin. "You're crazy, aren't you?" Vincent said. Spade curled his lip. "That's what they say. But his duel was absurd. What is crazy anyway? Why would you label someone Whoa! Vincent cried out as they almost flattened against the wall. Two more of the police vehicles smashed into the building at the awkward turn, creating explosions that covered their trail of smoke. "Now you've done it," Vincent shouted as orange blasts began to zap beside their jet. "Let me guess. Those things are not immobilizers. Relax. I'm on top of things," the Dersalian replied. "Relax? During this mayhem?" "Mayhem? You think that was mayhem? Watch." Spade gathered speed, pulled the vehicle into a climb, and they headed back, flying upside down over the pursuers. "Will you please stop?" Vincent begged as they straightened. "Relax, damn it. I'm best pals in the galaxy." Spade changed the direction straight up into the clouds. The gravity sucked Vincent into his seat. "Just let me out and then you can be on your way," he forced out against the wind. "I'm pretty sure they'll help me get home. You're not going anywhere until you get to the bottom of this." "The only thing that's at the bottom is my stomach. Hold on." The sirens resonated from the distance as the frantic officers took their trail once more. Spade navigated the jet past the clouds and over the tallest of the buildings. They suddenly stopped. It was a magnificent sight. The evening sky was filling with stars that replaced the setting sun, a heavenly battle between the darkness and the light, where the darkness ultimately prevailed. The vast ocean of structure stretched in every direction with no end in sight. The surface itself was not visible due to the thick clouds that clustered around the bases of the skyscrapers, but light still shone through, millions of them, signifying that people lived down there as well. This city alone could have easily accommodated over 100 million citizens. Spade began to turn back down. "Oh boy," Vincent whispered. "You're not going..." He couldn't finish his sentence as they swooped back into the city. "If they get their hands on you, you won't have a home anymore," Spade shouted against the wind. "Why?" Vincent asked, clenching the dashboard. "I'll explain later. For now, you're safe with me." "I don't think so," Vincent mumbled as they headed straight at the pursuers. The police vehicles spread out of the way as they continued plunging downward at that ridiculous speed. They flew past several traffic lanes and down into murky clouds, all while barely escaping impact. After a few seconds, they exited the fog to enter the lower city, and Vincent finally saw the ground. The foundations of the gargantuan buildings were lit up with millions of lights, both from the windows and from the multicolored banners scribed in alien characters. The presence of jets was much scarcer here. Most of the inhabitants traveled on foot, overflowing the streets by the thousands. Here and there in the crowd there were grounded vehicles, reminding Vincent of Earth's cars, and providing an example of how much more advanced this world was than our own. Spade slowed down, straightened the jet, and they began to float over the active street, merging with the traffic. Vincent leaned over and looked down at the creatures that were beyond human comprehension. Get back, damn it! Spade grabbed him by the collar and yanked him in. What's wrong with you? No one has seen anyone that looks like you. We don't need any more problems. Before the police jets could emerge from the clouds, Spade took a turn into an alley and then into an open shaft of a secluded building. They entered a dark parking garage filled with mountains of junk. Spade landed the jet and released their belts. We must move, he said, putting on a hooded jacket. He then threw another one to Vincent. Here, wear this. Vincent caught the jacket with Spade's words ringing in his ears. No one looks like you. These words terrified him as he stood there, not realizing that the Darsalian was already in a faraway corner of the area. He donned the hoodie in haste, trying to catch up with his alien companion. Make sure to screen your face, Spade cautioned. Deeply sighing, Vincent pulled the hood over his brow. Spade led him to a contracted staircase, its walls and ceiling covered in mildewed cobwebs, vaguely lit by few bulbs that remained inside this deserted edifice. They rapidly made their way down the stairs, jumping on a decaying step that cracked beneath their feet and barely holding on the railings that fell apart at contact. Where are we going? Vincent asked, trying to keep pace. He felt like he was stuck in a perpetual moment of panic, following the stranger to God only knows where with millions of questions eating away at him. It was happening fast, too fast. Just follow me, Spade simply replied. The stairwell spiraled down into a dark void, and only after a few minutes they neared the source of light escaping through a door. Spade kicked it open and peeked outside, his hand moving towards his revolvers. After making sure it was safe, he stormed out. They ended up in a narrow alley. Hurry, Spade said, taking the lead. Vincent looked up at the clouds that formed the roof to the urban streets. It seemed that the density of the skyscrapers trapped the smoke and other gases of this huge city, splitting it into two hemispheres. The alley came to an end at the street through which the river made up of thousands of the planet's residents flowed. Okay, Spade stopped, slightly panting. Let's blend with the crowd. Vincent glanced around as they made their way down the street, perplexed by the diversity of faces that passed by him. There were gigantic creatures over 8 feet tall with purplish skin and flat noses. Reptilian-like humanoids of different colors with scaly skin and vestibules instead of ears, tongues flickering on their jaws. Green and blue-skinned anthropoids, some with 4 arms and others with many legs, and some even had wings. Multi-eyed and little creatures, most not bigger than a human baby, while others resembled animals, were in fact highly evolved animals. Robots, droids, and cybernetic organisms mingled in with the mass as well. Most of them didn't pay the startled human any attention, but there were some that would make a coarse remark or shove him out of the way. Jets and bikes hovered above the crowd and over each other with no regulated traffic. Overpasses covered in billboards stretched from one building to building, packed with more creatures traveling by their business and shouting into the swarm below. Well, it's not so bad down here either, Vincent said, admiring the alien slums and comparing them to our most populous cities. Stuff standing around, Spade cautioned while pulling Vincent by the wrist. We have to go. As they began to move further through the boulevard, sirens blared from above. 5 of the police vehicles began floating over the street, flashing down their beams. Vincent and Spade jumped into the bustling part of the crowd, hiding behind a smelly, pig-snouted creature. Don't look up, Spade warned. After a few seconds, the harassed inhabitants began shouting, Get out of here, Imperial scum! A voice yelled out, and a canister was cast at the vehicles. The mass started to move, disregarding law. Giving up, amidst such mutiny, the police jets made a small pass and disappeared into the clouds. The Republic doesn't have a tight grip down here, Spade explained. Here, we can move freely and hide. But that doesn't mean they won't come back. What Republic? And who do you mean by we? Vincent demanded, stopping. Why are we hiding from the authority? When can you send me back home? Vincent's voice was so loud that some of the passing creatures stopped and turned in his direction. Spade's face twisted with anger. Look, you're gonna have to trust me, he said through his teeth. I'll provide answers to all your questions in a little while, but for now you must come with me, quietly, and keep your face covered. What if I don't? Vincent insisted. Acting on a boiling instinct, Spade jerked his hand to his belt, but at the last second stopped before retrieving his weapon. Maybe if he hadn't accompanied Orion for the better part of his life, he wouldn't have known if this human were a spy or not. But through constant historical lectures and thousands of books, he knew Vincent wasn't lying. Species such as humans did not subsist in a known universe. That's when he knew that he needed to use his Darsalian finesse. Well, you've no other choice, do you? He said, looking around. It's either me or them, he pointed up. Now come on, you're getting the wrong attention. He then turned around and continued on his way. Vincent stood there, sweeping a look at the strange aliens that paid him no mind. I guess I don't have any choice at all, he whispered under his breath and jostled his way through. The underworld was a marketable center. There were casinos, bars, stores, and all kinds of amusement venues lining up the street with no end in sight. What is this place? Vincent asked as he caught up with Spade. Cebalon 2? The Italian answered, continuing his rapid pace. A commercial planet. Every galactic race has its presence here. This is the entertainment center of the galaxy as it has been for the past 3 centuries. Food, clothes, drugs, and weapons exchange hands here pretty quickly. Up there is where the rich folks party, he gestured up into the sky. Down here, well, you see for yourself. The galaxy? Vincent asked, trying to grasp the information. Races? Just how many races are in this galaxy? Races? Spade turned puzzled. I don't know about races, but there are over 6,000 civilized planets. But after seeing you, I believe there are more. My God, Vincent whispered. 6,000! And back home we still believe we're the only ones. What I don't understand, Spade paused, frantically patting his pockets before realizing he left his cigars in the car. How come I've never seen a creature like you? What star system is your planet this, Earth in? The solar system, Vincent answered. Be more specific. Look, we don't name our star. We just call it the sun. Spade heaved a sigh. Okay, caveman, there's no sense talking to you. We'll just explain everything later. Later? This later was making Vincent irate beyond his control. As Spade progressed down the street, a worrisome contemplation stirred in his head in spite of the self-assured, devil-may-care attitude that concealed them. There has to be a connection between all of this, he thought. Both Orion and Duell were gone astray, and in their place, this oddity appeared. Orion was worried about sending the twins to rescue Gaia on their own, but ended up missing himself. He let out a hushed groan. I have to consult with the twins. Vincent reluctantly followed the Darsalian. His whole life he believed there was life existing and thriving in other corners of the universe, and now he had witnessed it before his very eyes. He did want adventure, but it was too much at once. Be careful what you wish for, as they say. At times, Spade had to drag Vincent because he would stop every time he saw a strange creature or piece of machinery. They walked for over a mile, going deeper and deeper into the frenzied underworld. There, Spade pointing at a large flight of stairs leading underground. What is it, a subway? Vincent took a wild guess. More than a subway, Spade replied as they began descending. It's a grand bazaar. The hollow galleria they entered disappeared into the distance, with store after store built within its walls, and a high arched ceiling that held enormous lights, illuminating the thousands of creatures that made their way through the area. The floor was made out of a reddish stone set in an argyle pattern, its glossy design resembling marble. Kids roamed by on airborne bicycles. The homeless perched themselves in every corner, and vendors positioned their booths amidst the traffic in hopes of making a quick buck, or whatever they may hear, from their travelers. Wait here, Spade cautioned, stopping by a green-skinned merchant. After exchanging a few words, he returned with 2 bottles filled with a blue substance, passing one to Vincent. Here, drink this, will quench your thirst. We must hurry before we're spotted. What is this stuff? Vincent opened the bottle and started to smell the weird drink. Nutarian soda, Spade answered. One of the finest in the galaxy. Vincent was dehydrated from all the running, so he didn't mind drinking the odd yet appetizing soda. He gulped down the drink almost immediately. Amazing, he said, trying to compare it to anything else he'd ever tried. Come on, Vincent reached over and yanked Vincent again. Vincent groaned and followed. I have a terrible headache, he said after a few minutes of walking and dodging merchants that tried to entice them into buying their products. You're lucky I didn't shoot you, Spade replied. No, I mean, I've had it ever since I woke up. Maybe that's why I don't remember much? Spade didn't respond. Where are we supposed to meet these twins? Vincent persisted with the questions. There's a bar around the corner, Spade said. The Space Pirates hideout. So indirect, Vincent murmured. Finally, after taking consecutive turns into other tunnels, they reached a set of stairs that led up to a rusty door of a 3-story brick building. Here we are, Spade said and kicked the door twice. Don't look around and don't talk to anyone, he warned. The slit in the door opened and a pair of yellow eyes stared out at the duo. Who is it? Roared a guttural voice. It's me, Stink Breath. Open up. Spade pulled on a handle. The eyes set their gaze on Vincent. Who's your friend? He's with me. The creature hesitated, staring at Vincent suspiciously. It doesn't matter who he is. Spade raised his tone. He's with me. Last time you brought Imperials with you, Spade, and now some weird-looking thing. What is he? A mutie of some kind? Open the damn doors, Adora. He's a friend of ours. The eyes glared for a mere second, and the window slammed shut. There was a screeching noise, and the door opened. As Vincent walked in, he couldn't help but stare at the creature behind the door, a short red alien standing on top of a stool. Don't look at me like that, buddy, the creature growled with a menacing voice, noticing Vincent's surprised reaction. I'm a very dangerous man. Vincent nodded, stifling a laugh. The foyer led to the round area packed with hundreds of aliens. Screens flanked walls over the bars, displaying a plethora of odd programs, while speakers were poised on the poles and hung from the ceiling, playing electronic music. In one corner, 2 holographic images were fighting each other atop a table, surrounded by creatures that drank and placed bets. First thing Vincent noticed is that most of the aliens had some sort of a weapon dangling from their belts, ranging from guns to daggers. There, Space bobbed his head in the direction of a table in a far obscure corner where sat 3 people concealed in coats. He then wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand and turned to Vincent. Look, you must tell him the truth. Step by step, he added. I must warn you, though, they're not as trustworthy as me. I'll tell him what I know, Vincent said, but I want some answers myself. Agreed. Then, let's go. Spade was the first to approach the table. The young man nearest to them was huge. Even though a trench coat covered him from neck down, his muscularity was easily visible. His straight, raven black hair, encircled by a headband, extended down to his jawline, outlining his stern face with a straight nose and a strong chin. He looked human except for a few differences. There were gleaming crystals in the middle of his pupils, and his ears were slightly pointy. Vincent was taken aback when the alien gazed directly at him. He looked just like the dying alien from the ship, Vincent thought. He raised a hand to his forehead. He was beginning to remember. Yes, the alien! How could I forget? Beside the big guy was a young man of average height and physique. He had his hood up, covering most of his features, but through his illuminating eyes, Vincent figured to be a member of the same alien race. The third cloaked figure was sitting in the shadows, and from what he could tell, it was a female. Vincent nodded in respect and sat in the far corner. Everyone cast questionable stares at him. Spade sat next to the hooded man and started to whisper in his ear. The man's eyes widened from the information, and his face filled with anger. What? He shouted, slammed his fist on the table and got up, glaring at Vincent. The big man quickly grabbed him by the shoulders and sat him down with ease. Not here, he said with a deep voice. But, come on, Spade said. Let's discuss this. The 3 of them engaged in a talk that seemed to last forever. Vincent looked around the bar. His memory of going down to the ship came back to him, and with it came more questions. So I did go into the ship after all. What happened there? Was the alien this Orion guy? Saturn, come here. Spade beckoned for Vincent to sit down across a hooded man who looked like he wanted to rip his head off. Vincent shifted over. This is Damocles, Spade said, introducing the big guy, and then gesturing toward the other, and Alexander Kren. Vincent rose up and stretched out his hand in the most adequate manner. The big man firmly returned the handshake, but the other only continued to coldly stare at him. "Sit down, creature," the hooded man said, through his teeth, his piercing stare burning a hole in Vincent. "And that's Princess Gaia Farah," Spade pointed at the figure in the shadows. "Senator Gaia," the man named Alexander corrected, apparently trying to cloak the woman's noble status. Vincent looked over and at that time caught a small glimpse of the woman's face under her hood. She was an alien woman of the same race as the twins, with breathtakingly beautiful features and violet-colored eyes. "Vincent Saturn," Spade introduced him. "And how do we know he's not a spy?" Alexander asked. "Just look at him," Spade said. "He didn't even have a translator when I found him and passed out at the glimpse of the city. He has no idea of the Republic, and until today believed his kind were the only ones in the galaxy. Then what is he doing here? I don't know." Spade looked at Vincent. Vincent remained quiet, watching these people discuss him as if he weren't even there. "An android?" Alexander asked. "Of such immaculate design?" Spade said. "Even Death Dragoons are not made with such perfection." "Well, why would Orion send this creature in his place with no warning?" "He professes to be from a world I've never even heard of." "An unknown system," the big man asked calmly. "Some system called Earth." "Earth? I've never heard of it either." "It's there," Vincent said. Maybe it's one of the secret systems only Orion knew about," Spade suggested. "Spade!" Alexander exclaimed. "Let him speak for himself." He then turned to Vincent and said, "From what I see, you might be from a strange planet. That I will grant you. But what were you doing on Orion's ship? And where are Orion and Duel? That's what I want to know." Vincent sighed again. He had no idea of the names constantly mentioned to him. He tried very hard to remember, but his memories were hazy, and with every passing second of this interrogation, he couldn't help feeling that his hopes of making it back home were evaporating. "There was a crash," he started. "Some vessel crashed into the desert of my country. At first, we assumed it was a meteor, but arriving at the scene, we realized it was a spacecraft. As I started to investigate, my curiosity took over and I went inside. Against the will of my superior," he rubbed the back of his head, trying to recall those events. His headache doubled under this demand for information. "Bastards," Spade grunted. "You didn't tell me that earlier." Vincent shrugged. "Maybe it's because you nearly knocked me out?" "Oh, we have a comedian here." "I'm just beginning to remember," Vincent said, touching his forehead. "It's slowly coming to me. But then what happened?" Alexander asked impatiently. "There, in a corner, I saw a man on the floor. He looked like you, only older. Orion!" Alexander snapped once again, getting up. "Where is he? What have you done with him?" "Calm down," Damocles said. "Let him continue." Alexander raised his fist as if he were about to slam the table once more, but then sat down, struggling to keep his cool and not gain any outside attention. "You saw Orion, and then what?" "I cried for help, but then something strange happened." "What? What happened?" "He said something," Vincent said. And then this terrible headache. I must have passed out, waking up all alone in this faraway world, and then that's when Spade found me." Damocles and Alexander looked at each other. "What about Duel?" Damocles asked. "Where was Duel?" "I didn't see anyone else," Vincent answered. "You expect us to believe this nonsense?" Alexander fumed. I'm sorry, that's the truth. At least everything that I remember. Maybe the rest will come to me later. If there is any more, that is." There was an awkward moment of silence. "Spade, we need to talk." Alexander got up, throwing Vincent a mistrusting look. "Sit there," he warned as the three of them went into the corner. By this point, Vincent was barely able to control his own temper. He needed to go home, and to do so would require earning their trust. But at the same time, he could see why they had a hard time trusting him. "So, what are you?" asked a feminine voice. Vincent awoke from his thoughts and turned his gaze to the woman. "What? I mean, what is your species called?" A human, Vincent answered. A human? How interesting. Vincent had no response and kept quiet, but she continued staring at him with those striking eyes. What is it? He asked. Nothing, she replied. I just find it crazy. What? That there is an advanced race resembling us, and yet, I've never even seen or heard of your kind. You won't be the only one, he said. He remained quiet for a few more seconds and then added, I just want to get back home, I really, truly, honestly don't recollect how I got here. If anyone can help you, it would be them, she said. Orion's their leader, so you must realize why they're upset. So, what are you guys? Vincent asked. We're members of a hominid race called Xenians, and Spade is their Thalian. I see. Vincent nodded as if this info helped him somehow, but then said, Look, I might not know how I got here, but I'm no idiot. This Orion guy is a wanted man, isn't he? Why else would Spade be evading the authorities? She glanced away for a moment and then breathed. We're members of the last remaining resistance against the tyrannical government that rules the known galaxy. The Republic? She nodded. This totalitarian regime called the Imperial Republic controls every known star system. Some are controlled directly, others through corrupt vassalages. Those that stand in their way are simply killed. They don't control every star system, Vincent muttered. You must realize space finding you was a good thing, she said. If the Republic learns of a planet they haven't yet conquered, your people will be in trouble. I see that now. You destroyed the shadow? Xander's edgy voice thundered through the bar amid the music and the sound of the many creatures' quarrels. I had no choice, Spade said in defense, but I managed to save the data disk. We must go, Damocles said, looking around at the staring variety of eyes. Xander walked up to the table. Don't talk to him, Your Highness, he said to Gaia as he stared down at Vincent, his hand inside his coat. Vincent got up and stood face to face with the enraged Xenian. He didn't know what the crazy youth was going to do, but it was the only way to show him that he wasn't a coward, and above all else, a liar. I told you he's all right. Spade rushed to pull the young man away. Stay back! Xander waved his hand in Spade's direction, and an unseen energy shoved the Thalian, forcing him to lurch back. How dare you! Vincent couldn't believe what he saw, but nevertheless stared back into those crystallized eyes full of rage on the edge of an outburst, while his mind was pondering just what these aliens were going to do with him. You're a brave man, Xander started. But if I found out you were a spy, he paused, stretching out his hand and gripping Vincent's. I'll kill you, he added, leaning closer and squeezing hard. Sounds fair, Vincent answered, refusing to show any sign of the excruciating pain caused by the young man's strong grip. Xander then turned to the rest of the crew and said, Come on, let's go to the room. We must confer this in private and get to the bottom of this. Damocles, Gaia, and Spade, who were still fussing about being pushed, were already halfway to the door when 10 creatures surrounded Xander and Vincent. They were about 5 feet tall with greenish-gray skin, long pointy noses, small round ears, and olive-colored eyes. Why you bothering this creature? One of them gargled, pointing at Vincent. Creature? Vincent exclaimed. Get out of my way if you want to live, Xander stated boldly, staring the goblin dead in the eye. What you gonna do, Xenian scum? Roared another, stepping forward with a large saber. Xander took a step back, reached into his coat, and grabbed the handle of what seemed to be a sword. The bright metal of the blade shone through the room as he pulled it out halfway. The music stopped, and everyone turned to them. Suddenly, a large hand landed on Xander's shoulder, holding him from completely withdrawing the weapon. Is there a problem? Damocles' deafening voice rumbled. He took off his duster coat and threw it on the ground, towering above the miniature goblins with his 6-foot-plus frame. He was the biggest man that Vincent had ever seen. Massive trap muscles connected his thick neck to his wide shoulders. His arms, perhaps over 25 inches in girth, were full of ripping veins, and his enormous chest on top of rock-hard abs that protruded through his black spandex shirt was at the eye level of the horrified creatures. Loose black pants, girdled by a belt with a blaster and throwing knives, were tucked into his boots. Around his neck he wore a chain with a shimmering pendant, and attached to his back was a scabbard with a huge sword. "Do we have a problem?" the big man repeated, looking down. "No," the goblin forced out before he took a step back and ran out of the door, followed by his cowardly companions. The music resumed, and everyone went back to their business in an instant. "You see, X, violence isn't always necessary," the big man said, retaining his coat. "Yeah, just another excuse to show off his muscles," Spade said. "Always," Alexander agreed. He looked around the bar at all the faces that turned away as soon as he met their gaze. "Let's get out of here before someone else gets any smart ideas." He then strode toward the door. Vincent turned to the Thessalian. "So, they're twins, huh?" "Yes." Spade frowned. "Why? Can't you see the resemblance?" End chapter. Chapter 3. Zebulon 2. The companions left through the back door that opened into a gloomy passage between two windowless buildings. Alexander led, followed by his brother, and Spade and Gaia abreast, with Vincent reluctantly dragging behind the group and reprimanding himself for his actions that got him into this mess in the first place. It always has to be me, he thought. I guess this is one of those times when I should have listened to Alex. The wonders of the new world were slowly ceasing to amaze him, and now there was only one thing on his mind, the same question that affected these aliens as well. Just what was he doing there? Their path flowed into a wide street. Unlike the rest of the dynamic Zebulonian underworld, the back streets were abandoned, with no traffic or living quarters of any kind. There were no bars or the thrift shops, nor any of the flashy casinos. The only sources of light were the bug-covered lamps that still functioned atop crooked poles. Eroded cars, trucks, jets, and other machines were stacked in mounds alongside the buildings, coated in inches of dirt. Homeless creatures dressed in mere rags curiously stared at them, hiding behind the mountains of the abhorrent waste, along with odd-looking animals, some of which resembled cats and others giant rodents and insects. Every once in a while, one of the homeless would run up to the group begging for food, only to be roared at by Alexander. It was hard to imagine that this was a part of the same city. It resembled more of an apocalyptic wasteland than the futuristic world Vincent had seen earlier. Alexander turned left to a narrow trail that ran amid the piles of scrap, where the smell was repulsive to such an extent that the party had to cover their noses. Most of the lights were left behind and darkness loomed ahead, which meant more ambushing by the extraterrestrial bums. But apparently, the homeless were far more afraid of them as Alexander resolutely stormed the empty streets, grunting, cursing, and simultaneously shouting at Spade and his brother. From the point of view of someone who didn't know any better, one would assume that he were the eldest of the brothers. That is, if one would cope with the fact that the two were related in the first place, despite the significant differences in their size and manner. "Damn it," Alexander swore bitterly. "We were supposed to convene here. Galadan will be making his appeal all by himself." "He's going to have to," Gaia said. Her thoughts veered to the Utan king, the poor man who was at the mercy of that conniving council. "My enemies made sure I wouldn't be there." She then squared her shoulders and added, "For now, finding Orion and Duel is our top priority." "First, we must find out what happened," Damocles said. "Maybe they're holding them captive. Well, who do you mean by they?" Alexander asked, turning to his brother. "The Imperials, of course. It's up to us. We're going to have to find them." "Well, where do we look, genius? All we have is that human." Alexander stuck his thumb to the back of the group. "And he won't talk." "I don't think he's lying." Damocles shook his head. "I sense confusion and fear, yet not an ounce of deceit. But your senses could be lying as always? What of the maiden on Tariador that turned out to be a killer android?" Damocles bit his lip. "That was years ago, brother." "This is so confusing, Damocles." Alexander looked down. There's a traitor, or traitors, that always seem to be ahead of us. At first it's Gaia, and now Duel and Orion. And on top of that, we got a caveman on our necks that could be a spy, but no, he scornfully said under his breath. He's just an innocent lost man. The main question is, why would Orion end up on his system? Spade said, jerking his head to the back. I've no clue, Alexander responded with his ever-enraged tone, but I hope the data desk will give us some information. The Imperials must be scouting the entire city by now, Spade said. Yeah, because of you. Now we have to walk these slums. It's an odd turn our path has taken us on, Spade continued, ignoring Alexander's complaints. Remember, the enemy strikes when you least suspect it. I sense bloodshed, but this time, with little time, Damocles interrupted. If they are held prisoner, we must get them out. I know that, Alexander whirled around. Why don't you use your muscles and get us out of this mess, huh? Talking to you is like talking to a wall. After those harsh words, he walked up front and isolated himself from the rest of the group. Let him cool off, Spade said. Damocles sighed and lowered his head. The big man, unlike his hot-headed twin, seemed to be completely calm, although he eagerly wanted to get to the bottom of this as well. Is he always like that? Gaia asked the big guy. No, not really, he answered. He just always had trouble controlling emotions. He's very diverse from Orion or Duel. But of course, you must realize the current situation. I cannot believe this myself. Duel and Orion, both missing. I can only imagine how that's tormenting him. She nodded and asked, Yet you remain calm. Damocles looked away. I try to be a bit more optimistic. A warrior must always be patient. Patience is a virtue and is the most essential tool to triumph over evil, both within and out, she quoted. You're familiar with the philosophy of the warrior sage? Damocles asked, his distraught fading away for a moment. I know my share, she said, mostly from stories told to me by my father, who had a great zeal for the Tel'Khazar and your way of life. Forgive me, Damocles apologized. I didn't mean to react with surprise. I should have known that someone of your eminence is familiar with numerous fields of study. It's just many have forgotten about us in the Khazar Delia. We're just a legend. She didn't respond and became quiet, as she did often when she remembered her father. Galadan, she then whispered, changing the topic. I hope he's alive, at least. They'll probably try to kill him on Xenon, but he'll have to make his statement alone. I'm sorry. It looks like Damien has won this round. They'll eat him alive without me. I've struggled so hard to get him up there. I'm positive that Zeph is behind this. Yes, she said, and I think I've been made an enemy to the Republic as we speak. Vincent strutted along with Spade behind Gaia and the big guy. All the talk, the names, and the locations made no sense to him. Like the Imperial Republic oxymoron. He wanted to know the answers, and there was no one to give them. They were as puzzled about the whole situation as he was. That much he understood. He slumped down his head and continued to throb in pain and quietly followed. Out of boredom, and by a stupid habit, he began rummaging through his pockets. First, he produced his cell phone, doubting if it would ever work again. He chuckled and nearly tossed it into the pile of rubble until he realized this was a bad idea. Considering his unusual companions would definitely think he was up to something. He then dug in his other pocket and pulled out a wallet and a set of keys with a peculiar silver charm depicting planet Saturn and its rings. Susan. His mind went to his ex, who gave it to him as a gift, whom he hadn't seen in years. Perhaps she'd finally met someone who'd settle down. You're a dreamer, Vincent Saturn, were her last words to him. He clasped the keys, reminiscing. If you could only see what dreams may come, Sue. He then opened his wallet and looked at its contents. $40, his badge, receipts for recent purchases, and several credit cards. He sighed and put it all away, realizing he mustn't let his worries cloud his vision in a world where death seemed to creep around every corner, a strange world where he wasn't welcome. The pain in his head was so excruciating by then that he began wondering what was the equivalent of aspirin on this faraway planet. Is there a star map of sorts? He asked Spade all of a sudden. Sure, there's a map of the known galaxy, the Dersalion answered. Why? You're expecting to find a home on it? A spark of hope appeared on Vincent's face. Is that a possibility? If you can find your star amongst millions of others. Vincent began thinking about astronomy, trying to recall the location of the sun, and then asked, how many systems are there? I remember you mentioning that there are thousands of civilized planets, but how many systems have actually been visited and charted? Billions. Spade shrugged and raised his hands, signifying that the true number escaped him. The majority of the stars on the map all have dead satellites, planets with no breathable atmosphere, barren deserts, ice worlds, or those composed of pure gas. Yet there are others that have enough air but no advanced beings, hence are mere colonies. Even with modern technology, we can't fly to the star system in search of life. That process takes years. Even so, they keep finding new ones. Systems where some nations haven't even reached the Stone Age. Back in the days of the Federation, association with such planets wasn't legal. Now, well, he chortled. So you're saying there's no way I can find my planet? No, I'm not. But I think your best bet would be the data disk from Orion's ship. Vincent nodded, picturing himself returning to Earth. Who'd believe me, he thought. Well, Alex would, but others? They'd probably lock me up in a loony bin. He straightened, tried to rinse away the crazy notions. No, I have to get back. I forgot to mention the crazy thing, Spade said. Most of the planets the Republic finds are putting themselves on the map. What do you mean? The Imperials intercept signals the system send out to space and bam, it's that easy. Spade's ribald humor did not appease to Vincent, who was gripped with fear for our world. We're here! Alexander stopped and turned around to face the rest of the company. The alley came to a dead end before a 15-foot-high base of a skyscraper that disappeared into the blurry sky. Damocles, get the princess! Alexander said and leapt up. With that one swift jump, he was on top. The big man wrapped his huge arm around Guy's waist, jumped, and landed beside his brother. Amazing, Vincent whispered, staring in awe and trying to grasp the unimaginable. What's amazing is we gotta climb, Spade muttered as he grabbed the first rung of the rusty ladder that led to the top of the foundation. Vincent didn't respond. He stood there, mouth agape, deciding whether he should pinch himself or not. The trick Alexander pulled at the tavern was nothing compared to the inhuman stunts he just witnessed. But what about Spade and Gaia? He pondered. They seem to be normal. Well, Alexander called out, awakening Vincent. Come on, caveman! Vincent quickly climbed the ladder, eager for an answer. How did you do that? He asked the very second he reached the top. How did you jump like that? The brothers exchanged looks. Once you earn our trust, human will tell you, the big man said. Right, Vincent grunted. They crossed the base and entered a gate that opened into a stairwell scarcely lit by a purplish light. A grinding sound thundered through the building and was occasionally followed by a thudding noise. Before they began to ascend, Alexander put his forefinger next to his lips. And you, he said, pointing at Vincent, no more trifling questions. The stairs were continuous, each floor similar to the other, a door at every landing, victims of a century-old corrosion, cobwebs beneath the ceiling holding famished arachnids, and walls covered in graffiti murals. One of the murals was a magnificent masterpiece, portraying a robed Xenian man floating in the sky, arms spread as if he were about to embrace the viewer. His eyes were fixed in a determined frown, sparkling with electricity. One half of his body radiated with a blue aura, and the other was ablaze. The background was divided as well, a serene landscape beneath the light side and a devastated city under the other. Nice, Spade said and reached into his pocket. I have to take a picture of this. As is the message behind it, Gaia added. After they reached the 20th floor, give or take, Alexander kicked one of the gates, opening their path into a room filled with machines that were the source of the awful noise. Through here, he said, entering. Gears, generators, and robotics were in every corner of the warehouse. The wires stretched, twisted, disappeared from view, ran alongside the walls, and entered the soaring ceiling and into the machines. Pipes, some of them dozens of feet in girth, protruded from the floor and the walls, releasing steam and vibrating from time to time. The companions made their way down the maintenance aisle between all of this apparatus. What's all this? Vincent shouted to Spade, gesturing towards the machinery. "The generator rooms, water mains, and so on," Spade answered. "They power up the city above and the rest of this building." The machine silenced them as they slipped between the metal panels after Alexander. Vroom, 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 the machines churned, followed by ta-doom, ta-doom, ta-doom. Vincent's headache was coming back stronger than ever, like a monster awakening inside of his skull. At last it came to a stop. The opening in front of them was sealed with metal bars. A small control panel was to the left of it. After looking around and seeing no other way, Alexander turned in place. "Spade?" The Thessalian got down on one knee, pulled out a small pocket knife, and began carefully digging in the panel. He was doing that task for perhaps a minute or two, but it seemed like an eternity to Vincent. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Vincent placed his hands on his temples in an attempt to numb the pain. Ta-doom, 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 and then it began. Again, the images, same noise, different place. He was standing on the edge of a mine, which was overflowing with thousands of people. There were miners, working diligently to collect some sort of precious mineral, a gleaming blue rock. Then he saw, no, deep in his heart he knew, that they were not miners, but slaves, their faces cold, aching, full of sorrow produced by the forced labor. Some were starved to the point of dystrophy, others dead. Soldiers that patrolled the place dragged the bodies of the deceased and threw them into a pit dug out at the lowest point of the canyon. He looked down to the pit and nearly cried out. The trench was filled with bodies piled up on one another. Xenians, all of them, staring at him with lifeless eyes, the crystals in their pupils no longer shining. And the smell, it reeked of death. "Soon we'll make our move," said a deep baritone voice. He turned, but could only see the back of the dark-haired man in a loose black outfit standing beside him. His hands were crossed behind his back, one of them in a black leather glove, the other clasped with an armband at the wrist. Soon they will all pay. Vincent lost balance and fell over. Gentle hands stopped him from hitting the floor. "Vincent, are you all right?" He opened his eyes. Gaia caught him in midair and held him steady. As she lunged forward, she dropped her hood, and now he awoke to her angelic appearance in bright light. Vincent paused, momentarily losing himself in those lavender eyes, in her thick arched eyebrows, in her full lips, in her tanned skin, and her long bronze hair that poured past her shoulders like silk. "Thank you," he said, moving away from her. Signs of a smile appeared in her face as she threw up her hood, concealing her breathtaking looks. "What the?" Alexander suspiciously looked over at Vincent. "Hurry," he added to the Thessalian. "I don't want our new guest to die here. Not until I'm content, that is." "I can't open it," Spade sighed, getting up. "But I turned off the alarm, so go ahead and do your thing." Alexander reached down to his rope and yanked out his sword. The blade had a cool tint, made from a metal unfamiliar to Vincent's eyes. It was slightly longer than 3 feet, but a handle covered in golden ridges. With one dexterous swing, Alexander slid through the left side of the bars, and with the second, they fell to the ground, leaving small knobs of metal on either side. Alexander squeezed through and continued forth. Damocles had a bit of a problem, but managed it behind. As the rest of the companions followed, Vincent bent down to pick up one of the bars. It was made of pure metal and was as thick as his wrist. How could a sword cut through this solid steel? Yet another enigma. "Come on!" Alexander called them. The further they headed, the less tormenting the noise became. After a minute of the identical passages, they reached an open shaft disappearing up into the darkness. "Elevator?" Vincent was glad to see a piece of familiar machinery. "Oh, so you have elevators," Spade said cynically as he dug through the wires in the control panel. In a mere second, a lift made of solid glass appeared in front of them. The door slid open. "Welcome," announced the robotic voice. Spade turned around with an inane grin. "After you." "Where does that lead?" Vincent asked as he stepped into the elevator. "The 7 Galaxies Hotel," Gaia answered. "Well, you're already in a hotel, but you ask too many questions and don't give enough answers," Alexander intruded. "Would you relax?" Gaia said in Vincent's defense. "Your Highness, we don't know if he is who he claims to be," Alexander said, pushing the elevator buttons. "So I advise you not to talk to him unless we find out the truth. He's lost, Alexander, from a planet no one has ever heard of. If our allies take notice of this information, it can be a great asset to our cause. There are intelligent people that evolved on their own. We're not sure of this yet, Alexander insisted, especially the intelligent part, he then muttered. Gaia rolled her violet eyes and sighed. As the lift took off, Spade couldn't shut up any longer. Come on, let's be reasonable. Have you ever seen anyone who looks like that? He pointed at Vincent. Sure, he has the same skin and hair as any other advanced hominids. But look at those round ears and the black pupils. I've traveled far more worlds than you, boy, and I've never seen any species like that. He kind of looks like a Corsarian, the quiet Damocles said, standing in the back, looking downward. Only without the pallid skin and those creepy eyes. Kind of does, doesn't he? Spade reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of shades. Here, this should cover that oddity. Oddity? Vincent was astounded. Just wear the damn glasses. Presently, the elevator came to a stop. Be very quiet, Alexander said. The vivacious hallway the elevator opened to was not like Vincent expected. Instead of the filthy corridors like the ones on the bottom floors, these were laid with a crimson carpet. The walls were richly detailed with velvet wallpaper and thoroughly engraved with stucco decorations. Every 10 feet there was a flower urn, and paper-thin monitors lined the top portions of the walls, the streaming commercials of the hotel and its numerous accommodations. People, creatures, of various species made their way through the passage without paying their companions much heed. Most of the creatures were humanoid, and some from afar, like the prevalent Xenians and the Darsalians, even resembled everyday humans. They were all dressed stylishly, donning robes, pompous suits, and long dresses with no signs of weapons of any kind. Even the security guards, whom Vincent figured out to be some sort of complex robots, carried batons. At the end of the hallway was a staircase that led them to a rotunda full of the hotel's current guests. Gigantic chandeliers were suspended mid-air, slowly floating beneath the 40-foot ceiling that was covered in hundreds of beautiful images which periodically changed. A projecting cornice supported by semi-columns ran across the entire area. The patterned floor was made of black marble with a striking mosaic design around the edges. A hologram screening a green alien woman explaining the hotel's hospitality was atop a pedestal in the middle. Around the pedestal was the information desk with 6 females of different species. One of the women, Vincent noticed, had 2 pairs of arms. Bellboys, who were blue reptilian creatures, instantly ran up to them, hoping for a tip in exchange for their help, when one look from Alexander made them change their minds. Alexander led the team to one of the room's 6 exits, which turned into a busy enclosed skywalk, its walls and ceiling made of thick glass providing a spectacular view of the outside. The hotel was a massive skyscraper, surrounded by 6 smaller ones. 3 skywalks connected each smaller skyscraper to the main building at different levels. The sun had finally set, its last rays dazzling over the horizon composed of great peaks. The nocturnal life of the planet was becoming evident, especially from this height. Jets, aerial buses, and the thousands of billboards lit up the city along with a sky that held millions of stars, probably thrice the amount visible from Earth. The skywalk exited into the smaller building. There were hallways going in every direction, lined with rooms. Following several turns and stairways, Alexander stopped by one of the doors and uttered a word that slid it open. Everybody get inside, he said, looking down the hallway, assuring that they weren't followed. The room was spotless. Burgundy brown furniture and a large divan covered with green silk sheets decorated the living area. The parquet floor was made of the same wood as the rest of the furniture. There were 2 doors on either side, one leading to an open bedroom, the other to the lavatory. A big window across the room opened a view of the Sabellonian night sky. Upon entrance, the companions took off their cloaks and threw them on the floor, where in a mere second, a small machine resembling a crustacean animal appeared, rolling on wheels. It grabbed the clothes with the intention of taking them to the nearby closet. That's some good housekeeping, Vincent said. Droid maids, Gaia said. They react to anything non-cellular that falls to the floor. Genius, Vincent mumbled under his breath as he turned and was struck at Gaia's beauty once again. She wore an emerald-colored sheath dress that embodied her athletic figure. On her upper arms she had gold armlets in shapes of dragons, and from elbow down she wore long black evening gloves. Her long hair smoothly fell around her shoulders, neatly cut at bangs over her intelligent eyes. "Nothing genius about it," Spade fussed, tussling with the robot over his jacket. "I'll blast one of these things someday." "So, let's begin," Alexander started. Vincent looked at Alexander and saw a strange uniqueness in the young man. He had pretty much the same complexion as his brother, yet at a smaller scale. A strong jaw, thick eyebrows, dark eyes, everything except for the hair. Unlike any other Xenian Vincent had seen during his last few hours of exploration, Alexander had long, wavy, blonde hair. It didn't really matter to Vincent. He didn't want to bother a brash Xenian with questions anyhow. Spade and Damocles saw Vincent's indifference and exchanged looks. "Once again, you're from a planet that we've never even heard of. And somehow, you end up on my grandfather's ship without him or Duell present," Alexander asked, looking down, arms crossed, slowly pacing back and forth. He wore a loose khaki shirt over black jeans that were tucked into his combat boots. His scabbard, engraved with Xenian letters, hung at his side. A thick gold necklace was around his neck with a bizarre pendant similar to that of his brother. "I'm a federal agent in my country, one of the many nations on my planet," Vincent tried explaining as logically as possible. "Earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday," he paused, looking at his watch that had stopped at 7:45 a.m. or p.m. He couldn't tell. He had no way of knowing how long he'd been out when the watch malfunctioned. "Continue!" Alexander snapped. "We received a call from one of my bosses that an object had crashed on our grounds, so my partner and I went to investigate. Our find was extraordinary. It was actually an alien ship." "Alien?" Alexander exclaimed. "I told you," Spade said, shaking his head. "The man's crazy. He called me an alien too." "I'm sorry," Vincent said in defense. "On Earth, we believe we're the only ones in the universe, and we'd never think something like this exists." He waved his hand at the traffic outside. "Okay, whatever." Alexander rolled his finger, gesturing Vincent to continue. "As I was searching outside of the craft, an entrance opened up. And of course, being a curious person that I am, I went in." Vincent scoffed and looked down. "Stupid of me, really. Always have to be the first down to..." "What did you see inside the ship?" Damocles asked. Alexander picked up his pace. "As I've said before, there was a man who looked like you, lying on the floor in a pool of blood." "That's true, I also saw blood on the floor," Spade added, aghast. "But I didn't think..." "Was there anyone else?" Alexander quit pacing and stopped in front of Vincent, his fists clenched. "What about the swords?" He slightly jerked his head at the second question, seemingly asking Spade without taking his gaze off Vincent. "No swords," Spade muttered. "I didn't see anything or anyone else," Vincent continued, as his hand went up to his temple. Trying to remember the part before the blackout caused him another bad migraine. "I came down to the man and he called for help, and then as I turned back I saw him staring at me, and then I remember lights, bright lights, and then I blacked out." "It's just the same story with you," Alexander said, "isn't it?" The big man gasped. "Bright lights? Don't go there," Alexander yelled at his brother. "He was hurt," Vincent said. "It seemed as if he was wounded terribly." "Damn you!" Alexander swung at Vincent, as though it had a mind of its own. Vincent's left hand stopped the fist, inches away from his face. The incident occurred in less than a fraction of a second. The whole room was silent, everyone staring at Vincent in disbelief, stunned at how he reacted with such instinct, even though he didn't know himself. "Well," Spade broke the awkwardness, "we've no time. I must call my contacts inside the Republic. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. In the meantime, stay here and watch Human." He then turned to the big guy. "Damocles, make sure the psycho doesn't do anything crazy," he said, pointing his thumb at Alexander. The Dersalian's carefree face changed instantly. "They know we're here. Every constable and bounty hunter on this planet is out there looking for us. We must move quickly if we are to rescue them." He threw on his jacket and exited the room. "Let's see the disc from the ship," Damocles said. Alexander, after throwing Vincent another distrusting look, followed his brother to the desk in a corner of the room. You stay there, he shouted at Vincent, who was trying to join them. But stay there! Vincent pursed his lips in anger and nodded. There was an electronic device atop the desk. Alexander hit a knob, and an image appeared in thin air. He waved his index finger next to a projection, and it switched screens. Vincent remained in the other corner with Gaia. He could see what the twins were doing, but couldn't make out their whispers. Is that a computer? He asked her. Yes, she replied. Will it be possible to look at a star map, or something of that sort, on that thing? He continued, not daring to come up to the brothers. Yes, but if a planet's unknown, it'll be next to impossible to find. Vincent sighed. I know. Spade already told me that. There are billions of stars, and they all look alike. Well, have your people ever reached any other star systems? She asked, with a tone of curiosity. No, we're not that advanced yet. Vincent was beginning to remember the shows he loved to watch. It seemed to be so long ago. In another world, watching television, waiting for yet another day of his ever-boring life, which now he so dearly missed. As far as I've heard, the closest star to us is 4 light years away. 4 light years! That's good news. Now we know your system is on one of the outer rims. The outer rims? Sit, she beckoned, sitting down on a divan. After all the walking, Vincent gladly sat down next to her. Right now, we're closer to the center of the galaxy, she explained. Most of the stars around here are no more than a few light years apart. The outer rims are the names of the systems that are further away, like Zezaban, for example, the planet where Orion visited before he landed on yours. Well, at least I'm sure I'm in the same galaxy, Vincent mumbled. There's no doubt about that. We can't travel to other galaxies just yet, she assured. He rubbed his knees. Now all I have to do is browse through 100 billion stars. She allowed herself a smile but remained silent. He noticed that she was still looking at him like he was an alien. And who could blame her? Just how fast are the starships around here? He asked, switching topics. Well, while some still travel at light speed, which is excellent for traveling within the system, others fly much faster, she said. Spaceship, for example, does roughly a light year per hour. Whoa, Vincent couldn't believe what he was hearing. But how? Hyperspace travel. Vincent hushed, thinking about the possibility of Earth's civilization skyrocketing after, or rather if, he ever got home. The amazing thing is that a solitary planet had advanced to a status of such high intelligence, Gaia said again, and you look like us more than any other primate race in the galaxy. Vincent smiled, lost it deep in his mind, knowing that she was just trying to cheer him up. High intelligence seemed to be a compliment in comparison to caveman. At that moment, his headache came back, forcing him to clasp the sides of his head. Are you all right? She asked. It's my head. I've had this terrible headache ever since I woke up. I need something, some medicine, if you have any. Gaia got up, went to the lavatory, and brought back a small square packet. What is it? He studied the packet curiously. He then tore it up, opened its side, and pulled out a damp napkin. Just rub it on your temple, she said, trying to suppress a smile. Ah, okay. He did as she told. It sizzled at first, but took away the pain almost immediately. Thank you, he said in relief. You're welcome, she replied, sitting down. Relax, Vincent. I understand your situation, but we honestly don't know how you ended up here, and believe me, we'll do everything to get to the bottom of this. Vincent nodded and remained quiet. Damn it! Alexander fussed after going through the files for the third time. I don't understand, Damocles said. If the last place is Zazaban, and the next place is Sebulon 2, then what are the glitches in the data? I don't know. Something happened to the ship during the flight. So the ship was attacked. It must have veered the craft off its course. That's what probably caused it to land on a human planet, Damocles said. But from there, it flew on Sebulon 2 on autopilot. How? Who programmed it? Maybe they're holding Duel and Orion and send this guy to spy on us? Alexander whispered, looking over at Vincent. Damocles shook his head. It doesn't make any sense. Why us? Plus, how would he be able to calculate Sebulon's position? Alexander raised an eyebrow. Maybe he didn't? Maybe someone else did it for him? You still insist he's a spy? What, you believe him? Damocles shrugged. I don't know, Eggs. But he really seems like he crawled from under a rock. I don't see any danger in him. Alexander squinted, glancing back at Vincent. I sense confusion in him. It's like he's hiding something from us. Yes, so do I, but I doubt he's evil. It's not because he doesn't want to talk. It's simply because he doesn't remember. Well, why is he there then, Damocles? Damocles took a deep breath and said, Della. Fate brought him to us, you think? It works in mysterious ways. But that still doesn't explain who calculated Sebulon's position on the ship's autopilot. Maybe Orion did? Then where is he? I don't know, Damocles sighed. One person might, though. Oh, he'll talk. Alexander started to make his way toward Vincent, but his brother held him back. Lighten up, the big guy said. I meant Duell might know. Alexander shoved his brother away. And where's Duell? Patience X. Damn it! What can we do without Orion, Duell, huh? Fight the Republic? On our own? We haven't even finished our training yet. And who's going to lead us? The cigar-smoking, senile, gun-blasting captain? It's our way, X, Damocles continued solemnly. We'll find out the truth in a while. For now, you must have patience and remember grandfather's tradition. Grandfather's not here! Alexander's voice thundered. Gaia and Vincent both turned their attention towards the volatile Xenian. And your truth is sitting right there, mocking us! Alexander violently waved in Vincent's direction. Vincent got up. Can you tell the ship's route through that information? No! Alexander responded, but then eased and added, There's nothing but numerous glitches, and if your planet does exist, it's somewhere in the vicinity of Zazaban. So there's hope. Hope! You bastard. Quit that guiltless act and tell us the truth. Vincent raised his hands to the sides. I told you already. Well, I don't believe that nonsense. I still think you're an Imperial spy. Alexander took several steps. Alexander, Guy got up. And as far as I know, Alexander continued, the Imperials are marching around here right now. Suddenly, there was a loud beating on the door. Everyone exchanged looks and then turned to Vincent. He shrugged. There was another rap, this one in a more desperate manner. Alexander opened the door and Spade stormed in, barely catching his breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. What happened? Alexander shook the Thessalian. What? Let him breathe, Gaia shouted. Everyone gathered around. I conversed with my sources. Spade barely forced out, leaning against the wall, hands pressed against his thighs. Well, what happened? Alexander asked. They were ambushed by Zeph and Nahar, Spade started. Somehow the Imperials knew. How? Who told them? More than likely someone inside the revolution, Gaia said. Thousands of Imperial soldiers attacked them, Spade continued. Orion managed to make it to the ship, but dropped behind the sword, and Duell dropped his sword? Alexander was shocked. Just how does a Tel Khazar drop his sword? I know. I got into that too, but that's what the guy told me. Our connection was brief, so there was no time for me to argue. From what I was told, Orion was trapped in a narrow tunnel where he was wounded severely numerous times. He proceeded to escape but left his sword. Apparently, he used it to jam the lock on the gate controls. The chase sustained once he left the planet, and the Imperials managed to discharge several rockets from the Nomad. Spade swallowed. In hindsight, the Shadow did have a dent in its hull. What of Duell? Alexander asked, still not accepting the news. Spade sighed, rubbing his neck. They've got him, immobilized. They shot him full of that crap, the degraders. Where? Alexander shook Spade again. Where is he? On the Nomad. They're taking him to Xenon. Once more, the morbid silence covered the room with its shroud. The Xenians traded terrified looks. Nahar's ship, Gaia whispered. The Nomad. We have to go get him, the big guy cried out. Where from? Alexander asked, throwing his arms up in the air. That ship can be in hyperspace as we speak. There's no way we can catch up with it. And attempting to enter Xenon would mean the end to us all and the entire revolution. He started pacing the room again. This can't be happening. I knew we should have stayed together. Wait. There is a way, Spade said. Zazaban and Xenon are many parsecs apart. A ship as big as the Nomad, they must stop to refuel. We still have time. But where? What planet? There are so many. I'll find out for sure. Let me call my reptilian comrade on Herodon. It's the most obvious destination. Spade stood up and swept the room with his blue eyes. Gather all your belongings and be ready. We're taking off the very second I get back. He threw up his hood and stormed out. Now, this is what we're going to do. Alexander got in the middle of the room. We'll go and rescue our master, and you must come with us, he said, pointing at Vincent and Gaia. What about Orion? Damocles asked, suppressing his tears. Enough! Alexander retorted. The well is our main objective for now. But you heard Spade. I don't want to hear it. What can I do? Vincent intervened. I didn't come here to get into meddle your rebellion. I just want to get back home. Well, it looks like you don't have any choice, do you? Alexander grated. The well will have answers for us human. We must get them before they reach Thenon. Until then, you're staying with us. Then we'll decide your fate. And trust me, you're going to need them if you ever want to see your way home again. He then turned to Gaia and said, Princess, I'm sorry for dragging you into chaos once again, but we've no time to stop anywhere, and I must safely deliver. It's okay, she cut him off. We'll rescue Sage Joel. Good, then, Alexander said. Now I must speak with Vincent alone. Alexander and Vincent went to the corner of the room. Alexander's hostility settled. Perhaps he was beginning to realize Vincent was innocent after all. I understand it must be hard to grasp, the Xenian said, but Orion crashing on your planet, or you here, is all a part of something bigger. Vincent exhaled and asked, So what are you saying? It was destiny? Della is the word we use for it. I don't know that for sure, but there has to be an explanation for all of this. Duel, our teacher, and our grandfather, Orion, were on a mission on a remote planet while my brother Spade and I rescued Gaia from the Order, the evil cult that controls a portion of the galaxy. We were supposed to meet with them here, but as you have heard, they were attacked. I got tons of questions, Vincent said. Who are you people? And how can you jump so high? Move things without touching them and have this enormous strength? And why, in a world so advanced, do you still carry swords? Alexander nodded. I promise you, Vincent of Saturn, that in time we'll sit down and explain everything in elaborate detail. The last miscomprehension brought a smile to Vincent's face. Vincent of Saturn. He rather liked that. For the next hour or so, the twins and Gaia were engaged in a conversation over their imminent rescue attempt and were trying to figure out the identity of the double agent inside their movement. Vincent sat down, staring out at the city. A slight breeze entered through the open window, bringing in fresh air and whispering calm melodies into his ear. The blue, white, red, and yellow stars lit up the sky, and Sebulon's sister planet was in clear view, free of clouds, colorfully revealing its jade continents and cobalt seas. Homesick thoughts kept running through Vincent's head, making him weary. He was tired. He closed his eyes. It's all just a bad dream, he told himself again, drifting off. End chapter. Chapter 4. Rescue mission begins. Tex Na'ar gently marched to the command bridge with his hands clasped behind his back. The navigators and the soldiers outwardly froze in his presence, bowing and attempting to avoid eye contact. It'd been always like that. They either feared him or sucked up to him. He didn't care though, for he was never much of a sociable man. They were there to serve him, and that was all that really mattered. He advanced to the large section of monitors built before the oversized window panels that opened a view of the ship's hull stretching for miles. Two of the soldiers sat before the monitors, lazily observing them. Seeing him approach, they jumped to their feet in unison. General, they bowed down at the waist, almost kneeling. What is the prisoner's status? Na'ar asked. Well, he is stable, sir, said one of them, barely ousting the words. Na'ar looked at the soldiers and curled his lip in disgust at their petty anxiety. Leave. The both of you, he commanded. Now! The troops hurried away by taking long steps backwards. Lately he had begun to even dislike his own soldiers. They had no principle, no discipline. Even the ones who swore unmatched loyalty could be broken under certain circumstances. Not like the man he was observing in the monitors. The man who was dishonorably bound and injected with hallucinogens that deprived him of his powers. Nahar crossed his arms and brought up one hand, caressing his goatee, a habit he'd do when he was in deep thought. This is perhaps the lowest thing I've ever done in my life. Not a minute had passed since the attack on Zazaban when he didn't feel this way, when he began to doubt his zeal, when he questioned his own loyalty. He was becoming a man blinded by his own crimes. "Master," a voice came from behind. Nahar didn't turn around. He felt his student approach a great deal before the latter spoke. Mars took his place next to his superior. "We're making the final approach to Herodon. Yet that is not why you sought me. Speak what's on your mind." Mars looked over at Nahar in confusion, at his all-knowing master who always seemed to be able to read his mind. "Orion's ship was spotted on Cebalon too," he proclaimed with a hushed sigh. There was a moment of silence as the general processed the critical news given to him, news that both terrified and relieved him at the same time. Finally, he turned and looked up at his student. "So, he has survived," he said indifferently. Mars lowered his gaze and swallowed, evidently. Nahar looked away. "Zeph, of all the men I've known, none are more twisted." He clenched his fist in anger. "Every word of his is a pure lie, and every act he commits is according to his own selfish will." "You mean to say that Zeph's lying about his confrontation with Orion?" Nahar didn't reply, became quiet again, back to his thoughts. There was too much at stake. How did the situation veer itself out of control? But one thing was obvious. Orion's vengeance would be bitter. "They will come for him," he said, looking back at the screens. "Should I announce it?" Mars asked after a moment. Nahar cocked an eyebrow. "And scare the living hell out of the entire crew? I think not. I don't need panic. Do it discreetly. Tell them to take top security measures and double up on the sentries at every gate. Inform only the Centurions and have them prepared for action." "As you wish." Mars bowed slightly, but didn't leave. "Sir, if I may," he said after a brief second. "What is it?" Mars cleared his throat and said, "I feel at fault. Sage Duel is a great warrior, and to have him bound so is low?" "Yes, I agree," Nahar concurred. "Yet it is a necessary precaution for his safety as well as our own. He wouldn't be taken alive otherwise." At that instant, Nahar knew that he, in fact, was extenuating his own actions. "It simply stands against everything you've ever taught me. Against the Khazar-Delia. Now you're crossing the line, but no buts!" Nahar shot his student a furious glance. "We are at war, Mars, and he is the enemy. We must know the information he possesses. He is one of the main leaders of the revolution. They'll just execute him afterwards." "Perhaps," Nahar said. "Sedition is a major crime." Mars nodded and said, "Since when do governments decide the fate of a Tel-Khazar?" Nahar looked at Mars with an expression that said the young Xenian should refrain from asking too many questions. Mars closed his mouth. "Still," he said, looking into the monitor, "I would have loved to face him in fair combat and bring him to justice our way." "Heh!" Nahar chuckled, turning to fully face his bold pupil. "Don't be foolish, my student. You have proven yourself to be a great warrior, but now you're simply overconfident. He'd slice you in half before you'd even withdraw your sword." Mars restrained his speech, not daring to disagree with his master. "Make preparations," Nahar added, and began to walk away. "You're certain they'll come?" Mars called out. Nahar stopped and, without looking back, said, "I have no doubt." Mars watched his master walk away, then raised his arm and pushed a button on his wrist guard. "Sir?" a voice inquired. "Commander Hellion, Meet me at the bridge. Afterwards, he began to thread back and forth, looking at the screens. Damn it, he thought. Why couldn't they just kill him? Why did he fight against the Republic in the first place? As far as Mars was concerned, Duell was one of the most feared criminals in the galaxy, but now he realized that was what they told him. And here Duell was, in the flesh. He barely controlled the urge to find out Duell's opinion, to find the enemy's point of view, to ask him just why. A man fully clad in crimson armor approached and bowed. What is your command? Prepare your men, but do it in secrecy, Mars said. I don't want to upset the rest of the crew. You're expecting an attack? Might be a false alarm, but it's always better to be prepared. We must guard the captive at all costs. If an assault does occur, make sure to unleash the fury that is the Salazar Centurion. As you wish, my lord, the commander replied. Vincent was walking down a tunnel. At the very end of this dark path, probably more than a mile away, was a single source of bright blue light. He walked for minutes, hours, perhaps even days, but couldn't reach it. Every time he thought he was about to near it, the passageway would just extend further. Maybe I'm not moving at all, he thought. Gaunt people clothed in ripened, sullied rags, perched on the ground with their backs against the tunnel walls. Were they there a moment ago? Maybe they were. It's just I haven't been paying attention. All of them looked down, hiding their faces as if they were snickering at him for being lost. Vincent stopped by one of them, an old man with his head sunk in his lap. Excuse me, Vincent said. The man continued to sit, ignoring him. Where am I? Vincent insisted. How did I get here? Still no answer. Vincent put his hand on the man's shoulder, and in an instant the man looked up, revealing his horrifying face. His arid skin was stretched on his bones, and he was missing his lips, nose, and ears. But the most horrifying thing was that the man had no eyes, only two black pits in his orbital sockets. Why do you want to get out? The creature's horrible voice made Vincent shudder and take a step back. Stay here with us, the man continued. You put us here. Vincent was taken aback. What? Oh, you don't remember? Vincent glanced around and noticed that all of the people were now up and ominously stared at him with those eyeless faces. They blocked both pathways of the tunnel and began to encircle him, their arms outstretched. Vincent began to dash through that mob of zombies. They clawed his face, his arms, and his ankles, but he continued to push through, down the tunnel, towards the light. Vincent, wake up! Vincent opened his eyes to see Xander leaning over him. The sight of the Xenian reminded him that he was far away from home, yet at a far better location than that awful nightmare tunnel. We must go, the Xenian spoke in a hurry. Now! Vincent noticed that everyone was already dressed in their coats and Damocles carried several bags. How long was I out for? He mumbled, trying to regain his senses. About 30 minutes, Xander said. We have to hurry. There's no time. He threw up his hood and headed for the door, followed by the rest of the party. Only 30 minutes, Vincent muttered as he got up, put on his shades, and staggered after them. The loads of extraterrestrials continued strutting about the hotel. The number of security droids had nearly doubled, all of them seemingly searching for Vincent's new friends. The companions lowered their heads and hastened through one of the crowded passages with glass walls that displayed the city, where rivers of light caused by the constant traffic sustained their flow. Where are we headed? Vincent asked Spade while trying to keep up. Are we going to rescue this Duell guy now? He might be the only way for you to get back, Spade answered. He's being transferred to the Imperial Capital System. We must extract him before he arrives there. And if we don't move fast, we may never obtain another chance. Now quit asking questions and be quiet. We don't need any company. Vincent sighed, lowered his head, and quietly followed the eccentric aliens. He didn't care who Duell was, or this Orion for that matter. If I could only remember what happened aboard that godforsaken ship, he thought. Slowly, he began to understand that following this bunch could, and probably would, get him killed. But the realization that he didn't really have that much of a choice quickly came back. On the other hand, the thought of a tyrannical, star-spangling empire horrified him. Not him personally per se, but humanity. The fate of Earth was on his shoulders. That was too much responsibility for Vincent. He needed to get away, to find his way home before this republic did, and the only way was through these people. How ironic, he said quietly, remembering his complaints to Alex about how nothing ever happens. After a few hallways, the group ascended a flight of stairs to the roof. The roofs of most buildings were designed as platform pads and were lined with spacecraft. The ships were different in shape and magnitude. Some were as small as a van, while others were enormous, the size of planes. A few were more in terms of battleships, with a great number of cannons and rockets attached to their hulls. People went about their business, some departing, others arriving, while mechanics performed maintenance and refueled the vessels. Amazing, Vincent was impressed as he saw a horseshoe-shaped ship towering above them with hundreds of windows. That's nothing, Gaia commented. There are some cruisers that are miles long. Are all these ships built for space travel? He asked, not being able to take his gaze off the mechanical masterpiece. Most of them. Vessels as large as this can travel a distance of many light years without recharging. The antimatter core inside is probably larger than your fist. Are we about to go into light speed? Vincent looked at her, barely murmuring the question. Yes, but don't fear it, for each route is precisely calculated. It's just I've never traveled in space before. Well, apparently I did, but I don't recall a thing. The team stopped before a large vessel. Here we are, Spade said. The ship before them was nearly twice the size of the one that Vincent arrived in. Its bow was triangular with tinted windows. Wings extended to its sides, holding rockets and Gatling guns. 2 gun turrets were atop the ship, and a cannon was perched above the cockpit. 5 engines, each big enough to fit a moderately sized human, jutted out of the stern. After they rounded the ship to the back, Spade hit a switch on his remote, and the ramp lowered between the engines. Welcome to the Star Serpent, he proudly announced to Vincent as they began ascending. The fastest ship there is. The gangway led to a rectangular deck. A round table was bolted down in the middle, surrounded by tall stools. Cabinets filled with multiple books and gadgets, a refrigerator, and a monitor were alongside the right wall. Next to the cabinets was a thick door to a vault. 8 compartments were built into the opposite wall, evenly lined up over a couch. Peering closer, Vincent realized that those compartments were, in fact, sleeping bunks made for space travel. To the right of the couch was another door, this one seemingly a restroom, and next to it was a small window, providing a glimpse of the outside. Straight ahead was a ramp leading to the cockpit. Rungs protruded from the wall on either side of the ramp, accessing the gun turrets above. The deck itself seemed to be severely unkempt. Bags of food, empty bottles, electronics, clothes, and even a pair of dumbbells were scattered across the floor. A short droid on 3 wheels approached them. It had an elongated metal neck and a monitor for its head displaying a pair of bright lights. 4 limbs extended from its torso. Captain, it said to Spade, where are we headed? Herodon's system, Spade replied, going past the robot. Prepare the coordinates. The robot beeped and set its gaze on Vincent. Dagoneth is a very advanced droid, Gaia explained. He should store tons of valuable information. She reached down. Dagoneth. Have you ever seen species such as this man? She pointed to Vincent. Negative, the robot replied instantly. The likes of this creature's species, homeworld, or origin are unknown to my databank. Vincent scoffed. Surprising. Sorry, Gaia said, showing signs of shame at the fact that she still had doubts about Vincent's story and his alleged Earth. The group headed into the cockpit. There was little space inside between the 5 chairs and a curved panel. Alexander jumped into one of the front chairs and grabbed the controls. Okay, Spade, do your magic. The Dersalian took his place behind the helm and started to turn keys and knobs. Vincent sat into one of the 3 passengers' chairs behind those of the pilot and the first mate. He could barely control the childlike feeling of joy creeping up his spine. His situation and the headache no longer bothered him. Here was something that outweighed his worries. Here was more adventure. Everyone, strap on your belts, Spade shouted as a mighty engine roared. The panel lit up in multiple hues of neon green and red colors. Vincent looked around and couldn't find a harness of any sort. Lean back and push the button under your hand rest, Gaia said as she saw him struggling. As Vincent pushed the button, 2 belts slid out of the headrest and strapped into the chair by crossing over his chest. Cool, he whispered, looking at the strange material that was flexible with his every movement, similar to the belt in Space Jet. So much for you, the big guy said, gripping the handles. Vincent looked over and realized that Damocles wasn't wearing any belts due to his monstrous size. The star serpent lifted it off and gradually tilted up. Vincent's heart began tensely beating as he saw the rooftop move away. This is it, he mumbled under his breath. I am going to space, and without any of the strenuous training regimens that the astronauts endure for years before taking off. Not even wearing those humongous spacesuits. Just like that, I'm going to see the cosmos. Seconds later, the roof became the size of a plate. Vincent was getting sucked into his chair as Spade accelerated. He could barely turn his head to look down, but still struggled with every second to catch a glimpse of the planet from that height. Preparing to penetrate the atmosphere, Spade said. Engines check? Check, Alexander said. Boosters check. Just go. Hold on, Spade commanded and pulled the lever. The vessel boosted forward at an immense speed, causing Vincent to feel the force of the push in his stomach. The belt completely solidified, tightly enclosing around them. Sparks of the ship ripping through the atmosphere surrounded them, and then in an instant, everything went slow as if Spade had hit the brakes. But instead of flying forward, Vincent remained in his seat. He felt something he'd never felt before, a strange sensation of simplicity passing through his body. He was in space. Turn on the gravity, the big guy screamed as he was beginning to float over his chair. Alexander hit a few buttons, the feeling of weightlessness had disappeared, and Damocles came crashing down with a thud. Hey, be careful, you big idiot, Spade cried out. How many times have I told you to adjust his seat for me? Damocles replied in self-defense, positioning himself. Spade turned around furious. You've got your junk all over the ship and won't even take time to adjust it yourself? I'm the pilot, I'm the damn decorator. Stop this bickering, Alexander shouted without taking his eyes off the control board. What is it with you two? Vincent once again get dazed off from the rest of the group. He dazed outside the stars, random thoughts running in his mind. He already had too much for one day. Just one day. At least that's how much time he thought had passed. And here I am on my way to possible death or imprisonment with a bunch of aliens. His crew, the people around whom he was slowly beginning to feel comfortable, were in fact a bunch of suicidal maniacs. His lips formed a smile. My crew. Somehow he was forgetting they weren't human and seemed to look past that. This quick adaptation vaguely brushed him with fear, a fear that he'd never see home again. At the same time, he was wondering what explanation the government would inevitably come up with to explain his disappearance. Or perhaps they'll just keep it strictly confidential. Either way, no one would miss him. Adventurer. Thrill-seeker. The one who worked his entire life and made no time for relationships. Boredom made him pursue dangerous careers. Alex, his only friend, would probably lament a bit. But in the end, even he would keep his mouth shut. But the excitement of exploring the galaxy, the journey he longed for all these years, was on his doorstep. And that was his biggest dread, for Vincent was not ready for this. From up here, Sebulon 2 had another impressive view. There were few visible bodies of water, and the majority of the landmass was lit by its massive cities, which were larger than most of Earth's countries. The thousands of ships soared to and from the planet. The setting sun disappeared in the distance as it illuminated the surface of the other planet, Sebulon 1. It's so advanced, Vincent told Gaia, looking down at the wonders. It's the melting pot of the galaxy, she replied. The Sebulon systems were discovered hundreds of years ago. 2 planets with an adequate amount of oxygen and no intelligent life. So I'm assuming whoever found it didn't let nature take its time? She nodded and explained. During the rule of the Galactic Federation, before the Republic, there wasn't anyone to claim these planets. The rich folks from every corner flew here to open trade. The first planet, Sebulon 1, is an exotic getaway heaven. One of the most beautiful in the galaxy with its crystal ocean and pristine fields. Only the wealthy can afford to live in that world. Sebulon, too, on the other hand, was a place where gambling was legalized for the nobility of its sister planet. Now it's the mega system we see today, a place where more than 1,000,000,000,000 tourists flock annually. She paused, glancing down at the planet, and then added, because of its vastness, the Republic can't control who's entering or leaving. With time, every criminal, pirate, and smuggler found their refuge on Sebulon too. Hence, it's a perfect place for rebels to convene, Vincent said. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling, betraying the smile that she tried to conceal. Yes, she replied, among thieves and brigands. Everyone hold on, Spade said, pressing the screen of a thin monitor. We're preparing to jump into hyperspace. Hyperspace. That word sounded to Vincent like the winning chime to someone who plays slots in a casino. Dagonet has a destination locked, Alexander said. Herodon. Is that far? Vincent asked. Several light years. Spade jumped in to answer the question. It shouldn't take us more than a few hours. He grabbed the control arm and pulled it back. Here we go. The ship began to vibrate. Then, the planet outside, the stars and the vessels froze in place and were slowly being rubbed away, leaving blotted trails of light behind as if a watercolor painting was being washed off. Vincent was transfixed in a seat without even being able to turn his head. A spiral light, a wormhole of some sort, began taking shape in front of them, and then the stars disappeared and they entered the spiraling void. After a few seconds, the pressure stopped and the big man got up. I hate flying, he said. Let's gather around the deck, Alexander said. Dagonet, inform me if there are any more problems, Spade told the droid that attached itself to the wall beside the crew. Vincent didn't believe what he was experiencing. He continued staring blankly at the wormhole, at the energy waves and lines of light that twirled around their ship. He unbuckled his belt and neared the window. They were bending space. It was unbelievable. Saturn! Alexander cried from the cabin. Get over here! As everyone gathered around, Alexander placed a round device atop the table that displayed a rate projection. The image was that of a spaceship that looked like an aircraft carrier. It was not even 2 feet in total length, but it was detailed meticulously, displaying the ship's numerous towers, cannons, docks, and a superstructure that was in the shape of a triple-layered pyramid. The Nomad, Alexander explained, the flagship of General Na'ar. He paused for a second, clenching his jaw as he pronounced that name. At last, he thought, I'll finally get to meet that bastard. At last, I'll be able to engage in a conflict I've been anticipating my entire life. Damocles cleared his throat. Continue, he said, breaking the silence. There is no possible way we can fly our ship in sight without being detected. They'll hit the magnetic beam, and we'll share the same fate as Duel. We must not fail, or else we can say goodbye to this movement of ours. Therefore, we must leave the serpent on a planet and sneak inside the carrier through the loading zone. As he spoke, he moved his index finger across the image, and it zoomed into the back of the ship. Na'ar's quarters and the control room are not so far from the docks. That's undoubtedly where they're hiding the prisoner. Damocles, Saturn, and I will go in there and intercept them. Spade, you will go here to find the location of the beam in that portion. He pointed his finger and brought up a different section. Set up time detonators in the area and some in the bays along the way. By the time you're done, they should raise the alarm. Then find your way down to the main bay and get one of the smaller fighter ships, one big enough to fit us all. If all goes according to plan, we shall rendezvous with you there at the precise time. The room fell quiet with everyone staring at Alexander as if he were crazy. Wait a minute, Spade said, raising his hand. Wait a minute. How do I actually get one of the ships? He winced. What are they, cruiser dealers? Should I also make sure the ship has Laurentian leather seats? You know as well as I do that you've hacked into those types of fighters before, Alexander raised his voice. Yeah, like 6 years ago, before they modified them. They produce a new batch every year. Alexander brought up his hand and rubbed his eyes with his forefinger and thumb, calmly stating, "This is serious, Spade. We've no other choice. We must do this." Okay, Spade argued, beginning to pace. "You don't think I know that. But you make it sound so easy, X, just like Duel. Do you think they'll just let us waltz in there and get them?" "No, we sneak in, contact your affiliate on Herodon, and formulate a plan." "Right." Spade agreed and reached for the electronic device on his belt, but stopped at the last second. "What about the legion of troops on the ship? Hundreds of Centurion commandos. And I'm not even talking about the two Tel'Khazar. Plus, it's well over a mile from Nahar's quarters to the docking bay. What do you plan to do? Run there carrying Duel along?" "Well, I guess we'll have to hurry then, huh?" Alexander grated. "We must do all of this in a matter of minutes before they enter hyperspace. Once we're outside, you'll blow up the detonators. It should give us enough time to come back to the planet where we switch ships and head to Urton." "That sounds like a good plan," Damocles concurred. "Sounds like suicide to me," Vincent said, fully aware that nobody cared about his opinion. "It doesn't calculate," Spade insisted. "There won't be enough time. We can certainly sneak in, but getting out will be the hard part. They'll blast us off before you reach the docks." "And where am I through all of this?" Gaia spoke. "Remaining on a ship?" "We must ensure your safe delivery to Orton," Alexander said. "We cannot risk you getting caught." "My safe delivery? And what then? Await Orton's doom?" "Is it because I'm a woman? I cannot believe this bigotry. We must work together." "Well, what do you have in mind, Your Highness?" Spade asked sarcastically. "Please enlighten us." Gaia straightened and said, "Hoverbikes?" "Hoverbikes? Every Imperial carrier is loaded with them," Alexander added. "What do you propose?" "One can activate those bikes to follow the leader on autopilot," she continued. 3 bikes should suffice. Let me come with you, and I'll make sure they'll be there in time for us to get Duel. Then we can make Spade at the docks." Spade scoffed, crossing his arms and leaning on a table. "And how do you suppose you do all of this without breaking a nail?" With a sudden movement, Gaia pulled out a small pistol and pushed the barrel into Spade's chest. It was completed with such swiftness that not one of them could see from where she produced the weapon. "I'm like my father in every way," she said coldly. "Don't be fooled by my formal attire, Dersalian. I've killed men smarter and funnier than you." "You've lost your damn mind," Spade muttered as the fingers on his right hand began nervously twitching. At first, his eyes were filled with bewilderment, then with anger, and then with denial. How could a noble brat throw a weapon so fast? On him, of all people! "Stow your weapon, Princess," Alexander said. "Spade has underestimated you. He has underestimated you a great deal." "I'm coming with you," Gaia said, lowering her gun. "Whether you like it or not," she added, looking at Spade. "I've heard of your heroic deeds," the blonde Xenian eased. "I believe you can help." "So you'll take me with you?" Alexander nodded. "Yes, but you must not be caught." "You crazy?" Spade exclaimed. "She'll get us all killed. Do you have any better suggestions?" "Damn it, kid." Spade turned around. He walked through the slit window and stared outside. "This is too much for me, I swear," he muttered, clasping his forehead. He paced around for a few more seconds and then turned to Gaia. "We already rescued you one time. Do not get caught again, please." It was all like an interstellar circus to Vincent. The companions were in altercation over the forthcoming mission and continued screaming at one another while he just stood there enjoying the show. Spade was the eldest of the group. Although he was a carefree daredevil, he seemed to be worried about his younger subordinates. There was a prudent warrior beneath the Dersalian's mask of frivolity. He wanted to make sure everything would go according to plan and that every safety precaution had been carefully thought of. Damocles was silent as ever, standing behind his brother, who calmly staged the task as if it were mere work in the park. Gaia looked her most beautiful, defiant, tall and proud, with the fierce look of a fighter in her eyes. Her crazy antics surprised everyone. She was a combination of beauty and deadliness. Vincent didn't realize he was once again staring at this alien woman when she turned and met his gaze. It was as if she felt that someone was looking at her. Their eyes connected for a fraction of a second, and a thin smile appeared on her lips. Vincent was struck. He couldn't turn away, so he just smiled in return. A feeling of seizure gripped his stomach as she looked away to continue her argument. He sighed in relief. If she hadn't looked away right then, he would have helplessly continued gawking at her like some adolescent fool. "Saturn, do you have guns?" Alexander woke from his daydreaming. "What?" "Guns! Do you have guns on your planet?" "Yes," Vincent replied. "Guns galore. We've the largest selection of weapons that I can possibly think of." "Good. It'll definitely spare me some time. Just make sure you'll shoot." "Oh, I'll shoot," Vincent said with confidence. They were going to arm him. After all, they began to trust him. But they wanted him to kill. Aliens, maybe, but kill nevertheless. He then realized he'd have to kill. Perhaps even someone who's just doing their job. A guard at the wrong place at the wrong time. But pity and hesitation seemed like symbols of weakness at such moments. He had to rid himself of these emotions and get back home, no matter the odds. While Vincent went to the cockpit, the twins led Vincent to the vault door at the right side of the cabin. Damocles pressed certain keypads on a monitor in its middle, and the door opened with a hiss. There was a small room behind, its walls flanked with weapons, guns, grenades, rocket launchers, armor, and many other bizarre gadgets. 2 large chests, probably filled with ammunition, were stacked in a corner. Damocles grabbed one of the rifles from a wall and approached Vincent. "Here." The big man extended the weapon, handle first. Vincent reached for the gun, seeing from the corner of his eye that Alexander was in a stance, ready to slice him in half if he made the wrong move. The gun was large, but weighed less than 5 pounds due to the weightless metal it was made of. It was in the shape of a machine gun with one support handle from one side and the other with a trigger from the bottom. A scope was atop along with a tiny screen displaying hundreds of blue blocks, the weapon's capacity. The SW-500, Alexander described his weapon. The model is one of the best rifles in the universe. It holds 500 rounds in its plasma pack, can be set to automatic or semi-automatic, and can also be switched from a regular blaster to a mega blaster, in which case it eats up more energy. "How accurate is it?" Vincent asked. "More accurate than your primitive weapons. It'll do its job. Just make sure to fire at the target if we do get company. God help you if you falter." Vincent ignored the Xenian and continued to admire the gun. Spade approached them. "We shall enter the system within an hour or so," he stated, smiling as he saw Vincent's childish behavior. "Everything's been taken care of. Now our ship should be docking at the Herodon spaceport. Once we land, a friend of the Revolution awaits to help us infiltrate it." "The Revolution?" Vincent whispered to Gaia. "There are thousands of systems that secretly rebel against the Republic," she explained. "Our movement is known as the Revolution. Some of us even serve on the Galactic Council, but with limited ways of communicating with each other in order to join a massive strike and overthrow the dictators in charge. Even with all this technology, the Republic possesses weapons capable of wiping out entire systems," she said with a sigh. "Zeph, the sadistic generalissimo, hunts down members of the Revolution and kills them. We live in fear and hide, and whenever one of us strikes, the other systems knows that they are not alone in this cause." Her voice was full of pain and sorrow, even though she continually tried to hide her emotions. Instead, she spoke with a deep devotion to her goal. "How long has this been going on?" Vincent was still trying to comprehend the idea of an empire that had a galaxy in a vice grip. Prior to the formation of the Republic, there were a series of conflicts. Over 40 years ago, when the Federation was falling apart, the intergalactic war began, the Great War that lasted for decades. She looked into the corner, recalling the tragic events from her early childhood that made her who she is today. Billions of lives perished during that war. She glanced at him again. After years of fighting, this regime was formed. The greedy imperial vassals quickly divided the galaxy into sections and installed their dictators. For the past 20 years, we've been fighting out of the shadows, hoping that more will take action to support our cause. Vincent didn't notice how the twins and Spade had left the deck, for Gaia was actually providing him with some answers. She squinted, staring away again, her mind somewhere else. A dangerous game I involved myself in. He placed the gun on one of the cabinets before he accidentally shot it. Why do you fight? He finally asked a question that had been on his mind for some time. She paused, making Vincent regret his inquiry. She tightened her lips, suppressing the disturbing memory, then faced him again and said, because of my father, who was the king of the Xenian Baltian nations and one of the first founders of this republic. He was deceived by a lie. Because of his insubordination towards colonizing and slavery, he was accused of being a traitor. She paused again. I'm the last survivor of my royal family. I studied and achieved a prominent position on the Galactic Council, hiding my true heritage. I fought against injustices, but this corrupted system won't budge. Lies, intimidation, and bribery are keeping the galaxies in prison. She took a deep breath and shrugged. Thus, I decided to take things into my own hands and got myself into trouble. Vincent was amazed by her. At first he thought she was some royal maiden in distress, just as Spade did, but now he was beginning to realize that she was more of a fighter he saw a few minutes earlier. What happened? He asked. On a recent mission, my convoy and I were ambushed. They were trying to take me out of the picture to silence me. I wouldn't be alive if the twins didn't come to my rescue. What was the mission? He continued, bombarding her with questions. A diplomatic venture that could have saved an entire planet. Planet Urton, she briefly stated, hesitating on discussing the operation. Nevertheless, I managed to gather some information vital to our goal. I wanted to discuss this with Orion and Duell, but now, well, you see what happened. She walked away again. After all, it was her fault that Galadan contacted Orion. Although she had nothing to do with the situation of Zezaban, she did feel responsible for separating the two masters from the twins and Spade. Vincent leaned on the table. Then I'm glad I found you guys, he said. That's right. Her face lit up again. In time you will start to consider that it wasn't a mere accident that brought you to us. I'm sorry, but I still have a hard time believing that, he replied. He shook his head and looked away. Do you know what I find funny? He said after a long moment. What? That back home my worries were so mundane, like getting stuck in traffic or deciding on a meal, and now that I see all of this, it makes my life seem so miserable and pointless. Don't say that, she said with a tone of encouragement. You seem to be taking this all very well, with patience and no fear. In time you'll find your home. And once the Republic crumbles, your world can be introduced to all of this. Imagine what we can accomplish by working together. She spoke so freely that it actually soothed him down a bit. He began thinking of the future she described. Flying cars, light speed, Earth's first contact. Maybe all of our nations will finally start fighting between each other, once we realize that we're not alone. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't realize that she stepped real close to him. You look so much like us, she said, a look of curiosity on her face. She scrutinized him, and then stretched her hand out toward his long hair. May I? Sure, he uncomfortably said. It feels just like our hair and is also brown, she said, lightly brushing her fingers through his hair. Then, in a mere second, she realized what she was doing and snatched her hand away. Her facial expression changed from inquisitive to defensive. Vincent felt awkward. Did I scare you? No, it's my fault. I didn't mean to look at you like you were some kind of animal. He smiled. It's alright, I'm already used to it. As I've mentioned before, I'm a human, the dominant species of my planet Earth. And do all humans look like you? Well, anatomically, yes, he explained, but we differ physically. We come in shades lighter than that of mine to darker than Spade's, with eyes and hairs of different colors. Interesting. And do all of your people live in harmony? In most parts of the world, yes, Vincent said, loving the idea of finally having to explain something. My world split up into over 100 different countries, each made up of different people. He paused and then asked, "What about Xenia?" "Xenon," she corrected. "Right now, it is a single planet split into different states. But there are still tensions between our races. Xenians differ by the color of our hair. The Krens are Sincarian, hence they have black hair. Baltians, such as I, have brown. And there are also others, blue and silver hairs." "Wow," he mused, but then pointed out, "How come Xander's blonde then?" "Oh, Xander. His case is very rare. It's 1 in a billion. There are only a handful of Xenians in history to have blonde hair." Vincent nodded. "There are so many different species I saw today," he then said. "It was like I stepped into a fairy tale." "In tens of thousands," she replied. "There are races that are hominids or primates, like you and I. There are amphibians, reptiles, canines, and pretty much any organism you can think of." "I'd love to visit them all," Vincent said, trying to fathom the existence of such worlds. The planets, I mean. She smiled. Her eyes sparkled when she smiled, Vincent noticed. "Maybe you will one day," she said. Xander entered the cabin. "Princess," he said, "we need to discuss your strategy." He then looked over at Vincent and added, "Let the caveman mull over on his own." "We'll talk later, Vincent," she said, and followed the Xenian. Caveman. The word fit him perfectly. Vincent went up to the small window and stared out at the void of stars. End chapter. Chapter 5. Skies over Herodon. The planet's atmosphere was full of smoke clouds with visible patches of its reddish-brown surface. Millions of lights, some so bright that their rays pierced through the thick fabric of smoke, were rampant throughout most of the landmass, showing signs of yet another advanced civilization. A blue sun appeared in the distance, creeping up on its gloomy world. Spade navigated the serpent through the wall of smoke, gradually descending into one of the cities. Vast traffic made up of thousands of vessels materialized all around them. Every single advanced thing Vincent had witnessed in the past few hours was nothing compared to this showcase of technology. Aside from the multitude of smaller vessels that he saw on Sebulon, some of these ships were more massive than the largest of our supercarriers, resembling naval destroyers full of gun turrets, bayports for smaller fighter jets, and superstructures at their stern in the shape of a pyramid. "Imperial carriers," Gaius said. "How big are those things?" Vincent asked as they passed under one of the monstrosities. It was the biggest piece of machinery he had ever seen. A cold feeling coursed through him as he stared at its magnificence. Nearly a mile long. Before Gaia could open her mouth, Spade jumped into the conversation due to the fact that the subject was about ships. "And we're headed for the biggest one of them all." "It's not the biggest one," Damocles argued. "You're gonna tell me about that, musclehead?" Spade snapped. "Don't you think I ought to know better?" "Eternity's the largest ship," the big man said calmly. Spade paused for a second. "I knew that," he then responded. "I meant the biggest one on the planet as of now." "Whatever," Damocles chuckled, and then added, "I saw you hesitate." Spade turned around. "Me? Hesitate? Why, Will you two shut up?" Xander yelled out and slammed his fist on the control panel, creating a huge dent. "Damn it, boy, you've lost your damn mind," Spade cried out hysterically. The big man leaned forward and placed his hand on his brother's shoulder. "X, calm down. We're just joking around." "You're not taking anything seriously!" Xander roughly pushed his brother's hand away. "Duel's captured, grandfather's missing, maybe even dead, and you frivolously joke around." "Don't you dare say that," the big man shouted. "Well, you're the one who believes he's human. You're the one who was shocked when he said he saw lights, Damocles. Lights! Don't you know what happens to someone like us when we die?" The laconic giant boiled with rage. "Shut up!" The thick veins on his neck and arms filled with blood as he formed a fist. "Save it for them." Xander calmed down, pointing at the enemy ship. "We have to get Duel first, and then the truth will reveal itself," he added, feeling guilty for upsetting his ever-tranquil brother. "As I said, I found him unconscious." Spade bobbed his head in Vincent's direction. Perhaps Orion still remains on his home planet? Then why is he here? Why would Orion send his stranger here without any answers? Perhaps the vessel was lost and ended up on my planet? Vincent decided to speak for himself. Or perhaps your people have him confined and sent you instead. Alexander turned around in his seat, pointing his finger in Vincent's face. And how do we know the Republic's not aware of our arrival? Okay, enough. Spade raised his voice. When I finally decide to shut up, you guys start. We all know Vincent's story. There's no point arguing any longer. Let's just do what we came here for, step by step. And then he added to Alexander, and you're gonna fix the panel once we get back to Tetraxenes. Alexander turned away and remained quiet, deep in his thoughts. Indeed, they were only there to rescue Duell. But where was Orion? He tried to subside himself by ensuring that Duell would provide them with an answer, but he was also afraid of what that answer may be. It may very well be the thing that was on his mind when he first saw this stranger. Patience, he told himself. I know it's hard, but I must be patient. The view was clearer once the ship got past the polluted layer of the atmosphere. The city looked like a gigantic factory. Power plants, derricks, deep mines, and oil rigs made up much of the environment. Lines of cooling towers disappeared far into the horizon, exhausting smoke that blackened the sky. The light from the burning hot metal and the numerous lava pits mixed in with the smoky clouds, giving the planet an eerie orange hue. The lifelessness of machinery reached such an extent that there was not a single body of water or a piece of greenery in sight. Planet Herodon, Gaia said as they looked down at the planet's twisted facade. The energy haven on this side of the galaxy and a victim of constant traffic as ships either refuel or alter their course. That's a lot of fuel, Vincent said, gesturing at the factories. The pride of the Republic, providing the rich with energy while the poor die, she explained. The natives were primitive, barely reaching the Stone Age when they were enslaved. It was a beautiful planet once, until the Imperials began building the factories and forcing the indigenous population into slavery. She sighed and quietly muttered, "The glory of the Republic, and the destruction of a planet in mere 30 years. She then straightened and continued, "Over the past few decades, nearly every living thing died on this planet, as well as most of the Herodonians. No one will remember them. They never had a chance." "Is the air breathable?" he asked, noticing the people outside wearing some sort of headgear. "Yes, but only for short periods of time. It's essential we wear a lung filter." "A lung filter?" "Well," she paused in loss of words. "It's a device. You'll see." "You sure he'll be there?" Alexander asked Spade. "This Servius character?" "He should already be there," the Dersalian replied, and then muttered, "He better be there." "I noticed a blue star," Vincent said, gazing at the emerging sun. "The supermassive stars," Gaia responded. "They're thousands of times as powerful as normal yellow ones. That is why Herodon is the 19th planet from it." "Incredible," he said. "I remember reading about those, but never thought I'd actually see one." As they passed the oil plants, the spaceports spread out before them. Even more ships were teeming here, flying in every direction without any order, as if they were thousands of metal bees upon a monstrous hive. There was not a landing spot on the ground due to the constant traffic, and just like in Sebulon, the roofs of the buildings were jam-packed with vessels. "There are so many of them," Damocles said, looking at the Imperial carriers that passed by them, one more awful than the other. "The brunt of the Solazar fleet," Alexander said. "They travel with the Nomad." They were in the den of the beast, but they had no choice. They had to rescue Duell. Spade pointed ahead. "There it is." An enormous ship was docked some distance in front of them. It was pretty much designed like regular carriers, only at a much bigger scale, with a triple-layered pyramid atop its stern. It was a ship they had studied in a hologram, but its presence in the real world, towering over the rest of the city, was a whole different sight. They approached the carrier from behind, passing by its giant engines. Dozens of smaller vessels patrolled its perimeter, and countless machines carried containers to and from its docking bays located in its lower portions. "Don't get too close," Alexander cautioned. The shadow of the dreadnought engulfed the Star Serpent as they passed by its structure. The entire crew fell silent as they observed the sheer might of the Republic, the only sound being the beeping noise from the robot. Vincent felt a lump in his throat as he was instilled with fear. "The Nomad?" he whispered to Gaia. She simply nodded in return. Vincent looked up at the ship's pyramid that grazed the clouds, trying to imagine the power that behemoth must require. Spade began to steer away. "Dock it facing east," Alexander pointed at one of the buildings not too far away from their destination. It was a 20-story round edifice located on the outskirts of the spaceport, its roof big enough to fit 2 of their ships. "Let's go," Alexander said, hastening out of his chair as Spade maneuvered the Serpent to land. He then turned around to the rest of the crew and warned, "Put on your hoods. We definitely don't want to be recognized here. Unlike Sebulon, this place is swarming with Imperials and mercenaries who might get smart ideas." Once the ship safely landed, they followed Alexander. Damocles and Gaia assisted Vincent on how to put on the so-called lung filter, a small device with an extended tube that was forked for the insertion into the vestibules of the nose. "It purifies the contaminated air," Gaia explained as Vincent studied the peculiar object, separating oxygen from carbon dioxide. "It works for several hours, but we don't plan on being here any longer than that." Vincent attached the device to his belt and inserted the tubes into his nose. He then threw on the hooded jacket, retained his glasses, and joined the group at the back of the cabin. Damocles carried a bag, seemingly filled with weapons. This time he wore a hooded poncho over his broad shoulders. Alexander covered his hair in a bandana and lowered his hood, concealing his face and his unique blonde features. Gaia shrouded herself in a coat, and Spade was empty-handed with the exception of the revolvers that clanged under his long leather jacket. "Here we go." Spade hit a switch, and the gate opened, lowering the ramp onto the rooftop where a strange-looking robed creature awaited them. The creature was a reptilian humanoid with squamous crimson skin. He had a flat nose which nearly blended with his face, his nostrils being just 2 slits above his upper lip. Instead of hair, he had long golden spikes extending from the top of his head and nearly cut over his yellow eyes. He slightly hunched, and the back of his robes bulged out, indicating that he had a tail. "We must hurry," the creature said with a sibilant voice. His teeth were razor sharp, and his tongue was like that of a snake. "Are we late?" Spade asked, passing by the creature. "They'll leave in half an hour," the reptilian replied, disregarding the rest of the group and walking alongside their Salian. "They are nearly complete with the refueling process. The electric maintenance team was scheduled to be there 20 minutes ago." "Relax, Servilis. That's more than enough time." The creature rushed ahead to one of the roof accesses. "Come on!" "Are they taken care of?" Alexander asked. "Who?" the reptile asked. "The maintenance team." "Yes, we got them," the creature replied, throwing Vincent a baffling look. "But we only have 4 uniforms," he added. "Then one of us must stay," Spade said, first looking at Gaia, then at Vincent. "Oh, stop," Alexander retorted. "We need everyone besides the human, but honestly, I'd rather die than let him out of my sight." "You'll have to figure out a way to sneak me in then," Vincent spoke for himself, which made his alien companion stare at him in disbelief. He didn't seem hesitant about it and just boldly said the last statement. He was tired of all this crap. The sight of that carrier made him realize that he'd more than likely not make it out of here alive. "Huh," Alexander scoffed, a smile appearing on his ever-irascible face. "Perhaps I have underestimated you, Vincent of Saturn. But worry not. We shall get on that ship together, and then we'll see whether you are what you say you are." Vincent exhaled and followed the group, realizing that their full trust undeniably required some bloodshed. The reptile led the party down the roof access. After 20 stories and hundreds of decaying steps, they exited the building. The air, a sickening cocktail of kerosene, methane, and gasoline, entered their lungs, forcing both Vincent and Gaia to spastically cough even though they wore the purifier. The streets were paved with black asphalt and stained with tar and oil spills that occurred on a daily basis. Thousands of different creatures and robots made their way to and from the spaceport, and the sly vendors found their ways into the corners, soliciting the public. Bikes and small jets hovered above the crowd in multiple directions. Alexander nudged Vincent, who was once again awestruck by the countless unknown things. "Head down," he warned. "You should have seen him on Cebalon," Spade began, but then became quiet, lowering his head. In front of them, marching amid the mass, was a large group of men armed to the teeth. They were dressed in dark blue outfits topped with metallic armor. A thoroughly designed chest protector covered their upper torsos. Pads covered their limbs and joints, and a round helmet with a visor covering their eyes was atop their heads. Their jaws and the upper portions of their necks were the only visible parts, and to Vincent they looked human. Servius veered to the right, followed by the rest of the group, trying to inconspicuously go around the brigade. The armed squad cursed and shoved their way through the crowd, going past the companions without throwing them a second look. "Imperial soldiers," Gaia whispered as the gunmen were afar. As she mentioned that, Vincent began to notice them everywhere, nearly in every corner. They were mostly dressed in the same outfit, with a few differentials in the color of the uniform, perhaps due to rank. But they all shared a common trait, an emblem of a triangle within a circle, the insignia of the Imperial Republic. The group continued down the street towards the Nomad, a portion of which loomed on the visible horizon between the rows of buildings. Despite the constant warnings of not acting like a dumbfounded child, a handle Spade came up with, Vincent continued gawking at the numerous combat vehicles that passed by. There were levitating machines with over a dozen cannons, tanks operating atop a number of rubber spheres, making them versatile in any rough terrain, and robots in the shapes ranging from those of a human to giant insects, up to several stories in size and covered in weapons. A horde of soldiers marched alongside the war machines, ensuring their safety as they were transferred to and from the battleships. The Reptilian turned into an alley with stashed piles of metal and spills covering portions of the ground. The passage led them to an immense construction site, which was one of the few empty spaces of land on this planet, expanding to nearly a square mile. Heads down, they swiftly marched across to the opposite end. Sounds of machinery resonated from the left, where countless workers were building the foundation of its future structure. Vincent raised his hand to shield from the sun and looked over at the source of the sound. A grandiose round robot, perhaps 100 feet in height, was among the workforce, sun rays gleaming on its metallic casing. Half a dozen limbs extended from its body, each ending in the shape of a different contrivance. It rigorously used its limbs to do the work, producing painstaking noises that drove Vincent insane. As the party passed by, the robot stopped its work and turned its head, lifeless and dull, like that of a worrisome machine. "A little further," Servius said, as they reached the path on the other side. The short passage flowed into another boulevard. The left side led downhill to the airport, where the long body of the Nomad was still visible. The view was somehow breathtaking. The pallid orange sky, the airstrip below, overlapping catwalks from the buildings, the flying vehicles, and a flowing crowd of different creatures. The Reptilian then led them across a busy street to an underground entrance. The staircase was wide, accommodating large groups of people heading in either direction, along with panhandlers lining the walls and harassing the passerby. The staircase went deeper and deeper. Eventually, after descending for a quarter of a mile, the group entered an enormous cavern. "Nice," Vincent whispered at yet another marvelous sight. The cavern was easily as large as 2 football stadiums and twice as deep. Its walls were flanked with dwellings, their beacons lighting the quarry along with a sun-like mega-lamp that hung in the middle of its rocky ceiling. Their path was cut into the wall, spiraling all the way down to the base. A metal balustrade lined up the edges of the path, making sure some poor soul wouldn't fall into the chasm, and a number of bridges ran across, providing a quick access to the other side. "How much further?" Spade asked before Alexander could open his mouth. "Almost there." The Reptilian turned left and approached one of the structures built in the wall. He neared the entry and slid his hand into an opening to its left. The door opened and everyone rushed in. The establishment was a store, an antique shop, to be more precise, full of gadgets and items the reptilian had collected over the years, levitating clocks, robotic pets, urns, plates, and tons of odd sundries. Locking up the door, Servius guided everyone to the back of the shop, down a staircase, and into a small room. The room was dimly lit by old fluorescent lights attached to its ceiling by cords. Tables, lamps, and numerous devices were piled up in one corner, while 4 creatures sat in the other one, stripped of their clothes and tied up to each other by a gleaming rope. They were bigger than the average human, covered in light brown fur, with feline features and a tail that stuck out through their undergarments. They indifferently looked up at the group and then began muttering between each other. Beside them was a green man in a trench coat, sitting comfortably in a rocking chair with a long rifle in his hands. He had large pointy ears pierced with globe earrings, slanted eyebrows, and yellow eyes. His hair was tied in a top knot. He had one leg over the other and rocked back and forth, throwing the companions a smirking look. "Shut it!" said a deep voice. The feline aliens fell quiet, and a big creature stepped out of the shadows behind the sitting man. He was a purple alien, somewhat shorter than Damocles, but twice as wide because of his humongous belly and arms with hands big enough to clasp a basketball. He had a large head, tiny blue eyes, a massive jaw, a small nose, and holes on either side of his head instead of ears. A tattoo covered the left side of his face. "Grenold!" Spade said, recognizing the stocky giant. "Looks like your handiwork." He glanced over at the cat creatures, which continued staring at them with those impassive eyes. "Ah, Captain Spade." The creatures shook the Dersalian's hand like a grown man shaking the hand of an infant. "They don't pose much of a challenge anymore." "If you're bored," Damocles said, "then maybe you ought to hang out with us a bit more." "Now this guy," Griddle threw his arm over Damocles' shoulder, "could make me break a sweat any day." "Nah, Grenold," the big man blushed. "It wouldn't be fair." "This guy," Grenold said, chuckling. "Spade, you're going to get yourself killed hanging out with this bunch. The price on your head escalates every day." "Oh, those damn bounty hunters," Spade replied. "We just ran into several of them on Sebulon." "The bounty hunters aren't the only problem," the green alien said. "Word is that the conglomerate itself has put a price on your head." His voice was shrill, with a tone of mockery. "Really?" Spade dubiously looked over at Grenold. "I don't think so, my Sabellian friend," he said, and then clenched his jaw and added, "And you should not speak of matters that don't concern you." "Costabon Kane," Grenold introduced the green stranger, "my new partner and co-pilot." The alien nodded, still retaining his arrogant sneer. "You can't trust everyone nowadays, Grenold," Spade said, not taking his gaze away from the green man. He maintained a smile, but his companions knew that their stallion was livid on the inside. "I vouch for him, Cap," Grenold said, feeling uneasy. "Besides, we got the job done." "On such short notice, I might add," Kane said, defiantly staring back at Spade. "And I do hope we get compensated soon." "Come on, Cap," Grenold went in defense of his friend before Spade blasted him away. "Costabon's a stand-up guy. We recently came from Durasali and it's just, well, you know, you're a legend there. People talk this and that." Spade cooled down and then smiled. "Very well then." He smiled because he knew. Oh yes, he knew. He knew he could have planted a hole between Kane's eyes before the latter could even raise his rifle. "Grenold, remind your new friend to mind his manners the next time he meets strangers," he said, turning to the purple giant, "and I shall transfer the funds into Servius' account within minutes." There was a second of awkward stillness, during which Kane simply grinned. "Well?" Alexander finally spoke, breaking the silence, impatiently looking at the reptilian. "Here are the clothes," Servius said, going to the corner. "I hope they fit you, my friend," he added to Damocles as he brought back a stack of clothes. Xander clutched his stack. Okay then, let's hurry. Gaia grabbed one of the uniforms and headed upstairs. As the rest of the group took off their coats, Servius, the late maintenance team, and the two mercenaries began staring at Vincent. He's a mutie, Spade said. Is he a Xenian mutant? Servius asked. That's none of your business, Xander intervened. As the twins took off their coats, Vincent noticed that they were already dressed in a black outfit with combat boots and fingerless gloves. A belt full of daggers with a blaster was around their waist, and a sword was concealed on their back. The reptilian shrugged. It's just, I've never seen anyone like him, he explained, his surprising reaction, continuing to stare at Vincent. What of them? Grenell gestured at the feline creatures. Let them go once we complete our task, Xander replied, going through the weapons bag. But they saw our faces! The reptilian panicked. And now the precise location of your little novelty store, Kane instigated. Xander stood up, looking at Servius and Kane. They're not soldiers. There's no honor in killing innocent people. Honor? Kane scoffed. Xander frowned. You will let them go and burn this place down. Burn the place? Servius exclaimed. Yes, burn it, Xander said, and then turned to the Dersalian. Spade? Spade pulled out his handheld device and showed its screen to the reptile. Transfer's complete. The creature shut his mouth and charitably bowed before the blonde. As you wish. Wait a minute. Spade shoved Servius aside and went to the pile of junk in the corner. He grabbed the handle of what seemed to be a large cart and gave it a tug, scattering the junk all over the room. He then whirled around on one heel and said, I think I've got a plan. End chapter. Chapter 6. The Nomad. 2 sentries stood guard outside the cargo entrance at the stern of the ship. The task they were given was the envy of the rest of the crew, virtually lacking any responsibility other than standing around and keeping an open eye. But, like everything else in the universe, even such a post ultimately becomes a victim of laziness. Being a guardian soldier of General Naar's warship at first sounded like a prominent position, but after days and days of the same routine, it had become a killer, leaving the guards fragile and ignorant. The only actions they ever witnessed were occasionally fending off spaceport bums or chasing away prying kids. Did you hear about the new PR 1700? Said one of them, sitting on a metal crate and polishing his rifle with a cloth. Yeah, replied the other, looking out for commanding officers. The one that holds 1,700 rounds and spits 20 per second? That's fast, the former continued. I'd love to get my hands on one of those. With it, you could wipe out an entire battalion devoid of recharging. The latter scoffed. You've got a long way till that promotion. Not as long as you. Like we're ever going to use it anyway, the standing guard said, kicking away a pebble. I don't know if I'm ever going to see a battle, much less a promotion. And then he muttered to himself, who would have thought the military could be so boring? I heard we ran into some action on Zazaban. The footed guard turned around. Really? Yes, and they were carrying a very important prisoner. That's drivel. You shouldn't listen to that gossip. Oh yeah? The seated guard looked up. And what were we doing on that barren planet, huh? And why do you think they have both of us watching this gate? But we would have been told by now. He may be so important that they decided not to inform us at all. It may even be, the sentry put aside the cloth, looked around, and then leaned forward, whispering, Orion Kryn himself. The latter gasped, Orion Kryn? Hush your mouth! The former nearly jumped up. Mentioning that name alone can get you locked up, you idiot. Someone's coming, the standing guard clenched his rifle. An odd group, clad in blue jumpsuits, approached them. A Dersalian man was leading the way, carrying nothing more than a small handheld computer. Following him was a young Xenian man in a blue bandana. Behind him was another creature, a female from what the guard could tell, her face covered in a gas mask. And at the rear of the gang was a huge Xenian man pushing a cart full of equipment. Finally, it's that damn maintenance crew, the seated guard said. Deal with 'em. Sure, don't bother getting up, the latter said and walked up to the peculiar group. You're late, were the guard's first words as he neared them. We were working on another ship, the smaller Xenian replied. Wait a minute. The guard paused, his hand beginning to anxiously twitch on his rifle. Why are you Xenian? We came from a different ship, the Dersalian calmly said, providing the guard with the necessary paperwork. The Nebulian crew is busy with the gas leak on the carrier at the east platform. What kind of crew? Nebulian. I've never heard of Nebulia. What's the problem? The first guard shouted. Let them through! We're taking off soon! It'll be quick, the Dersalian assured. It doesn't look like it's going to be quick. The guard eased up but still hesitated, looking at the papers and at the card. Some parts need to be swapped, but most of this junk just needs to be placed on deck. The lieutenant will have our carcasses, the other sentry continued. Okay, the guard retorted. He then turned back to the group and asked, Can you do it in 20 minutes? Oh, we'll try to do it in 15, the Xenian man said, smiling and looking over at his giant companion. Go ahead, the guard stepped aside, and the crew hurried up the ramp. You're too jumpy, the other guard said as his maintenance group went up into the ship. If you're so eager for action, transfer to the main army units or something. No, it's just what? The younger guard squared his shoulders. Nothing. Remember, we're just here to watch the gate. You can't go on pointing your gun at everyone. Well, the latter sighed, I guess you're right. The lieutenant did tell us to make sure the crew gets on board before takeoff. He then walked back to his fellow officer and, for the last time, took his post. The companions went past more security guards into the belly of the ship, ending up in a circular room full of machines, generators, compressors, pumps, and gears with hundreds of robots operating them. The soaring ceiling was over 400 feet high, barely visible through the numerous bridges that overlap this huge area on every floor, hosting countless patrolling officers. The lower decks, Spade whispered, leading the way. They mostly contain engine rooms and cargo holds. The worker robots were of small stature, slightly over 4 feet in height with 3 hind legs behind their torso for faster progress. They worked at an unparalleled pace and completely ignored anything outside their programming. Bigger robots hauled apparatus and turned gears, and a few stocky hominoid creatures resembling walking manatees checked them for malfunction. The group swiftly went to a small entrance without gaining any attention. They had made it through the hard part. All they had to do now was hurry, for time was their biggest enemy. Spade approached the door and began tampering with its control board. He ran a wire from the panel to his device, and, after punching a sequence, the door slid open. The team went inside, and the Dersalian closed it once again. They entered a faintly lit tunnel that passed through the ship's hull. Pipes and thick wires lying along the ceiling, disappearing into the darkness of the passage. At the left side, every 50 or so feet apart, rungs led up to entrances accessing the upper deck. Luckily for them, there wasn't a moving thing in sight. This is it, Spade said. The avionics hallway. It'll be quite some time till they open this door, much less follow us or monitor this tunnel. Napoleon? Xander asked, regarding Spade's earlier antics. Sorry, couldn't help it, Spade smiled, pulling his gun belt out of the cart. We would have been spotted right there. Just be thankful I didn't blast that green bastard back at Servia's shop. Such audacity. Whatever, Xander gave up, realizing that arguing with the Dersalian was pointless. He then looked around and kicked the cart. Vincent, get out! Vincent pushed aside the gadgets and jumped out with his rifle. Friends took off their jumpsuits and threw them into the cart. Gaia took off the weird mask, put a net on her head, and concealed the blaster in her uniform. Spade strapped the gun belt around his waist before retaining his jumpsuit. He then approached the panel beside the first set of rungs and opened the door leading up. Vincent uneasily stared down the lifeless hallway, expecting company at any time. A weird sensation passed through his system, the excitement of a crime. He hadn't felt like that since he'd been a kid, stealing candy at the supermarket. But this was far from a supermarket, and he was pretty sure the consequences were more severe. Spade descended the rungs and picked in. Clear, he said, jumping down. Be careful, he added to Gaia. Don't worry about me, she replied, beginning to climb. Just make sure you're there at the precise time. Once inside, she turned down to face them. She looked over at Vincent, and her lips formed a smile. Or at least he thought they did. "Good luck," she said, and the door closed. "Well, I hope our princess is up for it," Spade muttered. Alexander pulled out a tiny device portraying a hologram of the ship. "Our exit's a few doors down," he said. And then, turning to the rest of the group, asked, "Ready?" Vincent nodded because he knew the question was directly pertaining to him. Here he was, billions of miles away from home, tired, hungry, wearing nothing but his shirt and jeans, with an extraterrestrial gun in his hands and a recurring headache. How could I not be ready, he thought. He was ready for anything. They passed several hundred yards and then stopped. "Spade." Alexander put his hand on the Darsalian's shoulder. "Be there, my brother, or we're all doomed." "You didn't even have to say it, son," Spade replied. Even through that desperate moment, the Darsalian tried to keep his nonchalant attitude. "I'll be there." He put his opposite hand on Alexander's shoulder. "Remember," he tightened his grip, looking more serious. "This is a rescue." Alexander lowered his head, clenching his jaw. He knew exactly what Spade had meant. X. Alexander looked up. "Okay. Good luck." Spade winked at Vincent, hugged the big guy, grabbed the cart, and strolled down the hallway ahead of them. They waited for a minute until the Spade disappeared out of view, and then approached a set of rungs by the wall. "It's only a matter of time until we're spotted," Damocles said. "By then, though, it'll be too late for them to stop us," Alexander said. He reached the wall and began to rig the control panel. The gate above hissed open. He turned to his brother and Vincent. Quietly, he gave the final warning and ascended. The rungs rose up into a maintenance room. There was only one door across, and it was open, exhibiting the area beyond. They dashed to the other side of the opening. Alexander picked in for a fraction of a second. The sector of the ship beyond was a round area that rose up hundreds of feet and was overlapped by bridges with more patrolling guards. The walkways camouflaged the floor in shadows, giving them a perfect opportunity to make their way across. Alexander looked over at his brother and extended 4 fingers. Damocles nodded in response, and they safely crossed the room. They entered another undersized space full of machinery. There, behind a desk composed of computers, stood a guard. As they rushed into the room, he turned to face him with a startled look. But before he could react, Alexander leapt forward and snapped his neck. The guard's limp body fell by their feet. A cold feeling overtook Vincent as he stared down at the corpse. It all happened so fast. The poor kid didn't even know what was going on. "Wake up!" Alexander shook Vincent. "There'll be more of this," he said, signifying that this was just a sample of things to come. Vincent swallowed, straightened himself, and followed. The room exited into a tunnel. To their right, the passageway extended beyond side with many doors, and to the left, it ended abruptly into a shadowy corner where a ladder led up into a shaft. "Go," Alexander said, pointing in the direction of the ladder. The shaft was merely a maintenance conduit that helped mechanics access every level of the ship in case the elevators were down. Every 20 feet there was an opening in the conduit, providing an exit to different levels of the ship. As they went up for several stories, Vincent couldn't resist looking over his shoulder through one of the openings. They were in the heart of the ship, in an enormous quarter miles in size with a humongous column supporting its ceiling. The columns were hundreds of feet in diameter, encircled with railings, and had long catwalks connecting them to one another. Alexander cautioned Vincent to halt, pointing at one of the football-shaped contraptions that floated by the opening above them. "Security drones," he whispered. "How much further?" the big guy asked from below. "There," Alexander pointing up at the room's highest bridge that connected their conduit to one of the columns. Slowly and prudently they continued upward. The conduit ended before the last bridge, but the rungs continued further, stopping beneath the ceiling and between hundreds of shattering pipes some 20 feet above the bridge. There were 3 guards on the upper level, 2 patrolling the bridge beneath them, and 1 posted far across in a square booth that was attached to the ceiling, giving an observation of the entire chamber. The walking guards were in a deep conversation, and the sentry in the booth slumped in a chair, lazily looking down. They had no idea what was about to happen. As the guards passed under them for the second time, the twins sprang into action. Andrew leapt backwards off the ladder, landed on one of the troops, wrapped his right arm around his neck, spun using the support of the chokehold, and kicked the second guard square in the face while throwing a blade across the room with his free hand. The sentry in the booth shuddered as a knife pierced his helmet, nearly toppling him out of his window. The first guard then fell as his helmet faced in the direction it normally wouldn't. The other guard, who tried to understand what was happening through his broken visor, couldn't even mutter as a mighty hand grabbed him by the throat and raised him above the ground. Damocles' strength was inhuman. He easily held the guard by the neck in his outstretched arm, the victim's feet dangling above the floor as his life of service passed away. "Perfect," Alexander whispered, looking at the unwary guards below. "Let's move." In a few giant but silent leaps, Alexander crossed the entire bridge, followed by Vincent and a big man who carefully carried the bodies into the dark corner next to the column. They rounded the column and headed down the other bridge to an opening in the wall. There was a room beyond the opening with 2 armed robots guarding the door at its end. These robots were not the worker type Vincent had seen earlier. They had longer legs with inverted knees, specifically designed for jumping great distances, stood over 5 feet tall, and had plates in their heads which had protected their microprocessors. Once again, they spread on either side. Alexander looked over his brother and pointed at his eyes, and then up. Damocles nodded, noticing the 2 cameras over the closed door. Twins then rushed in, throwing the daggers out of their belts. As the Xenians took care of the robots and cameras, Vincent looked over the banisters of the bridge at the maze of catwalks and the technology below. It was all clear. The guards continued their duty, unaware of the watchman's limp body virtually tumbling out from the security booth, and the flying machines flew in their assigned directions. Alexander grabbed Vincent by the collar and yanked him inside, closing the gate. "No time for sightseeing," a Xenian warned. "I was just making sure it's safe." "It's safe as long as we don't hear the alarm." The twins pulled out their swords, and Vincent cocked his gun. It was time. Damocles' sword was much larger than that of his brother, its blade being over 6 inches in width, one side razor sharp, the other dull, but good enough to knock somebody out cold. It looked like it weighed more than 50 pounds, but it was suitable for the big Xenian. "We should be near Naar's chambers," Alexander said, looking at his navigation hologram. "Speaking of the alarm, I'm surprised Gaia or Spade haven't triggered it yet. Nevertheless, it's only a matter of minutes before it's activated." The twins then each pulled out 3 daggers and placed them between the fingers of their left hand. "Refrain from using the blaster," Alexander said to Vincent. "We must be stealthy for now." Vincent was about to shout out, but then bit down his temper and asked, "Well, what do you want me to do then?" "Just be quiet and follow," the Xenian replied crossly. Alexander opened the door, and they entered a bright corridor with a white marble floor and gleaming walls. Before Vincent could catch a glimpse of his surroundings, the twins destroyed 2 of the cameras by heaving the daggers out of their fists. "Hurry!" Alexander said in a low voice. After knocking out several more cameras, their careful pace turned into a full run. The path was beginning to take awkward sharp turns, winding deeper and deeper into the ship. 3 droids appeared around the corner, unaware of the charging madness headed for them. Alexander leapt ahead and slashed through the droids before they could make a beep. With the resonance of a dying machine's, they collapsed around the blonde. Vincent was impressed at Alexander's weapon as he jumped over the metal pile, at how easily the sword sliced through these robots. By now, he was sure the twins were different from the other Xenians because they had extrasensory powers, but the reason why they used these swords simply escaped them, even though he yearned to hold one of them. They reached the end of the passage and entered a circular shaft, its apex and base shrouded in darkness. A staircase spiraled alongside the wall. "Try to keep up," Alexander said and jumped over the railing. He landed several floors below them without making any noise. "Well," Alexander said to the big man, looking down, "I'll meet you down there. Just hold on to my back." Damocles knelt down. "Are you kidding me?" Vincent faltered. "We have no time for this." Damocles grabbed Vincent's arm, threw him over his shoulder with ease, and jumped, landing next to his brother. "Damn, you're strong," Vincent muttered, climbing off. The big man smiled. "Thanks." They continued down several more floors before entering another tunnel full of machinery. Slashing through 4 more unsuspecting droids, the team found its way to a solitary door. "Almost there," Alexander said, just as the ship began to shake. "They're lifting off!" Damocles cried out. "Hold on to something!" Alexander grabbed a thick pipe. "If we don't do this before they enter hyperspace, we might as well give up," Damocles said after a delayed minute due to the turbulence. "You don't think I know that? We took the shortest path, Alexander retorted. It'll be another 20 to 30 minutes until they blast off. It should buy us enough time. They positioned themselves on either side of the door. The entry had a thick window, providing the observation of the inside where soldiers stood guard. Alexander picked in. 12 guards, 3 doors, he whispered. 2 doors at either sides leading to other tunnels, 1 straight ahead. Heavily fortified, I might add, undoubtedly leading to the prisoner. Only 12 guards? Damocles was surprised. I'm afraid there are more rooms past that door. Unfortunately, my hologram doesn't portray the section beyond. But is there another way into this room? Vincent caught their attention. The twins traded flabbergasted looks. The door in front of them was the only way in, and it didn't have a panel to rig. Damn it, Alexander cursed. They'll raise the alarm the very second they see us. How will we get in? Much time, X, Damocles said. We're lucky they didn't raise it yet, so they just barged in there. What? You think they'll just open the door for us? We should have gotten some of that explosive clay from Spade. Alexander swore under his breath and then said, I tell you what, why don't you break that glass and we'll just shoot them off? Break the glass? Damocles exclaimed. This glass? Our super strength won't matter. It'll break my hand before I break it. As Vincent got more acquainted with his new alien friends, he began to see things clearly. And seeing the twins standing there and bickering in this perilous hour, he realized what they were, a pair of adolescents. There really was no way into this room except through the door in front of them. It was time for him to do something. Time for him to play the role of the elder. Vincent raised his weapon. Amateurs, he said. Watch this. The twins stared at the insane human in disbelief as he shoved them aside and began slamming his fist on the glass. He's lost his mind, Damocles said. 4 guards approached the door, curiously looking at the weird creature that boldly stood behind it, his hands behind his back. What the hell are you? The guards asked as the gate opened. Without hesitation, Vincent pointed a gun at the soldier's torso and pulled the trigger. A blue energy bolt ripped through the sentry's chest, tearing apart his vest and forcing him to fly back into the room, toppling over the other guards. Now! Holding his sword with one hand and his blaster with the other, Alexander jumped into action, followed by his brother. Mayhem took over the room as his Xenian brothers attacked with matchless speed. Alexander leapt over the pile of the fallen guards, spun in midair, dodging the waves of phaser blasts, and landed, slicing 2 soldiers in half while firing across the room and killing 2 more as a giant of a brother followed them. The thick blade of Damocles' sword reflected the blast in every direction as he swung the massive weapon, killing several guards in an instant. He then rolled on the ground and stabbed through another one. Screams of pain and agony were intermingled with the sounds of discharges. Some of the guards accidentally shot at each other in a futile attempt to hit the moving targets that crisscrossed the room like a couple of lightning bolts. As Vincent entered, the last soldier fell to his knees, his mask smashed into his face by the big man's mammoth fist. The fighting ceased in mere seconds, almost as quickly as it started, and was replaced by the sound of the echoing alarm. Crouching on one knee, Damocles blasted away the remaining cameras. It's on, Alexander looked around. The security system locks most accesses in a ship. I hope Gaia and Spade are safe. Are we any closer to duel? Vincent asked. They're holding him beyond the next room. Alexander continued. By the time we enter it, it'll be full of Centurions and Destroyer bots. He then looked over at his brother and said, One of us has to sneak in. Let the human go, the big man suggested. The ventilation pipe. He pointed at the thick pipe that ran below the ceiling. What's there? Vincent asked reluctantly. Alexander ignored Vincent. Are you sure? Damocles shrugged. We've no other choice. He'll be more valuable this way. Vincent was perplexed. What am I to do? Down the tube to the room beyond the next, Alexander said as he jumped up, slashing. A portion of the pipe fell to the side, creating an opening. And then what? Vincent hesitated. Quickly! Gaia should meet us there in minutes, Alexander said as Vincent climbed Damocles' shoulders. Blast the panel that has duel chained and wait for us. You make it sound so easy. I mean, what if... Just go, damn it! Hurry up, will you? Vincent said and disappeared into the pipe. The twins then ran up to the middle gate. I hope he'll be able to do this, Damocles said. It's not such a hard task, after all, Alexander mumbled quietly, clasping his sword. You seem worried. What's the matter? You still don't trust him? After all, you saw the fire in his eyes as he shot that guard. I cannot express it, but it was that of a fierce warrior. It's not the human I'm concerned about, Alexander said. He then looked at his brother. "Do you think Na'ar will be there?" "I doubt it," Damocles responded after a moment. "It's a big ship." "If he is there," Alexander said, sinking his teeth into his lower lip, "we'll have to kill him." Another moment of silence. "Aye, perhaps," the big guy said. "Do you think we're ready?" "I'm certain," Alexander smiled. "Well, brother, they're waiting for us. How should we greet them?" "Let's give them hell." Spade hurried down the endless corridor, pushing the cart. All the panels, the frames, and the multiple doors were similar, one after another, same, again, as if he were stuck in some awful video game. He must have traveled at least a mile without meeting a single soul, just the same dull tunnel. The creepiness of the silence devoured and agitated him. Countless thoughts started to run through his head as the anticipation for action was not satisfied. Where is Orion or Duell? What of the twins and the princess? Was it a good idea to let them go on their own? "You're losing it, Spade," he muttered. Eventually, he saw a bright light ahead. As he approached it, he could visibly distinguish its source, an open bay for fighter jets. He slowed down as he heard 3 distinct voices arguing over a certain subject. He stopped at the entryway and peered around the corner. The bay had an opening into outer space barred by a translucent plasma shield. Next to the opening was an oversized contraption, the magnetic beam. "I have to plant an explosive in this room," Spade thought. To his left were 3 soldiers examining a hoverjet. Although no more guards were in sight, there was no way for him to cross the room without catching their attention, so he decided to lean back and listen to their squabble. "I don't know what the hell's wrong with this piece of junk," complained one of the guards, striking the jet's open engine. "Why don't you get it checked?" shouted the other soldier, whom Spade supposed to be the commander due to his reddish armor. "We're about to take off. Now we'll have to walk again, you incompetent idiot." "I was held up," the former replied in defense. "I thought I'd catch one of the mechanics in the spaceport." "Well, why didn't you then?" "I told you I was held up." "That's bunk and you know it," continued the latter. "We're here for nearly an hour, and for the past 30 minutes you've been dragging behind me, pestering me with your stupid anecdotes, all the while neglecting your top priority." "Which was to fix the jet?" "Yes, to fix the damn jet." "What seems to be the problem, fellas?" Spade took the man by surprise as he approached with his cart. "Halt!" The stunned guards pointed their weapons at the Darsalian. "Whoa, guys!" Spade raised his arms, upholding his flippant smile. "I'm with the Nabulian maintenance crew." Na what?" They repeated the odd calling, trading glances. "Nabulian. I was just passing by when I noticed you're having a problem with the injector turbolator." "The injector who?" asked the confused commander. "Here, I'll show you." Spade shoved the guns aside and approached the engine as the curious soldiers piled up behind him. The injector turbolator is attached to interterritorial power cells, which don't seem to be transferring power to the plasma modulator, which in turn, Spade was making stuff up as fast as he was running his finger up and down the engine, pointing at various tubes and distracting the guards. With his other hand, he discreetly reached into the cart, pulled out a round device, and attached it under the jet's hull. Continuing to blabber out fabricated technical jargon, he pulled out some wires, twisted a few, connected them, and shut the engine cover before managing to stick another device inside. "That's it," he said, going around the jet, caressing it with his hand. "Doriorian model. Nice." He then went back to his cart and said, "Well, crank her up, gentlemen." "There's no way you fixed it," the commander said, pushing the button on his remote. The engine revved and the jet lifted itself a few feet over the floor. "Autopilot on," announced the jet's computer. "Well, I'll be damned," the commander said, shutting off the vehicle. He couldn't finish his sentence as he turned around to see the 2 soldiers standing there without the Darsalian in sight. "Where is he, you idiots?" "We thought you were watching him, boss," the guards cried out. "Well, he was in a hurry." The commander relaxed, seemingly satisfied. "The ship's taking off at any minute anyway." "That's right, boss," they agreed with him before they sent them on patrol. Spade was hundreds of feet down the other tunnel by the time the guards realized he'd left. He was completely unaware of the time or how much of it had passed and just continued pushing the cart, beginning to run. The silence was getting to him once again. A part of him wished for the soldiers to pursue him. He was ready for some action. Yet nothing happened. As he was about to start his soliloquy once again, the ship began to take off. He dashed to the wall and gripped one of the protruding pipes while holding onto the cart. When the tumult stopped, he continued, planting explosives all along the tunnel. Then, within minutes, the alarm began blaring. "All right," he sighed in relief, stopped, and took off the uncomfortable jumpsuit. "Let's get this over with." There were still too many bombs in the car to leave it behind, so he kicked it down the path in front of him, his hands fidgeting over his blasters, his eyes scouting for a target. 2 guards materialized around the corner, running in his direction. Not drawing out the revolver from its holster, Spade pointed it at his assailants and shot twice from his hip. The guards fell to the cold floor with a hole in their helmets emitting vapor. Spade then withdrew both of his guns and rushed past them, continuing to kick the cart. Several droids and more soldiers appeared in the distance, but they were mere target practice for Dersalian. He took them out in fractions of a second. A few of the flying drones were headed for him. As Spade blasted them away, several blasts zapped beside him, coming from behind. Out of his peripheral vision, he saw 4 soldiers on his tail. He jumped up, turned, and sat on the cart's handles, strolling down the tunnel while facing his enemies. He aimed and pulled the triggers, twice on each pistol. The blasts found their targets and the troops collapsed face first. Then a hail of bullets passed over his head, forcing him to lean back and fall into the moving cart. He instantly got up, guns blazing. 2 robots were ahead, armed with primitive lead-firing weapons. Their heads exploded in an instant, leaving husks of metal blocking most of the path. Spade crouched down, and the cart easily passed between them. More blasts came from behind. This time, the soldiers were atop hoverbikes, enclosing the distance between them and Dersalian. Spade turned around and shot them all, causing a great explosion as their unrestrained bikes shattered into the robots. The tunnel flowed into a dock where an entire battalion of soldiers ran up to greet Spade with an array of blasts. Firing at the welcoming party, he jumped out of the cart, rolled on the floor, and hid behind a large crate. "He's behind the crate!" one of the guards shouted. "Damn it!" Spade fussed and came out of hiding, running towards the docked vessels as hundreds of blasts and bullets whizzed all around him. He only managed to shoot at the crowd a few times before hiding behind a hefty jet, but still managed to take out 7 of his assailants. "He's behind that jet!" The same guard, apparently the leader, continued shouting orders. "Surround them! We will... Gotcha!" Spade picked out and shot once, penetrating the commander between the eyes. Before the rest of the guards could understand what was happening, he took them all out, waving his guns like a conductor. Shouts of another approaching party were heard. Spade stowed away one of his pistols, grabbed the crate, and dragged it to one of the ships. He set it down, hid behind it, pulled out a small computer, and began tampering with the vessel's engine. "Okay, boys," he said. "If you aren't here within the next few minutes, Uncle Spade's gonna die, 'cause I'll be damned if they take me alive." Seconds within the alarm, the room was filled with several dozen soldiers wielding the best Imperial weaponry. 2 of the destroyer bots also made their way into the room, as well as the smaller fighter droids. Now, minutes later, the soldiers were exasperated, pointing their weapons at the gate with no attempt to proceed. The cameras in the locked room were out, thus there was no way of telling what was happening in there. But they knew the essentials. Orion Kryn and his posse were beyond it. That name alone made their bodies quiver and caused sweat to cover their foreheads, fogging their visors. The destroyer bots stood over 12 feet tall, their base a platform consisting of wheels and chains that maneuvered the Colossus and gave it the ability to fully rotate around. Instead of limbs, the robots had 2 chain guns which released blasts big enough to vaporize someone's head off. Behind the automatons, on a stage 10 feet above the floor, was a door leading to the room where the prisoner was held, the same prisoner the intruders attempted to rescue. 5 soldiers stood astride atop the platform, blocking the entryway. They donned frightened auburn armor, breastplates, greaves, and pads engraved with ancient symbols, wrist guards with sharp black blades, and helmets crafted in the shape of skulls. Their armament also contained an entire range of weapons: blasters, explosives, daggers, and electrically charged quarterstaffs. The officer in the middle wore a long purple cloak attached to his shoulder blades, signifying him as the commander of the Imperial Centurions, the elite commandos of the Republic. They were there before the twins made their presence, Commander Helion and 4 of his best. It took him 20 years of laborious work to achieve his prestigious position, Now in front of him was an opportunity to reach the upper echelon of the military. He saw the assailants for a mere second on the monitors, but that didn't frighten him. The training he endured for decades would certainly pay off, and the team composed of his best students was more than ready. They would kill the enemy, thereby raising their master's rank. As delusions of grandeur passed through Helion's head, the door slid open. The frightened guards immediately opened fire. The blasts burned holes in the walls and the floor of the empty room. "Hold your fire!" Commander Helion cried out. The discharge continued. "Hold your fire, damn it!" The soldiers stopped shooting. Smoke from the gunfire was airborne. There was no one in sight. "You two," the commander pointed at the guards closest to the gate. "Go and observe the situation." The guards looked at him and then at each other. "Go, cowards!" Helion raised his voice. This was making him uneasy. He wanted to get down to action. The soldiers began to carefully approach the gate, guns shivering in their hands. As they neared it, nothing was visible except for the smoke. They stopped at the entryway and scanned the entire room. Through what they could observe, it was empty. One of them looked over at the commander and shrugged. Helion intensely waved his hand, gesturing them to go further. They each took one more step and saw a shiny metal object, the last thing they'd ever see. The decapitated guards fell as a blonde Xenian entered the room like a speeding bullet, swinging the deadly sword and shooting. The destroyer bots opened fire at once. The blue blasts of their chain guns sprayed all over the room as they were trying to catch the evasive target, instead hitting Imperial troops. He was inside, outside, and in between them. Overrunning the currents of blasts, Alexander ran alongside the wall, slashed through one of the big automatons, and headed straight at 3 startled soldiers. As he neared them, he jumped up, slicing through the trio, while shooting a droid across the room. Whirling in the air and evading the continuous blast, he came down, thrusting his sword through the second destroyer bot, and then tore apart another soldier. There was no time to stop and think. Only when they'd all fall down would he be able to stop his roller coaster. 2 of the Centurions jumped down to meet Damocles, who, upon entering the room, headed straight for their commander. Holding his sword with both hands, the Xenian juggernaut lacerated through the attackers without slowing his pace. 2 more Centurions appeared in his path, swinging their staffs. Damocles smashed his fist into the first Centurion's helmet, caving it into his face, stabbed the other one, and then threw a dagger across the room at the commander. The dagger wedged itself between the eyes of the skeletal helmet. Commander Helion shuddered for a second, lost his balance, and toppled over the railing, falling dead before his men. As the leader fell, the remaining troops were thrown into a hectic frenzy. Some continued to resist, some called for backup, and others realized that remaining in that room certainly called for death and began to retreat. Dragging the tip of the sword on the ground behind them, Alexander continued to meander through enemy forces. He stabbed one of the guards, leapt up, and came hacking down on a droid. Just as his feet touched the ground, he spun around, escaping a new wave of blasts, and threw his blade into the corner, nailing another soldier who was trying to sneak up on his brother. Finally, the big man picked up the torso of the fallen destroyer bot and heaved it across the room, toppling the last 3 soldiers beneath the machine. "Go!" Alexander shouted, pulling his sword out of the soldier's body. "They're coming!" He then began shooting into the other room where more soldiers followed their footsteps. "All this kicking and jumping," Damocles fussed, going up the platform while landing his fist atop the head of the Centurion who was regaining consciousness. "Hurry, Damocles!" Alexander cried out as new blasts passed over his head. "Okay!" Damocles picked up Helion's keycard and ran up the platform. Cold air passed through the dark pipeline. The duct was spacious enough for a toddler to run through, but it forced Vincent to crawl on all 4s, carrying along his rifle. The aggravating blare of the alarm continued to growl, at times forcing the duct to shudder. He finally reached the first grid, at which point his curiosity took over and he decided to take a peek. The room below was filling with soldiers, droids, and big robotic machines. The guards pointed their weapons at the closed door from which the twins were supposed to enter. Vincent decided to keep still, trying not to break the silence. He remained motionless for several minutes until the sound of fire and explosions rumbled throughout the Foundation as the twins began their assault. Ignoring the action below him, Vincent picked up his pace to the second grid, crossing his fingers in hopes of not catching any stray fire. Reaching the other grid, he looked down. The space below was an immense circular shaft reaching far down into the bowels of the ship with two platforms, one below him, the other on the opposite end of the shaft. A narrow catwalk spanned the shaft connecting the two platforms. This was his destination. He closed his eyes. This is it. I can do this. Ahead, the ventilation pipeline was blocked by thick bars, leaving him no other alternative but to go down. Noticing no signs of movement, he kicked away the grating and jumped down into the platform. Much to his astonishment, he safely landed, even though the drop was more than 20 feet. Raising his weapon to shoulder level, he spun around, studying his surroundings. After assuring it was safe, he dashed toward the catwalk, but stopped halfway. A blue energy shield was raised before the bridge, preventing access to the other platform. He then noticed the computer beside the catwalk, attached to the floor by a thin rod. Its screen displayed bizarre script in an alien language. Whatever this apparatus was, it definitely generated a shield. Not giving it a second thought, Vincent pointed the gun at the device and pulled the trigger, obliterating the thing to bits. The shield vanished and he proceeded down the bridge. In the middle of the second platform was an ornate throne atop a round base. A Xenian man was strapped to it by purple energy binds around his forearms, biceps, legs, and ankles. He was a muscular man with tousled black hair, dressed in outlandish armor that was elaborately covered in Xenian script. His head was sunk on his chest. He didn't even see Vincent approach. But it was something else that caught Vincent's eye. Attached to the side of the chair were two swords, made of the same metal as the ones that the twins carried. They were the same length, but one had a blade that was somewhat thicker. Their crossguards were slightly different as well, as one was vaguely round with the finger ridges and the other T-shaped. Vincent realized that he was spacing out again, so he started to sweep the rest of his surroundings. In the back of the room behind the chair were two gates, a small one for access and one big enough for an entire brigade. Gaia is supposed to show up any minute through the larger gate, he remembered. Between the gates was a control panel with many monitors. Aside from that, there were no cameras, robots, or any guards. It felt rather sinister. "Duel?" Vincent asked, approaching the lethargic prisoner. The Xenian slowly raised his head. His oval face showed signs of exhaustion, his brown eyes full of anger and pain, his lips sealed in a line, trembling with fury. He was older than the twins, with several wrinkles on his face and newly emerging crow's feet. His eyebrows were fixed in a deep frown. Seeing Vincent, his face took a questioning expression. "I'm with your students," Vincent began explaining. Xenian's eyes widened. "We're here to get you. They have me poisoned." Duel grinded the word through his teeth. "Cowards!" Vincent looked around. "How do I get you out of this?" "Shoo!" Duel opened his mouth, but then his gaze went behind Vincent. Sensing a presence behind, Vincent spun around, impulsively raising his weapon. A Xenian man in a black leather trench coat stood behind him. He wore tall boots and black gloves, the only collars on his outfit being the chrome shoulder guards atop his coat. His head was completely bald, his face stern, solid, with a goatee. He was solemnly, yet questionably, staring at Vincent with eyes that commanded respect. Vincent was horror-stricken as well, for in his right hand, the Xenian invader carried another illuminating sword. The man waved his hand, and an unseen force snatched the rifle from Vincent's grip, slamming it against the wall. Unarmed, Vincent stepped back. "Run, you fool!" Duel mumbled out as the aggressor began to advance. Vincent knew if he made an attempt to escape, he'd surely be dead. He took another step, looking around. "Such impudence," the Xenian said and raised his sword arm. But then, in a fraction of a second, some instinct took over Vincent. At once, he grabbed one of the swords from the side of the chair and blocked the attacker's deadly blow. An explosive sound rumbled throughout the room from the force of the blades smashing against one another, and an array of sparks rained upon the two as they stood with their swords locked. "What is this trickery?" the Xenian exclaimed, looking at Duell. Using the moment of confusion, Vincent put both of his hands on a hilt and pushed his assailant away. Stumbling back, the Xenian swung from the left, and once again, to his own surprise, Vincent blocked the hit. The latter immediately swung from the other side. As Vincent prevented the other attempt, the Xenian spun around and struck again from the left. The Xenian's heavy blows forced Vincent into defense, barely maintaining his balance. He began walking backwards, parrying the hits from the enemy who was gaining on him by twisting and whirling around. The blows came from every possible direction, and somehow he managed to thwart them all. As Vincent nearly fell over for the fifth time, the Xenian pounced, thrusting his sword forward. Leaning to the side, Vincent scarcely escaped his blade and quickly struck back. The Xenian dodged the blow with a spinning crouch and swung at Vincent's feet. Vincent jumped up as high as he could. Surprisingly, he leapt over the Xenian and landed behind the latter. Not turning around, the aggressor struck to his side. Vincent blocked the hit and swung at the Xenian from the other side. The Xenian smashed his sword aside and jumped away, turning in the air to face his enemy. Vincent whirled as well, nervously gripping his blade. The Xenian stood there, one arm raised with the sword pointing down, and the other stretched and formed into a fist beneath the tip of the blade. Before Vincent could make a move, the Xenian dashed forward and smashed his fist into his chest, sending the human to the floor, gasping for air. Vincent clutched his chest and dropped the sword. "Incredible," the Xenian said in a calm voice. "A creature I have never seen before with powers like that of our own." He stopped over Vincent, looking down, studying the strange man he bested. "Not powerful enough." With those words, he raised his blade, but then paused, sensing sudden movement from the side. Damocles charged across the room and rammed the leather-clad Xenian with his shoulder. The Xenian staggered back and swung at the big man. Damocles blocked the blow with ease and, holding his sword with both hands, hacked back. The Xenian managed to thwart the hit, which caused another thunderous explosion, but the power of the big man's strike forced him to slide back a few feet. Taking that as an advantage, Damocles charged forward. The Xenian eluded the charge, jumped up, and performed an airborne roundhouse kick, striking at Damocles in the back of the head. The big man almost fell as his attacker continued his assault. Preserving his consciousness, Damocles blocked the incoming hits, but the Xenian spun and smashed them with the back of his fist while concurrently stomping on his ankle. The array of strikes forced the big man to fall on his knees at the mercy of his relentless enemy. "Naar!" thundered a voice full of fury. Hearing his name, the general lowered his blade and turned to face his new attacker. A young Xenian man with blonde hair stood on the other platform. From head to toe, he was covered in blood, with a sword in hand and an inexpressible look of hate on his face. He ran forward and, completely disregarding the bridge, jumped over the gap. Shoving the destabilized big guy aside, Naar rushed to meet his new aggressor. While airborne, Alexander thrust his sword forward in a stabbing motion. Naar easily blocked the hit as the young man landed, and the two stood face to face, pushing at each other's blades. "Nice move," Naar forced through his teeth as he gained the upper hand, forcing the young man back. Orion's specialty. "Damn you, you bastard!" His face boiling with anger, the persistent Alexander leapt at the dark general like a furious animal. Vincent got to his feet after finally catching his breath. The power of the punch continued to cause him agonizing pain. "Destroy the panel and get the swords!" Damocles roared as he regained his composure, heading to his brother's aid. Vincent reached for the gun, pointed it at the panel on the side of the throne, and opened fire. The panel exploded, causing the energy bands that held Duell to disappear. He then promptly picked up the dropped sword and headed for the ill Xenian as a faraway explosion rocked the entire room. The ship quaked. Preserving his balance, Vincent was able to catch Duell falling out of the chair. Holding the poisoned Xenian over his shoulder, he reached up and grabbed the other blade. Alexander greatly underestimated the superior skill of Naar. The odds turned to the general's favor. Step by step, blocking the powerful constant hits that resonated throughout the room, Alexander was forced back. Waving his sword with tremendous dexterity, Striking high and low while whirling about, Na'ar forced the youth onto the bridge. "You're good, young man," he mocked, smiling at Xander's urge to cause him harm. He then kicked him straight in the chest, jumped up, and came down, thrusting his sword in the same move Xander had performed earlier. Stumbling back from the kick, Xander managed to smash aside the sword but couldn't stop the terrible blow from Na'ar's open palm. "But not quite good enough," Na'ar added as the young Xenian collapsed to his knees in the middle of the overpass. The general raised the blade over his head to perform a fatal blow, but then in an instant froze, his eyes widening in question. With his free hand, he clutched the medallion Xander proudly wore around his neck. Why do... He couldn't finish his sentence as Xander's mad twin rushed at him from behind. Na'ar jumped over the fallen youth, twisted like a serpent, and landed on the other platform. Damocles stopped to assist his sibling, pointing his sword at the general. Xander got up, wiped the blood from the side of his mouth, and along with his brother, slowly began to approach their formidable foe, tightly gripping his sword. Damocles raised the blade to his side, holding it with both hands in a form that revealed his abnormal physique, and approached Na'ar from the right. Xander had his left arm stretched out, his index and middle fingers pointed upwards, while holding the sword high above his head with his other arm. Nodding to his brother, he advanced from the left. Na'ar stood in his original pose, sword arm high, the tip of the blade hoisted on the clenched fist of the other. He stood there as if he were in a trance, not looking at either of the brothers, but instead straight ahead at the two closed in. Finding at a precise moment, the twins sprang into action. Continuing to look forward, Na'ar blocked the hits as if he knew their correct timing. Nevertheless, blocking two attackers at once forced him to the back of the room, where more guards were desperately trying to pry open the damaged door. After a minute of defending against the tenuous attacks, Na'ar went into offensive. He blocked the big man's hit while sending a spinning kick into Xander's face, nearly knocking the young man out. Then slammed his elbow into Damocles' gut and struck him with an uppercut. The explosion rocked the ship all of a sudden. As the two brothers lost their balance for a fraction of a second, Na'ar somersaulted back to the footstep of the bridge, ready for more action. Vincent barely managed to drag the weak Xenian while carrying two swords and his rifle. A second explosion, even louder than the first, roared throughout the ship. Vincent fell to his knees, still holding onto the weapons and duel. The gate behind the chair opened, and Gaia pulled in on a hoverbike amidst a cloud of smoke. Levitating at a height of 3 feet, the bike was similar to a motorcycle, with an elongated seat and foot platforms attached to the front. Two more unmanned bikes automatically pulled up behind her, as well as a wave of blasts from the pursuing guards. "Waiting for me?" she said under heavy breath. Turning around her seat, she began exchanging fire with the pursuers. "They must hurry!" she cried out. Vincent continued carrying the Xenian's limp body. The twins began advancing towards their adversary, who was by now outwardly toying with them. Then, a loud screeching noise came from behind them as the blade of another sword penetrated through the closed door. Xander and Damocles exchanged alarmed looks. Na'ar was blocking the bridge, and the door was about to open, from which an array of soldiers, along with another sword-wielding warrior, were eager to enter. They were in a trap. The illuminating blade continuing tearing through the metal with ease, finally creating an opening. Following a slight explosion, the door was blown to bits, and another Xenian man appeared through the smoke. He was younger than Na'ar and taller, with thick curly blue hair. He wore a breastplate on his bare torso that had detailed carvings in the shape of dragons, coils that encircled his upper arms, and gauntlets on his wrists. Loose kimono-style black pants were tucked into his high greaves, adorned with a belt that held a blaster, dozens of star-shaped daggers, and a scabbard of his katana sword. He scowled at the two brothers and raised his hand, halting the force of troops behind him. "Wait," he commanded, while pointing his sword at Damocles. "We'll deal with them." Damocles rushed across to his brother's side while smashing aside the blade of the newcomer. Na'ar jumped forward, barely missing the big man, and landed next to his subordinate. The twins were next to each other once again, as were the general and his pupil. Now the odds were even. Back to back, the brothers began to withdraw, heading for the bridge. That's when the second explosion rocked the ship. Throwing each other a confident glance, Na'ar and his student jumped into action. The twins, lost in a moment, were no match for the accuracy of their attackers. They were so determined on blocking the blades of the enemy that they had neglected to see every punching kick thrown at them. Noticing they were being pushed into the corner, Damocles decided to use his brute strength. Locking his blade with those of the attackers, he pushed them both back, giving his brother enough room to make it to the bridge. "We must go! Gaia is here!" Vincent cried out from the other side. Instead of running away, Xander took the opportunity to assail Na'ar once more. "We must go, X!" Damocles yelled, blocking the heads while trying to pull his brother after him. As they were halfway down the bridge, Damocles once again swung the sword over his unrelenting brother, forcing the opponents to back up. Taking the opportunity, he pulled out a smoke pellet out of his belt, slammed it on the floor, and grabbed his brother by the back of the belt. As a smoke cloud engulfed the room, the big man jumped backwards to the other side, with one arm holding his furious brother and with the other slashing down to the bridge. Damocles and his apprentice rushed back to the door as the footbridge fell down to the pit. Damocles ran up to Vincent, took the swords, and threw the Ilzenian master over his shoulder. He then jumped on one of the hover bikes, laid Duel in front of him, and placed the swords into the compartments on the side of the bike. Vincent picked up his rifle, jumped on a bike behind Gaia, and wrapped his arm around her waist. "Sorry, I can't ride one of those things," he said, blasting at the troops that approached from the corridor. "And I'm definitely not riding with Xander." "Come on!" Gaia cried out to the blonde. Lastly, Xander jumped on the third bike, and they left the smoke-filled room just in time as an entire cavalry appeared on Gaia's path. "Get them!" Na'ar's voice rumbled. The soldiers stormed into the platform, but the gap held them from pursuing the intruders. Their commander swallowed hard and looked up at the general. Na'ar turned to his comrade. "Bring them to me, Mars!" Mars obediently sheathed his sword and jumped through the smoke. End chapter. Chapter 7. The Escape. They sped down the tunnel in tandem, dodging the bombardment and evading the countless obstacles in their way. With one arm holding onto Gaia, Vincent blasted away the soldiers that seemed to creep up from every corner. Damocles rode behind them, shielding his ill master, his sword arm stretched, and Xander followed last, nearly standing on his bike as he exchanged fire with the adversaries in pursuit. The tunnel, located somewhere on the starboard side of the ship, was much broader than the one they used to sneak in, its walls with balconies and windows from where the brunt of the soldiers shot at the party. Some brave ones even ran out in the open, frivolously attempting to stop the escapees, only to meet the swift justice of the big man's blade. A bridge crossed their tunnel ahead with several droids atop. The robots instantly opened fire at the first bike. Gaia and Vincent leaned forward behind the small windshield as blasts zapped around them. "Ah!" Gaia screamed out as one of the blasts grazed her shoulder. "I got it," Vincent said. He moved the switch on his gun all the way to the right until the blue blocks on its side lit up brightly. He then rose up and shot, the force of the ricochet almost knocking him off the bike. A blue energy sphere the size of a beach ball exploded onto the bridge, blowing up the robots. The three bikes managed to pass beneath the burgeoning bridge right before it collapsed. After several minutes, the channel turned into a trench. The platforms over the path hosted dozens of troops, anticipating them with itchy trigger fingers. The offense had doubled. To add to the misfortune, two of the large destroyer bots barricaded their way. The enemy rained down on them from both sides, and the giant robots opened fire. "Stay on the path!" Xander shouted amid the assault. As Gaia targeted the guards on a ledge, Vincent released several blasts at the robots. One of them lost its head, but the other remained, continuing the volley. "Hold on!" Gaia cried out before leaning the bike on its left side, barely sliding under the intact robot's chain gun arm. She then straightened and continued further, confusing the automaton, who debated as to whether he should shoot at Gaia or the approaching twins. Covering Duel's body, Damocles managed to pass right under the collapsing husk of the first robot. The second one then immediately began blasting away at the big guy. Sensing his brother in trouble, Alexander put away his blaster and leapt up, withdrawing his sword as his unmanned bike passed between the droids. With a powerful strike, he slashed the robot apart and safely retained his vehicle. The two fallen machines blocked the path and further halted the pursuers, if only for a short period of time. Vincent wondered how many more rounds his blaster held as he shot at every target that came into view. The thrill of getting away was undescribable. But this was not a crime. We're not kidnappers, but rescuers. Not killers, but protectors, he told himself. And that idea was the reason he felt guilt-free. It felt like the right thing. After more than 5 years, he finally experienced the things that enticed him into law enforcement in the first place. Almost there, Alexander encouraged them. It was miraculous that they seemed to escape without a scrape, but something was on their side, and death was going to have to settle with a rain check. The attacks eventually became scarcer, leaving the noise of the alarm to be the only thing to torment them. What's going on? Vincent asked, panting. His hand was killing him. He could barely ease his grip. We're nearing the dock, Gaia said in excitement. Explosions echoed far off, evidently produced by Spade. Something's not right, Damocles shouted. They must have had another A blast took out a portion of the wall before the party, causing Gaia to turn sharply. A one-passenger black jet was on their pursuit. It had a sleek and stylish design that resembled a compact sports car with rocket launchers on either side and a machine gun atop its hood. Mars's twisted grimace was visible through the windshield. 4 more soldiers hovered on bikes beside him. Damn, Alexander grunted. I'll slow them down, he yelled to his brother. Go! He then pulled out a dagger and threw it at the biker approaching from his left. The soldier fell off, and his bike smashed against the wall, forcing the chasing posse to swerve and nearly crash as well. Dodge this, Kren! Mars snarled, releasing a rocket. Alexander leaned to the side, evading the missile that exploded into the ceiling. Several troops on the top platform were toppled by the falling debris from the detonation. It was a blatant display of how desperately Nahar's protege was trying to apprehend them, with complete disregard to the vessel that was already in outer space. This guy's crazy, Damocles cried out. Not as crazy as me, Alexander mumbled to himself, his confident bravado awakening. Gaia turned into a bay packed with Imperial vessels. The right side had openings into outer space, where the red planet was in full view, swimming amongst the endless sea of stars and reminding them that they were still ahead of time. Veered off the main course, promptly passing beneath several ships, heading to the farthest dock with the small fighter jets, where an entire battalion of soldiers and a destroyer bot were trying to shoot down the Dersalian hiding behind a crate. Bodies were piled up all around the area, signs of Spade's dirty work. More troops and droids were headed in Spade's direction, unaware of the hoverbike that passed them. Gaia pulled out a blaster and began shooting at them while simultaneously applying the brakes. Hurry! Spade cried out. He jumped on top of the crate, screaming like a madman and blasting away both of his revolvers to create distraction. Vincent leapt off the bike, blocking Gaia. They stooped down and dove behind the crate. Spade jumped down next to Vincent and began to reload. Having fun? He asked, grinning. Vincent raised his arm and shot in the direction of the assailants. More than I can handle. Wait till we get to space, Spade said and began to shoot as well. Where are they at? Damn it, you big fool, go, I'll stop them, Alexander screamed at his brother, who remained alongside despite being told several times to leave. He then rose up in his seat and added, Get the master to safety. Right, Damocles finally concurred, taking off as they reached the dock. Alexander stood up, arms spread. He threw his last dagger at the approaching mounted soldier with one hand and shot the remaining 2 with the other. Their bikes exploded into one another, forcing Mars to fly over them, scraping the ceiling. Damn you, he cursed, almost losing control of his jet. Passing over the metal pile, he ejected a second missile at his target. Alexander jumped up as a rocket hit his hoverbike, somersaulted backwards over the explosion, and crash-landed on the hood of his pursuer's vehicle, thrusting his sword through the windshield, just about spearing Mars to his seat. You bastard! Mars mumbled as he leaned to the side, inches away from the cold blade. He let go of the wheel. The blonde hopped off as the vehicle flipped over and began scraping down the dock on its side. Damocles stopped, or rather crashed, his bike at the crate that hit the others. He laid down his master by the jet, threw the swords in a cabin, and turned around to face the troops. "Carry Duel inside!" he cried out as he jumped at the soldiers. With one swift blow, he split two of them in half, spraying the floor with their blood. He then dodged a few blasts and cartwheeled into the remaining troops, mercilessly stabbing and slashing through them. The destroyer bot that was alongside the mass lowered its chain gun limbs in an attempt to shoot the target that appeared beneath. Jumping up, Damocles hacked off one of the robot's arms, its head, and then kicked its torso across the room, toppling two more guards. He then put away his sword, picked up the robot's mechanical arm that continued to convulsively shoot, and, holding the weapon at its side, turned its fire toward the approaching brigade. "Die, you Imperial scum!" he yelled as he slowly sidestepped and swept the perimeter with the blue energy spheres. Taking the opportunity, Gaia, Vincent, and Spade entered the shuttle, carrying Duel with them. Spade positioned himself in his pilot's seat. "Hurry up!" he called out to the big Xenian. With the corner of his eye, Damocles saw Mars running behind his brother with a withdrawn sword. He quickly turned the robotic limb at the assailant. Mars blocked the blast by whirling his blade with unparalleled speed and jumped away, hiding behind the destroyer bot's torso. Alexander hurried by Damocles. "Drop it, let's go!" Despite the ceaseless assault, Mars jumped up and threw a dagger at the big man. Damocles blocked the hit with the weapon, which at that point discontinued firing, then threw it down and headed for the ship. Mars jumped atop the metal husk and heaved another dagger. The blade struck the cargo door of the shuttle just as the big man managed to close it. Mars raised up his gauntlet. "Turn on the magnetic beam in D4! The fleeing shuttle lifted off and propelled through the plasma shield into open space. "Man your ships!" Mars commanded the dozens of pilots that poured into the dock. He then repeated frantically, "Damn it! Turn on the magnetic beam!" An explosion thundered in the distance, forcing the ship to tremble. Mars paused for a second, looking around. "Take cover!" he managed to cry out before dropping to the floor. 5 of the jets blew up at once, filling the dock with smoke and fire. Mars rose up, dusting himself off. The thought of what had occurred slowly sinking in. They were outsmarted. Then the emergency sprayers began releasing white foam, subduing the flames and enveloping the entire pier. "One day, Kren, one day," Mars muttered as the foam rose up to his knees. He then picked up his wrist and said into the transmitter, "Master, they're gone." The companions were crumpled on top of each other inside a small cabin that was designed for 2 people. There weren't any ships on their tail, thanks to the clever Dersalians' bombs destroying most of the nearby hangar. "Yes, yes," Spade laughed. "Chase us now! No time for cheers," Damocles warned. "Admitted so far, let's be a bit more optimistic." The vessel began vibrating as the gravity took over. "We'll have to wait until I regain control of it," Spade said. "But we're moving so slow," Gaia shouted. "The Imperials will be on us and here they come." Dozens of ships headed after them, some from the farthest docks of the Nomad and more from the other carriers that are orbited the planet. "We could have had them!" Alexander's fussing was heard through the pile. "There's too many of us," Spade panicked. "This piece of junk won't hold." Vincent was squished up in the left corner of the ship, Damocles' elbow in his side and Alexander's foot on his shoulder. He could catch a glimpse of the outside through the window, where he saw that the vessel's wings were red, burning from the momentum of the ship ripping through the atmosphere. "We could have had him, Damocles," Alexander continued, grunting. "Concentrate on holding this ship," Damocles shouted as he pressed his palms against the roof while closing his eyes. Alexander sighed and followed the example, pushing his hands on the floor. The brothers were in a supernatural trance, eyes shut, faces indifferent. Somehow, Vincent guessed, perhaps using their telekinetic powers, they kept the ship intact. "Hold it!" Spade cried out as flames fully surrounded them. Few of the ships in pursuit began exploding from the unstable pressure, bombarding them with debris. "Hold it!" Spade repeated, clinging to the controls. Their ship was ablaze, as if they were inside the belly of a fiery monster. After several seconds, the flames disappeared and Spade regained control of the ship. The twins let go, their faces betraying signs of exhaustion. "Okay," Spade sighed with relief, leveling the ship. "Let's cool things down a bit." He flicked a switch that triggered cooling sprayers on the wings. "There are 5 of them on the radar," Gaia said. who monitor the co-pilot screen behind Spade's chair. Lose visual contact with them before they enter the atmosphere. We can easily escape. The Dersalian shook his head. We're way too heavy. They'll be onto us. We must go into crisis mode. Here we go again, Damocles fussed. I hate when he does that. What is the crisis? Gaia couldn't finish her question as Spade yanked the wheel and turned the ship downward, forcing everyone to mass out behind his chair. They headed straight down through the smoke clouds, past the traffic of other ships. Alexander managed to pull out his electronic device to locate the beacon of the Serpent. Head northwest! The clouds swept aside, and a vast city spread out before them. Spade straightened the ship, and everyone fell back. There! Gaia pointed at a shadowy opening between two cooling towers, but tried to mingle in with the local. Disregarding her opinion, Spade turned the vessel downward, and everyone piled up once again. The heavy carriage forced the ship to spiral down. You maniac! Damocles roared from somewhere in the mass. Pull up! Alexander cried out as the buildings and the factories grew bigger. Not yet! Spade replied, fighting with the controls. The city was becoming so clear that people were visible, moving below like tiny ants. Collision was inevitable. Pull up! Gaia and the twins cried out together. Spade yanked at the helm with all his might. The vessel slowed down and stopped spinning, but the power of the gravity still forced it to plunge. At the last second, it straightened, nearly grinding on a rooftop. They're still on our tail, Gaia said. They must have a homing device aboard this ship. A homing device? Alexander pushed Vincent and Damocles aside and sat out halfway. I thought you were supposed to trash it. Well, it slipped my mind, Spade replied. I was alone, surrounded by dozens of soldiers. Sorry for not finding extra time. What the hell are we gonna do? Ditch the ship. First, we need to create a gap between us and them, Gaia suggested. Spade arched his ship under the bridge connecting the cooling towers and flew into the darkness between them. It's a factory, Alexander said, looking at his device. Our ship's a few miles away. We'll have to land and continue on foot. On foot? Vincent asked. Yes, Vincent, on foot. Spade turned on the ship's lights as they continued past the cooling towers and into the dark factory. Rows of tar-covered buildings were erected on either side of the gloomy path, with hundreds of gigantic pipes connecting them. Numerous trains ran hundreds of feet below, carrying minerals on the maze of railroads that were built alongside canals filled with lava. A small patch of the orange sky was visible above, filled with Imperial vehicles. Spade proceeded down the alley, going over and under the numerous pipes, trying to cloak the ship within the haze released from some of them. They'll be onto us, Gaia said. The homing beacon is coming from this vicinity. Spade turned to face her. Stop panicking. Wait, turn in here, Alexander interrupted, pointing to a small alley on the left. Spade turned the ship, scraping the left wing on one of the pipes. Damn it, Baldy. Can't you? Damocles began complaining right before a bolt of green energy exploded against a nearby wall. They spotted us, Gaia shouted. You think? Spade grunted. Another blast burst beside. I got it, Spade assured. They must be pretty desperate. Several more discharges barraged their ship. We can't sustain any more fire, Alexander screamed out. Land! There's still some juice left in this baby, Spade replied. Are you mad? The power's draining. We'll convey it into offense. Offense? The very second our shield is down. We've lost the rudder, Gaia intervened. Hit the red button, Spade yelled out to her as he accelerated the vessel to full speed, racing down without a fin. Gaia leaned over and hit the button as instructed. The ship released a blast, blowing up a part of the structure some 100 feet ahead. Are you insane? Spade exclaimed, barely avoiding the explosion. The red button in the co-pilot seat's back there. I could have hit this one myself. Speak clearly then, you moron. Gaia smashed the switch. An energy sphere exerted from the back of the ship, suspending itself in midair. Spade resumed the remaining power to the shields. Come on, you son of a, he muttered, as an explosion rumbled through the alley. The enemy fell for the trap. The ignition caused several of the pursuing ships to skid off, thus exploding as well. Now, Alexander shouted. Now, Spade, there isn't anyone else. Well, it's hard to turn without a rudder. Alexander pointed to a round opening within a building. There! Spade roughly turned the ship down to the gap and started taking consecutive turns, burying them deeper and deeper into the factory. Alexander looked at his tracker. We're about a mile away. Now land this ship before you kill us. Hold on. Spade began lowering and pumping on the brakes. I hated when Damocles started as the companions were once again tossed in the back. Spade tugged at the wheel. Stop, you piece of junk! The ship began scraping against the rough terrain of the factory, hurling everyone. Spade! Damocles roared as he smashed his head against the roof. The ship levitated for a mere second, then skidded on the ground again. I know what I'm doing, damn it! Spade turned around and shouted at the pestering commanders. Spade! What? Lava pit ahead! Oh! Spade yanked the helm to the left. The vessel began to slide sideways until eventually stopping several feet away from the trench. Spade took a deep breath, then looked back and said, You see what happens when you distract me? Damocles sighed. I can never get used to this. Spade pulled the lever and the back hatchway opened up, forcing the companions to tumble out onto the ground. He then opened the cockpit and leapt out. The contaminated air of the planet filled their lungs at once, forcing them to cough. Hurry! Alexander jumped to his feet. He darted his gaze to left and right. Damocles, get Duell and the swords and let's go. Run! But Vincent can carry, Damocles began. I don't want to hear that nonsense. Alexander resorted and took off with Spade and Gaia. Damocles threw his master over his shoulder, grabbed the swords, and staggered after his brother up the ramp that led out of the factory. Confused at the blonde Xenian's reaction, yet unwilling to start another fight, Vincent quietly followed. The ceiling soared to such heights that it was completely engulfed in darkness. The only sources of light of that subterranean factory being the lava pits and the floating lanterns. The workers were appalled, looking at them with large luminous eyes. They were humanoid aliens, the size of small children, with a rock-strewn texture, orange skin. Apparently, Imperial fighter vessels didn't crash through their workplace that often. We're going to have to cut through the street, Alexander said, monitoring his device and disregarding the creatures or the machines. They spanned several hundred yards without incident. The crashed ship was still visible in the distance, releasing fumes. Surprisingly, it wasn't swarming with Imperials just yet. Alexander turned left into another passage. Here! The path was a long case of stairs leading up to the surface with landings every 50 or so yards. As they began ascending, two soldiers came running out of one of the doors of the landings and almost bumped into Alexander, who, buried deep into his navigator, wasn't paying attention. There was a pause as the startled soldiers looked at each other and at Xenian. Before Alexander pulled out his sword, Gaia threw a small disc that flew like a bullet, striking both of the soldiers in the head and coming back to her wrist guard before they collapsed. No need for bloodshed, she said, pulling down the sleeve of her uniform. Now that's the woman, huh? Damocles said, passing by his surprised brother. Charming, Alexander murmured. Spade and Alexander then proceeded to carry the unconscious soldiers inside the factory, discarded their weapons, and shut the door. Try to be stealthy once we reach the street, Alexander warned everyone as he looked around and once again took the lead. Spade fussed. The entire spaceport's probably on the lookout for a blonde Xenian. The street was already in full view as the alarm resonated throughout the facility. The small workers began to run down the stairs in horror, almost knocking down the companions. Damn, Alexander cursed and picked up his pace. There was an open gate on the next landing where half a dozen troops ransacked a room full of equipment. Don't look at them, Alexander cautioned the group and began walking calmly. The soldiers had a group of worker creatures on the ground, jamming rifles into their bags and demanding information. One of the soldiers, a young Xenian man without a helmet, stood at the entrance, bewildered but horrified, for he was the only one who saw the outlandish party pass before his eyes. He opened his mouth, and his hands began to shake. Freeze, he muttered, raising his weapon. Damocles stared the soldier coldly in the eye as Alexander and Spade blasted three of the others. Sensing their unavoidable end, the remaining two dashed past the group. Supporting herself on Vincent's shoulder, Gaia spiraled and kicked one in the head. The soldier fell down, unconscious. The other guard dropped his rifle and, raising his arms, ran down the stairway 5 steps at a time. No! Alexander pushed away Spade's revolver, then kicked up a small crate that lay in a landing, and while it was in midair, kicked it again, sending the box after the fugitive. The crate smashed against the soldier's head more than 200 feet away. Spade scoffed. Why didn't I think of that? No need for bloodshed, Alexander said, mocking Gaia. He then turned to the captive workers. Go! The creatures got up and ran away. Well, Damocles said to the Xenian soldier, who practically collapsed from anxiety as his comrades fell down within seconds. He continued to stand there, wavering. Are you going to shoot me? The big guy demanded. The Xenian dropped his weapon and stepped back, raising his arms. Let's move, Alexander continued, ignoring the soldier. They finally reached the street. Attention all craft! The announcement passed through the intercoms. Remain docked until further notice. Failure to comply will result in drastic action. Blend in, Alexander warned as he snatched the hooded jacket from one of the vendors and concealed your weapons. I'll try, the big guy grunted, holding his unconscious master over one shoulder and carrying 3 swords. What about Vincent? He's the least of our problems. We may be the only non-military Xenians on this planet. Cruisers in the shape of a winged van floated over the street, hosting countless soldiers that scouted the crowd below. Their heads down, the party made their way through the busy boulevard. There, Alexander pointed at a building ahead, turning off his navigation device. Part of their docked ship was visible, glistening on the roof. They shoved the pedestrians aside, turned into an alley alongside the building and near the side entrance. Alexander and Damocles hurried ahead, followed by Gaia and Spade. Vincent came last, looking over his shoulder. But just as he was about to enter the staircase, an array of blasts hit the open door over his head, forcing him to duck. He raised his rifle and began exchanging fire with a squad of troops that followed them. Come on, you fool! Spade grabbed them by the shirt and pulled them inside. Why is everyone stretching out my collar? Vincent fussed as they began ascending. It's the only shirt I've got. They're going to surround the building, Alexander said. They'll have soldiers on the roof before we get there, Spade added. By the time the party reached the 3rd floor, the pursuers entered the staircase and began to shoot at them from below. This ought to slow them down, Spade said and threw down the wrong device. As they reached a safe distance, he pressed a button on his detonator, collapsing the lower portion of the stairs. We have to make sure the ship is on when we board it, Alexander said, so we can take off faster. Spade cleared his throat. They might. Alexander shot him a quick look. Damn it, Spade. Daggone it, start the ship, the Dressalian yelled into his transmitter. Happy? I wouldn't be surprised if that hunk of metal invites the Imperials aboard. As they reached the 16th floor, they heard more soldiers coming down to greet them. Stop! Alexander halted the party. What do you want to do? Spade asked. Engage them? No. We'll cut through to the other stairwell and make our way up, Alexander replied, approaching the door. Spade neared the railing and looked up. There are too many from the sound of it. I hope that path leads us there. Alexander kicked the door. The entry opened away into a long corridor, its right side lined with oversized windows made of thick glass that provided a view of the spaceport. After making sure it was safe, the team locked the door and hurried to the other end. Wait, Alexander stopped halfway through, once again sensing danger. Get down, he screamed, jumping backwards and toppling his brother along with Duell. A rocket cracked through the window and exploded into the wall several feet away, covering their path in dust and debris. A helicopter emerged outside with 4 Imperial soldiers, 2 pilots, and a couple of gunners firing at them from the side door, one of them with a rocket launcher over his shoulder. Run! Alexander knelt down, pulled out his blaster, and began shooting back. Spade swiftly made his way across the rubble, shooting at the assailants, while Damocles ran through with Duell. The Dressalian took out one soldier and Alexander the other, leaving the pilot and the gunner with a rocket launcher. Go! Alexander yelled at Vincent and Gaia for lagging. As they lurched forward, another rocket struck the hallway, tearing a portion of the building apart. Gaia screamed as a blast collapsed the floor beneath her feet, dragging her down. Vincent managed to clasp her wrist at the last second. The blast created a huge gap between them and the rest of the party, taking out several floors. Damn you! Alexander stood up and furiously shot away. A hole appeared in the pilot's helmet, and he fell on the dashboard, crashing the helicopter into a nearby building. The gunner managed to jump out and extend his parachute, but several shots from Spade turned him into a corpse floating over the city. Vincent lifted the princess up. She worriedly hugged him as she reached the top. He then glanced over his liability. The gap was over 20 feet wide, and the sound of soldiers descending the stairs made it impossible to turn back. "Damocles!" Alexander cried out to his brother. "You'll have to go get him!" As the big man turned around, blasts came through the locked door behind Vincent and Gaia. The soldiers were already there. They were trapped. Gaia swallowed. "This can't be it," she said. She pulled out her blaster and began shooting at the door. Vincent looked at her, and instead of the rebellious princess, he saw a helpless young woman ready to meet her doom. The weight was on his shoulders again. He had to do something. "Not today," he said, as he wrapped his arm around her waist, ran forward and leapt. He jumped like he'd never jumped before, as if some force inside of him propelled him to fly. They landed next to the twins. The brothers exchanged shocked glances. "You've got a lot of explaining to do," Alexander said to Vincent, and they continued on their way. The soldiers entered through the shattered door, but stopped short before the gap. The escaping party was out of sight. "Turn back!" the commanding officer shouted. "We'll engage them on the roof." They turned around and stormed back to the staircase. "Dagonet, prepare to lower the gangway!" Spade screamed into his radio. They made their way up, staying close to the wall because of the continuous blasts from ascending soldiers. When they finally reached the roof access, Spade kicked open the exit door and stuck out the barrel of his gun. After there was no reaction, he picked out. 6 soldiers to the left, he said, heading for the ship. "Cover my back." Alexander passed Spade onto the rooftop and darted at the soldiers. As the troops raised their guns at their bold assailant, Spade came out with his revolver blasters. Before they knew what was going on, 4 of them were down. Alexander came hacking down on a 5th, spun around and cut the last one apart. "Everyone inside!" Alexander sheathed his bloody sword, pulled out his blaster, and stood beside the ramp as Spade, Damocles, Duel, and Gaia entered the ship. Enemy fighters and gunships were approaching fast from afar. "Hurry!" Alexander yelled at Vincent and ran after the others. As Vincent was nearing the entrance, blasts whizzed over his shoulder. The troops flocked out of their other roof access, feverishly discharging their guns. Vincent whirled around and began shooting back. "Vincent!" Gaia cried out. Vincent realized he was the last one. He hurried up the ramp just as the serpent began lifting off. "Raise the ramp!" Alexander cried out to the robot, blasting away. The gate finally closed, and the party rushed to the cockpit. Damocles stopped in a cabin to lay his master on a couch and strap him with safety belts. "To me later," Duel slurred out, closing his eyes. "Shields to full power!" Spade commanded, jumping behind the wheel. "Now scram, Dagonet! We're going to have to redirect some energy into offensive." Alexander took his place in a co-pilot chair, pushing on certain switches. "Dagonet, turn on the turrets!" The droid stopped in confusion from the multiple commands. "Damn robot," Spade fussed. "Retire after you turn on the cannons." "As you wish, sir," the machine responded. "Princess, Vincent," Alexander whirled around. "There are 2 gun turrets on either side of the cabin. I need you 2 blasting away any enemy ships that you see. I'll control the main gun while Spade gets us out of here." Gaia nodded and ran to do her duty. "Wait a minute," Vincent said. "I don't know how to use it. It's too big to maneuver in a turret, so you'll have to," Spade added in a hurry. "Besides, Dagonet will turn on everything for you. Just point and shoot." "Like this," Alexander said, pushing the knob on his controls. The gun atop the cockpit released a bolt of energy at the approaching helicopter, blowing it into tiny shards. "Okay," Vincent muttered, as his heart began pounding in excitement once more. He hurried to the deck and proceeded up the rungs to the tower. The turret was an octagonal cylinder with windows made of thick glass. The chair with the controls and the gun were attached to a revolving floor, allowing the gunner to fully rotate. Vincent jumped in a chair and strapped himself in. "Oh yeah," he said, grabbing the control handles. Multiple screens appeared on a glass surface before him, displaying the sky from every angle. He jerked the wheel to the left and the entire turret turned. "I'm in a freaking sci-fi movie," he said, still trying to conceive what he was about to do. As he got familiar with the turret, he didn't become aware that the fighters were hot on their tail, beginning to attack. "This isn't a damn movie," Spade said through the intercom. "Now take aim, and the very second the guns are activated, I want you to shoot like crazy." Vincent cleared his throat. "Right," he said, changing his tone to a more serious one. An Imperial frigate was dead ahead. Nevertheless, rather than avoiding it, the crazy Thessalian flew straight at the battleship. "We can't take on that ship," Damocles cautioned. Spade exchanged looks with his first mate. Alexander bit his lower lip and nodded. "Yes, we can," Spade said and accelerated. The frigate opened its bay and several fighter jets headed down. Vincent turned the turret toward the gaining squadron, composed of half a dozen fighters. He set his sight on the nearest one and waited. "Battle station activated," Dagonet's computerized voice said after a second. "Fire at will." Small crosshairs appeared on the display screen. "Okay, here we go." Vincent targeted the nearest ship and pushed the buttons on top of the controls. The cannon released 2 green blasts. The first one raised the enemy fighter's energy shield, and the second one blew it to bits. "Great, I can get used to this." He targeted another. The second ship met the same fate. Several more ships blew up, the work of Gaia. 2 more remained in pursuit. Vincent shot several blasts at one of them, striking at the ship in the wing. The pilot lost control, and the vessel exploded into the other. A small image of Gaia appeared on a screen. "Nice going, Vincent." He shrugged. "Beginner's luck," he said, surprised at himself. "Stay alert," Spade said. "More approaching from the east." Vincent rotated the tower to the left and waited. Alexander had his own share of action as the mighty frigate produced fighters and rockets that flew down to meet the approaching Serpent. His hands knew no pause. He shot at every moving object in their path. The windshield was pummeled with more fragments of metal than enemy blasts. Despite the assault, Spade increased speed. "We're going to crash!" Damocles shouted into his ear. "No, we're not! Spade!" Spade leaned over and pushed the button, sending a rocket at the frigate. At the last second, he jerked the helm, and the serpent passed over the enemy vessel just as the missile found its target. There was a series of chain explosions, and the frigate blew up, taking out the other fighters in its vicinity. Alexander let go of his controls and flexed his fingers. "Nice work." "They were so busy shooting at us, they neglected to raise in their own shield," Spade said in confidence. "I swear I'll never doubt you again," Alexander said. "Yeah," Spade scoffed. "That's what you said the last time. Now let's hope our gunners take out the tail." Gaia was a natural shooter. She never ceased to surprise the team, taking out enemy fighters one by one. Vincent managed to take out several on his own, but was no match to her skill. 3 of the enemy ships remained, continuing the volley. The Serpent was already far over the city, swimming through the polluted clouds. "Vincent, Gaia," Spade said through the speakers. "We're about to rip through the atmosphere. We can't take any more fire before it can veer us off course and drag us back down. Take them out immediately." "I'm trying," Gaia said. 2 more ships blew up, leaving only 1. "Good job," Vincent said. "I'll try to get this on." He opened fire at the last vessel, but it kept crisscrossing between his and Gaia's discharges. "This guy must be a leader," he said. The guileful enemy positioned behind them, blasting away at their shields and targeting their engines. "Get him, damn it!" Alexander screamed. "We can't take any more damage." The sky began to darken. "Vincent, he's out of my range!" Gaia panicked. Vincent nervously blasted away the moving target, but missed every shot. "Now!" Spade and Alexander both shouted. Vincent closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully began targeting the eluding ship. The force of the wind lapping at the turret made it near impossible to achieve a target, much less a precise hit. He exhaled and pushed the trigger 3 times. The enemy vessel blew to smithereens. "Good job," Spade said. "Everyone hold on. More await us in our orbit." The Serpent left the gravitational field, and weightlessness took over. 4 carriers were nearby, releasing a swarm of fighters in their direction, and a Nomad was seen in the distance, heading for them like an outraged monster chasing after its escaping prey. "Here they come," Spade said as blasts began rocking them again. "The shields are almost down," he grunted. "We'll be out of auxiliary power before we get out of here." "They want us alive," Alexander said. "Then why are they shooting at us?" "To wear down our shields and take us in." "Precisely, and I'll be damned if they do." Spade looked around, seemingly in search of something. If I could only have a few seconds of stillness." He raised his arms in anger. "I can't jump into hyperspace with all this havoc." He then reached over and pulled the lever. "What are you doing?" Alexander exclaimed. "Spade!" Gaia screamed into the intercom. "The cannons are off." "I know. We need to salvage all the power we can," the Thessalian replied. Alexander became pale. "I hope you know what you're doing." Even though he had known Spade for the better part of his life, he still couldn't figure out just what the crazy Dersalian was thinking. "You said you'll never doubt me again, right? Now wait!" Spade then turned to the robot, said, "Damocles, activate all the missiles." "All the missiles?" the twins asked. The salvo stopped. "Incoming message," Dagonet stated. Spade looked over at Xander. The Xenian nodded. "Put it through," Spade said, adjusting the levers. A small hologram of Mars appeared on a panel. "Surrender your ship," he said with a commanding tone, "and perhaps we shall spare your lives." "Sorry, can't do it," Spade responded, ignoring the warning and continuing to set up the jump to hyperspace. "Your arrogance far exceeds your abilities. We have you in target, and your shields are drained. I must admit, though, your attempt to escape was most gallant. Now stop your vessel and prepare. Shut the hell up!" Spade slammed his fist on a panel, turning off the hologram. "Sure likes to hear himself talk, that punk." "I told you they want us alive," Xander said. Bolt on their ship sustained, some of the blast beginning to penetrate the shield and ripping off strips of metal from the serpent's hull. "I don't want to stay here any longer to find out," Spade said. "The coordinates are set. Now we need a hiatus." "The carriers are getting closer," Damocles said, looking up as their tiny vessel fell under the shadow of one of the dreadnoughts. "Turn on the magnetic beam! Hurry!" "Launch the missiles!" Spade screamed. "All of them!" "Sir," Dagonet stated, "I do not think that is a very rational decision." "Shut that damn robot! Fire!" Xander reached over to the big button in the middle of the panel and firmly pushed it. The 9 remaining rockets exerted into every direction, destroying nearby enemy ships and covering the space around them in a cloud. The Serpent was free from the onslaught for a few seconds, giving them a window of opportunity. "Almost there," Spade yelled out as the ship began vibrating. Everyone held their breath. They all knew that one single blast could disrupt the entire process. Once the smoke cleared, any chances of escape would have been gone. And then, in an instant, pursuing vessels froze, and their discharges became nothing more than balls of orange energy. Then everything disappeared and turned into a void. They jumped into hyperspace. "Yee-haw!" Spade screamed in joy. "We did it!" He grabbed Xander by the shoulders. "Can you believe it? We did it! This is by far the craziest, the most suicidal, the most stupendous stunt we've ever pulled." "Calm down. We still don't have Orion." Xander shrugged off the Dersalian, took off his belt, and got up. "Tell Gaia and Vincent to meet us on the deck, for we have much to discuss." Mars clenched his fist, barely controlling his urge to smash the monitor. "I failed," he thought. "It's unacceptable." He turned to his master. Nahar was beside him, gazing out of the window at the cloud of smoke that was left behind the escaping ship. He didn't yell, but simply stood there, quietly caressing his goatee. Mars swallowed and said, "We secured a tracker aboard their vessel." Nahar looked up at him indifferently. "You did your best," he said, turned around and walked away, leaving Mars baffled by his reaction. End chapter. Chapter 8. The Path to Ulton. The exhausted party gathered around in a cabin. After patching up her wound, Gaia helped the big man with Duel, who appeared far improved, opening his eyes and even sitting upright. They took off his breastplate, wrapped him in a blanket, and gave him several medicine caplets. Spade rested against a nearby wall, waiting for the Xenian master to regain his senses. Their successful escape seemed to profoundly affect him. He fidgeted with excitement, eager to chat with his longtime friend. Xander walked in circles around the table, panting in frustration. They achieved the impossible by rescuing Duel, a feat that will never be forgotten. But still, the question lingered, where is Orion? He guessed the worst, just as he'd guessed before, but quickly abandoned the thought. What he needed was a scapegoat. Yes, a scapegoat on whom he could displace his boiling anger. And who was the best candidate? Who showed up unannounced, unwelcome, and surrounded with a mysterious aura? He slowly turned his head in Vincent's direction. "Just who the hell are you?" he said through his teeth. "What?" Vincent was shocked, looking around the room. Here he was, thinking he was part of the crew, but unfortunately they still didn't trust him. Well? I don't understand, Vincent shrugged, the feeling of being an outsider coming back. Quit playing games with us, human. Or is there such thing as a human? Alexander began to approach Vincent, throwing his accusations. Who do you work for? Did Zeus send you? Vincent leaned against the wall and clasped the sides of his head. He was really tired of defending himself. He closed his eyes and asked, Why are you still accusing me of being a spy? Alexander! Gaia stood up. What is your problem? Save your compassion for the Utans! Alexander said to her without taking his gaze off Vincent. The human has some explaining to do. I've told you many times who I am, yet I never received any answers, Vincent replied. Liar! Alexander lunged forward and grabbed Vincent by the shirt with both hands. How do you explain the stunt you pulled? Vincent seized the Xenian's wrists and held him away. What do you mean? How did you clear that gap? What? The hole in the Herodon building. How did you jump so far? Adrenaline rush, I guess, Vincent stammered. He honestly didn't know how he jumped so far himself and hadn't even given it second thought. I'll show you an adrenaline rush, you. He saved my life! Gaia stepped between them, shoving the enraged youth away. Why can't you see he's not a spy? Because he's a liar! What more do I have to do to gain your trust? Vincent fumed. I've killed for you, damn it! Tell us the truth, Alexander insisted. I told you everything I know. Everything? Eggs, come on now, Spade got up, pulling back his mad accomplice. He's proven himself, hasn't he? He has powers like us, Alexander shouted, shrugging off the Dersalian. Now you're just exaggerating. Just because he managed to leap over he fought off Nahar using a Polyrmeus sword. Grandfather's Polyrmeus sword, Spade. Spade turned to face Vincent with a perplexed expression. What? Damocles got up, waiting for a response as well. Gaia, on the other hand, seemed confused. Vincent exhaled and glanced down. He was beat at last, worn out from all the running, jumping, and space travel, ceasing to care what was going to happen to him. He frowned and finally snapped. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm tired of these games, these stupid rebellions, the godforsaken republic, and this entire baloney. I try to do the right thing by helping you guys out, killing people in the process, I might add, but instead, I'm the one being attacked. Also, every time I ask a question, I am told to shut up. I am not your damn prisoner or some friggin' caveman. I have no idea what the hell Palermo is, and honestly, I don't really give a damn. He stepped closer to Alexander and with a challenging tone added, Now I want some answers. The companions exchanged astounded looks. Vincent had lost his cool. A forced smile lifted the corners of the blonde Xenian's mouth. Okay, he said. How would you explain this, then? With a quick move, he pulled out his sword, flipped it, and pressed its hilt against Spade's hand. Arr! Spade clutched his fist. Idiot! How many times I've told you not to do that? Alexander then threw the sword to Vincent. Catch! Vincent easily caught the blade by the handle. Spade's jaw dropped. Damn, he muttered. What's that supposed to mean? Gaia asked. I don't know, Spade replied, looking at the twins. I don't understand, Vincent said, noticing the stunned faces. The sword felt ideal in his hand, almost weightless, but despite its outdated appearance, he knew it was a deadly weapon. Only those who have our power can wield these swords, Alexander explained. The power of the Tel'Khazar. Power? Vincent asked. A hereditary power that was passed down 100 generations amongst certain Xenians, Alexander briefed. And today, I witnessed a man from an unknown planet with such ability. Just by holding the sword? Not just that. How did you jump so far? I don't know, Vincent said, admiring the sword. Some instinct just took over my body. I cannot explain it. He whirled the blade and thought, I can get used to this. It was as if I knew that I'd do it and I went for it. Impossible, Damocles whispered. He does have our power. Do us the honor and explain to us again what occurred on this so-called Earth, Alexander said sternly, yanking away the sword from the curious human. In full detail. Well, Vincent said, relieved at the fact that he received some form of an answer, no matter how ridiculous he found it to be. I've already told you everything I know. Xander's face twisted in anger. As I've mentioned before, Vincent started before the youth flew into another rage. An unknown object had penetrated our airspace and landed on our soil. And what are you on your planet? A constable of sorts, right? Yes, something like that. I was monitoring the vessel as it opened up, revealing an entrance, and that's whenever my curiosity took over. As I ventured inside, I saw a man who seemed to be hurt. It's the last thing I remember, and only vaguely. I tried to examine him closer, and I called for help. That's when I saw thousands of lights and passed out. He paused, then raised his arms and said, I'm sorry, but as I've told you before, I don't remember anything else. I've heard this already, but that doesn't explain how you have the power of the Tel-Khazar. Xander began to get loud again. I just don't know. Maybe all of these humans possess it, Damocles proposed. Texanora! Duel's tired voice stopped the squabbling. Everyone turned their attention to the elder Xenian. Master, Xander said in surprise, as Duel got up, stretching. Spade and the twins quickly embraced the Xenian master. Thank you, my brothers, Duel said. Thank you for saving my life. As the group hug broke up, Spade began the introduction. Vincent Saturn, meet Sage Duel Kamasiara. It's an honor to meet you, sir, Vincent said properly, extending his hand. Duel looked Vincent squarely in the eye and firmly returned the grip. The honor's all on this side, Vincent Saturn, he replied, with his calm, deep voice as he scrutinized the human. Duel was a muscular man of medium height, slightly shorter than Xander. His features said that he was a strict man, yet his eyes suggested that he had a good heart. He looked fearless, with no signs of any recent poisoning. But the thing that impressed Vincent the most was the air of the man's demeanor. Certainly Duel was someone who could provide him with answers. What is that? Gaia quietly asked Spade. The Texanora. A legend, Spade responded. A transfer of the Tel-Khazar power. But how? He looked at Duel. It's impossible. What happened on Zazaban? Xander asked first. It was a trap, Duel began. They knew we were coming. Zeph, Na'ar, dragoons, and countless other troops. They attacked us while we were several miles beneath the surface. We fought our way up to the ship, taking out their numbers along the way. It was the bloodiest battle I've ever participated in. At the last minute, we came to the conclusion that it'd be best if we were to separate. That was the last time I saw him, my master, my mentor, Orion Kryn. He looked at them, but his gaze went beyond in deep contemplation. Spade cleared his throat. What happened then? I managed to divert most of them, and realizing I wouldn't be taken alive, they poisoned me. Those cowards. I was weak, too feeble to do anything. What about grandfather? The big man sniffled, his eyes welling with water. You don't actually mean Texanora's for real? As I was being transferred, I overheard Zeph inform Na'ar that Orion had escaped, but left behind his sword. Duel stepped back and glanced away. Impossible! Xander exclaimed, stifling his own tears. Zeph's an animal. He's a devious man, unworthy of the Tel-Khazar title. No one but him knows just what has occurred in that tunnel, not even Na'ar, for all of the other witnesses were killed. They didn't chase Orion? Damocles asked. Orion's ship was bombarded by a series of rockets before it jumped into hyperspace. Thus it landed on my planet, Vincent concluded. No. Damocles shook his head. I'm sorry to say this, Duel said, still avoiding the looks of his companions. But that is what happened. And it's the only logical explanation to Vincent's newly acquired powers. I don't believe it! Xander cried out. Using his last strength, Orion must have programmed the ship to Sebulon 2 and performed the Texanora on our new friend. Vincent was confused. What is Texanora, anyway, he asked. What's happening to me? Impossible, Xander continued. Texanora is a myth. It has never been done before, especially on lesser species. As he said those last words, he furiously pointed at Vincent. Orion's ship was empty whenever I found it, Spade said, a single tear streaking down his face. And the information in the vessel's memory confirms it. Rubbish! How could this human take our power? He didn't take it, Duell held. Rather, it was a mutual agreement between them. What's happening to me? Vincent loudly repeated. Texan Nora, Duell turned to him explaining, was a legend of a Dayan Tel'Khazar. He paused, realizing it'd take him all day to properly explain something he hadn't himself understood. I'll keep it simple. When Orion grabbed your arm, his powers transferred to you. Damocles sobbed. So that's it? I'm sorry, Duell faced the twins, but your grandfather, my mentor, has passed. I don't believe this nonsense, Xander shouted, beginning to pace back and forth. Calm down. Xander stifled again. He couldn't hold his cool facade any longer, and tears began rolling down his face. I'll be alone, he whispered, turned around and headed towards the cockpit, pushing the big guy out of the way. Orion's gone, Spade said dryly, his legs weakening. He slumped down on one of the stools. Oh my God, Duell, oh my God. What will we do? We must continue his dream, Duell replied, while thinking, it's up to me. Everything's up to me. What of the mission, Master? Damocles asked, standing proudly despite the lamentation tearing through him. Brian believed this mission was of the utmost importance. He was willing to help the daughter of Jamin and the Orton cause. So we'll stay on Orton with Gaia? Until we figure out Galadan's real objective. Meanwhile, we'll honor Orion's life in one of Orton's shrines and record his deeds in the Tel'Khazar Chronicles once we get back to our base. The big man nodded and excused himself, going off to console his brother. Gaia was stunned at the elder Xenian. How can you be so cold? It's our way, Duell said, sitting down on a couch. I like to refer to it as composure, however. If we break down on fall, we take down the very thing my late mentor stood for, the liberation of the known universe. Gaia sat down next to him. The revolution shall suffer terribly, she said. Although she only had childhood memories of Orion, somehow she felt they were much closer, perhaps because of the fact that her father venerated the man. He was the unofficial leader. It's your fault, Spade got up, pointing his finger at the princess. You dare speak of your revolution? Things would have been different if we were all at Zazaban together, but no, we had to travel across the galaxy to save your royal behind. What? Gaia was out of words, a concurrence of hurt and anger taking over her features. But why? Spade demanded, waving his hands as he spoke. Why the heck's a member of the aristocracy meddling in some off-world planet, helping some reptiles? Gaia looked as if she were about to burst out in anger, but remained calm. It's something you won't understand, she said as she arose and proceeded to the bathroom. Duell got up and put his hands on the Dersalian's shoulders. Spade, calm down. I'd expect this kind of conduct from Xander, but not from you. Vengeance, Duell! Spade retorted, tears rolling down his face. I want vengeance! And we will have it, Spade, we will. That I promise you. Duell placed his hand on the back of Spade's neck and pressed his forehead against the Dersalian's crystal. Remember Orion's rule on retaliation. Vengeance is a long course that's wisely planned, for when it is finally delivered, it leaves a devastation that is tenfold. He was like a father to me, Duell, Spade whimpered. Now I'll never get a chance to tell him how I felt. Duell suppressed his own tears. The sight of the carefree Dersalian breaking down was unbelievable. He will always remain with us, Spade. I don't know, Duell. I just don't know anymore. As all this distress occurred around him, Vincent kept quiet, puzzled at the Xenian master's explanation for his alleged power. He looked at his hands. Is there truly some power coursing through my veins? Could that be the reason for the images in my head? And if so, wouldn't that signify that this Orion character might eventually take over my body? He had so many questions in his head that he just wanted to get up and shout, yet the significance of the tragedy kept him under control. It will all be revealed soon, he thought. Duell managed to pacify the Dersalian, and they both retained their seats. What of the Elandali prophet? Spade asked after a moment. Orion made contact with him while I waited, Duell said. Although the cavern was empty, he somehow saw him. perhaps through the veils of another reality. That's Orion, all right. Did he tell you about what the prophet said? No, but he seemed confident. He said he knew. He said he knew the answers. Answers to what? As to how to end this conflict. Spade sighed, wiping his face. I guess the secret died with him. I don't know about all that, Duell said, looking at Vincent. He beckoned him. Sit. You mentioned some kind of power, Vincent said, sitting down. Supposedly passing through me, probably causing this terrible migraine I'm having. What is this power? Until now, we were under the notion that this kind of power was inheritable and only amongst our kind, Duell began. Yes, I know this much, yet somehow I'm bestowed with it. But what is it? I mean, can you describe it? It's a mysterious ability far greater than that of any other living creature. Telekinesis, super strength, limited telepathy, energy projection, and rapid healing are just some of its gifts. Vincent stared at Duell with his mouth open, then straightened and asked, Just who are you guys? And how do you have this power? I notice you're different from the other Xenians. And what of these swords no one else can wield? We are the Tel-Khazar, a secret order of warriors that existed for over 2,000 years on Xenon. The Tel-Khazar? I've heard that term before, but what does it mean? In conventional terms, it means warrior sage. Vincent chuckled. Warrior sage? Duell nodded. I know it sounds rather amusing, but I assure you, Vincent, in time you'll know just why we'll label ourselves with such a calling. And the weapons? The swords are how our original founders got the powers. Our founder, the great sage Jarek Nostriani, discovered a strange burning meteor in an underground cave. Being a knight and a blacksmith, he managed to forge 10 swords out of the meteor before it cooled down and gave them to his friends. Little did they know that exposure to this metal will give them these supernatural powers. Vincent forced himself not to chuckle again. It does sound a little far-fetched, he said. Does it sound more far-fetched than you discovering an alien vessel? Vincent looked away. The analogy Duell provided made sense. A few days ago, the mere motion of aliens would make him laugh. And now, Duell continued. It's a true account, Vincent. I assure you. It was a dark time on our world. Our entire planet was enslaved at the time by an alien race. Jarek and his cohorts freed us and formed the Tel-Khazar. Realizing he was carrying away once again, he said, Perhaps one day I'll fully explain our origins to you. I still don't see how that's possible. But you saw what we can do, did you not? Envision this. A regular intelligent creature only uses a small fraction of its conscious brain. We, the Tel-Khazar, have the ability to use most of it. This would explain the headache you're having, for your brain is expanding at a rapid rate. Well, Spade intervened. I kind of whacked him really hard back on Sebulon. And where did the meteor come from? Vincent asked, forcing himself to believe the tale. That, my friend, Duell said, is a mystery that has been the subject of philosophical debate for a long time. The metallic substance the meteor was made of came to be known as polymerase. But honestly, we still don't know where it comes from. The most rational explanation is that it's a remnant of a prehistoric planet, but others imply that it was the works of the gods. We've been in a vain search of the one who might identify its origins for more than 1,000 years, and only recently, one of us had finally made contact, Orion Kren. And he never told you what was said? Duell shook his head. No, he said, but then after a few seconds he added, but I'm hoping you might. Vincent leaned forward and placed his elbows on his knees. First he ends up here, and now he's being fed the tale that he has some unspeakable power and that some vital knowledge is lodged within his brain. Telepathy, telekinesis, super strength? It was too much for him. The idea of an extraterrestrial having this power was inconceivable for us before today, Duell continued, or the Texanora for that matter. But yet you survived it, thus absorbing our powers. You mentioned it was a mutual agreement. Are you implying I wanted this somehow? Precisely. But that's impossible. Do not ask me, but ask yourself. Deep within your subconscious mind, you yearn for it. Vincent sat up, chortling. Yearned? Yes. Otherwise, Orion would have died. But he saw it in your mind and in your eyes. The valor of a warrior. I don't believe it. Vincent got up, clutching his head. But it was just a mere second. Time is nothing, Vincent, Duell said with a serious tone. What? Our subconscious mind connects us to a realm beyond time where our chosen future, past and present collide. And inside your subconscious mind, you talked with Orion and made a choice, Vincent Saturn. But I did not want this, Vincent threw his arms up in confusion. I'm not a warrior. Duell leaned forward and said, Your entire life, you felt like you don't belong, didn't you? Vincent didn't reply, for the Xenian's question was more of a statement. You felt like you were an outsider, like you were different, as if you were somehow not normal. You found everything to be boring and constantly sought change, especially when it came to fighting evil. And that is why you started a job in which you could make that change. No, I just couldn't sit around and do nothing. Exactly. Vincent paused and leaned back. You're a dreamer, Vincent. That brought a smile to Vincent's face. That's something I've been hearing my whole life. You have the persona of the artist. Now I'm an artist as well. In my philosophy, the artist is not merely someone who creates art. The artist is a rebel. To be an artist is to yearn for change, to alter the environment around you and others, to stand up against the customs that keep you in a prison. And yes, usually we are the musicians and the sculptors, the writers and the teachers, the leaders and the philosophers, even politicians. At that last remark, he waved his hand at the approaching princess. Gaia smiled at the comment and nodded in respect. Definitely not the politicians. As Vincent glanced at her, he noticed that she took off the mechanic's uniform and was mesmerized again. She was clad in a black and gray spandex outfit that brought out her figure and exposed her neck and arms, showing a great deal of her skin which glistened with perspiration. She was undeniably the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. In her hands, Gaia carried a small tray full of multicolored capsules. I brought some food alternatives before we get to Urtan, she said. Astronaut food? Vincent asked, skeptically looking at the tablets. Yes, they easily get digested and contain all the vitamins the body needs. It's not recommended to eat real food during artificial gravity. Spade and Duell proceeded to make their selection, but Vincent hesitated. It's a tough choice, he said, sarcastically. Here, try this one. Gaia gave him a large green gel tab. It's pterodorian steak, or tastes like it at least. Don't tell me what it is, Vincent said, swallowing the pill. Seconds later, a succulent feeling filled his stomach, resembling the taste of tender steak with a side of mashed potatoes. As everyone took their share, Gaia put away the tray and sat back down on the couch. Now that you mention it, Vincent asserted Duell, sitting down beside Gaia, I am somewhat of a thrill seeker. But even so, I still don't understand why I would make an agreement with Orion that would take me away from everything I know. You will one day, Duell replied. When you achieve total peace with your mind, you'll understand why you made that choice. Vincent sighed, confused more than ever. I can't even accept the fact that I have this power yet, much less have any of the magic. With time, you'll accept this gift that's been bestowed upon you and easily do the things the twins are capable of, Duell assured. It's amazing what they can do, Vincent said, remembering their supernatural abilities. And they are but 21. Orion, Vincent then said, what happened to his body? Why did it disappear? When one with our power dies, we become whatever we are, a form of energy. Our bodies and everything in our person explodes into thousands of lights. That's crazy, just like that? That is yet another enigma. There are several theories on this precise subject, but none have any evidence. Vincent got up and approached the slit window, looking outside at the void. It was all so confusing. So are you saying I'll remember Orion's memories, he asked. Honestly, Duell shook his head. I don't know. I've never been acquainted with anyone who went through the Texanora or even heard of it being performed. But I hope you'll remember. Our future might depend on the information you hold. Vincent sighed. Will I ever find my way back home? I will not lie to you, Vincent, Duell replied. The odds are 1,000,000,000 to 1. It might take longer than expected. For now, you must remain with us. I will show you the galactic map once we get to Orton, but I must warn you it's... Vincent whirled around. Vast? Duell nodded. Well, is there anyone else that can help me? No, only yourself. It'll come to you eventually, just like everything else. Na'ar has seen you with his very eyes. Therefore, you must not discuss your origins with anyone else. He's probably already on the most wanted list, Spade said. And you resemble us more than any other race, Gaia added. Not to mention, he held a Polyrameus sword. Looks like the price on our head's gonna quadruple. That is another thing I've been meaning to ask you, Vincent sat down. I happened to notice that most of the people on that ship, if not all, were Xenian. Duell and Gaia traded nods. Spade shrugged as Vincent looked over at him and motioned to the Xenians to deliver the answer. My people, Duell began, the Sinkahar, a sublime Xenian race, are the ones who started this. It first began on our home planet, Xenon, as a military conflict between the races, with the Sinkahar emerging as the victors. Under the leadership of Velianor Lombardo, a warrior sage, the Sinkahar united all of the Xenian nations and seceded from the Galactic Federation, which was a coalition of the advanced civilizations at the time. While the Federation placed an embargo on our system, we produced millions of weapons with our Genesis technology, one which could manipulate matter, and then began Velianor's campaign. It started with the several planets and eventually escalated into an all-out intergalactic war between those loyal to the Federation and the separatist movement headed by us, the Xenians. Vincent was listening with awe, getting the gist of information on the Republic. Great minds can create devastating weapons, the Xenian continued. The galaxy was not ready for the weaponry we possessed. Those few standing in the ways of that mighty Sinkahar Empire were simply wiped out or subdued by force. Eventually, this system was created, this hypocritical Imperial Republic. He paused, clenched his jaw, and then said, The best form of tyranny is an illusion of freedom. So you fight your own people? Vincent was stunned. While the rest of the galaxy hates and despises you? Because we have the power to do so, Duell answered ardently. It is our responsibility. Not all of us believe that the galaxy needs to be controlled, Gaia added. Rather than freeing it from the plutocrats of the Federation, we'll place it in the hands of dictators. I have advocated democracy for my entire life and tried to get our people to realize what we were doing, but now I see the truth. I see through the shadowy veil that's pulled over the eyes of the Xenians and others who could make change. That general, Vincent asked, the one named Na'ar, is he a warrior sage as well? Duell explained further. Like I said before, the power of Tel-Khazar transfers from parent to offspring. After many generations, there were dozens of Xenians without psionic powers. But there were only 10 swords. We formed a secret academy with a council made up of sword wielders. The council then had to choose their successors from the best students through a voting system. They should have known the dangers of people's ego. They should have known that a disagreement was inevitable. 70 years ago, there was a Tel-Khazar conflict that obliterated almost every warrior sage save for one, Cezanne Kryn, Orion's father. He took it upon himself to continue the brotherhood and sought others who were gifted. After his untimely death, his students split the brotherhood apart. Na'ar and I were Orion's pupils when he left the Republic. I remained loyal to Orion, and Na'ar didn't. So the Republic's controlled by the Tel-Khazar as well? That's the terrible truth the people of Xenon are unaware of. That the entire Imperial Republic is controlled by an ancient group of warriors. Most people laugh at the very idea. They simply don't care, Gaia added. Not as long as they live their lavish lifestyles where the rest of the galaxy suffers from famine and slavery. While sadistic bastards like Zev commit mass genocide and Duke Barathon fills the air with his lies. Vincent looked at them in puzzlement, but with utmost respect. Here they were, fighting their own kind, even though they could have lived a life of luxury by ruling the galaxy. It's imperative that you remain with us, Saturn, Duell said. Vincent finally came to terms by saying, Okay, It doesn't look like I have much of a choice anyway. And then he added, plus I'm getting used to you guys. In a few hours, I've had more close encounters with death than I've had my entire life. If you think the rescue is bad, wait till you see where we're headed, Spade managed to sputter. He's not a prisoner, Duell said. If he wishes to go, he may. Go? Where to? These absurd words made no sense to Vincent. He clasped his hands behind his head and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. He was done discussing the issues. Now it was time to process what he'd learned. So, Princess, Duell turned to Gaia after taking time to answer Vincent's questions. Would you mind elaborating what you were doing on Orton? Observing the situation, she replied. The Urtons rose up against the Order of Cosmos last week. Thousands of lives were lost, but they managed to drive out the enemy, destroy their weapons, and kill the Order's governor. Now the Urtons are demanding independence and recognition of their system, while Damien, Dark, and the Order are outraged that I brought the situation to a stalemate and stopped them from forcibly retaking a planet they think is rightfully theirs. Your father regarded the Urtons with a passion. Urtons, still unbeknownst to Xenians, as far as they're concerned, is an off-world with no resources and is an interplanetary recognized part of the Order. I'm the only hope they have in achieving autonomy. I've managed to bring this case before the Council, but as I was leaving Urton, my ship was attacked. She turned in her seat to fully face the Xenian master. I told Galadan to contact only one man in case of something happening. Orion Kren, the man my father told me to fully trust. Zeph, Zoel grated, slowly frowning. He has a hand in this. Cosmos is outraged, Gaia continued. He's gathering the entire horde. They'll wipe out everyone on Urton unless Galadan convinces the Council. I barely persuaded Vermont to hear his plea. She paused, her long lashes masking the sadness in her lavender eyes. At last, Urton will speak for itself, and perhaps the Republic will listen. She looked down. They managed to keep me out of the situation, though, she said with dismay. Forgive me for saying this, but the Republic cannot afford upsetting a valuable vassal state, especially during these few years of tranquility, Duell said. Without your presence, the conflict will no longer be frozen. They'll simply grant the Order the right to retake Urton. I will not stand by and watch these people get slaughtered by that demonic cult. Gaia stood up, shouting out her cause. I will no longer condone genocide. I have ruined my entire career for this. I swore my father's grave that as long as I continue serving on the Council, I'll never let the horrors that occurred in Saturchika repeat themselves. She took a deep breath and said, I don't really care what happens to me. I will undoubtedly get arrested for your rescue the very second I set my foot on Xenon. But that doesn't matter. Only the lives of Urtons matter. You have to help us, Duell. Wow, Spade said. Such fervor. Is it too late to apologize? Gaia shot the Dorsalian a scornful glance, but remained silent. Calm down, Gaia, Duell said. I'll accompany you to Urton, as I promised, as Orion promised. And then we shall sit down with Galadan and discuss our part in this mission. I cannot make promises just yet, for I still don't know what you want us to do. Her small nostrils flared, but then she eased and sat down. I care, she said to Spade, because nobody else does. She then looked back at Duell. I am so sorry for getting you involved. It's just, she clasped her face, not from tears but from failure. I seriously didn't know who to trust. It's a difficult time for us all, Duell said. They might have won this battle, but the war's still on. Vincent couldn't agree more with Duell's statement. In this case, the word difficult was euphemism. I just hope Vermont listens. Gaia raised her chin. He's so wise, so magnanimous. Duell and Spade exchanged glances. Princess, Duell began. I don't know how to tell you this, but Vermont is one of them. She looked baffled. Of whom? The Tel Khazar. I don't believe it, she exclaimed. It's impossible. Does that mean? No, but I've known him for more than a decade. The truth extends beyond your knowledge. But do you not trust me? Gaia helplessly looked over at the companions as if she expected one of them to tell her that the Xenian was joking. But she knew better than that. Vermont, she said? I've had my doubts if he even was aware of them, much less being one. Thoughts began running through her head of the councilmen that still favored democracy, of the countless senators and vassals, of the members of the Revolution Coalition. She thought she knew the extent of corruption and treachery in the Republic. Oh, how she was mistaken. Who is who? And who is a friend? I'm sorry, Gaia, Duell said, but the entire government is a hoax. Vermont is not just some idealist that is annulled and controlled by the evil Tel'Khazar. He is one of them. I don't understand. You said yourself that it's just a veil of illusions over the eyes of the only people who can end this regime. The Tel'Khazar are the true rulers of the Republic. Your father knew this, as did Orion, and that's what ultimately brought his demise. The mentioning of her father filled Gaia's eyes with tears. She exhaled. Then Galadan's petition will be obsolete? This bold act of yours nearly cost you your life. Let's just hope he survives the trip to Xenon. Duell paused and then changed the subject. On the other hand, we have to figure out who's the traitor inside the revolution. The man is undoubtedly our mutual accomplice. Gaia, distraught, silently stared into space, almost catatonic. She managed to achieve the best education from the most prestigious university on Xenon, inconspicuously arose to the highest echelon of the Imperial Republic, tried to change the policies, to bring freedom, and only now realized that all this time she was deceived as well. How could I be so blind, she thought. Vincent was confounded at everything, including the fact that one of the mentioned people was named like a state. But nevertheless, he felt sudden compassion for Gaia. Something made him want to embrace her, hold her tight, and tell her it will be all right as long as he was there beside her. But he also knew that a woman with an aura of pride such as hers would rather die than be pitied. That's precisely why we fight, Duell asserted Vincent, to bring back the dignity of the warrior sage and to free the oppressed. Vincent then realized that he was not the only one with problems after all. Was it a coincidence or truly some divine intervention that brought me to these people, perhaps the most wanted people in a known universe? The twins, Duell turned to Spade. They're ready for the trials. Spade frowned in doubt. Damocles is, but Xander? He's arrogant, I know. But wasn't he the one who staged my rescue? Spade nodded. Once we get back to Tetraxenes, I'll finish their training. But aren't they too young? We've no time. Spade nodded again. I just wish Orion were here for this, he muttered. They will pay. All of them, Duell said, this time asserting both Spade and Gaia. Soon we will strike at them with fury that is beyond anything this galaxy has ever seen. As long as my soul is within my body, I promise you, they will pay. The cloak of quietness engulfed the room for a long period of time. It's over 7 hours until we reach Uton, Spade said after a while. That's more than we need, Duell said, getting up. Advise the twins. We must rest. We'll stay up. Spade headed to the cockpit. After all, not everyone heals as fast as you. Duell ignored the Thessalian's remark and said to Vincent, Come, you must be exhausted. Vincent got up, distrustfully looking over at the sleeping compartments. Don't worry, the Xenian said. They're quite restful once we turn on the sleep regulators. Sleep regulators? They make sure you get the best sleep. Duell opened one of the bunks and slid in. How long should I time this for? Gaia asked, standing by the panel at the side of the compartments. 6 hours precisely, Duell replied, and then turning to Vincent said, I suggest you do the same. Vincent was so fatigued that he wouldn't have cared if they put him in a coffin. He had to get to sleep. The compartment's bottom was made of padded rolling bars, and its top and walls were encased in soft leather. Vincent followed the Xenian's example, rolling inside and turning on his stomach. Gaia closed the door to Duell's bunker and approached Vincent's. He looked up at her sad face. Good night was the only thing he managed to blurt out. I promise to help you find your system once we reach Uton, she said. Thank you, Your Highness. No, thank you, Vincent Saturn. Thank you for saving my life. And please, call me Gaia. Only if you call me Vince. A smile formed on her face. Okay then, Vince. Good night. She closed the door. Vincent rolled on his back and stared at the darkness, his mind beginning to wander, the thoughts of the exotic beauty not leaving him. Did I just flirt with her, he thought? It's crazy. But she is so amazing. Why can't I meet a girl like that? You're losing it, Vince. You have to get back. But what about this power? More alien mumbo-jumbo. His limbs felt weak and his eyelids became heavy. There was barely enough room in the compartment for him to even bend his arms, but nevertheless, he felt a sudden urge to sleep. Must be those regulators, he thought, drifting off. Alexander sat in a co-pilot's chair, elbows on the control panel, face buried in his hands. His body shook as he cried harder than he had ever cried before. Damocles approached and laid his hand on his brother's shoulder. The gentle giant wept as well, and with that touch, he tried to take away some of his sibling's pain, although fully aware it was impossible. Alexander didn't budge. He didn't shoo away his brother as he would any other time. I knew it, Damocles, he sniveled. The very second I saw Vincent, I knew it. Curse this day. How I tried to deny it. Oh, how I tried. If we only had a chance to say goodbye. I don't know if I could have. Can you imagine him dying away in a faraway world? Distraught, Damocles sat down behind the helm and stared at the void, unwilling to continue any more conversation. The thought of something so disastrous had never occurred to them. Unlike the others, they had never lost someone so close. They remained seated in cold silence that was only disturbed by a random sob. That moment seemed to last forever, and as it would be, embedded in their memories, the moment they accepted the death of their grandfather. Spade entered and sat down behind them. We must get some rest, he said after a minute. He doesn't even care, Spade, Alexander said. He cares more than you think, X, Leader Stallion replied. It's your way, the way of the Tel'Khazar. Duel's not responsible for this team. What did he say about payback? Damocles asked. He promised that. He did passionately. And Urtan? Doesn't guarantee anything yet. We must first see the problem upon arrival. Damocles nodded and spoke no more. And they remained there for a long time, the three of them, sharing that silence. And Chapter 9. The Galactic Council. Galadan clutched his staff, worriedly pacing back and forth in a small room. His convoy of 3 Urtan warriors stood in a corner, unwilling to comment on the situation and being fully aware that no matter what they said, their king would not suit down. Everything was going according to the plan, so far. But where was she? Where was Gaia, the person who fought so hard in order for him to state their cause? He knew that Orion's team managed to rescue her from the Order, but wasn't she supposed to be here by now? The door opened and a young brown-haired Xenian man entered. He wore a frock coat pinned with an imperial insignia at the lapel, a waistcoat over a white shirt with a cravat, suede gloves, and long boots, the attire of a Xenian aristocrat. Galadan approached the man with the air of hope. Baron Trimar, any word? No, the Xenian lowered his gaze. None. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. The Baron remained still. We can no longer wait, he said after a moment. Your hearing's coming up in a few minutes. I'm afraid you must go on without her. Galadan released a hushed groan. Here he was, more than halfway across the galaxy at the mercy of people who've never even heard or seen his kind. And Gaia? He thought. How could they have gotten to her in the first place? It couldn't have been Damien alone. The Order didn't have the roots of the Imperial Envoy. There is someone within the Republic who sought to prevent her to speak on my behalf. I hope you're still alive, he whispered. Several armed soldiers entered the room. The Urtan party quickly gathered around their king. You must come alone, the Xenian said. The Urtan warriors looked at Galadan and only complied after he gestured them to remain behind. Raising his staff, Galadan exited the room and made his way down the busy tunnel. With each passing moment, he expected an attack, even though he had a full-clad escort. Hundreds of noblemen, senators, governors, lobbyists, and businessmen bustled through the corridor, at times throwing him a menacing look for being a reptilian humanoid that tainted their atmosphere. Occasionally, a random nobleman would stop to check out his golden armor, and Galadan knew, if given the chance, they'd certainly kill him for it. It seemed that money and power seized their sociable nature, turning them into greedy machines. They were all dressed in the most exquisite apparel from all four corners of the galaxy. The men in suits, frock coats, and military outfits, the women in evening gowns with the hemlines extending to the floor and wearing the most expensive jewelry. These people, Galadan thought, rich, spoiled, insatiable, with a soaring essence of self-importance, are the ones who are deciding the fate of those like me. The thousands of voices from the chamber above manifested into a blatant noise that gradually grew like that of a roaring monster awaiting its chow. Galadan was suddenly gripped with fear. He was under the impression that all the people in the audience were out there to tear him apart the very second he stepped his foot on a speaker's platform. The huge domed stadium seated over 100,000 spectators, its seats arranged in a semicircle around the stage with a lectern where the speaker could face the judges atop the gigantic tribunal. An oversized monitor was perched above the tribunal, visible from every corner of the arena. Angry roars were thrown at Galadan as he boldly took his first steps on the stage. "Order!" cried out one of the judges atop the tribunal. The commotion subdued, and Galadan approached the lectern. This is it, he thought. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, whispered a prayer, and then looked up at the board of his adjudicators. At the head of the judges was a Xenian man clad in a double-breasted military coat with epaulets and covered in medals of achievement. His long black hair was slicked back and fixed in a ponytail. Carefully trimmed sideburns lined up the sides of his intelligent face, and his long goatee was twisted into a small braid. Beside him sat a dark-haired Xenian woman of matchless splendor, wearing an artistic dress and evening gloves. Her hair was pulled back at the sides and worn at the top in a cluster of ringlets. On either side of the couple sat other judges, mostly of Xenian origin, but including members of other races as well. This was the Galactic Council, the highest court in the galaxy. These judges passed, amended, repealed, interpreted laws, and simultaneously solved disputes between planets. The Council recognizes Galadan Dox, the unsanctioned king of the Urtan system, a province of the Order of Cosmos, declared the Xenian man in the martial outfit. As he began the case, Galadan's image appeared on the monitor. "Much obliged, Your Eminence, Chancellor Vermont," Galadan bowed. Vermont nodded in return and began. "Your case was brought to our attention by Senator Gaia Ferra. Where is she?" He turned to one of the judges to his right. The judge shrugged. Vermont then leaned over to his female companion, and the tribunal engaged in an inaudible dispute. "My enemies have unquestionably made sure she wouldn't be able to advocate on my behalf," Galadan said, looking at the upper left box. Yes, he saw him. So Damien Dark. So that savage monster standing there with a twisted grin. "Spare us your personal annotations, Your Majesty," Vermont said, "and let's focus on the current situation. From the facts that this council has received, you've staged a rebellion against an imperial entity, executed thousands of members of the Order of Cosmos, and expelled countless others. Yet you brazenly show up before us today. What do you wish to state on your behalf?" "We have defended our right to live and our right to liberty." A loud mutter passed through the arena. "For over 20 years, that radical cult had terrorized my people," Galadan continued. "For over 20 years, my people were subjected to oppression, slaughter, and slavery. To this day, the Order has slaughtered over 1 million of my people, and to this day, these atrocities are being overlooked by this government. We've lived in their shadow far too long." "Liar!" a bitter voice shouted, and the face of a man appeared on a monitor. He had alabaster skin, ravenous black hair, that waved above his head like bursting flames, and black eyes with white pupils. He stood in front of a small podium in one of the boxes, dressed in a black cassock, scowling at Galadan. "Sir Damien, wait until this council recognizes you," Vermont agitatedly said to the robed man. He then turned back to Galadan and continued. "Galadan, your system is recognized as a part of the order by the Imperial Resolution. Your Declaration of Independence cannot be seen legitimate by this government because in an official Treaty of Urtan, it states that your system is willingly joining the Order's coalition of a document that my former king was forced to sign as his entire family was slaughtered." Galadan responded, "Does that document also state how the Order wiped out entire towns, impaled women and children, and sacrificed thousands to the demonic god?" The whispers returned in the bleachers. "These are some serious accusations," Vermont said through his clenched jaw. He was outraged. He trusted Gaia in bringing this man before the council, but now seemed to regret it. "Is the Imperial government aware of the horrors occurring in the systems of this so-called order?" Galadan glanced around the stadium. "Or is oppression of the weak a part of everyday life in this free realm?" The susurration in the audience turned into a clamor of anger. "Objection!" Damien slammed his fist on his podium. "This man is in league with the Revolution Separatist movement. Don't pay heed to these slanderous acrimonies." "I will have order in this court," Vermont shouted, getting up. "Sir Damien, retain your seat." "Is the Imperial Republic aware of this?" Galadan repeated amidst the havoc. "Or will you allow these monsters to finish the job and slaughter the rest of my people?" The uproar grew louder. Damien's nostrils flared and his upper lip twitched. He wanted to jump down, run up to the stage, and kill the slimy reptile on the spot. "Damn you, Galadan!" he seized, nearly toppling over the balcony. "Enough!" Vermont bellowed. After the clamoring ceased, he continued. "Galadan Docks, I will not let you make mockery of this court. You are lucky we did not issue your arrest for taking arms against the order." He then turned his attention to the box. "The council recognizes Damien Hatar, the high priest of the Order of Cosmos." The dark priest's face appeared on the monitor once more. "That man is insane," he shouted. "He is a criminal. Why does this prestigious court even recognize this terrorist? That alone is an insult to my brotherhood and will be taken as an attack against our territorial integrity. As far as his claims of oppression go, the majority of Urtans were working alongside the order, and many even willingly embraced our way of life. This man used his influence on his band of separatists to stage an escape, killed hundreds thousands of my people, and completely decimated our temples of worship. And now he accuses us?" Damien glanced around the stadium and placed his hand on his heart in the most humble way, his face taking an expression that called for pity. "Hundreds of thousands?" Galadan intervened. "The number of your members on Urtan have never exceeded 10,000. Urtan is our planet!" Damien spat out. "I demand justice." "We're not going anywhere with this," Vermont sighed and sat down. "Will you take his word over ours?" Damien wheedled. "You will take the word of this terrorist? Even after we clearly and publicly supported the Republic in every possible way?" Vermont cleared his throat. "All people of this Republic have the right to self-determination." "That's preposterous!" Damien hissed through his teeth, barely controlling his temper. "How can you possibly find any truth in his claims? Urtan is our planet!" he emphasized again. "It's ours! We have the right to retake our system!" Vermont was lost in thought for a minute. "Galadan Docks," he then said, ignoring the priest. "How do you propose we solve this situation? You come to us with no proof whatsoever. I mean, what's the reason for your petition?" "Help us," Galadan lowered his voice, bowing his head. "For a long time my people were unrecognized. First by the Federation, and now by the Republic." He paused, exhaled, and then looked up and said, "We want peace and equality. Senator Gaia has seen the evils I speak of. I implore you, save us from the inevitable genocide and help us become a part of the Republic as a state independent of the Order." His last statement shocked the judges as much as it did the Senate. The tribunal nearly burst into an argument as the judges began muttering between each other. Absolute silence flooded the arena. Galadan's heart began to continually pound as for the first time he saw hope. Urtan is a system that is and was a part of the order, Damien continued to fuss. You cannot consider his offer. We will not stand by and let this happen. Yet you lost control of it, Vermont replied. These people fought for freedom and achieved it. And now this man is here asking for our help. If there is any truth in his accusations, then you're in direct violation of the imperial decree, and I'll be forced to grant Urtan a status of de facto independence. My lord, certainly you can't be serious. This man does not represent the people of Urtan. Where is this Gaia who is supposed to correspond to these allegations? Enough of this. The council should now decide the fate of Galadan. That man is a liar and is a part of the insurgents. A raspy voice thundered throughout the stadium. The chatter amongst the judges stopped, and everyone stared at the speaker approaching the stage. The mutual moment of stillness revealed their fear as they recognized a man donned in formidable armor. General Zeph walked past the spectators, who backed away in horror. Don't let his pitiful rail of mistreatment fool you, Zeph continued, pointing at the Urtan while extending his steps. This man and his former king have deliberately harbored terrorists before the so-called invasion by the Order. I don't know what you speak of, my lord, Galadan courteously bowed. As Damien has clearly mentioned, I was imprisoned. Don't act so foolish, Galadan. I speak of the late conspirator Jamin Pestikino and the intergalactic terrorist Orion Kryn. With all due respect, Galadan replied modestly, last I heard, Orion Kryn was the supreme general of the Grand Imperial Army. There were thousands of gasps, and the arena became silent again. Not one of them could predict Zeth's reaction. You insolent bastard, Zeth whispered, clenching his fist. He stood several feet away from Galadan's podium. With one swift blow, he could have sliced his reptilian in half and ended that pathetic life for daring to insult him. Words cannot describe his urge to do so, yet he restrained himself. Galadan would certainly die, yes, but not by his hand, and most certainly not here with such an audience. General Zeph, this is not a military matter! Vermont finally stood up, trying to control the general. But his attempt seemed more of a begging. Zeph turned his attention to the committee. Please, Vermont continued, join me, and we shall further discuss these issues you speak of. As Zeph proceeded to the entrance behind the tribunal, Vermont turned to the rest of the Senate and said, The court's in recess. We shall continue this topic upon my return. The general and the High Chancellor met in a small room behind the tribunal. What is the meaning of this? Vermont was the first to ask. You cannot barge in on my trials. Your days of solving problems through violence are over. People like this Galadan are vermin, Zeph replied, ignoring Vermont's cries. Insidious scum that must be purged. Whoever gave him the right to speak? But what is his right? Slavery? Sacrifice? We've been ignoring the order for a long time. We must have liberty in every corner of this. Liberty? At what cost? I hate that forsaken cult as well, but their sheer numbers are too large to ignore. These mindless freaks will fight as long as they're alive, and nothing can change their view. Consequently, they have to be dealt with. You callow fool, Zeph grinded. You're here to maintain the mass, not to upstart a war. Recognizing this, Galadan will cause you problems in the future, I guarantee you. But we don't have enough troops to maintain peace on barbaric outer planets. By helping Galadan, we'll gain favor with the malcontent systems. People will view us as merciful, and it'll be a step further in creating and make enemies with Damien Dark and his bigots? Zeph raised his voice. Make enemies with a strategic partner that has a massive army? They listen to us because they fear us. Fear is the only thing that keeps them under our control. That's the only thing they understand. How will they fear us if we bow down before the whims of some reptilians? Do not agree with me, Sage Vermont. Zeph bitterly pronounced the title, as if signifying the younger Athenian didn't deserve it. Yes. And what kind of precedent will Urtan's recognition set? How many more systems will suddenly demand their independence, huh? Think! Your kindness to these petty creatures will bring forth the downfall of this republic. Remember, trash like Galadan will always plot against us. Vermont sighed and stared down at the floor. But why would Gaia bring this up before the council if this case is such small importance? Oh, Senator Gaia. Well, because she's a part of the revolution. Vermont raised his chin, eyes wide. What? Place your trust in me. I received such intelligence from my sources. What sources? She's a member of my council. You don't have her apprehended, do you? No. I don't know where she is or how she's connected to this, but I'll certainly get to the bottom of that. But that still doesn't make sense. Zeph pointed his finger in Vermont's face. Drop this case. Immediately. After those words, he went past Vermont and exited the room through the other end. Vermont clasped his head. Gaia? A part of the rebellion, he thought? There was no time to ponder that. Zeph was right, for he needed to do whatever was necessary to avoid war and any further conflicts. If Gaia were indeed a member of the insurgents, then this was just another step against the republic that he long sought to maintain. And that was something he wouldn't accept. He straightened himself, preserving his flawless etiquette, and stepped back into the arena. Everyone awaited the outcome of the case. Galadan stood tall and proud, despite the demeaning remarks from the audience. Finally, Vermont and several of the other judges returned to the tribunal. He raised his hand, and the stadium hushed. After a long debate with my peers, I've reached a conclusion, he said. There are ambassadors in this arena representing the other systems of the order. Does any of you vouch for whatever accusation brought before us by Galadan Dox? The attention was turned to Damien Dark and the man behind them. The man simultaneously looked down without a sound. An immediate smirk appeared on Damien's face. Galadan lowered his head. All hope was lost. Is there anyone? Vermont repeated. Once again, there was no response. Vermont turned his attention back to Galadan. Then, by the power of this court, I pass judgment upon you. Having been provided no considerable evidence, I will end this case. Galadan Dox, although we find you guilty of sedition, I'll nevertheless provide you safe passage on one condition. Have you no honor? Galadan cried out indignantly. You will go back to Urtan, Vermont continued. Disband your junta and surrender to the forces of the order. In the meantime, the crowd once again began to shout. In the meantime, Vermont raised his voice, I'll send peacekeeping forces to investigate your claims and assure the safety of Urtans during this exchange of powers. We will not stand down, Galadan shouted, looking at Damien. We will not surrender. We will fight. Then each and every one of you shall die, Damien Dark barked into the microphone during the chaos, motivated by the Urtan's defiance. I swear, Galadan, I swear by everything I stand for that before this is over, you'll be bawling for mercy at my feet. Settle down, Vermont yelled out. Galadan, if you take arms against the order, then they are within their full rights to settle the conflict by military means. Galadan looked around the crowd that reviled him, slammed his golden staff, turned around and walked away, accompanied by a series of death threats. And just like that, within a few minutes, the fate of his world was decided. Damien Dark entered his chambers. He automatically felt a foreign presence at the balcony behind the thick drapes. He turned to his group of clerics. Leave! The hooded priests bowed and exited, their robes hissing on the marble floor. The figure stepped out in the open. It was a close call, my lord, Damien said. I won't always be there to nurture you, Zeph replied. Your failure to silence Galadan almost caused the conflict, and now you lost Senator Gaia as well. You are lucky she couldn't make it. They managed to sweep her away from right under our nose, Damien said, lowering his gaze to hide his shame. 2 young Zemians, along with a Dersalian sharpshooter. Orion, Zeph said scornfully. I knew it. She is a part of the damned insurgents. But why would she risk it all to aid the Utans? That answer still evades me. What of Vermont? Damien asked. Zeph looked up. Let me worry about Vermont. His peacekeepers shall never reach Utan. This case will be forgotten. He then went past the priest, stopped in a doorway, turned around and said, Galadan earned sympathy amongst the members of the council with his riveting speech. That was Gaia's plan. Make sure that never happens again. For your own survival, Damien Dark, and for the continued existence of your sect. This is the last time I'm telling you this. He exited. Damien bowed. He hated Zeph with the very essence of his soul, but at the same time was terrified of him. There he was, the high priest himself, bowing down before a Xenian general. Nevertheless, he was right. It was necessary to avoid war. And there was one man who was responsible for him going through this humility, and that man was Galadan. Now there was only one thing on Damien's mind. Galadan's going to pay. Oh yes, he's going to pay. I'm sorry, Master, Mars said. Would you stop with these apologies? Na'ar replied as he stood by the window and observed the magnificence of his hometown in rainy weather. Teleton City. Home. He couldn't call it home anymore because for the past 20 years he'd been traveling the galaxy, engaging in multiple battles, one after another, an empty circle that took over his life. Was his life until... It's my fault after all, he said. I should have expected their attack on Herodon. I thought they'd attempt to rescue on Xenon. Nahar didn't answer. He simply stared into nothingness, as he had ever since the incident. Mars cleared his throat. Master, what's the matter? Nahar glanced up. What? What's on your mind? Nothing. Nahar looked away. Mars, he said after a moment. What do you know about those young men, the Kryn siblings? An odd look took over Mars's face. I know they're brothers, however unlikely it might seem, and that they're Orion's grandchildren. Yes, but who are their parents? I always assumed Duel was their father, Mars said, and then asked, and Orion did have a daughter, did he not? Yes, he did, Nahar said, thinking of the past he long sought to bury. It has been so long, so long. And how old would you say they are? Around my age, I assume. In their early 20s. Early 20s, Nahar whispered. Could it be, he thought? No, impossible. How could they hide this from me? Why? Nothing, Nahar said, straightening himself. It's no importance now. We're about to land, so let's get ready. Zeph stood in a harbor, impatiently awaiting the mighty ship to open its gate. He hadn't slept all day, only thinking about his failure to detain his old opponent, running around and shifting his anger on any poor soul that dared cross his path. And now this thing with the order. He needed Damien and his army for his goals. Thus he was willing to do whatever was necessary to quell the Orton situation. That seemed to be okay, for now. As for his blood-sworn rival... Orion's alive, he thought. His mind went back to the battle on Zazaban. How come he didn't die? No one must know what happened in that tunnel. The hinges hissed, and the ram began to lower before Zeph's feet. Na'ar descended, taking off his gloves. His apprentice Mars was walking beside. Sage Nahar, Zeph began. What were those reports from your shuttle? Where is Duel? Nahar stopped and glanced over at that morbid helmet. Namar simply looked down, not daring to answer in his master's place. You've lost a prisoner, haven't you? Zeph raised his voice. That's unacceptable. Orion's students, Nahar muttered. They managed to sneak into the Nomad. How's that possible? Zeph growled. They have now matured into grown men. Nahar clutched his gloves in his fist. As of now, Orion's group is more dangerous than ever. But Damien reported them on Corsair, parsecs away. It was them for sure, Mars added. The big guy and the blonde. I don't remember talking to you, whelp. Zeph shouted at the young man. Mars bit his lip, but then realized his place and kept quiet. Zeph turned to Nahar. Tex, that's incompetent. I'm not the one who let Orion escape, Nahar retorted. There was a long moment as the two generals stared at each other in silence. The swords? Zeph then asked. Gone. Zeph growled once more, and then asked the question that was on his mind the entire time. Was Orion with them? No, but Senator Gaia was. What? First she meddles in the affairs of Uton, and now she's actually aiding them? I still can't understand her actions. This doesn't make sense. I tried to discover her identity, Nahar said as they began to walk down the airbase. And discover it I did. Gaia Farah was in fact born Gaia Pestekino. But of course! Jamon's daughter! Vermont, you naive fool. Zeph clenched his fists, somehow mad at the fact he were not the one to solve this puzzle. That makes me wonder, Sage Zeph, how many conspirators are currently serving on this council? Vermont, Zeph fussed. They have blinded him. Every day I have to worry about the policies he makes with his politicians, half of whom are supporters of the revolution. Zeph veered back into his thoughts, to the times before the peace, before the measly politics. Ah, yes, those were the times. There was no one to contradict me, no one to stand in my way, no wasting time, no Vermont, no Nahar, nor Orion. What are the escapees, he asked, awaking from his nostalgia. What was their destination? Uton, Nahar replied. Uton? But it's about to be demolished. That is what the homing device aboard their ship indicated. What are they trying to do? Zeph muttered. Those fools. Why, Cosmos himself is headed for that planet. The Sons of Liberty shall be no more. Zeph, there was another man with them. The Dersalian? No. A man unlike anyone I've ever seen. A hominid resembling us more than any other race. What? Maybe there's another planet that Orion hid from us. Perhaps, Nahar replied, but where is Orion? That's what I want to know. Nahar's lips formed a thin line. He didn't like to be interrupted. I thought you could answer me that question. Zeph grumbled something, but then turned around and began walking away. I forgot to mention the strange thing, Zeph, Nahar called to his back. Zeph rolled around and briskly asked, What? The man has powers. Powers like us. End chapter. Chapter 10. Arrival at Uton. Vincent opened his eyes to see the walls of the uncomfortable compartment. He awoke suddenly, as if someone flicked a switch in his head. His headache was gone, and he had no recollection of any dreams. Before he knew it, the small door opened. Vincent pushed himself out and collapsed on a couch. Another day, he mumbled, wondering just what this new day would bring. The deck was empty, as the rest of the group had already gathered in the cockpit. He got up, yawned, stretched, and proceeded up the ramp. Spade was at the helm, Xander beside, with Duell, Gaia, and the big guy behind. Feeling better? Duell asked. Yes, Vincent replied, strangely looking at the crew that sat staring at the void. We're about to exit hyperspace, Spade clarified, so you might want to hold on. Damocles, help him out. Damocles opened his mouth to fuss, but then realized he was the only one unrestrained. He curled his lip, got up, and escorted Vincent to the wall next to the robot. Stand straight, he said. Vincent complied, and the big guy extended a belt, suspending him in place. Almost there, Spade cautioned. Damocles jumped back in his seat and dug his nails into the chair's arms. Duell, Vincent called out. The Xenian turned. Yes? I was just wondering, if there's technology that's capable of bending space and traveling through wormholes, wouldn't time travel be possible as well? Duell and Gaia exchanged startled looks. The human was far more advanced than they'd assumed. Maybe not a caveman after all. That's what we thought at first too, Duell answered. When we're in hyperspace, as we are at this precise moment, time almost freezes in the outside world. So it takes us a few hours to conquer the distance that takes years as if traveling at regular light speed. So we're just going from one point to another through an artificial black hole? I won't classify it as a black hole per se, but yes, we cannot yet travel in time, but we can certainly manipulate it to journey from one distance to another. Vincent nodded and stared away. Duell squinted. Why do you ask? I don't know, really. Curiosity, I guess. Maybe Duell was right about his mind expanding, for he certainly had a sudden zeal to learn, to know, to question. Everyone hold on, Spade said as the ship began to halt. There was a sudden jerk, the entire sky froze, and the multicolored vortex began taking shape of stars and planets. As the turbulence stopped, Vincent took off the strap and approached the back row. He leaned over the seats and stared at the scene. Far in the east, two suns, the smaller orbiting the larger, illuminated the world before them. The planet was cloudless, the size of Earth, covered in oceans and having a few dominantly green continents. Two moons, each half the size of ours, floated alongside the planet. So much water, Vincent commented. Nearly 90% of the surface, Gaia explained. Earthans are not like us. They're a reptilian race that prefers a wet environment. She threw Spade a sharp glance and added, But they're people, just like you and me. She shifted back to the planet. People with feelings. What's the population? Vincent asked, noticing the insignificant landmass. A little over 1 billion, she said, and then added glumly. But now perhaps far less. As they got closer to the surface, Vincent noticed hundreds of vessels departing and blasting off in different directions. Everyone seems to be leaving, yet we're headed straight for it. The cowardly rich who opposed the resistance and cowered before the order. They're taking advantage of the moment and escaping while millions of their people remain to be slaughtered. If everything went well, Galadan must already be back, Duell asserted, not a bit of tension in his voice. Gaia nodded in agreement and remained silent. Silence absorbed them. The sight of all the fleeing ships did not make it easier. The twins and Spade wanted to turn away from this godforsaken place that was ready to meet its doom, but Gaia's persistence and Duell's command forbade them from making any comments. Vincent, on the other hand, gave up caring where they were going to take him, finally coping with the fact that he was lost. At least it's a beautiful place to die in, he said. Ha! The big guy smiled. He's even beginning to think like one of us. Shut up! Alexander turned to his brother with a frown. He still seemed to have hostility towards Vincent, especially when he was regarded to as one of us. Okay, we're entering the atmosphere, Spade said, switching levers. Dagoneth, air check. Air check? Gaia raised her voice before the droid could respond. Don't worry, it's much cleaner than that of Derasali. What? You've never even... Spade opened his mouth in contention, but a quick glance from Duell made him change his mind. Hold on, he grunted, turning back to the controls. Wait! Vincent managed to shout out as he fell on the floor behind the seats. Spade cackled. Now you'll learn not to unfasten your belt until you have the captain's permission. They were over the planet. Landscapes of spectacular beauty appeared before their eyes. Pastures dotted with grazing animals stretching for miles and disappearing into the horizon composed of snowy mountains. Rivers conjoined with hundreds of brooks, streaming through the verdant ravines and turning into high waterfalls before tumbling into crystal-clear lakes, their vapor crafting rainbows, and small hamlets scattered throughout, their buildings made of white limestone glistening like diamonds in the grass. Long highway systems connected the towns and stretched in the direction of the huge city in the distance. The royal city of Urtarban, Gaia announced, pointing at the metropolis. Amazing, Vincent whispered. Spade gradually lowered the serpent, heading for the city. The housings became denser, and green-skinned humanoids were visible in the cobblestone streets. Most of the buildings were less than 10 stories high, but each was uniquely designed. Some were round domes with sculpted friezeboards, entablatures, and skillfully designed series of colonnade. Others were squared housings, some with flat rooftops and others with a hip roof, topped with decorated gables. There were also towers with lancet windows, angled buttresses, and turret-like pinnacles, their tall spires extending far above the rest of the city. Gardens covered most of the roofs and the balconies, their branches hanging over the streets and arcing from one building to another, providing shade in the alleys from the bright suns. It doesn't look like a planet in chaos, Spade commented. Because the Order didn't have time to spill their poison on this world, Gaia replied. The Urtans rose up just in time before it was too late. Small jets loosely patrolled the sky, directing the escaping majority. As the serpent reached closer, one of the jets headed in their direction. "Unidentified vessel," the pilot announced. "What is your clearance code?" "Haman is approaching," Spade sputtered. "Spade!" Gaia reached over and hit the Thessalian on the shoulder. 59454 DBS, she said in the transmitter. There was a second of silence. "Permission to land is granted," the pilot said. "Welcome back to Urton, Senator." "Thank you," she said, and then to Spade. "Do you have to be an idiot all the time?" Spade smiled. "Helps to pass the time." The Thessalian landed his ship in a prairie amidst the woods on the outskirts of the city. Gaia quickly unsnapped her seatbelt and headed for the ramp. "Remember," Duell stopped Xander. "No witty remarks. Let me do all the talking." He then turned to the Thessalian. "Spade, that goes for you too." As Vincent set his foot outside, the cleanest air he'd ever respired filled his lungs. He took a deep breath, enjoying the untainted atmosphere. After the poisonous air of Herodon, this was that of paradise. A party of humanoid creatures awaited them. They were slender and very tall, most towering over Damocles. Their skin was green of various shades and scaly in certain parts. They had strong chins, sunken cheeks with prominent cheekbones, flat noses, slightly protruding brows, holes instead of ears, and deep-set green eyes. Their bodies were garbled in ropes of effervescent colors, encircled at the waist by a thick belt. The aliens bowed down. The Urton man in front of the group was clad in golden armor, and in his hands he carried a staff topped with a large gem. "Galadan!" Gaia screamed, lunged forward, and wrapped her arms around the golden Urton. "My beloved Gaia," he replied, smiling. "I'm so glad to see you're alive and well, thanks to our new friends." His voice was deep and slow, not like the companions expected. "Galadan Dox," Gaia said, beginning the introduction. "Sage Duell Kamasiara, Xander and Damocles Kren, Spade Karun, and Vincent Saturn." "Sage Duell," Galadan shook Duell's hand in reverence. "It's an honor to finally meet you." "The honor is all on this side, Your Majesty," Duell replied. "Ah, the famed twins." Galadan took turns greeting everyone. "The Thessalian Captain Spade. Your reputation precedes you as well." Spade simply winked back at the Urton and then became abashed, realizing that wasn't a proper way to greet a king. "Saturn?" Galadan puzzled as he approached Vincent. "That's an odd name. What system are you from?" Earth?" Vincent breathed. "Earth?" Galadan pondered. "I'm sorry to say, but I've never heard of it." He then turned around, looking at the rest of the party. "But where is our guest of honor? Where is Orion?" Duell and the twins traded looks. "Oh no!" Galadan nearly fell over. "Impossible! I don't believe it. Is that—" "We don't have much time," Duell said. "We must discuss the problem at hand." "But without Orion—" Duell looked up at the Urton. "With all due respect, Your Highness, Orion was like a father to us all, and I will not let his death be in vain. We've no time for weeping. We must continue his mission." Galadan had completely forgotten the kind of people the Tel'Khazar were. Presently, he straightened himself and said, "Right, please follow me." Duell, Gaia, Galadan, and his guards took the lead, followed by the twins. Vincent and Spade were at the back of the group, observing the fantastic beauties of this new world. The narrow streets were carefully paved in the most alluring white and gray stepping stones, with fountains, benches, and statues lining up the clean sidewalks. But despite that spirited view, various parts of the city were decimated. As they traveled further down, some of the buildings were scorched, showing signs of recent warfare. The Urtons were a quiet people, and behaved in the most impeccable manner, making way for the group and generously bowing. Most of them were hard at work, cleaning up the mess and restoring the magnificence of their city. "Look!" Spade pointed upward. A gigantic bird-like creature soared high above their heads, mounted by an Urton warrior. The creature's body was similar to that of a feline, aside from a pair of wings spreading from its sides and a long feathery tail which was similar to that of a peacock. Its head, supported by a rather long neck, was like that of a bird as well, having a huge beak and covered in feathers. "I want to ride one of those," Spade said. Vincent couldn't believe his eyes. "What is it, a griffin?" Hurry! Alexander shouted at them for lagging. The Uruzu! Galadan gave an answer to their curiosity as they caught up with the rest of the party. A loyal creature which lives, fights, and dies alongside its master, one of the few remaining wonders of our world. The streets began to widen, and they entered a massive courtyard. Thousands of Urtan soldiers formed ranks throughout its length, preparing for the onslaught that was headed for their homeworld. Tanks, catapults, and numerous odd military machines were parked in the middle of the once tranquil plaza, their cannons pointing up into the sky. Small jets and more of the Uruzu creatures circled above. They passed a multitude of tents and the machines, heading for the end of the courtyard to a flight of stairs that led up to the castle. The castle itself was a neoclassical structure with a round central dome that rose up many stories and two long wings with flying buttresses, gargoyles, and numerous towers extending to the sides. A portico led to the entrance with rows upon rows of 3-story high columns, their plinths elaborately sculpted, each portraying a different myth. After several dozen rows of pillars, they reached the gate, a colossal door made of gold and thoroughly engraved with symbols. 2 Urtan guards equipped with axes bowed and opened the gateway before the party. The inner chamber was even more magnificent than the colonnade. Its high ceiling was covered in paintings of Urtan heroes warding off dragon-like creatures. Chandeliers with thousands of crystals hung from the ceiling on long cables. A soft melody, produced by an unknown instrument similar to a harp, wafted through the air, soothing the atmosphere. Galadan stopped as they entered. "You surely must be tired and hungry," he said, "but I must insist you join me for a short meeting with my generals. Your presence alone will provide them with hope." "Tired I am, your majesty," Well replied without showing any signs of exhaustion, "but we must confer on the matter at hand." He then looked at the rest of his party and added, "Whatever it is that you require us to do." Alexander nodded and glanced at his brother. Finally, they were going to get to the bottom of this entire hullabaloo. "Of course," Galadan said, throwing Gaia a questioning look. She sighed and looked down, for she hadn't told Duel the true purpose of Galadan's imploration. "Please follow me," the Urtan king said, taking the lead once more. The party ascended the spiral stairs to the second level. Vincent noticed more crystals glowing on the walls. Somehow, the Urtans managed to store energy within those crystals without using any means of electricity. Galadan's chambers were at the top of the castle's main tower, facing the courtyard. It was a circular room with a balcony that provided a view of the city. In the middle of the room was a black crystal table, hovering 3 feet above the floor, and that was topped with a soft red carpet. Hundreds of books lined the shelves alongside the walls, and weapons such as swords and bows were mounted above them with a few monitors. 5 men sat around the table. 4 of them were Urtans of various shades of green, clad in golden outfits and covered in war emblems. They got up in unison and bowed their heads. The 5th man, a humanoid alien, insolently slumped back in his chair, arms across his chest, smirking at the party. He was the size of a regular man, but with pale grayish skin. The back of his head formed a small cone, and a stripe of black hair extended down his large forehead, connecting with the rest that seemed to grow only on the sides and the back. He had pointy ears, thick bushy eyebrows, and sideburns extending far below his jawline. He sat there staring at them with cat-shaped eyes. "Thanatos!" Alexander shouted as he recognized the man. "Ah," the man smiled, his voice revealing sarcasm. "The famous Pantagonian Sons of Liberty. Yet I don't see the man in charge." "What's he doing here?" Alexander asked, turning to the Urtans. "This hired killer," he pointed at the man. "He might be a spy for all we know." "Alexander!" Duel raised his hand, and his student was forced back. "A hired killer?" Thanatos taunted the blonde. "Oh, what a price I can get for your carcass. But please, don't insult me by saying you don't accept payments. We don't kill innocent people for it." "I hope you're not speaking of your grandfather, because I'd have to disagree with you on that matter," Thanatos replied bitterly. Damn you, you lowly vagabond! Damocles stepped in, infuriated with the mentioning of the late grandfather's name in such a foul accusation. Alexander reached for his sword. The alien continued sitting there, grinning. Enough of this! Galadan shouted. We have a common enemy. Must we fight amongst each other? Alexander, Damocles! Duel shouted. Damocles nodded in apology to Thanatos, and Alexander sheathed his weapon. As you know, Thanatos is Dargonian, Galadan said, sitting down. His extraordinary abilities are vital to our goal. I'm aware he has quite a bad reputation, but I took the privilege of inviting him myself. His past acquaintances with the members of the Order will provide us with critical information. After all, we all deserve a second chance. I have a personal score to settle with that sect, Thanatos explained, sweeping the room with his feline gaze, and I will leave it at that. As everyone settled down, the party took seats across the urtons. Vincent sat back and crossed his feet under the table, awaiting the news of yet another fracas that his new buddies were getting dragged into. So what occurred at the Senate? Duel began, getting right down to business. Well, Galadan lowered his head. I proposed our cause to Vermont and the rest of the council, and... He paused, sighed deeply, and then said, in conclusion, I was ordered to lay down our weapons and surrender to the Order while the council sends a peacekeeping force to investigate my allegations. They'd never have it, Duell said. As I explained to Princess earlier, the entire Senate, or the Republic for that matter, is a hoax, and Vermont's there to keep the systems in line. Vermont is young and has a kind heart. He nearly accepted my offer were it not for Zeph. The warrior he once was is long gone. He's more of a follower of a sad man's false dream to one day unite the galaxy than a tyrant. Nevertheless, he's one of them and doesn't make any critical decision without the consent of Zeph and Nahar. I figured it out. Too late, but I did. Galadan got up and approached the open balcony, gazing at the plaza. So much for the Imperial Republic. He remained quiet for a few seconds, and then turned around, fear in his eyes. Damien's outraged, he said. You should have seen him. No one has ever stood up to Cosmos before, and now this appearance at the Senate. I could barely control myself. The things I've said. Such daring will not be tolerated. He's bound to make an example of us. A large army is amassing at Corsair, Alexander said, the likes of which the galaxy hadn't seen since the intergalactic war. Damien's gathering the horde from every corner of the Hamburg. How many fighting men do you have, Galadan? Duell asked. Slightly over 300,000, the king replied sadly. 300,000! Alexander exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his seat. The Order is bringing an army of over 10 million! This is suicide! Alexander, Duell shouted. Do you want to wait outside? Alexander's lip quivered. No, master, he responded, lowering his head. You must understand that most of my people have fled, Galadan continued. No other system dares come to our aid. My army is composed of soldiers who remained loyal to me, and the poor who have no ways of escaping and thereby no choice in the matter. And we have very few weapons, only those we managed to salvage during the reign of the Order. I see, Duell said, his eyes fixed in one corner. What are the women and the children? We'll hide most of them throughout the shelters along the continent, farther from the capital. A small number of them will remain here to aid the troops. If we had any carriers, perhaps we could have sent them all off to Dorior. And when do you suppose this army will reach Urtan? 2 days from now. In 2 days, Galadan replied. They won't care if it's a woman or a child. They'll kill us all. Everyone became quiet again, looking at Duell. The Xenian leaned back in his chair. Very well then, he finally said. Galadan Dox, I will fulfill my late master's wish and assist you with whatever I can. However, what? Alexander couldn't hold it any longer. You can't be serious. However, Duell repeated louder, we cannot fight off an army for you. Time for frolicking is over. What is it really that you propose we do? The twins in Spade eagerly turned to Galadan and Gaia, expecting the answer they'd been waiting for. The impossible, of course, Galadan said, looking around the table. Something that couldn't be done for eons. I want you to kill Cosmos. Baffling silence swept over the room. What? Danatos broke the stillness with a scoffing laugh. I'm serious, Danatos, Galadan insisted. Well, the Dargonian got up, continuing to chuckle. I've come to the conclusion that you lost your damn mind. Why is that, Sir Xanatos? Asked one of the Urton generals. Do you truly believe he's a god? No! Danatos frowned, and then asked, But have you ever seen what he can do? I have, Duell said. The Dargonian turned to the Athenian master. Huh? And you still think we have a chance against that? I'm fully aware of the situation's difficulty, Sir Danatos, but since Galadan's bringing up such a proposal, I'm sure he has means to deal with it, said Duell, and then back to the Urton king. Please continue. Danatos became quiet and sat back down, sulking, although showing signs of surprise at the Xenian's calm attitude. Cosmos' armor is a mechanism. Gaia's voice turned the heads of the listeners. She got up and approached Galadan's side. It is said that he is indestructible, invincible, overall a god. But beneath that armor, he's as helpless as any other carbon-based life form. It's a breastplate made by the ancient technology. A plate that reflects any energy. However, it's a machine, and such as that, it has flaws. The screen that surrounds them is calculated on timing, capable of shielding him from the fastest of weapons. She leaned on the table. As I searched deeper into the matter, I found evidence of blasters actually striking at him in between the shields, yet to much dismay, they caused him no harm. Aha, Duell said, the idea finally reveals itself. When I was a child, she continued, my father had a friend, Orion Kryn, a man who fought with a legendary blade, moving faster than light. She then turned to the Xenians. Your speed is unmatched, and your swords are powerful enough to crack his breastplate and shut off the mechanism, giving us enough time to bring him down. The twins, Duell and Spade, looked at each other. Duell then glanced at Vincent. Vincent shrugged and shook his head. He couldn't wait to glance at the so-called galactic map. Everything else just simply didn't matter. Okay, Danatos said sarcastically. Is that it? Maybe we should just take a trip to Xenon and end this conflict altogether. It sounds like a plan, Duell said, ignoring the Dargonian. What? Danatos asked. His face was filling with fury at Duell's confidence. How do you suppose we even managed to get too close to him? I don't know yet, but it's not impossible. A flash of hope appeared in Galadan's eyes. So you'll help us? Duell placed his elbows on the table, steepled his hands, and stared outside, deep in his thoughts. I will not let you down, Orion. Your name will live on. He then said, if we complete this task, more systems will join our cause. They will know the perseverance of those who seek freedom. We have been in hiding far too long. It's time for the members of the revolution to know that they're not alone. It's time to let them know that even though Orion's gone, his dream still continues. Xander was on the edge of another outburst, but his brother managed to stop him, pressing down on his shoulder. It has fallen upon us to end the reign of this cult, the Xenian master said, turning to face the Urton king. Yes, Galadan, we'll assist you. The Urtons got up and began clapping, as if the order was already obliterated. Hired killer? Danatos laughed, looking at Xander. Now we're all hired killers. You guys are crazy. But what the hell? So am I. Count me in. When someone would actually refer to him, Vincent realized he was, in fact, facing reality. And from the looks of it, that harsh reality led to his end. He had no choice but to remain here, for the sake of Earth. After all, what's the life of one human compared to 7 billion? That's the conclusion he slowly accepted, that he was now responsible for the existence of our planet. Gather all your forces in the capital, Duell said with his commanding tone. But then they'll surround us, one of the Urton generals protested. No, they'll attack Urtar Ban with their entire force. They don't expect any heavy resistance. And then? Galdan asked. And then we wait. Duell got up and gestured to the rest of the group. For what? We wait until he shows his ugly face. Spade, Vincent, and the twins followed the Xenian master out of the room. Duell turned around at the door. We will further discuss this in the evening. For now, my companions and I must use one of your shrines to farewell our late master. In the meantime, I want a detailed map of the entire city and all of its tunnels and passages. Thank you, Sage Duell. Galdan bowed again. Gaia is familiar with our castle. She will show you the way. Duell suitably returned the bow and left with his party. What does he mean by we wait? The general asked his king. Do you actually believe that this man and his small group can bring down the order without Orion? I do not know, Galdan sighed, but they're our only hope. End chapter. Chapter 11. The Commemoration of Orion Kren. Gaia led them down the eastern wing of the castle, through a high corridor. Beams of sunlight filled with swimming dust particles slanted through the tall windows, creating islands of light on their path. Fountains were erected every 20 yards, surrounded by Urtan children that gazed at the outlanders in awe. There's a calm sanctuary ahead, Gaia stopped, pointing at the end of the hall. It should be adequate. Once again, she paused and placed a hand over her heart. My deepest condolences. Thank you, Princess, Duell said. Please take Vincent to his quarters and help him navigate through the galactic map. Maybe something will jog his memory. Right, Vincent said and thought, at last. Duell turned to face him. In a few hours, Spade will fetch you to attend the banquet Galdan is throwing for us. He then glanced at Vincent's outfit and added, and please change out of these barbaric garments. Vincent looked down at his dirty shirt, with a collar stretched out from numerous tuggings, and his dirty jeans. Into what? He asked uncertainly. Urtan robes? I'll bring you some clothes, Spade said. You're about the same size as me. Okay then, Gaia said and pulled Vincent after her. They went up a flight of stairs into a small room which had a window opening to a beautiful lake. A round bed was against the back wall, covered with velvet blankets and topped with black pillows. There was a lavatory at one end, and a bookcase with a monitor at the other. The silk-like transparent curtains over the window danced in the air, moved by the invading light draft. It's cozy, Vincent commented. It has a nice view, Gaia said, glancing outside. But not as nice as the view behind the castle. I'll show it to you later, if I get a chance. As Vincent adapted to his lodging, Gaia opened a nearby closet and a small robot entered the room. The droid was slightly over 2 feet tall, filled with slots and sockets for various components. A monitor displaying a smiling face served as its head. Gaia smiled at Vincent's confused reaction. It's just an encyclopedia robot, she clarified. Robot, she commanded, display the galactic map. The droid raised its monitor, and the hologram of a spiral galaxy filled the room, swallowing them in an ocean of stars. Wow, Vincent muttered. The Milky Way. Patagonia, Gaia said, as our galaxy is known. It is approximated to contain several 100 billion stars. Thus far, less than half of that number is even visible. The map is constantly updated by the thousands of telescopes charting the galaxy as we speak. She pulled out a mechanical glove from the robot's compartment, put it on, and began navigating through the image. My system is in one of the arms, Vincent said. I remember that much. Exactly. She moved her gloved hand and zoomed in onto the hologram. There are millions of stars in that region, which is called the Grand Arm of Patagonia. Right here is Zazaban, the dead planet where the ambush on Orion occurred. She moved her finger across the map. Here's Sebulon. What's known through the ship's memory banks is that your system should be within this vicinity. She made a small circle with her finger. Vincent's hopes were crushed in an instant. There were millions upon millions of stars in that circle. They were scattered there like salt across the tabletop. But there are so many, he forced out in a dry throat. Every day they scan a new one, she said, taking off her glove and passing it to him. But yet less than 5% of the galactic habitable zone has been thoroughly explored. It's the area not too close to the center where the radiation is high and not too far where stars or planets can form. Let me guess, Vincent said, while beginning to navigate himself. Only the explored planets have been mapped. Your star may very well be up there, but maybe it's just... He didn't finish the sentence, for he already knew the answer. If you could remember the exact position... I don't. Maybe I would if I were a scientist or something. I'm sorry, Vincent. She looked at him with compassion in her eyes. We'll search, I promise you. We'll send signals, for we have advanced technology. It's impossible. Vincent helplessly lowered his hand. Simply impossible. The Republic has more of a chance of finding my planet and destroying and subjugating everything I know. You can't give up so easily. I'm lost. Forever. There was a period of silence, and then Gaia said, I've not been to my own planet for days, and even when I'm there on business, I don't feel right. She stopped, stared outside, and added, Home's a place where you feel safe, and when I'm home, I'm pretending to be someone that I'm not. Vincent shrugged and began to search once more. Well, if I at least knew Earth's precise location, then perhaps I wouldn't be as worried. Once again, I'm sorry, she said, heading for the door. I showed you as much as I could. Now it's up to you. Just give it time. If the world's right, it'll come to you. Thank you, he replied. But time is something I don't have. She turned around. Why? Do you have someone or something special waiting for you at home? What? He stopped his search and glanced at her. Of course, my life. No, she said, I meant family. Oh, Vincent felt dumb. No one special. Children? What? No, I'm single. Then what do you really miss? Nothing. Really, it's just... He looked down, exhaled deeply, and spread his arms. I feel like an animal here. An animal lost in a different environment. She sighed and leaned against the door. We all feel lost. We hang on so hard to the past that we completely neglect the present. Like me, I became so vindictive that I misplaced all touch with reality. And because of it, I lost the man I loved to the same bastard responsible for the death of my father. She began to think of the Duke, of that obese monstrosity she saw every time she visited Xenon, how he sat there, across from her, gazing at her with those beady eyes, salivating, completely unaware of her real identity. I do wish I had Duell's attitude, she added. I'm sorry, Vincent said. There he was, crying like a little child when his other companions had lost everything. I'm out of place. It's okay, she whispered. What I'm trying to say is cherish the moment. She looked up. You're in good hands. Vincent smiled. Now you're starting to sound like Duell. A smile touched her lips as well. He's a wise man, Vincent. You can learn plenty of him, if only you'll try. Yes, but isn't there a dark army headed this way? I believe I'm the least of his worries. Her shoulders slumped. It's my fault. Everything is. I'm the reason we're here. I just couldn't sit around and watch this peaceful planet die. Hey, come on, kiddo. Vincent approached her and laid a hand on her shoulder. My big mouth, he thought. Don't blame yourself. I've never met anyone with such spirit. She backed away with a baffled yet curious look. Kiddo? It's a variation of kid, he explained. I know it's a kid, okay? Vincent swallowed nervously. Look, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. So inappropriate of me to refer to a princess like that. She began laughing at his anxious face. It's okay, kiddo. I'm just messing with you. Vincent was content at the fact that he made her smile. He tried denying it, but talking to her was the only thing getting his mind off his current situation. So, she straightened up and changed her attitude, becoming serious. You believe that we can win? I don't know anymore, he replied. But from what I've seen and after listening to Duell, I'll believe in anything. He then glanced at the palm of his hand and formed a fist. You feel it, don't you? She said. The Tel-Khazar power? I still have a hard time believing that. Duell believes in you. I wish he didn't. He looked up. I didn't ask for this, you know. Yes, you did. Somehow you did. Fate? Perhaps. But in Tel Khazar believe in something they call Della. They believe that although destiny does play a major part, it's the choices you make that carve your path. He nodded and said, well, I better start believing this if I want to survive. The stars were visible through the oculus as the sun set, yielding to the approaching darkness. Hundreds of candles flickered throughout the shrine, casting long shadows to the 4 figures that sat cross-legged around the sword. They were there for hours, saying farewell to the man who made them who they are. May his name be remembered in every corner of Patagonia, Duell spoke sorrowfully. May his deeds be remembered in every place of honor, for if it were not for him, we'd never exist. If it were not for him, we'd never know the true meaning of the Tel Khazar. Tears streamed down the faces of the twins as they said goodbye to their grandfather. Alexander let out a growl through his tears. Damocles sat with his eyes closed. He was a father to us all, Spade mumbled, wiping his face, even to someone like me. He sits beside us in another world, Duell continued, but in this world, his dream of justice lives on. Let us not forget what Orion stood for, warriors. Let us swear today that death will come to his enemies. I just can't believe it, the big man wept. We must carry on his objective. Duell leaned forward and grabbed Orion's sword. After we get back to our base, we have to visit Kainor and erect a small monument in his name, he added, getting up. He would have loved that. Death must die, Alexander grated. Duell looked down at his student who, like always, was boiling with anger. In due time, Alexander, in due time, he said, looking the youth squarely in the eye. Every single one of them will pay, starting with Cosmos and Damien. He then turned around and held the blade in his palms, holding back his own tears. The silence sustained for several more minutes. Master, Alexander got up. May I comment on the present situation? What is it? Duell said after a moment of consideration. We cannot win this battle. Even Orion would have agreed that this is suicide. Well, my young pupil, Duell faced his student again. Then you'll have to believe in the impossible. Alexander spread his arms. But if we die, so shall Orion's dream. Then we should try to win, don't you think? Alexander deeply exhaled. There are too many of them. Drop this nonsense and realize what you're suggesting. I do realize, young friend, believe me, I do. But I also don't make promises unless I know they can be accomplished. But master, enough of this! Duell raised his voice. Wait until you become a sage before you contradict me. Alexander bit his lip and became quiet. What about Vincent? Damocles asked. I'll begin teaching him the fundamentals tomorrow, Duell replied. What? Alexander barked. He looked over at his brother and his Spade. Both seemed to be agreeing with Duell. Am I the only one who sees a problem with this? This is asinine! Why is that? Because he's not Xenian? You're breaking the rules! What rules? Think before you say something. Duell then turned to the others and asked, Do you have a problem with me tutoring Vincent? Not me, the big guy said, escaping his brother's look. We need all the muscle we can get, Spade said. Very well then. Gather in the dining hall within half an hour. Duell headed for the door. Master, Alexander called out. Duell continued down the shrine. Master, Alexander repeated. What is it? Duell asked without turning. I will not change my mind on teaching the human. No, that part I understand, no matter how absurd I find it to be. This is something different. Something I've been meaning to ask you ever since we escaped the Nomad. Alexander cleared his throat and blurted out. Why did Nahar spare me? Duell turned around. Both of the twins stared at him with the request. Spade stopped at the threshold, looking back in confusion. Why didn't he kill me? Alexander rephrased. He seemed to have no idea who we were. He then grabbed his necklace. This pendant! When he saw it, he lowered his arm, stopping the blow that would have surely ended my life. Duell stood there with no answers. Like a landslide, The tragedies flooded them, one after another. One thing is obvious. He had to tell them the exact truth. I concur, the big man added. He had never seen us before. Does he even know that we're his children? Doyle sighed, looked up for a moment, and then said, I believe you're old enough to know that Nahar didn't leave us when you think he did. It was much earlier than that. What? Alexander exclaimed, trading glasses with the big guy. What do you mean? Doyle sat down on one of the benches in the shrine and set the blade aside. Spade sat beside him, but the twins remained standing. Doyle leaned forward, rested his elbows on his knees, and pressed his hands together. Orion was devastated when Nahar left us, he began, and Isabella was just a child at the time. A child who loved him like a big brother, and was in tears for months. I guess those feelings never really died, because once the time came for her to kill him, she was unable to do so. What? The twins asked in unison. What do you mean, kill him? Damocles asked. I'm getting to that. Your mother was a maverick, a trait that runs in your veins. Doyle gestured at Alexander. She was not just rebelling against the Republic, but against Orion as well. Unbeknownst to us, she frequently took on solitary missions. As he told the story, he glanced away, remembering the days of his youth, the final days of the intergalactic war. In one of those missions, she took it upon herself to infiltrate Nahar's personal army, the Solazar Squad. They accepted her, unaware that she was gathering information on the Republic's doomsday weapon, the Moramare Citadel. I was the only one who knew her whereabouts. She feared that once Orion would have found out, he would have pulled the plug on the whole operation. So gullible a man that I was, I didn't tell him. Unfortunately. Doyle paused, swallowed. She got too close to Nahar. Alexander opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Nearly a year had passed since she'd been gone. The war was almost over, and there were no signs of her. Finally, she contacted me and told me of her feelings for him, and that she'd bring him back to us. She was young then, so young, just slightly older than you two. He frowned and continued. I told Orion, and we set forth to find her. But by the time we did, she was fatally wounded. Her injuries were so severe that she couldn't even utter a word. What about us? Damocles interrupted. How did... She fought until the last minute to stay alive. In her hands she clutched the pendants you wear and the key to the cottage where we found you two. Now, I guess, the pendants were a gift from him. No, Damocles sniveled. He looked at his necklace and then at his brother's. Doyle clenched his jaw. It seems that she had the two of you without our or even his knowledge. And on a day she tried to tell him the truth about herself. He killed her. She died in Orion's arms. He paused and took a deep breath. Orion didn't hide from you the fact that Nahar was your father, but he didn't tell you the tragic truth. I'll be damned, Spade mumbled. I don't feel so good. Damocles clasped his stomach and sat down on the floor. Liar! Alexander bellowed. For over 20 years you hid this from us. Patience, Doyle lashed back. Did you know about this? Alexander turned sharply to Spade. I'm as shocked as you are, the Darsalian shrugged. He didn't know we existed, Damocles muttered. All this time, he didn't know. She never had a chance to tell him. I don't give a damn! Alexander turned to his brother. He knows now, and I'll personally kill him! He then stormed out of the shrine. It's too much, Master, Damocles said, getting up. You made us believe he left us when we were kids and that Mother died in some explosion. But this... I know, Doyle responded. I'm so sorry. Doyle got up and began heading away. We should go now. You loved her, didn't you? Damocles asked all of a sudden. Doyle stopped in his tracks. He looked away. Forgive me, I could not save her. Wow. Spade continued sitting there with a dropped jaw long after the Xenians were gone. This has got to be the craziest day of my life. The two moons of Urtan lit up the night sky with their silvery light as Vincent continued to browse the galactic map. He was so busy in his effort to find home that he didn't see Spade show up on his doorstep. "Any luck?" the Dersalian asked, approaching with a bundle of clothes. "Nope," Vincent exhaled, taking off the glove. "But I'm familiar with the map already." "Come on, you can't expect an outcome on your first try. Let's go eat, have fun, get your mind off things." "Here," Spade extended the clothes. "Put these on." It was a pair of riveted jeans and a camouflage shirt. "Would these suffice?" Vincent asked, looking at Spade, who was wearing colorful Urtan robes. "I mean, isn't everyone going to be dressed formal? And here I'll be wearing the attire of a space pirate." "Why, who?" Spade stammered. "Oh, now you got jokes. Just go and change. We'll fetch you one of these uniforms tomorrow." Vincent proceeded to wash himself and swap the attire. He didn't know what to do with his old clothes, so he threw them on top of the chair in the corner. "You'll no longer need those," Spade said, "but you might want to save the jeans. They're nice, even though cavemen designed them." Vincent could see how the manner of his new companions would infuriate others. Spade, as a matter of fact, was not a Tel'Khazar, but their impassive attitude had rubbed off on him. Here he was, trying to have fun amidst this time of peril. "What did I eat here?" Vincent asked as they headed out. Spade shrugged. "Don't know, and I'm really afraid to ask, but I'm hungry nevertheless. I'd eat a human right about now." Vincent shook his head. Indeed, the Dersalian did have rather some coarse jokes. They made their way to the balcony that overlooked the courtyard, which was filled with hundreds of tents housing the Urtan men that gathered from every corner of the planet. Spade then guided Vincent to one of the castle's towers. Succulent smells of bizarre extraterrestrial food filled the air as they went up the spiral stairs to the top floor. They entered a large dining hall. A long table was in the middle of the room, spread with all kinds of comestibles. Duel, Danatos, Galadan, the generals, and several Urtan dignitaries sat at its head, discussing further plans. Several military personnel sat in the middle, and Damocles sat at the other end, farther from everybody else, distraught, but nevertheless ravenously swallowing the food before him and chasing it down with a decanter. Xander, on the other hand, was nowhere in sight. More Urtan nobles sat in cliques around smaller tables, men dressed in yukata-type robes, and women in kimonos. There was a dais at the back of the hall, atop which several Urtan women played harps. The caterers took turns approaching the tables, making sure they were full of the surreal victuals and beverages. And then Vincent saw Gaia. She looked stunning, like bona fide royalty, shimmering in a black satin dress with a high waist. Over the dress she wore a square-cut bodice that exposed the top of her chest. Black evening gloves covered her lower arms, and a huge pendant was around her neck. Her hair was hoisted up with strands flowing down past her bare shoulders. It was amazing how she could switch her looks, a warrior one minute, a princess the next. She sat at one of the tables, engaged in a conversation with an Urtan nobleman. "Let's sit here." Spade sat down next to Damocles. "All this political jargon gets on my nerves." Vincent distrustfully stared at the various combinations of food before him. He then looked over at his Dersalian companion. "Don't look at me," Spade said. "I'm just as surprised as you are. I'm just hoping none of this stuff jumps at me." "Eat up," Damocles garbled, his mouth full. "It's good." "Yeah, anything's good for you, meathead," Spade responded. "Not all of us consume 10,000 calories a day." Being hungry as he was, Vincent began eating the weird chow, and, much to his surprise, found it to be remarkably delicious. The food tasted like various combinations of vegetables, yet there were no meats of any kind. He didn't care though. It was the best meal he'd ever had. "I'd like to make a toast," Galadan arose. To our new allies for joining us in this bleak hour, and to our loved ones that have recently passed away. A mantle of silence sheltered the hall. Let us enjoy this evening in peace, Galadan continued, for it may be the last time we'll ever get an opportunity to feast like this. Let us remember the times of Ortan and our leaders who made this world the way it is today. May the One bless us all. Galadan downed his drink and sat down. The room continued its numerous conversations. That's much better. Spade slumped back in his chair after consuming several plates. Although I could have used a good steak. I noticed there isn't any meat. Why is that? Vincent asked. Because they're vegans, Damocles explained. What? Spade scoffed. Are you serious? Gaia informed me of it, the big guy said, loading up another plate. The Urtans don't believe in killing. But they're reptiles, the Dersalian said in an undertone. Damocles chewed down his food and said, Now you see why she's showing so much compassion for them. Impressive, Vincent commented. Spade put a toothpick in his mouth. It's okay. I can live without meat for a while. Nothing's like a good meal after a tough day of adventure. Adventure? Vincent asked, remembering his own desire for adventure. Is this adventure a part of your daily routine? Not really. Most of the time we train and study, where there's always some warlord or gang leader that we meet along the way. Oh yeah, bounty hunters can be a pain too. Spade paused, pulled out his toothpick, and then said, Honestly, I hate killing. I didn't want to kill today, but under the circumstances I had to. They chose to serve this regime, he shrugged. They pretty much deserved it anyway, every single one of them. From the corner of his eye, Vincent noticed two Urtans across the table, staring at them in appall as Spade spoke of murder with such lack of concern. Hi, the Dersalian grinned at them. My name's Spade Karoon, and I'm your average thief, smuggler, arsonist, and recently branded assassin. But don't get me wrong now, I'm a very nice guy once you get to know me. The Urtans got up in a hurry, graciously bowed, and left the room. Damocles nearly fell over his chair in laughter. Assassin, the big man roared. Spade, you never cease to amaze me. I know, right? Spade smiled, delighted at the fact he'd gotten the young man's mind of recent news. He then reached over and grabbed a jug full of a crimson substance. Now I'll indulge in a little alcohol. He poured himself a glass. Drink? He asked Vincent. No, Vincent said. I don't want the headache to come back. Suit yourself. Why do you fight, Spade? Vincent asked. I mean, I get the Xenians in their situation, but I still don't understand yours. It's a long story. I know you'd expect to hear a sad yarn, but the reason I started fighting was mainly because I was bored. Bored? Yes, bored. Vincent stared at the Dersalian in stupefaction. Tell me. Well, I lived in an orphanage till I was about 7 or so, Spade began. My parents, I never knew. They died during the Imperial takeover, which caused a civil war on my planet Durasali. Durasali is known for its numerous crime guilds, exactly where I ended up as a teen. Growing up, I stole on a daily basis, mostly to survive, but it was the only way of sticking it to the Republic. He paused for a second, recalling his early years. My greatest zeal was in studying the engine. I was always fascinated with how it works and why, and dreamed of one day becoming the best pilot in the galaxy. That led me to some very dark people, and at the age of 15, I became a smuggler. Money was good, but my life was boring, except for the thrill I'd get out running Imperial fighters. By 20, word of my piloting skills had reached far beyond Durasali. That was the time when I took my most bizarre mission. There were no drugs and no guns, just a simple ride for a stranger offering me more money than I ever took. That was when I first met Orion Kren, an encounter that changed my life forever. I had never met anyone with so much knowledge, such dignity, such character, and the killer beneath it all. Of course, with Orion, my simple driving task eventually turned into pandemonium. As our mission turned crazy, we became closely associated. I was excited to learn from him the art of creating explosives and target shooting. So after our work was over, I left everything behind and decided to follow him. And I mean everything and everyone. Before I knew it, my life had a meaning. He saved me. Days became weeks, weeks became years. I watched the twins grow up and Doel become the master he is today. It's been over 13 years now. They're my family. They're all I got. He leaned over and encircled his arm around the big guy's neck. Damocles grunted and shoved the Darsalian off. I see, Vincent said. It's funny, how my people take things for granted, completely unaware of all this. Once I took things for granted too, Spade said. I thought getting women and money and making people fear and envy you were the only things in life. I was so stupid. He then sat up, taking a passionate tone as he said, You see, Orion gave my life importance, a purpose. I had so much potential. The mind of an artist, as Doel would say. It's a struggle to be different. And that's what made me follow the ways of the warrior sage. Now, he stared down to his glass. They've killed the man I consider to be my father. Now it's personal. Please, enough, the big man said. Change the subject. Hey, did you forget about me? Gaia appeared out of nowhere. Your Highness, Spade said, rolling his eyes. Shouldn't you be out there yelling at someone? I've had enough for the day. Have a drink. Spade stretched out a jar. So, are you beginning to adapt? She asked Vincent, ignoring the Darsalian. I'm impressed with everything on this planet, Vincent said. I expected some sort of technological paradise, but instead it's this classical world with such an artistic taste. I expected barbarians, Damocles added. You've seen it for yourself, Damocles, she said. The Urtans lead a life of honor similar to yours. I agree. That's why I love this place, and if I die here, so be it. Don't say that, Spade intervened. Nobody's dying. He then leaned back in his chair and muttered, I'm not, that's for sure. They sat there for hours sharing stories. Tales of Orion and Doel, of Spade's daredevil adventures, and about the twins' successful rescue of the princess. For that period of time, Vincent entirely forgot his situation and laughed and talked along. They were no longer aliens to him. They were people. Regular people like anyone you might meet on Earth. Doel and Galadan stepped out to the balcony to continue their talk in private. I must say, Galadan, Doel said, now I know why Jamin described your world with such passion. Are you familiar with Orion's memoirs? But of course. That book was one of the biggest inspirations behind our uprising. Orion would have loved your world. It would have reminded him of the days he spent on Kainor. Galadan nodded, then leaned on a balustrade and looked out at the courtyard. I'm sorry, Sage Doel. There is no need to apologize. I feel the need to say this in case I don't get the chance. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. Doel stood still, hands crossed behind his back. You didn't, my friend. It's my choice to remain here. Galadan whirled. But you are aware of the odds we're facing. Galadan, Doel said, noticing that the king was about to break apart. Do you think we stand a chance? I wouldn't stay if I didn't. We're all going to die, aren't we? The Urtan said in a half-whisper, his eyes filling with tears. Don't be so pessimistic, Galadan, Doel stated calmly. We will triumph. I'm sorry, Doel, Galadan wiped his face, but I don't believe in miracles. Then I'll take it upon myself to make you. It's late, Gaia said, getting up. We have a long day ahead of us. Let's try to get some regular sleep. She wished everyone good night and left the hall. You know, said the big man as she left, if I were a bit older, I would have definitely... He didn't finish his sentence as he stared at the door. Spade and Vincent turned to see Xander at the entrance. Here's a party crasher, Spade groaned. You big moron, the blonde snapped. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? What did you want me to do? Damocles asked. Help me with my research and not think with your insatiable stomach. We're guests, the big guy defended himself. We need to show our respect. Yeah, I see how you show your respect, merely passing your time. Oh, shut up, Spade said. I'm sick and tired of you moaning lately. Alexander threw the Dracelian a cold look, turned around, and left the room. X, Damocles called out. Ah, let him go, Spade said. He can be so aggravating sometimes. Good night. Damocles followed his brother. Well, I guess I'm the bad guy again, Spade sighed. At least there's always someone to blame. He poured himself another drink. What's with them? Vincent asked. They miss their grandfather? They have a bigger burden on their shoulders than you can possibly imagine. In time, I'll tell you. But for now, I'm going to ask you just what do you plan on doing about Gaia? What do you mean? Vincent was stumped. The princess likes you, man, Spade smiled. You'd be a complete fool not to notice. Come on, Vincent blushed, his heart beginning to wildly beat. What makes you say that? I'm an expert on women, Spade continued. Oh, you're an expert on women too? Yes. And a girl like Gaia, someone is always fighting, has no time to meet anyone under normal circumstances. All the Xenian men she's around are spoiled bastards who only care about money. But you, well, you're different. Plus you look like them, especially like her race with that brown hair of yours. You're drunk, Vincent said, denying the sensation inside. The idea of that woman actually liking him both excited and terrified him at the same time. She was the most beautiful, most alluring woman he'd ever seen, yet she wasn't human. Had he lived amongst this melting pot of races, perhaps things would have been much different. He yawned, brushing off the thoughts. I'm tired, Spade. Let's head back. Sure, change the subject. Well, alright then, caveman. Let's go. It was close to midnight when they left the mess hall, yet the planet was alive. The Urtans tried to savor every last minute of their brief freedom. Is Alexander ever going to trust me? Vincent asked. Or is he always like that? He will, Vincent, in time, Spade replied. Believe me, his attitude is out of control lately. Duell's frustrated with him, but in many ways, he's the most advanced Tel'Khazar for his age, so he's a bit arrogant. A bit? Well, extremely arrogant. I just don't understand why he's still mad at me. I thought we already figured out I'm not the bad guy. Granted, but now that Duell told him of the plans he has for you, he's outraged. What plans? Duell wants to see you in the morning. For what? To begin your training, of course. Alexander gravely disapproved, but Duell believes in you. Do you think it's necessary? If you want to survive, yes. They reached Vincent's room. He stopped by the door and turned around, sulking. I don't know if I can control all these power, he said. Yes, you can. Vincent looked him directly in the eyes. Don't ever tell yourself that you can't accomplish something. And you listen to Duell. He's wise, even wiser than Orion was, although he'd never admit it. Now you get some rest, and I'll get a hold of you in the morning. Without giving Vincent a chance to reply, Spade whirled around and left. Vincent sat down on the bed, staring at the moons and enjoying the cold wind that filled the room, destroying the ample folds of the curtains. Even at that moment, he expected to wake up. He closed his eyes and inhaled, taking in the clean air. The implication of Gaia liking him was still running through his head. But I don't belong here, he thought. What am I thinking? It's probably another one of Spade's stupid jokes. He then looked in a corner and noticed a small robot. Oh well, he said, getting up and reaching for the mechanical glove. Let's learn about our new world. The two brothers were on a balcony atop the tower. Alexander, Damocles said, tell me, what's on your mind? What's on your mind? Alexander thought. Sometimes Damocles asked very ridiculous questions. I want to get out of here, he shouted. Off this godforsaken planet and get him! Kill him! Relax, brother. How can you relax? Alexander faced Damocles. After what we found out. He killed her! He killed our mother, Damocles! Damocles looked down and said, You've heard Duell. She couldn't even speak. Don't you dare defend him! Alexander pointed his finger in the big man's face. He then turned away to stare at the busy plaza and added, The very second I become a sage, I'm leaving. Leaving? Where to? To Xenon. Damocles nodded, realizing his brother was inconsolable. Come, he pulled him by the arm. We must get some rest, for it's getting late. You go ahead, Alexander called down. I'll come in a minute. I just need some time to be alone. Damocles sighed and walked away, leaving Alexander to his preferred solitude. End chapter. Chapter 12. The Tutelage of Duel Camasiara. Vincent was inside a hole filled with red-skinned alien creatures that had sharp pointy ears and dark blue hair. Some of them stood at the doorway, shooting at the incoming enemy with lead-firing, earth-like weapons. The women and children were huddled in one corner, their cries intermixing with the gunfire and the agony of the dying that lay scattered on the floor amid puddles of blood. Where am I? He stepped closer to the entrance and glanced outside. The entire city was ablaze to the point that it was impossible to distinguish land from sky. Where there were once buildings, now stood minarets of fire. Waves of Xenian soldiers scoured the city, chasing down and executing the helpless red aliens. Dozens of warships hovered overhead, hurling rockets into the structures. More bodies, by the thousands, were strewn throughout the rubble. Vincent felt a lump form in his throat as he witnessed this unspeakable violence. Not so far away, he saw a family of 3 running down an alley with soldiers in pursuit. The soldiers opened fire. The man fell to his knees, screaming to his wife and child to continue. They shot again, killing him, and persisted after the others. He reached to his side and, much to his surprise, felt the hilt of a sword. He looked down and saw the shining blade of the Tel'Khazar. Not giving it a second thought, he leapt ahead. An explosion wobbled the foundation, nearly knocking him off his feet, and the young man beside him collapsed with shrapnel in his head. He continued forth, exiting the building and making it to the alley within seconds while dodging the multitude of blasts. The Tel'Khazar power, he thought. I feel it. The soldiers had the woman cornered. She clutched the child in her arms as one of them raised a rifle to her head. Vincent jumped forth and slashed through the soldier before safely landing on his feet. He then ducked and stabbed the second. But sir, the third said in confusion as Vincent plunged through him as well. Vincent sheathed the bloody sword and extended his hand to the victim. It's okay. The woman withdrew, terrified. I won't hurt you, he assured, crouching down. But it was to no use. She continued staring at him in horror. He sighed and rose up, and then something caught his eye. His own reflection in a window of a nearby building. He swallowed hard and approached the glass. He was not human. A Xenian man with long black hair stared back at him. Who are you? Vincent asked, and then looked at his bizarre apparel and at the surroundings. Where? But then who am I? Vincent woke up out of the blue. He had no idea what time it was or how long he'd been asleep, but it appeared to be some time past dawn by seeing the sons of Urtan begin their ascension on this beautiful world. He looked up at the round crystal on a wall, which was a clock of sorts, but with way more than a dozen symbols on its face. Good luck with that, caveman, he muttered. He then threw off his blanket and sat up. As he was regaining his senses, there was a loud knock on the door, and, before he could consent to guess, Spade barged in, holding a bag in a plastic container. Good morning, Sir Salian said. Sleep well? Well, that's good, Spade continued, pulling out the contents of the bag. Here are some fresh clothes, a pair of shoes, and breakfast. Get cleaned up, eat, and meet Duel in a pavilion behind the west portion of the castle. That's great, thanks, but we have a long day ahead of us. I've got some work to do. I'll be at the airstrip not too far away. We'll catch up at lunch. Spade left Vincent without any explanation and stormed out. Vincent yawned, got up, and proceeded to take a long shower, standing under the running water deep in thought. What am I going to do? He was lucky he didn't get killed in a nomad, but from the sound of it, he was surely going to die here. I am not a warrior, he thought. One thing was obvious. Duel brought him here to die. He began laughing at the idea. If only Alex could see me now. He found it convenient that the soap, toothpaste, and the rest of the toiletries were identical to ours. The towels were soft, made of a peculiar fabric that instantly absorbed the moisture. He then noticed his stubbly face in a mirror. He needed to shave. He started searching for any device similar to a razor, but then gave up, remembering that the Utans did not have any air. The silk clothes were identical to a kung fu uniform and hung freely over his body. Spade also brought him a pair of soft boots with split-toe soles. The breakfast tray contained something that resembled a mixture of eggs and potatoes with oatmeal-type bread, some vegetables, and a bizarre fruit juice. Vincent quietly ate the food and exited the room. Much to his surprise, the castle was very calm. He must have been one of the few who awoke at this early hour, probably because most of the Utans didn't rest the previous night and had just gone to bed. He walked, or more rather wafted because of his new gear, down the marble stairs to the main gallery and headed to the other end. Several Utan soldiers passed by and bowed before him. He returned the custom, thinking of the utmost respect Utans showed to off-world strangers. It seemed that evolution took a big leap on this planet, for instead of being carnivorous, aggressive reptiles, the Utans were humble creatures. He found the exit and stepped outside. A trail between trimmed hedges led him to a big hexagonal gazebo in the middle of the royal garden, its elevated position providing a view of the magnificent sea of plants. Vincent ascended the steps and set foot on a padded floor of the pavilion. Duell stood in the middle of the pavilion with his back turned to Vincent. He wore a wide sleeveless jacket and a hakama skirt similar to those of the samurai. Not so far from him was a wooden chest. "Did you rest?" the Xenian asked. "I'm all right," Vincent replied. "I stayed up mostly, toying around with Encyclopedia Robot and learning the history of Patagonia." "I see," Duell turned around. "Your mind's expanding. I've never felt like that before. Like I want to learn everything. The endless desire to learn. That's the secret to the brain power of the warrior sage." Vincent rubbed the back of his neck. "But I've also been having these terrible dreams," he said. "What kind of dreams?" Duell asked, his serious face showing signs of interest. "Nightmares in which I'm a Xenian man. Visions of war." "Those are memories, Vincent," Duell said with a sigh. "Orion's memories." Vincent gulped. "What?" "Orion had a dark past. He was one of the men who helped the Xenians conquer most of the galaxy. During those years, he had witnessed and committed terrible things. Things that he could never forget." Duell paused. "He swore that he will redeem himself of his sins and undo the horrors he unleashed on his world. I guess the task remained unfinished. If I only knew what they mean, or what he's trying to tell me, I would say that he wants you to realize you have the power to succeed where he has failed. That it is up to you to undo the horrors I spoke of. But how? You must accept this power. Don't fight it." Duell began circling around Vincent. "If you keep vacillating, you'll only confuse yourself." Vincent raised a hand to his forehead. "I just don't understand." "He's trying to tell you something you don't want to believe," Duell sighed. "We don't have much time, but still, I'll teach you what I can." "I'm not ready," Vincent wavered, swiveling in place to follow the Xenian. "It's too much." "Oh, is it? Will you fight to live, Vincent Saturn? You've been bestowed with a power far greater than you can possibly imagine, yet you falter. Why, Vincent, why? Did you not realize this isn't a dream? Do you think the Order will spare your life when they get here? Or are you under the impression that the Republic will help you find your way home? I didn't ask for this. You have no choice." With those words, Duell kicked Vincent in the left ankle, sweeping him off his feet. Vincent looked up at the Xenian with hurt and surprise. Duell smiled wryly, looking down. "Get up and hit me." "Are you serious?" The Xenian's smile turned into a line. "Yes, I am," he said, and hid his hands behind his back. Without getting up, Vincent lunged at the Xenian's feet in hopes of tackling him. Duell moved out of the way and Vincent embraced the mat. It is so hard? Duell taunted. Damn, Vincent fussed. He got up, jumped in place several times, stretched, and got into a fighting posture with his left fist forward, the other under his chin. I know martial arts myself, he said. Good. Come on then. Vincent stepped forward, swinging a hook with his left, barely missing the Xenian, and then threw a massive right, but the latter jumped away laughing. Taking the opportunity, Vincent swept around with a roundhouse kick. Duell grabbed Vincent's ankle and twisted him to the ground. Okay, you got me, Vincent said, catching his breath. That's it? On one try? Get up and hit me. Vincent got up, bowed to the Xenian, and retained his stance. Okay. He began approaching by taking little side steps. Duell remained motionless. Vincent threw a jab with his right hand, but Duell leaned to the left. It then came back with a left, yet the Xenian managed to dodge the punch and ended up behind him. Vincent spun in hopes of striking Duell with the back of his fist, but the Xenian ducked. He then tried to kick him to the side of the knee, but missed again, and Duell pushed him lightly. Vincent fell down once more. He slammed his fist on the floor. Damn it! Do it again, Duell said severely. Vincent attempted to punch the Xenian, kick him, or even graze him, but failed every time. Duell was obviously toying with him. You're too fast. I can't do it, okay? Vincent said after about a dozen tries, panting. Giving up so easily, are we? Duell chuckled. Well, let's lower my odds. He waved his hand. The chest in a corner opened up, and a wooden sword flew towards Vincent. Vincent caught the stick. Now you're armed, the Xenian said. Come on, Vincent hesitated. Strike me! Duell yelled out, once more placing his arms behind his back. Oh well, Vincent rushed at his intrepid teacher. Duell leaned to the right, evading the stick. Vincent quickly swung across. Duell bent his body backwards, fraction of an inch below the sword. Vincent struck down at his target, but the latter appeared behind. He then twisted and swung over his shoulder in a stabbing motion. Vincent jumped over the strike and kicked Vincent in the chest. Is that all you got? He mocked as Vincent collapsed. Fire in his eyes, Vincent arose and charged once more, thrusting the sword forward. Duell whirled away from the attempt, appearing behind Vincent. Vincent turned around and started flailing the stick. The Xenian was impossible to strike. Every effort by Vincent resulted in failure, as if Duell could somehow ascertain where the stick would be at any given moment and move ahead of it. Before Vincent knew it, he was on the ground again. Duell stared down at the exhausted human. Why can't you hit me? You're just too fast, Vincent sputtered, gasping for air. I can barely see you, much less hit you. Oh, am I? Or is it simply because you assumed that? Or perhaps you lack the motive? I'm confused, Vincent said, rising. You're starting with a philosophical babble again. Duell glared at him for a second and then said, You cannot strike me. Yet under pressure, you fought against one of the deadliest members of the Tel'Khazar. I don't know how. I told you. He's weak. Xander's voice resonated from behind. The twins stood behind them. Damocles in a blue uniform similar to Vincent's, and his brother in black sweatpants and a tank top. He doesn't deserve this power, the blonde continued. His petulance clearly signifies it. Xander, Vincent began. Well, prove me wrong then, Xander said, stepping into the middle of the mat. Vincent looked over at Duell. The Xenian master walked away and stood next to the big guy. Okay then, Vincent said, throwing the wooden sword aside and clenching his fists. But how are we going to do this? Only hitting the torso or what? No, Xander reached down into the chest. He pulled out 2 pairs of thickly padded, fingerless gloves and hurled one to Vincent. I must say, Vincent Saturn, I'm rather going to enjoy this. Refusing to listen to any more banter, Vincent strapped on the gloves and pounced at the youth. Xander leaned out of the way and struck Vincent in the ribcage with an uppercut. Vincent gasped and took a wild swing, grazing the blonde Xenian with his glove. Xander bent down and jabbed Vincent in the chest with a straight left and smashed him in the chin with a right cross. Vincent rocked but didn't fall. Xander jumped up and struck Vincent with both feet. Vincent managed to block the kicks, retaining his ground. Alexander then punched Vincent in the kidneys and then threw a right hook that sent the human down. He winked, bowing to his fallen victim. Vincent was infuriated. "You little punk. You have not even attempted to strike him," Duell said as Vincent got up. "Stop concentrating on his moves. Trust your instincts and retaliate." "Come on," Alexander smiled. Vincent jerked forward but didn't move. Alexander idly swung. His smirking face turned into a grimace, for he didn't like to be humiliated. Before Vincent could enjoy the moment, he rushed forward with a melee of punches and kicks. Vincent blocked and backed away, but the hits were coming in too fast. He got struck in his ribs and his sides, kicked in his shin, and finally took a straight punch to the face. He felt something warm as blood began pouring out of his upper lip. Alexander stopped for a second, looking content and retaining his bluster. "It's because you assume," Vincent remembered Duell's warning. He had to believe that this youth was not faster than him, not stronger than him. He had to remove all doubt. Vincent wiped away the blood with his forearm and bowed down, taking a stance again. After several seconds, Alexander jumped in forward. "Trust your instincts." Vincent dodged under 3 punches, blocked Xenian's kick and stepped away. Alexander was irate. He jumped at Vincent with a flying kick. Vincent moved out of the way and threw a punch once Xenian landed. Alexander crouched under the blow and hit Vincent in the loins. But the Xenian didn't seem that fast anymore. Vincent struck the youth with a hook, then connected with a cross and finally kicked him on the side of his leg, sending him down. "I don't believe it," Damocles said in awe. "Damn you," Alexander grumbled. He grabbed Vincent's ankle, twisted it, and before he knew it, Vincent was on the ground with his leg at the mercy of the youth. "Alexander, enough," Duell said, breaking the scuffle. Alexander let go and got up. "Next time, I won't take it easy on you," he said, helping Vincent to stand up as well. "That was amazing, Vincent Saturn," Duell said, faintly clapping. "You're a fast learner, I must tell you that." "Beginner's luck," the blonde commented. "No, I think not. All the secrets of the Troeve Palermo are in his subconscious mind, and only under pressure is he able to bring them forth." "Troeve Palermo?" Vincent asked. "It's a fighting style of the Tel'Khazar," Duell explained. "Created by Jarek Bane himself, and advanced throughout the years by the warriors of late. The Troeve Palermo combines the most sacred and dangerous fighting styles of Patagonia." "So I know all this stuff?" "Yes, but unlike the twins, who were born with this power, you only had it for a few days. So you have until tomorrow night to remember as much as you can." "Reassuring," Vincent said, taking off the gloves. "What shall you teach us today, Master?" Damocles asked. "You? Nothing," Duell said. "I was only going to teach Vincent for today, and I was hoping you could do the same." Alexander and Damocles remained standing, puzzled. Duell smiled. "Very well then. I'll make time since we're all gathered here." He brought up a hand and caressed his chin. "Spade speaks of your dauntless performance on Corsair, and I was amazed at how you managed to rescue me. Now, I want you to show me what you got." "What?" Alexander said. "Both of you and Vincent, pin me down." Alexander was the first to charge. Duell stepped aside and tripped the youth. Damocles charged next, attempting to grab his master in a bear hug. Duell bent down and threw the giant over his shoulder, dropping him on top of his brother. Vincent managed to grab a hold of the Xenian's leg and try to flip him over. Instead, Duell picked him up and slammed him upside down. "Pathetic," Duell said, looking down at the toppled trio. "Again!" Alexander dropped down, trying a leg sweep. Duell somersaulted over the kick and tackled Damocles, throwing him over again. Vincent grabbed Duell around the waist and picked him up. The Xenian twirled and Vincent ended up on the floor. Alexander caught Duell by the wrist, but the latter twisted his arm and the youth was on the mat again. Damocles then appeared from behind and wrapped his massive arms around Duell's shoulders. They almost had him. Vincent and Alexander dashed ahead. Duell jumped up and kicked them both in the chest, and as they fell, he bent and flipped the big guy over. "Better," he said, straightening his outfit. The elder Xenian's fighting ability was par to none. He moved with such agility that he could have easily dodged blasts. Damocles puffed. "Enough of this," he said after their 5th attempt. "I'm going to waste all my energy. I might as well go work out." "Great," Alexander said, taking off his torn shirt. "I'm going to join you." The twins excused themselves, bowed down to both Vincent and Duell, and left. Troeve Palermo, Duell explained as he and Vincent remained alone, is mostly hand-to-hand combat. But don't forget that a warrior sage's main weapon is the Palermo sword. He picked up the stick, handed it to Vincent, and then reached into the chest for another one. This time, I'll have a sword as well. Try to strike me now. Take it easy on me, Vincent said, and dashed to the Xenian, chopping down. Duell sidled and swung back. Vincent managed to thwart the strike, but before he could retaliate, the Xenian struck again and again and again. Vincent barely managed to parry their relentless hits, backing away. After a dozen strikes, they locked swords. Good, Duell said, pushing Vincent back. Blocking is essential, but you must know that even during a sword fight, the sword is not your only weapon. He then raised an open palm and added, You are the weapon. An invisible wave sent Vincent flat on his back, forcing him to drop the stick. What happened? Duell extended his hand. You cheated, Vincent groaned as he got up. Did I now? You have this power too. Let's just do one thing at a time. We have no time, Vincent. Now pick up the stick. Vincent made a step toward the sword. You don't have to use your hands to pick it up. Vincent turned. Telekinesis? Pick it up. The tone in Duell's voice confirmed his seriousness. Vincent looked at his sword, a simple piece of wood lying a few feet away. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No vacillating. He opened his eyes. He extended his hand. He concentrated on the stick with every essence of his being, but it simply didn't move. He sighed after a while and lowered his hand. I can't. Because you don't believe, Duell said. I can't accept that it's possible, Vincent replied. You must clear your mind, the Xenian said after a long pause, and will it to move. There is an energy source within your body more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Vincent swallowed, turned towards the sword, and tried to lift it once again. After several attempts, he realized that his mind kept wandering elsewhere, and the thought of mentally moving an object became absurd once more. This is all new to me, Duell, he said, giving up. I'm confused. Duell sighed. Your ambivalent feelings are stopping these powers from progressing. He paused and then said, In order to win this upcoming battle, you shall have to let go of them. He turned around and began descending the steps. How can I? Vincent called out to him. Duell stopped. Purpose. You must accept the fact that you coming here was not mere coincidence, but a far greater purpose. You need to find it. He then added, Meet us in the cafeteria at lunchtime. Gave Vincent the slightest of nods and continued to the castle. The Xenian's words didn't in fact bring a sense of despair. Yet he was right. Vincent needed to let go of his past and concentrate on a forthcoming future. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and extended his hand. I'm a Telkathar, he thought. I can do this. He tried to clear his mind, forgetting everything and everyone he knew. Yes, I can, and I will. He opened his eyes and moved his hand. The wooden stick weaved, and Vincent gasped, Duell! He turned around, but the Xenian was gone. He didn't believe his own eyes, which in turn was the reason he couldn't do it again. What are you doing? Gaia's voice broke his concentration. She stood behind him, leaning on a post. She was out of the fancy dress and wore a simple white shirt and a pair of jeans. Vincent opened his mouth. I don't know. She chuckled at his dumbfounded look. It's okay, she said. It's a great burden, this power imported upon you. Tell it to Duell, he said, leaning down to physically pick up the stick. He wants the impossible. He's worried about you. He's trying to make sure we survive the battle. You have to be prepared. And if we do survive? Vincent turned to her. What then? Don't think so far ahead. Just enjoy every moment you're given and listen to him. Vincent exhaled and looked down. Are you all right? She asked, looking at his swollen lip. Xander, he said. She shook her head and then said, Follow me. She stepped down from the gazebo. There's something I've been meaning to show you. Vincent followed the princess down the narrow serpentine steps leading through the gardens. Walls of greenery shut up on either side for 20 feet, hiding exotic birds that filled the air with their breathtaking melody, producing noises unheard to human ears. The wind picked up their songs and sent them dancing on the treetops. They continued down for several more minutes, passing beneath multiple arbors filled with flowers. Myriads of lizards of luminous colors scurried beneath their feet, chasing hopping bugs. "Don't worry, they're not venomous," said Gaia as she saw him stepping away from the tiny creatures. "Where are you taking?" Vincent opened his mouth but then froze in wonder. At the end of the steps was a grassy cliff overlooking a gigantic ravine. The sun shone bright in the azure sky where roamed a flock of wild Uruzu creatures. Below, a river wound between the hills, falling down into the gorge through a huge waterfall, the crescendo of the millions of breaking splashes echoing through the air. Gaia turned around, sun rays glistening in her bronze hair. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" "Wow," Vincent gasped. "I've never seen a landscape such as this." "I discovered this place when I first visited Utan with my father," she recalled, staring away. "It's been over 20 years, but I still remember it clearly. Everyone was looking for me for hours, and father found me here playing. I climbed on his shoulder, and we stood here, watching the sunset. I made him worry that day. Oh, how I regret it now." Vincent stepped to the edge and looked down. The drop to the crystal lake at the bottom of the ravine was over 400 feet. Big marine animals similar to catfish were visible on the lake's bed. "It's Utan belief that their civilization began here," Gaia said. "They believe that this crater was formed by a comet which brought first life to this planet." "It's plausible," Vincent said, moving next to her. "I remember reading somewhere that comets contain every building block of life." "Yes, that's correct." She took a deep breath. "You see the beauty of this world, especially this place. It's a perfect place for meditation." Vincent was so amazed at the extraordinary view that he hadn't noticed how close he stood to her. As she spoke, she leaned back, almost resting on his chest. He could smell the tempting scent of her hair, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. He wanted to wrap his arms around her, hold her close to him, yet he stood still, frightened of what her reaction would be to such a bold move. "It's like time doesn't exist here," she continued. "You see how insignificant all our worries are before the power of nature. You can just forget everything here." They sat down on a large log that lay across the cliff. Wind tenderly brushed their faces and played an oceanic tune by swaying the leaves of the humongous trees. Vincent closed his eyes. Slightly more than a day ago, he was sitting on the sandy edge of the canyon on Earth, enjoying a similar breeze, but now seemed that was so far away in a distant world, in a different life. At that moment, in that place next to Gaia, he felt total serenity. It was the best feeling in the world. It was bliss. "Orion," Vincent whispered. "What?" Gaia asked. "Are you having visions?" "No." Vincent opened his eyes. Felt a connection with him for an instant. This place. He felt such a moment of peace once. But it was a different world. Kainor. Kainor? Her eyes widened. "That's a planet on the opposite end of the galaxy." He noticed her mystified look. "It's just something that popped up in my head. I'm sorry, I must be creeping you out." "No, I believe you, Vincent," she said, turning back to the ravine. "I just hope you'll remember what the Ilandali told them." "Yeah, I keep hearing that term. May I ask, what are the Ilandali?" "They are a race that existed thousands of years ago. They were the wisest of all the ancient races. Fed up with the evil of our galaxy, one day they simply vanished." "Vanished?" "Yes, just disappeared, leaving behind an empty planet, Planet Zazaban, the one where Orion and Duel were ambushed. Some say they died out after pioneering some apocalyptic contraption, while others imply they left our galaxy and traveled to the center of the universe. The technology the Ilandali possessed was beyond contemporary understanding. People regarded them as gods. It is said that they could actually create matter and even alter time. So whatever the Ilandali man told Orion is vital to our goal?" "Yes," she said, smiling at the fact that he said "our." What about your father, Vincent? She asked all of a sudden. Who was he? Vincent sighed. I never knew my parents. They died in an accident when I was a child. I am so sorry. No, don't be. I never got the chance to know them. She looked aside. It must have been so hard for you. Well, what could I do? Vincent sat upright. I stayed with my aunt until college, and then I went to the academy. He paused, realizing how boring his life story was compared to theirs. I never had a care in the world, he then said. I just lived in it. They sat there for another hour, retelling the stories of their lives while enjoying the scenery. She told him of Xenon, of the imperial government, of her political campaigns, and of her cause for Urtan, while he told her about the credit card bills, the mortgage payments, the fast food, and the movie industry. When they got back, Gaia went off to aid the Urtans in their preparation and left Vincent to wander the castle on his own. He began to pace the atrium, enjoying the various sculptures and paintings, and eventually found the twins in a small gym. Damocles piled up as much weight as he could, and it was still not enough for that behemoth. He swelled up, nearly doubling in size, easily throwing around the huge dumbbells. Alexander sat on a mat in a split position, his arms crossed. He immediately threw Vincent a "Don't bother me" look. The well was nowhere in sight, so Vincent exited the castle and passed the front gallery into the quad. Unlike the castle itself, the outside was bustling with many Urtans, but no one paid any attention to Vincent. They didn't even know humans were not a part of the known universe. Instead of heading down the stairs, he headed to the alley to his right that led him to the airstrip where he found Spade. The Dersalian was working under a small fighter jet, tampering with its engine. Beside him was a round table filled with tools and gadgets. Hey, he said, rolling out from under the ship. You mind passing me that gizmo? He pointed to a wrench-like tool atop the table while wiping the sweat off his forehead with his other arms and smearing it with more grease. Don't you have robots to fix such things? Vincent asked, handing him the tool. Yeah, but I don't trust them, Spade replied, going back underneath. Especially not on a ship I'm gonna pilot. And then he added loudly, I hate robots. You're gonna fly in this battle? Oh yeah, believe me, I'll do more good that way. Spade's chosen jet was fairly smaller than the Imperial fighter they used to successfully escape from the Nomad, but pretty much had the same design. A small cabin, short wings with rockets and a fin. Vincent looked around and noticed that all other ships were different. The Urtan vessels were in the shape of an eagle and not more than 10 feet long. Cool, Vincent whispered as he saw an Urtan soldier slide inside one of the ships through the back and spread off into the sky. Spade stuck his head out. What was that? Why not fly one of those? It's more of an armored suit than a ship. Spade got up. It looks weird, don't you agree? Weird? It's the best piece of equipment I've seen. It reminds me of cartoons I used to watch as a kid. Yes, but it's designed for Urtans. They're slim and tall. Besides, the neural translator doesn't decode words, so there's no way I can understand the controls. It looks like a bunch of gibberish to me. Now this, Spade slid his hand over the dusty hull of the jet, is a 30-year-old Xenian model B-277. I'm so familiar with this ship that I can take it apart and put it back together without a manual. So Xenian's a common alphabet? Vincent asked. Not really. Since the days of the Federation, Azalean was used throughout most of the systems, because it was one of the oldest and also the easiest. But since the Xenian took over the galaxy, they've been enforcing their own. Vincent was confused. So which one do I need to learn? I don't know. Spade was baffled by his own ramblings. Azalean, I guess. It's still more widely used. But Xenian can come in handy too. Vincent simply nodded, not willing to continue the prattle. Spade took out a rag and began cleaning the ship. Gaia, Vincent said after a period of silence. What happened to her father? I didn't want to ask her because it seems to be a very deep subject. Spade grinned. She's getting to you, isn't she? He threw down the rag, slammed shut the engine cover, and began taking off his gloves. Jamin, he started. Jamin Pestakino was her father, the former king of the Xenian nations of Baltia, and a dear friend to Orion. Orion always spoke so highly of him. Anyway, Jamin was one of the men that led the Xenian campaign to conquer the galaxy. In time, he'd learned that what they were doing is wrong, and, just like his daughter, decided to do something about it by declaring that the Baltian nations will no longer participate in the campaign. And that's when he got killed? No. Assassination would just make him a martyr. He was set up. Duke Barathon, a twisted and a vicious demagogue, and one of the former members of Jamin's court, betrayed him by labeling Jamin to be a traitor to the Xenian cause and being a sympathizer of the Federation. Barathon's followers started a civil war, crushed Jamin's loyalists, and stormed the royal castle. Barathon then burned out his eyes with a hot blade and gave him to the mercy of the mob. Jamin and other members of Gaia's royal family were dragged to the stockade and executed. A certain feeling of sorrow passed through Vincent. He couldn't even imagine the pain Gaia must have felt. And she saw all of this? Yes. She was but a child. Now you know why she's so aggressive. I feel so sorry for her. Don't, Spade brusquely replied. Just be there for her if she ever needs you. He paused and then said, You know, to have a Xenian princess actually be fond of you is a great thing. An impossible thing. If you think of her in terms of being an extraterrestrial, know that you're the only alien among us. Vincent remained silent, thinking about Gaia, of how powerful of a woman she was. Do you know what time it is? He then asked. I can't figure out the clocks. It's around noon, Spade replied, looking at his watch. Come, the others are already waiting. I'll explain it to you along the way. They proceeded down the airstrip, heading back to the castle. Spade spoke fast, but Vincent grasped the idea of the time mechanism right away. Ah, Spade Karoon, said a voice. Vincent and Spade looked up. Thanatos was leaning against the wall several feet ahead, hiding in the shade of the alley. That's Captain Spade Karoon, Spade said. But of course! Forgive me, Captain. Thanatos approached, smirking. How inconsiderate of me. He then turned towards Vincent. And who might you be? Vincent Saturn, Vincent said, extending his hand. Saturn? What an unusual name. Thanatos returned the handshake. His grip was torturous. Vincent barely escaped from crying out in anguish. Thanatos pulled out a shiny card. Here's my credentials, he smugly said, extending it to Vincent. Vincent looked at the card and then at Spade. He can't read? Thanatos asked. That's odd. Not yet, Spade said, taking the card from Vincent. He glanced at it for a second, chuckled, and then began to laugh out loud. Give that back! Thanatos snatched his card away. What does it say? Vincent asked. Thanatos barely controlled himself. Thanatos superhero for hire. And what? Thanatos fumed. Trust me, I'll get a lot of business. Nothing, Spade, calm down. You made my day, superhero. Enough of this mockery. I wanted to ask you a serious question. Spade cleared his throat. Go ahead. Duell, is he for real? Spade frowned. What do you mean? I'm no fool, Cap. I would have never stayed on this doomed planet if it wasn't for Duell and his assurance. I mean, how can he be so sure we can do this? Thanatos raised his arms in uncertainty. And the attitude, it vexes me. That's the only reason I stay, just to see. But at the same time, I'm afraid that my curiosity will cost me my life. Just tell me he's crazy so I can get out of here before it's too late. Spade smiled, shaking his head. He's not crazy, Thanatos. Over the years, I've doubted both him and Orion, and they've always proven me wrong. His word's true. I guess time will tell then, Dantel sighed. I guess time will tell. The twins and Duell reunited with Spade and Vincent at a tiny cafeteria located in the lower levels of the castle. An Urtan chef waited upon them, providing delicious food, although Spade fussed that he might never get to taste meat again. We'll proceed to the remains of the Order's shrine, Duell said, after they were done eating. Then we shall go to the one in the fields and instruct Vincent in target practice. Target practice? Vincent asked. Yes, Duell assured. Shoot without missing, and every object you throw will find its target. You're really trying to teach me as much as you can in one day? I told you, you already know all of this. They left the castle and descended into the plaza. Aside from the swords concealed beneath their robes, the only thing they brought along was a duffel bag that Damocles carried over his shoulder. The Urtans greeted them with high regard, especially when they saw the Xenian master. It seems they didn't loathe the Xenians like the rest of the galaxy did, probably because they were located on the outer rim and had the Order to worry about. The companions slowly ventured past the court and into the streets of the city, all the while admiring Urtan architecture. After several minutes, they neared a collapsed building. A dozen Urtan men were hard at work, trying to renovate the structure. Fools, Spade commented. What are they doing? Don't they know what's going to happen to the city? Like insects, Alexander added. Odd, isn't it? Duell commented. My admiration for these people is increasing with every moment. Alexander raised an eyebrow. I guess Gaia got her wish, he said sardonically. Their destination was several blocks away. A tower made of black limestone, rising over 7 stories tall, its walls cracked, peaks shattered. The building was an eyesore that tainted this lively city. The ground around its base was scorched from a recent fire. 2 columns, topped with an entablature, were at the entrance that once hoisted a pair of double doors. There were posts surrounding its premise, connected by red caution tape to prevent anyone from venturing into this cursed place. It gives me the shivers just by looking at it, Spade said. What does that say? Vincent pointed up at the hieroglyphics on the entablature. Only the faithful ones may enter. That's some decent advice, said Damocles. Duell moved aside the tape, and they proceeded further. A vapid sensation filled them as they stepped indoors. They were inside a round shrine. Far to the left and to the right were 2 partly damaged stairwells spiraling up into the darkness that dwelled over their heads. The walls were flanked with niches which had statues of hideous robed creatures. Ahead was a stone pulpit over an altar with 2 tall posts on either side, their tops shaped in a trident, the holy symbol of the Order. The altar and the floor were stained in blood, and some intuition told them that it was not from fighting. It's one of many, Duell said, looking about. They have one erected in every city across this planet, although they did have a hard time converting followers here. Come on, we've seen enough, Spade said after a few minutes. Let's get out of here. Very well then, Duell turned around. Galadan provided us with a copy of the Order's holy doctrine, the Creed of Cosmos, a book he spent years translating. Let's peruse it while Vincent learns to shoot. And please, let's leave this forsaken place. They hurried out to the vivacious nature of Urtan. Duell then led them to a pasture on the outskirts of the city where stood another pavilion. It's so peaceful, Vincent said, looking at the distant mountains. Anything's peaceful after that ghastly place, Damocles said, setting down the bag. He pulled out a sniper rifle, several blasters, a belt with daggers, a small metal box, and the tome that Duell mentioned earlier, a thick book with a black cover. Damocles then passed the belt to Vincent and said, Put this on. Spade began tampering with the metal box, which turned out to be a remote-controlled robot resembling an oversized insect. He maneuvered it down the grass, stopping it several hundred yards away. Meanwhile, Duell instructed Vincent on the art of throwing knives. They began practicing on a post of the gazebo. When throwing a dagger, there are 3 rules you must follow, Duell started. First and foremost is the point of gravity, the placement of the knife in your hand. If you hold it farther, the center of gravity will cause it to spin faster. If closer, it'll spin slower. Second is the force of the throw, how you throw it and how fast you throw it. And finally, and most importantly, telekinesis. Telekinesis again, Vincent grunted. When you hurl something, your mind will help it locate the target. But you have to be confident because doubt is your biggest enemy. It's as if you should see your object struck before the impact. Well, I'll try. Vincent pulled out a dagger and took aim. Don't try, Duell said. Just do it. Vincent heaved the knife. It hit the post but didn't stick, falling to the grass. I didn't aim, he said, shrugging. Yes, but when you threw it, you knew you might miss because you didn't aim. And that thought alone, that uncertainty is the basis of your failure. What? This. Duell reached over to Vincent's belt, chose a pair of daggers, and threw them at the gazebo, all without taking his gaze off Vincent. The knives lodged deeply into the posts. No doubt, Duell said. Awesome. Vincent was shocked. Okay, I'll try again. Remember, trust your instinct and believe in yourself. Vincent threw the first dagger, which stuck. He smiled and heaved another, once again with success. He then threw the third one, but Duell caught it in midair. Good, but slow, the Xenian said. You think too much. I think too much? Like I said, trust your instinct. You cannot stop to think. Just act upon it, and you'll be able to successfully throw a blade, even while you're airborne. I don't understand. What's so complex not to understand? Duell asked as he went to the post to retrieve the daggers. You witnessed your own actions on a nomad. Were those not based on instinct? When you're in trouble, you cannot have doubt, Vincent. You just throw, shoot, and hack. You won't stop to study your surroundings because unlike these posts, the enemy will not be motionless. He stopped and put the blades back into Vincent's belt. Now do it again. Do I really need to know this? You already know it. Now do it. Vincent agitatedly looked at his teacher and then threw 3 daggers in tandem. He had no doubt. Nothing on his mind at all. He just knew that the blades would find their way. All 3 daggers lodged into the post, fractions of an inch away from one another. Duell's eyes broadened. He looked over at the twins, who stopped their practice due to the human's mind-boggling feat. How quaint, Alexander scoffed. Now that he learned how to throw daggers, can we please start reading? I don't know how I did it, Vincent said. You had no doubt, Duell replied. You and the blades became one. You mentally ordered them to hit the target, and that was it. Telekinesis, Vincent smiled. Wow, I'm beginning to believe this entire superpower thing. Of course you should. I won't teach you this skill any longer. From now on, you'll further expand it on your own. Duell began heading for the gazebo and on his way said, Now you'll learn how to shoot. In addition to the Polyramus sword and the daggers, a warrior sage carries a blaster. Hence, he must be a sharpshooter. I'm not such a bad shot myself, Vincent said, following the Xenian. You do know that I was a constable back on Earth. Oh, really? Alexander intervened. Here. He extended a blaster to Vincent. Show us, Duell added, gesturing towards the field. Here we go, Spade said as he produced the remote and pressed a button. The insect robot in the field discharged 3 clay pigeons. Vincent raised the weapon, waited as the pigeons were at their zenith, and opened fire. After half a dozen shots, only one of the discs fell apart. Well, Alexander mocked. Constable. Vincent shrugged. I'm just not used to these blasters. We only use pistols that shoot bullets. It's okay, Vincent, Duell assured. Practice is what you need, that's all. Do I have to mentally control that too? No. Unfortunately, we can't really control energy blasts, so this precise skill must be self-taught. I, for example, am a very bad marksman because I use a dual blade. Then who's going to teach me? Vincent asked, looked over at Alexander in displeasure. Our teacher, of course, the blonde said, Orion's best student. Suddenly, the robot released 5 pigeons. As Vincent looked down the field, Several shots thundered, and all the pigeons exploded. He turned around to see the shooter, and, much to his surprise, saw the Darsalian with the blaster. "Spade, you're their teacher?" "I told you," the Darsalian replied proudly. "Orion instructed me in weaponry." I didn't know to what extent," Vincent said, sighing in relief that he was not going to be taught by Xander. "I've always said I could shoot a bug between the eyes if there were bullets small enough," Spade said, whirling the revolver on his finger. Don't get him started," Damocles said. "Come." Duell entered the gazebo, motioning to the twins. "Leave those two alone. Let's learn about our new enemy." "Several key factors play a role when it comes to shooting," Spade began. "Aiming, of course, is the most critical. But then you must also pay attention to the motion of the object and outside interferences such as wind." He hit the switch, and the robot released one pigeon. He raised his revolver, carefully following the movement of the disc. "You must remain stationary and know precisely where the target will be in the next fraction of a second." He pulled the trigger. The disc blew up. "Okay," Vincent said, taking aim. "Let's try again." The robot released two discs. Vincent followed their curving path, trying to anticipate their position. He opened fire. The first shot destroyed one pigeon, the second missed, and as did the third, and only on the fourth did he take apart the second pigeon. "That's much better," Spade said. "But just like Duell implied, you got too excited as you struck the first target, thus jeopardizing the other shots." "They're just too far," Vincent said. "Can you bring the robot closer?" "Closer?" Spade exclaimed. "Do you think the enemy is gonna crawl up closer so you can take better aim?" He began maneuvering the robot further down the pasture. "What are you doing?" "No time to play." The Darsalian stopped the machine nearly 1,000 yards away. "I can barely see it. How do you expect me to shoot the marks?" "With this." Spade reached for the sniper rifle. "It's a lead firing weapon, perfect for target practice." He then handed Vincent a small pair of binoculars and the remote. "Hit the switch," he said as he hunkered down and took aim. Vincent looked into the binoculars and pushed the button. The robot discharged the disc. There was a thunderous blast as the Darsalian fired, but the disc remained intact. "I think you missed," Vincent couldn't finish his sentence as the pigeon blew up. He turned to the Darsalian in disbelief. "That was amazing, Spade." "Timing, precision," Spade said, "and breathing are all game when you shoot. Here," he extended the rifle. "Your turn." "I don't think," Vincent hesitated for a second, but then took the gun. "I've taken heads off from more than 3,000 yards away," the Darsalian assured. "This shouldn't be a problem for you." Vincent crouched down and put the scope to his eye. "Ready." Spade hit the switch. "Don't breathe. Be still. Anticipate the target's next position." Vincent pulled the trigger. The disc jumped up in midair as if some unseen force pushed it and fell on the grass. Vincent got up. "What was that?" "The bullet passed by the disc so close that it caused it to veer off." "Man," Vincent looked down and glum. "I think that was awesome," Spade said. "And on the first try. Come on, let's do it again. Training you is a cinch." As Spade instructed Vincent, Duell began reading the doctrine of the order inside the pavilion. "The Creed of Cosmos," he read the title. "Let us see these crazy beliefs Galadan speaks of." He opened the book. "In the beginning there was Cosmos, he the Almighty, the Creator, the Father of the heavens and stars. For 1,000,000 years he was in solitude, alone in the vastness of the universe that was created upon his will, and good his will was. Then he breathed upon the planets, creating life with his numinous might, and his children loved and worshipped him, and he loved them as well. And those that loved him he blessed by taking into his everlasting kingdom of bliss, where love is eternal, for Cosmos is great and all-loving." "Starts out like regular sacred books," Duell said as he flipped through the pages. "And there were those that did not show love for Cosmos. Because they could not enter the kingdom of the heavens as would the faithful ones, they began to hate those that loved the Almighty, and to defy him. And that enraged Cosmos, and he punished them by scattering them throughout the numerous planets of his universe, erased their knowledge, and closed the gates of his kingdom from them." Duell paused, shaking his head. But Cosmos still loved his creation and knew that deep within they loved him too. So he gave them a chance to find their path back to his eternal side. Duell stopped reading because Spade began to laugh hysterically. Do they actually believe this crap? The Thessalian asked. They believe Cosmos is God, and nothing can change their minds, Duell said. Billions of them. They're so devoted to this faith that they'll take arms against anyone who contradicts it. Vincent set down the gun and asked, Who or what is Cosmos? Cosmos is a name given to him by his followers. In reality, he is the last remnant of an ancient race from planet Genova. He's tens of thousands of years old and has powers beyond comprehension. And we're here to stop that? Enough! Spade barked. Come on, shoot the disc. Vincent realized he was starting with the questions again. Presently, he picked up the rifle and Duell went back to reading. Galadan has outlined certain passages, the Ginzinian master said, turning over the pages. Here's one. Eternal damnation will come to those who question his divine will, for nothing is greater than his will, and good his will is. All the creatures are his creations, and sinners are all they. To fall on their knees before him, to show him love and gratitude, and to beg forgiveness for their treachery of their forefathers is the only way to his kingdom, the only path to atonement. He flipped several more pages. It is the fate of the faithful ones to sacrifice their life in his name, to die fighting those who defy him, for the kingdom awaits the marcher. Death is too just for the non-believers. They must pay the full penance with their very soul, and they shall suffer eternally in the abyss. Xander cleared his throat. What does that mean? He asked. The part about death being too just. I mean, how does one pay with his soul? They believe the soul's within the heart, Duell said. They cut the victim open and extract it. That's madness. And the Imperial Republic claims that they are not aware of this? The Order controls some of the planets with the richest resources. As long as they obey the Republic and share these resources, their atrocities will be ignored. More evidence of the Republic's hypocrisy, Damocles muttered. Duell continued to read. The offspring of the heathen must be taken under the wing of the faithful one and instructed of his path, for his path is virtue. And if the offspring of the heathen is aware of the sinister poison spoken against him, if he is a sinner already, then he too must suffer the fate of the heathens. Brainwashing, child murder, forced conversion, Spade said as he and Vincent both stopped shooting and were listening to the audio scriptures. We've got a classic cult in our hands. Corsair, Damocles whispered. That's what happened on Corsair. You should have seen it, Master. Their entire planet under their spell. Now that you're reading this, Spade said, I'm glad we were in and out of there. I can't imagine what would happen if we were caught. Damn these animals. Duell read for an hour. Different excerpts, one more appalling than the other, describing the unthinkable beliefs of the Order. Spade paced back and forth in the gazebo, cursing, while the twins sat in silence, preparing for the biggest battle of their lives, the battle without Orion. Vincent crossed his arms and leaned against a post. His concentration was instead on the nature of Wotan, as the peacefulness that stood outside of the horrors Duell described. Some inner feeling urged him to run through the pasture, fall in the grass, spread his arms, and stare into the sky to watch the clouds form shapes. They will not scare me, he thought, because I don't care. I don't care anymore. Duell closed the book and swept the gazebo with his eyes. You are now aware of what we're facing. The most twisted, dogmatic cult in the galaxy. Being a vassal state of the Republic, they couldn't fully exterminate the Urtans because of people like Gaia. But now, due to Galadan's mutiny, they have been granted the right to do just that. They'll kill every Urtan and reduce this planet to shambles. The twins did not respond. They looked at each other. This enemy will not bargain, will not show any compassion or mercy. They have no fear, for they believe that Cosmos is on their side. But in my experience, fanatics like that understand only one language. Violence. Unfortunately for them, Spade said, it's a language we excel at. The Xenians laughed. Orion would have agreed with you, Spade said, placing a hand atop Duell's shoulder. Something must be done about this, and we will do it. Yes, we will, my brother, Duell stood up. Have no doubt. Now, let's head back to the castle. Spade and the twins went ahead, trying to clear their minds, while Duell and Vincent followed behind, engaged in a conversation. The artist, Vincent, Duell said, is a rebel against apathy. Unlike others, the artist seeks change and way to inspire others, even though he is often despised by his peers. But, in my philosophy, just as there is the artist persona, there is also another that stands in his way, the sociopath. Vincent chuckled. The sociopath? The sociopath wants power, wants to be feared instead of loved, and despises those that thrive in something they couldn't themselves do. Unlike the artist, they care what others think of them, and henceforth they lie, cheat, and steal just to get the attention of the masses. Their sole purpose is to achieve power and create a prison system where it is nearly impossible for personality to exist. It is evident from the smallest group of peers to the largest of nations. This continuous battle between the artist and the sociopath over the majority. And once the sociopath wins, all hope is lost. Just look at this cult. They're wiping out entire planets without question because they are under the influence of sociopaths. Well, how do you expect to stop them? They're so stubborn. Duell remained quiet for several seconds and then answered, because unlike those of other religions, their deity is not an invisible idol. At that point, Vincent realized Duell's objective. The Xenians sought not only to liberate Urtan, but also the billions of the followers of the Order. They reached the plaza and proceeded to the castle. What does the warrior sage stand for? Vincent asked. You've never explained it to me. Duell turned sideways to look Vincent in the eye. Freedom. We stand for freedom. Freedom of the will, of the mind, and of character. And we will fight those who seek to deprive people of these freedoms. Violence is never the answer, Vincent, but you must realize that it's a measure that must be taken to fight evil. After a few minutes, Duell said, the original purpose of the Tel'Khazar was to make sure sociopaths did not attain positions of power on Xenon. And now it is up to the four of us to remove them from the positions they hold in a galaxy. Vincent understood who the fourth Tel'Khazar was supposed to be, but had no response. But if the warrior sage stands for freedom, what of this Zephanar? Vincent then asked. Occasionally, the warrior sage can be blinded by what he does and believes that the best way to ensure freedom is to enforce it by his own means, which, I will tell you now, is against everything we stand for. They passed the busy portico and entered the castle, ignoring the Urtan commanders, who bowed gracefully in their presence with hopes that Duell would confer with them. Vincent could see how their attitude would irritate others, as Xanatos had mentioned earlier. They gave the impression as if they came to this world for a vacation. Duell led them to an empty library that opened into a veranda overlooking the gardens. The room was round, with several coffee tables, couches, and a large divan in the middle. Dozens of shelves with numerous books flanked the walls. More studying? Vincent asked. Of course, Duell said. The Tel'Khazar trains his mind and his body. We've learned about our enemy, and now we'll learn some more about this planet. When we are about to involve ourselves in a cause, we study it, we learn it, we question. He sat down on one of the couches. You have to be objective and study the problem from every angle before you make up your mind. The twins chose several books and sat down as well, deep into their readings. Vincent looked at a multitude of volumes with the strange characters inside. Spade approached Vincent. I know, they make me feel the same way sometimes. No, it's just I wish I could read, Vincent said. Well, Spade said, heading for the door. Don't ask me. I can teach you how to shoot, fly, or even build a bomb, but don't bother me about something like that. Vincent remained in the room listening to the duel and the twins exchange stories about this wonderful planet. They learned of Urtan's progress, of their early civil wars, in the unification of their nations, of the amazing crystal technology, of their first encounter with Gaia's father before the Xenian campaign, and about the current Dark Age, the time of the world under the reign of the Order. Vincent also heard about a twisted person nicknamed Damien Dark, the High Priest of the Order and Cosmos' right-hand man. Hours passed, and evening time approached. They went to the cafeteria, where Spade rejoined them. After dinner, for some bizarre reason, the Xenians decided to take a nap so they could salvage their strength and stayed awake throughout the night, and parted ways with Vincent and their Salian. "Fascinating, aren't they?" Spade said as they paced the hall. "I must admit that Duell's the smartest man I've ever met," Vincent replied. "Their way has an effect on people. It's their code of honor. The Khazar Delia, which made me join their cause." "What does that mean?" "The way of the warrior." "I now see why they call themselves warrior sage," Vincent said. "They dedicate their lives to fighting, wisdom, and art. Orion, for example, possessed so much knowledge that it'd take a normal person 100 years of studying to reach that level. To sum it all up, they're nerds who can kick your butt." Vincent chuckled and asked, "You mentioned art. Are you speaking metaphorically like Duell?" "No. Literally." "Well, Alexander's an artist." "Alexander?" "Yes, but don't go asking him or he'll snap again. Damocles is a poet and Duell's a writer. He's written several philosophy books and hopes to begin a biography about Orion after all this." "Really? I'd love to read them all. If I could read, that is." "Now it's obvious you're one of them," Spade said, shaking his head. "Why do you say that?" "'Cause there's an army of cycles a day away from here and you're worried about such incidental things." Vincent scoffed and looked away, thinking, Spade was right. He really didn't worry about that at all, probably because of Duell's assurance. But then another thought crossed his mind. What if Duell is crazy? "Well, you seem to be taking things lightly," he said. "Try hanging out with them for 13 years. "Captain!" a voice called. They turned around. Gaia was approaching them with a contemptuous look. "Your Highness," Spade pronounced derisively. She stopped, her thick eyebrows puckered. "And where's Duell? Formulating a plan for the imminent invasion? Or is he taking his modest time to work on his latest sonnet?" Spade scowled. "How dare you? I know the Tel'Khazar are impassive, but to such extent? These people need him, not just his rhetoric." Spade pointed his finger at her. "You asked for our help, not the other way around. Now have the decency to show some respect of how we do things." "How you do things?" She stepped closer. "The Urtans gave him the maps of the underground passages last night, and he didn't even glance at them yet." "Patience, Your Majesty. The more you worry, the more exhausted you'll end up." "I don't have time for games. It's not just about me, it's about the thousands of Urtans aimlessly awaiting his command." "God, this..." Spade clenched his jaw. He then looked over at Vincent and smirked. Vincent already knew that man the wily Dersalian had a crazy idea. "You said you have no time for games, right?" Spade turned back to the princess. "How about you do something useful then? Teach our new guest here the alphabet. For he's eager to learn," he said, patting Vincent on the shoulder. Gaia stooped down, squinted and glared, and then looked over at Vincent. "Is that true?" "Well, yes, I guess," Vincent babbled. "Great then!" Spade waved his arms in satisfaction. "You'll be in good hands," he said to Vincent and winked before hurrying down the hall. "I swear, Vince, they're going to drive me crazy with that attitude of theirs," Gaia said, leading the way. He noticed how she called him Vince. She remembered. "Look, you don't have to do this if you're busy," he said. "It's okay, I'm worn out. I might as well take a break." As they reached the library, she brought forth a leather-bound book, and they sat down on a couch. She appeared depleted. Her hair was tousled, and her eyelids seemed heavy. Evidently she didn't get much rest last night by running around and making sure everything was well prepared. Nevertheless, they started studying. She put on a pair of reading glasses as she showed him the various symbols, and at times even told him to take out the neural translator, at which point he could hear the melodic Melzenian language. He grasped the information quickly, just as Duell said he would. Within an hour, he could recite the full alphabet and make connections between the alien letters to those of English. They then began reading, small words at first, and then complete sentences later. Kezana terra balla, Vincent read. To live is to love. Is that right, Gaia? He turned to her, but she was already asleep, crumpled on a couch next to him. He looked at her angelic face, finally at peace, her lips forming a smile. He wondered what she dreamt about, hoping that it was a dream of joy so she could escape the unjust reality. He thought about waking her up, but declined to do so. Instead, he gently took off her glasses and set them on a table. He then continued reading the book, attempting not to make any noise. She leaned her head on his shoulder and muttered something. He didn't move. End chapter. Chapter 13. The Last Sunset of Urton. A white space. No walls, no borders, no ceiling, no ground. Just an area of endless whiteness, as if some abysmal vortex sucked out all matter. Vincent took a step and glanced down, seeing nothing beneath his feet but the whiteness, not even his own shadow. How odd. When he looked up, a grizzled-haired man in a black outfit materialized in front of him. He was sitting cross-legged with his back turned to Vincent. An intuitive feeling coursed through Vincent. He felt as if he knew this man, this familiar stranger. Orion! Vincent darted forth and stopped before the Xenian. I don't understand, he said, waving his arms. No response. What do you want me to do, Orion? What are you trying to tell me? Orion looked up. He had the face of a man who'd seen countless tragedies, battles that involved his brethren drenched in blood, maimed before his eyes, a face withered by emotional pain. Orion quietly stretched out his hand, pointing beyond Vincent. Vincent turned. An open doorway stood in the middle of the whiteness, and through it he saw a large city, busy streets, automobiles, people, humans, walking. Home, he said in relief and hurried to the opening. Bye, a feminine voice came from behind. He looked back and this time saw a beautiful young woman next to Orion. He'd never seen her before, but for some reason he heard himself saying, Gaia. She laughed, whirled, and ran to another door that sprouted in the distance. What's going on here? Suddenly he had the feeling that behind that other door there were armed men waiting to kill her. No, wait! Vincent screamed out. She didn't hear him. He dashed after her. The portal! Orion shouted. He stopped and looked back. The path to Earth was disappearing. But Gaia! Make a choice, Vincent Saturn. Vincent jumped up. Gaia was gone, leaving him all alone in the quietness of the library. He looked over at the watch, and based on what Spade had taught him, figured out to be around 6 a.m, at the crack of dawn. These dreams, he mumbled. I'm losing my mind. He got up, stretched, and approached the veranda, wondering if this was the last time he'd see the sunrise, aware that by this time tomorrow the whole planet would be turned to rubble. It's always quiet before the storm, he whispered. He proceeded to his room, took a long shower, and then continued to wander about the castle until he found the royal chambers, a room much larger than his own. The Xenians stayed up all night. Damocles and Duel were studying the maps the Urtons had provided them and didn't pay much attention to Vincent. Spade was asleep on a couch, at times muttering something. The television monitor was on, displaying some sort of racing show. Vincent found Alexander on a balcony, staring away into the horizon, the wind tossing his blonde hair. The Xenian turned around sharply. What? Nothing, Vincent replied. Good morning. Alexander gave him a distrustful look, but then eased. Good morning. Vincent walked up next to the youth and leaned on a parapet, observing the sunrise. The smaller sun was up ahead of his big brother, its rays creeping into the greenery and flickering on the motley backs of the Uruzu creatures. He looked down at the steep hill that stretched from the castle all the way to the ravine. Trees as tall as the castle itself, rampant throughout its length, their leaves rustling, whispering a welcoming melody to the suns. The two stood there in silence, the hostility still making its overstate presence. "What do I have to do to earn your trust?" Vincent asked. The Xenian cocked his head, eyebrow raised. "Trust? Just because I trust you doesn't necessarily mean that I like you, okay?" he said and turned away, signifying that he wanted to be left alone. Vincent figured it was pointless to argue with the youth, remained quiet for several more minutes, and then went back into the room and sat down on a couch next to the Thessalian. He found it surprising that he could actually grasp most of the titles on the television, thanks to Gaia. "Vincent," Duell approached, "what did you see in this room?" Vincent glanced up. "What do you mean?" "When you walked in, you certainly studied the surroundings. Now tell me what you saw, and don't turn around." "Another test, huh?" Vincent said. He closed his eyes and tried to conjure up the image. "There's a painting on a wall," he began, depicting an Urtan atop one of those flying creatures, the Uruzu, fending off a serpent. Documents are scattered all over the table, mostly blueprints. There's a large vase holding a plant with violet leaves in one of the corners. Your swords are in the other corner, and Spade's gun belt is behind his couch. There's also a clock on the wall, and the chandelier is missing one of the crystals." Spade opened his eyes. "Wow, isn't that swell? That's some attention to detail." He then yawned and said to Duell, "The boy deserves a medal." The Xenian master ignored the Thessalian. "Good," he said to Vincent. "Go ahead, look about." Vincent glanced back, and everything was just as he had described. "Remember, you must be vigilant," the Xenian warned. "Pay attention to your surroundings, and, as I've mentioned many times before, trust your instinct. That's my last lesson to you. Unfortunately, I've no time to teach you anything else. I hope you understand." "I was surprised you even took your time yesterday." "Remember everything you've learned." "I'll sure try. I sure will, Sage Duell." Vincent got up and bowed. Duell returned to custom. They ate a hearty breakfast and went on their separate ways. Vincent spent the rest of the day with the Thessalian. He donned his own jeans, boots, and Spade's camouflage shirt in preparation for the armor he'd have to wear later. It took them an entire hour to extract and destroy the tracking device the Imperials managed to plant on the Serpent during their daring escape. During that time, Spade found an old cigar in one of the ship's compartments and won't stop crying out in joy. "I swear, I thought that I wouldn't be able to smoke again," he said, lighting up the cigar and taking a deep drag. "Come, let's take a break before we head back." He stepped outside and sat down on the grass in the shadow of the ship. Vincent collapsed next to him. Spade blew out several smoke rings. "I think the Serpent's pretty safe here in the woods." He looked up at the wing and said in a low voice, "It's gonna cost a fortune to replace the rockets." He then scanned the battered hull. "Look what they did to my baby." "So, this Zeph, he's the bad guy, huh?" Vincent asked. "Yes, the bad guy," Spade responded. "The vilest figure in the Imperial." He paused, took a mouthful of smoke, and then said, "Well, that also depends on how you look at it. According to him, we're the bad guys." Vincent stared at the Thessalian with his ever-puzzling look. Spade sighed, but still took his time in educating Vincent on the Tel'Khazar split during the Intergalactic War and the feud between Orion and Zeph. They sat there for a few hours, talking, the garrulous Thessalian answering Vincent's persistent questions. Dark clouds began to assemble when they decided to head back to the castle. "By the way, I've received some terrible news last night," Spade said. "What is it?" "Remember Servius and Grenold back on Herodon?" Vincent nodded. "Yes, the reptilian?" "They were caught as we were left the planet." "Oh." Spade looked down in guilt. "He'll be executed. It's my fault." Duell and Damocles were busy consulting Galadan and his generals. The Urtans were eager to hear the plans the Xenian masterminded the previous night. Vincent wanted to thank Gaia for the lesson and to share his bizarre dream, but she was nowhere in sight. Alexander, being the loner he is, spent most of the day in solitude, avoiding the company of others. It rained that afternoon, but instead of hiding, most Urtans ran out in the open and welcomed the rain with open arms. The planet was crying along with its children. The last of the ships had exited hyperspace. The fleet of the thousands of battleships resembled an ominous mass of predatory insects marching together towards its helpless prey, a tiny blue planet. At the very center of the armada was its flagship, the Basin, a massive saucer-shaped craft atop a long spiked shaft. 4 arms extended from the shaft, bending up halfway through their length and giving the ship an image as if it were about to be clasped by gigantic talons. Damien Dark stood on the bridge, his black robes wavering around his ankles, monitoring his armada. A lopsided grin dominated his features as his lust for carnage was getting closer. Reparation was nigh. Yes, it was. Soon the man that fouled his name would be gone. He couldn't wait to plunge a knife through Galadan's heart, to see pain and suffering in his enemy's reptilian eyes. I know you feel me, he thought. I'm almost there, you just wait, you green bastards. I'm coming, Galadan. I'm coming. Your Eminence, one of the monks skidded to the bridge, quavering. There's an urgent message from Xenon. It's General Zeph. Well, run it through, you fool! Damien grinded through his teeth. The monk bent at the waist and hurried away. Damien! Zeph's helmet appeared on a big overhead monitor. There's a task I need you to accomplish while you visit Urton. Damien bowed gently. How can I be of assistance, my lord? It has come to my attention that the Pantagonian Sons of Liberty are taking refuge on a puny planet in an attempt to aid its inhabitants. Senator Gaia's with them. Damien bit his lower lip. Whatever they're planning will be useless, he growled. Perhaps, but there's a man with them, an alien of an unknown race. I want him alive. I'll do my best. As for Orion and his cohorts, Zeph remained quiet for a second and then said, Kill them and the senator, and contact me once you do so. I want their swords. As you wish, my lord. Damien bowed again, and the link ended. The Sons of Liberty, he thought. And for the first time since the invasion began, Damien felt something rather strange. Doubt. Damien turned around and began pacing the bridge. Need I report this to Cosmos? But then he thought about the repercussions. He straightened up, his face retaining the scowl. Youth's weak to have doubt. After all, Cosmos was with them. The Sons of Urton sat behind the mountains as if they were purposely evading the impending horror. The legions of troops stood in unison, bidding them farewell. The ships and tanks were all in position. The armories were almost emptied, the last of the armament being handed to teenagers and any elderly capable of fighting. Duell gathered everyone in Galadan's chambers to reveal his stratagem. Thanatos was clad in a metal cuirass, greaves and spiked gloves. His upper arms were exposed, and he had no weapons on his person of any sort. It appeared as if the Dargonian was going into the battle with his very fists. The Xenians seemed like they didn't bother changing at all, still wearing their Utan robes. People might have gotten the notion that they procrastinated until the very last minute, but Vincent knew better. It was the composure of the Tel'Khazar. Gaia was more serious than ever, overtaken by the warrior part in her. She was wearing her spandex catsuit with a belt full of weapons. Her hair was fixed in a thick braid. Okay, men, Duell began. The Armada has already entered the system, so we've little time left. He turned to the king. Are the troops arranged like I ordered? Yes, Sage Duell, Galadan said with a sign of perplexity. More than half of my forces are underground. He repeated the plan everyone deemed suicidal. Good. All the tunnels are connected, so we'll be able to assault them from different sections of the city and confuse their army. That'll buy us precisely enough time. We'll hide in a chamber beneath the flight of stairs that leads to the castle, waiting for the right moment. The Urtans traded silent looks. That is your master plan? One of the generals said in frustration. That's why you told us to position half our troops underground? That chamber is a fallout shelter. If we try to leave, they'll take us out one by one. That's where Spade comes in. Well, turn to the Dorsalian. Find some explosives and make me a bomb. One that'll create a huge impact, but will only detonate upwards. It shouldn't take you that long, so get on it immediately. Alright. The news of creating an explosive excited Spade. He turned around and hurried down to the arsenal. Blow up the Great Stairs? The general was dumbstruck. This man's mad. Those stairs are several millennia old. What are you willing to do to survive? Duell came back edgily. You need to trust me, General. I don't know how many times I've mentioned that. I am certain those who build the ancient stairs would rather preserve lives if given the choice. The flustered Urtan looked over at Galadan, who simply shrugged and continued listening to the Xanian. Thanatos, the twins, and I will lead the assault, Duell resumed with a plan. I will also require a division of your elite troops to assist us. Thanatos and Alexander looked over at each other and nodded, ready to put their differences aside. I will personally help you, Galadan said. My men will fight better if I'm alongside them. Good, Duell said. In addition, we'll need a large force at the gates of this castle with Gaia in charge. They'll defend the civilians in the shelters below. But wouldn't that be unwise? The general contradicted again. I mean, won't the castle be their first target? No. From what I know of the Order, they'll save it until the last minute. Damien's plan is to slaughter everyone in here personally. The general swallowed. I concur, Gaia said. I'll lead the company guarding the castle. If all goes according to plan, that army shouldn't even reach the gates, Duell assured. It's done then, Galadan said, turning to his generals. Tell the troops to man the stations and gather the elite guard in the underground chamber. The generals hesitated for a second and looked over at Duell once more, still uncertain if he were crazy or not. Nevertheless, they bowed and followed Galadan along with Xanatos. The Xenian and Vincent remained behind. What of the human? Alexander asked. Where is he through this? Saturn will fight alongside us, Duell said. He then went into the corner of the room and brought forth an object in a cloth. With this, he produced the very same sword Vincent used to defend himself from Noir. The Reaper! Alexander growled. Are you mad? Duell threw Alexander a cold glance. Alexander realized his mistake and looked down in excuse. Lowering his tone, he said, Perhaps it'd be wiser if he were provided with a blaster. Don't question my logic, Alexander, Duell responded. Deep within, Vincent possesses tremendous power. I believe in him, and so should you. He won't let us down, for Orion's essence is guiding him. But don't you think it's too soon? His second day as your apprentice, and he's already given Grandfather's sword. You must understand that these powers befell him under different circumstances, and consequently, they must be dealt with differently. Duell extended the sword to Vincent. Plus, if we fall tonight, won't it be too late? I don't have a problem with it, said the big guy, turning to face Vincent. Make us proud. I'll do my best, Vincent said, admiring the blade. Alexander approached Vincent and clasped the hilt over his hand. Take great care of it, human, he said. It's not a toy. He then gave Vincent a forced nod and headed outside with his brother. Duell also gave Vincent a belt with the throwing knives, the silver blaster they used in practice, and a scabbard that helped him secure the sword at his side. He then turned to Gaia. Princess, the twins and I will go to the serpent and get into our armor. Unfortunately, we don't have anything for Vincent, so I'd appreciate it if you take him down to the arsenal, suit him up, and meet us by the ship. Will do, she said, winking at Vincent. She grabbed him by the hand and led the way. Vincent barely kept up with Gaia amid the stirring chaos overtaking the castle at the last minute. Urtan warriors marched the hallways, escorting the flock of remaining women, children, and the elderly down into shelters. Cries of children, mothers saying farewell, and the shouts of commanding officers integrated together in an excruciating buzz. The armory was located in one of the lower basements. An endless line of Urtans stretched all the way down to the area, mostly compiled of young men, some barely in their teens, their faces numb as if they knew they were about to lose their lives before meeting the joys of it. The soldiers were busy handing out blasters and vests to the crowd. As Vincent and Gaia entered the armory, one of the officers approached them. "Lieutenant Conridon," Gaia said, "I need you to provide my friend with some armor." "Ah, yes, the men from the unknown world." The Urtan shook Vincent's hand. "I've heard a great deal about you, sir. Now please follow me." He led them to a small room in the back that had once been filled with weapons, now empty save for a few blasters and several pieces of armor. Conridon brought forth a breastplate and handed it to Vincent. "This should fit you." It was as light as aluminum and skillfully engraved with odd hieroglyphics. "It's Durandian metal," the Urtan explained, "one of the most durable metals in Patagonia, capable of withstanding most blasts. Do you require a helmet as well?" "No," Vincent replied, inspecting the ornate breastplate, "but I could use those." He pointed at the shining armbands on one of the statues. The Urtan generously obeyed. "Anything for you, sir." Vincent bowed to the lieutenant. "Thank you. May we see each other once more, sir." As Vincent strapped on the breastplate, Gaia found a small vest of her own, along with shoulder pads, greaves, and thigh-protecting plates. He found himself helplessly staring at her once more as she put on her armor. "What?" she asked all of a sudden. "You look beautiful," he blurted out. She blushed. "Thank you, I guess." "I'm sorry," Vincent realized that he spoke his feelings out loud. "Idiot," he thought. "I mean, you look great in that armor." "It's okay, Vince. But I'd appreciate it if you would have told me that when I'm wearing a different attire." He smiled. "Sure will, I promise." They slipped on the gear and left the arsenal. "What about the armor being handed to the public?" Vincent asked as they passed by the long line. "Is it Durandian as well?" "No," Gaia replied sadly. "Durandian armor costs a fortune, and there's only a limited supply." Vincent came to a stop. "So how's my life more valuable than theirs?" "What?" Gaia asked in confusion as Vincent took off his breastplate. He halted one of the teenage Urtans that sped by. "Here," he said, stretching the armor out to the boy. "I'll trade you." "Wow!" The kid jumped up in delight. "Durandian armor? Thank you, sir!" He grabbed the breastplate and ran down the hall joyfully. "What kind of a world is it where a child is happy to have armor?" Vincent sighed. Gaia was stunned by his actions. "That was a very honorable thing you did, Vincent." "His whole life's ahead of him," Vincent said, putting on the other vest. "Besides, I'm not supposed to be here." Gaia showed a hint of a smile. "Remember, you're here for a reason," she said. "How can I ever forget?" "Okay, let's go." She took the lead once again. As they exited the castle, things got more frantic. The Urtan screamed, pointing upwards at a huge bright star that appeared in the middle of the sky. "The fleet," Gaia said. "We have a few hours at most. Let's hurry." They rushed down the courtyard between the tanks and the troops. The eyes of the soldiers were lifeless, their entire bodies trembling with unrestrained fear. At any point they were ready to throw down their weapons and flee. But they had to face the sad truth. There was nowhere to flee to. Duell and the twins waited them at the ship. The brothers were clad in black rubber-like armor. Xander's suit enclosed his torso, neck, and most of his face. His upper arms were bare, and vambraces enclosed his forearms. Across his chest were 2 yellow bandoliers holding cell packs for his gun and an assortment of daggers. At his left side was his blaster, and at the other a scabbard with his sword. Damocles wore a sleeveless shirt made of the same rubber material, thick leather pants, and tall boots. On his forehead, he wore a headband with a logo of an upside-down sword, the symbol of the Sons of Liberty. A belt with daggers and his firearm was around his waist, and his sword hung on his back. Duell wore the very same armor that he had during his rescue, the breastplate engraved with Xenian writing, left shoulder covered with a guard, black gloves up to his elbow, tall boots, and a belt that held his sword and daggers. "Well, well, well, Vincent," he said. "Looks to me like you're ready." "Where's Spade?" Vincent looked around for the happy-go-lucky Dersalian. "He should be complete with his task already. He awaits us at the rendezvous point beneath the castle." Vincent's gaze went up to the bright star. Duell stretched out a pair of binoculars. "Do you want to take a closer look?" Vincent looked up and froze. The glistening lights making up the star were hundreds, perhaps thousands of warships, headed straight for them. "There are so many," he whispered. "It's but a number, Vincent. Have no fear." Vincent lowered the binoculars. He tried to have no fear, but given the facts, it was kind of hard. They gathered in a circle. Sons of Liberty, Duel began. This is the first time we fight without our father, and they believe we're helpless. He raised his voice and continued. Let us rid the world of this cult and their demon. Let's deal a blow to the Republic so they know we're a force to be reckoned with. Let them know that the name of Orion Kryn shall be long remembered. Let them know that penance is nigh. He pulled out his sword. After this night, every tyrant across the entire galaxy shall know that we're here and that we're coming for them. He waved the blade over his head. Warriors, follow me! Duel began running down the hill, followed by his students, with Vincent and Gaia trying their best to catch up. The Urtans raised their arms in praise as they passed by. Duel was their savior. After reaching the structure to the east of the castle, Duel led them through a set of hidden stairs that spiraled down into the depths of the Urtan underworld. Following a series of intertwined tunnels lined with thousands of Urtans, they reached the hole hosting Galadan, several of his generals, and a division of his top troops. The chamber was round, the size of a small auditorium, with monitors extending from the ceiling that displayed various parts of the city. Crystals were embedded in the walls, filling the chamber with a bluish light. Across the entrance, a narrow tunnel ran below the great stairs, at the end of which Spade was setting up the contraption. Duel approached the Dersalian. Ready? Here, Spade got up, handing Duel the detonator. It should do the job. Just hit the button. Great, Duel replied, nearing the wall. He glanced about, then turned around and said, This chamber is on a level with the courtyard. The explosion will destroy the lower portion of the stairs and sever their access to the castle. That's thus precisely when we storm out and make our stand. All is going according to plan, Galadan said. I will make the final address then. Galadan wore his golden armor and was armed with a staff made of shimmering metal. His troops, the elite guard, wore gauntlet swords on their arms that were equipped with large rifles. Don't say final, Galadan, Duel corrected. We're going to win this battle. Galadan bowed but refrained from any response. He headed to the lectern that Urtans had set up in a corner. Duel faced his comrades. This is it, warriors. This will be our ultimate test, and we will succeed. He extended his clenched fist forward. For Orion, for Urtan, and for liberty. Aye! Damocles clasped Duel's fist with his big hand. Aye! Xander shouted, his face boiling adrenaline. For the Democratic Republic of Patagonia! He slapped his hand atop the others. For freedom! Gaia put down hers. Let's do this, Sons of Liberty! Spade followed suit, and everyone turned to Vincent. What the heck? Vincent put down his hand. I guess we're the Cosmic Six. Cosmic Six? Spade repeated. I like that. Make that Cosmic Seven. Thanatos appeared out of nowhere and slammed down his mighty hand, nearly toppling everyone over. Following a moment of stillness, the group broke up. It was a touching moment as Spade bid the Xenians farewell. He could barely keep his cool attitude. Good luck, my friend, he said to Vincent and placed a hand on his shoulder. Remember everything we taught you. With those words, he turned around and began walking away. Hey, Spade, Vincent called out. What is it? Thanks, man. For what? For everything. For believing in me. This isn't a goodbye, fool, Spade said, walking away. You'll have plenty of time to thank me later. Vincent noticed that Gaia was getting ready to head away as well, escorted by several Urtans. Wait, he shouted and went after her. She turned to face him, suppressing her fear. Vince, he stopped before her, opened his mouth, but said nothing. They stared at each other, at a loss for the proper words. Strangers from opposite sides of the galaxy, whose paths have crossed, with an unspoken bond between them. Make sure you stay alive, he half whispered, looking in her eyes. There's so much we haven't talked about yet. You too, Vincent Saturn, she said after a brief pause. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the cheek. And Vincent stood there, stunned, a weird feeling of jubilation passing through his body as he watched her go down the hole, the alien woman who conquered his heart. The monitors inside the chamber lit up with a live feed, as well as the millions across the planet. Their new king was about to make his speech. My dear brethren, Galadan's image appeared on the screens. It is less than an hour before the Dark Army enters our world. He paused, looked down, and then up again, as if staring at the heavens. I was the one who led this rebellion against them. I was the one who promised you freedom and salvation at the mercy of the Republic. But I was wrong. So wrong. He paused again, as if begging his people for forgiveness. All of our professed leaders, the people who stood alongside me during my dream, have cowardly fled, leaving us to our doom. But I am with you until the very end. Is it because I feel guilty for what I have done? Nay, for I still believe what I've done was done in perfect time before the toxin of that cult had flooded every corner of this planet. Galadan raised his arms. Because I know that for over 1 billion years, this is our home. This is our planet. We were here and we will be here until the end of Patagonia. And I'd rather die defending it than to live like a slave. The crowd began cheering. How will the world remember Urtan? Galadan continued. Who will tell the legend of how we fought so bravely? Stand with me, my brothers. Let's give them one more fight. Let them know that Urtans would rather die in battle than give up. May the power of the One watch over us. All hail Galadan! The soldiers began to accolade. All hail Galadan! The clamor eventually settled down. Their attention was on the monitors. The armada neared closer and closer. End chapter. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Cosmos. Every second in that scorching chamber seemed like an eternity. They stood watching that malicious meteor shower of ships descend upon them. There were no weeps, no farewells, just a mutual tranquility. Vincent looked around. What did you get yourself into, Vince? He thought. Here he was, wearing that odd armor, with a blaster at his side and a mysterious sword in his hands, standing in a vanguard of intelligent reptiles, ready to sacrifice his life for a cause that had nothing to do with him in the first place. Maybe this is how I'll die. He suddenly felt that he needed more time, that he was not ready, that this is not a dream, fool, he told himself. He closed his eyes, mentally parting with everything he once knew. No, it seemed too much to die. He had to believe in the impossible. As he was contemplating, he heard a whisper. Damocles was reciting one of his poems. We were not supposed to meet today, nor tonight or tomorrow, but she came knocking on my door, whispering her soothing words. She promised to stop the pain and sorrow and take me in her warm embrace. I wished to lay my weapon and welcome her to stay. Instead, I stared death in the eye and said that not today. Vincent opened his eyes and glanced at the big guy. Damocles was prepared and in the right state of mind. That's exactly where he needed to be, grasping that stubborn confidence. Vincent exhaled deeply through his nose and clenched his fist. I am going to live through this. I must live through this. I will live through this, he thought. I'm ready, he said. The first warship has entered our range of fire, Lieutenant Conradin said. The enemy ships were becoming discernible in the monitors. Wait for it, Galadan replied, keeping his cool. There were flashes as a swarm of vessels pierced the atmosphere one after another. Sir, 12 more are already in. Galadan ignored the panicky lieutenant and continued to monitor the fleet. Fire! He shouted finally. All stations fire! One of the generals screamed into the transmitter. The entire sky lit up from the thousands of rockets, energy spheres, bullets, and laser rays blasting upwards, creating a hellish spectacle of fireworks. The din of explosions intermixed with that of the machine guns, rendering it impossible to hear anyone speak. The persistent fleet continued to advance. The enemy warships were black, ranging to over half a mile in length, their bows shaped like the beak of a bird of prey and the back resembling a trident. Force fields lit up around each ship as it took the heavy resistance from the Urtons. Nevertheless, the continuous offense forced the shields to cease functioning, and some of the warships exploded in midair. One of the burning vessels came crashing down into a nearby building, creating a mountain of debris and shaking the very foundation of the castle itself. Several more fell far off, destroying Urton structures. And then the enemy began firing back. A hail of green energy blasts rained down on the city. Urtarban was ablaze in an instant. Most Urton tanks and machinery were destroyed almost immediately. Those brave ones remaining shot away at the enemy in a futile attempt to take a few more ships with them. The underground chamber was filled with dust. "Air attack!" Galadan yelled out. "Send out the ships!" "First wave!" the general repeated. Urtan jets flew up to face the fleet like a small cluster of gnats attempting to assail an entire murder of crows. But the accuracy of Urtan pilots was flawless. The repetitive blasts from the fighters forced several more of the warships to fall down. To answer this petty attempt, the Order retaliated with their own one-man fighters. The warships opened their gates, and thousands upon thousands of trident-shaped vessels filled the sky, taking on the Urtan squadrons. The fighting seemed hopeless. The Urtan proficiency was quickly silenced, for their ships were outnumbered 30 to 1. The warships began landing throughout the city and releasing the dark forces of the Order. Humongous tanks that maneuvered on spiked spheres began their advance to the castle, clearing the path. Robots in the shape of giant spiders, with an array of guns and a pair of razor-sharp blades, stormed the alleys in search of any survivors. Jetpacks containing 2 men, one at the controls and a smaller one up top, began floating over the streets, firing down on any target, and the Order's infantry, the Horde, flooded the city like a shadowy tsunami. The warrior monks of the Horde were humanoids, reinforced in blood-stained black armor and the horned helmet. Even though all of them carried phasers, they also had large blades on their backs with the purpose of soul purging. "Our ships are taking tremendous damage," the general said. "There are too many of them. Permission to release the backup." Galadan exchanged looks with Duel. "We wait," he then commanded, suppressing his own panic. Spade tensely gripped the controls, sitting in that small vessel. There was an entire company of ships behind him, all awaiting his command. They were in a secret base that was built within the walls of the ravine behind the castle. He was nervous. Not because he was afraid for his own life, no. The Darsalian was as much frightened as were his Delkhazar companions. But because he was afraid for the Urtons. He had never commanded any ship but his own, let alone an entire squadron. "Come on, Duel," he muttered, looking at the speaker. "I'm ready." He continued to watch the events outside on his panel with bated breath. There was a loud bang that rumbled throughout the city, and the power plants began dying. The chamber was reduced to a shadowy grayness. The only light remaining was from the crystal-powered monitor. "They took out our power," the general said, trembling. "We wait," Galadan repeated, his face twisting with the urge to fight. They watched quietly as the last of Urtan's ships exploded in the sky. Nearly half of the Urtan army was wiped out within 10 minutes, yet there was utter silence amongst the troops in the chamber. They had only one thing left, Duel and his word. Smoke from the burning foundations seared the sky, covering in shades of orange, red, and black. Most of the enemy warships had landed, but some remained floating over the city's outskirts. Suddenly a piercing noise came from the sky. A gargantuan saucer-shaped vessel atop a spike spiraled down to the courtyard. The force of the impact caused a small earthquake, destroying the remaining statues and sending up a cloud of debris. Everyone in the chamber began coughing. "Arm your weapons," Galadan commanded, twisting his staff. Its ends began glowing in a neon color. The Xenians, Vincent, and the soldiers pulled out their weapons. It was only a matter of minutes. As the dust settled, the enemy ship was in clear view. The spike forming its bottom portion plunged deeply into the ground, the arms extending from its shaft inverted for support, changing the shape of the ship to that of a spider towering over the courtyard. Enemy tanks began surrounding the saucer. The small fighters flew in circles above it, and members of the horde gathered around. "You were right, Duell," the general whispered. "They're saving the castle for last." An access ramp began lowering from the ship. The monks formed two throngs on each side of it and began humming a depressing chant. After a minute, the ship's gate opened and several regiments of staff-wielding warriors descended the ramp. Their armor was more detailed than that of the regular monks and was topped with white mantles depicting crimson tridents. "The warrior priests," Gallidan explained. "The warrior elite of the order." The priests marched the length of the courtyard, stopped before the stairs, turned to the dreadful army, and raised their staffs with a horrible cry. A raucous drumbeat resonated through the square, and a large group of women followed the priests. Their head and face were covered in a mask, revealing only eyes full of anger. They wore long skirts, but their upper bodies were bare, save for the metallic bra and shoulder guards. Vambraces with blades covered their forearms. A belt with knives and explosives hung loosely around their waist, and in their hands they carried staffs as well. Leading them was a half-nude woman covered in tattoos. She had long pointed ears, pierced with metal coils, fiery red hair, and glistening green eyes. "The Abbess Aurora and the High Clergy," Gallidan said. "The mouth on that woman, it'll blow your eardrums." An enormous creature walked behind the clergy. He was visibly over 7 feet tall and nearly as broad, with long horns extending out of his shoulders and elbows. His body was mostly bare, covered in tattoos as well, and his bald head was much smaller in comparison to the rest of his form. The only clothing he had were an armored skirt and a massive metal boots over his hooved feet. In his hands he carried a bizarre hammer-like weapon. "A cabal?" Xander asked in surprise. "Tyranno," Gallidan said. "A bodyguard to Aurora and a devout worshipper of Cosmos. Although they're situated in the Hamburg, the Order has worshippers from every corner of the galaxy." "He's mine," Damocles said. It'd been a while since he had a chance to fight someone bigger than him. Finally, Damien Dark himself marched down the ramp. Around his pallid shoulders was a wide metallic collar with long leather strips hanging over his bare torso. Black bands wrapped around his biceps, and wrist guards covered his forearms. He wore roomy pants that were tucked into his greaves. A loincloth was attached to his spiked belt, covered in strange symbols. He was walking all by himself, with a twisted and a conceited grin. He had neither bodyguards nor weapons, for he seemed like he needed none. He walked past the priests, ascended several steps, and turned around to face his army. "He's right above us," Gallidan whispered. Duell shook his head. "Faithful ones!" Damien bellowed out, raising his arms. "Hear me!" The drums ceased, and the mass fell silent. "That's where they are!" Damien violently waved his hand at the castle. "That's where the cowards hide! The very same heathen bastards who've desecrated the name of Cosmos, destroyed our temples, took our planet, and killed thousands of our brothers and sisters." The mob responded with vilifying shouts. "I know you hear me, Gallidan!" Damien whirled around. "Cosmos as my witness, I promise to kill everyone before I punish you." He clenched his fists in front of him, the veins of his white arms filling with blood. "You'll watch all your men, women, and children slaughtered before your very eyes. You'll hear their howling as I completely obliterate Ortan from history." He raised his arms and turned back to his army. "Prepare for expiation!" "Expiation," the mass repeated. "Expiation!" "Death to Gallidan!" Damien rallied his men. "Death to Ortan! Death to enemies of Cosmos!" Then there was a sound of a loud gong, and the entire horde dropped to their knees and folded their arms across their chest, continuing their dismal chant. Damien got down on one knee, lowered his head, and stretched his arms towards the ship. "What's happening?" Xander asked. Galadan quivered. "He's coming." He looked over at Duel, unable to control his tremor, and repeated, "He's coming." Da-doom, da-doom, loud steps rung throughout the air. Da-doom, da-doom. A gigantic creature filled the doorway of the vessel, easily soaring over 50 feet in height. He was a humanoid with rugged golden skin, had a squared lower jaw with two horns extending from the chin and deep-set, sullen eyes peeking through dark pits under a protruding brow ridge. Long black hair was shaped into a huge crest atop his bald head with more small horns on either side of it. A cuirass with a golden crystal in his middle extended down to his knees, and mechanical boots with round feet resembling thick tree trunks enclosed his lower legs. In his gauntlet-covered hands, he carried a trident the size of an electrical pole. Da-doom, da-doom, the courtyard shattered with each step the giant took. Da-doom, da-doom. Jesus, Vincent broke the silence. What the hell is that? Cosmos, Galadan mumbled. That's Cosmos? Vincent gasped. He blanched with dread. His chances of surviving began to plummet. He looked over at Duel. Now he knew why everyone thought the Xenian was crazy. No fear, Vincent, Duel said, noticing his reaction. We will do this. Remember, no hesitation. Once we go out there, just attack and trust your instinct. Vincent nodded. If he was going to die, which now looked like an assurance, might as well die fighting. He looked up at the cavernous ceiling, and his mind traveled to the woman he recently got to know. Gaia, I wonder if you're okay. I'll probably never get to see you again. There's so much I wanted to say. Back up, Duel said, and everyone moved away from the bomb, continuing to observe the remaining screen. Cosmos reached the steps. He glanced about, his small eyes sparkling beneath that angry frown. Eyes! His voice exploded like a thunderbolt. The army arose, but still held their heads down, not daring to look directly at their deity. My God! Damien shouted, raising his arms. The forces of the heathens have fallen. Our brethren are running up their remains around the city. Galadan and his court are hiding in a castle. Bring him before me, the giant commanded. Yes, father. Damien bowed and turned around. The priests lined up behind him, and they started marching up. Now! Galadan screamed out, and Duel hit the switch. There was a loud click, but nothing happened. Everyone froze. Galadan looked over at Duel in panic. That idiot, Xander fussed. Spade! He shouted into the transmitter. Outside, Damien came to a halt, sensing danger. He glanced back at Cosmos. You narrow-minded fool! Cosmos managed to gripe out as an explosion ripped through the courtyard, destroying the lower portion of the stairs, killing half of the priests and separating him from Damien. Attack! Duel pulled out his sword, split it in two, and rushed into the dust with the twins, Vincent, Danatos, Galadan, and the Urtons. Duel moved too fast for normal eyes to see. He ran through a group of enemy monks, slashing them in half within milliseconds. He then stabbed through two more, kicked one in the head, flipped in the air, threw a dagger at another, and landed, slicing two more off their feet. He then jumped up on the back of one of the monks and came down twirling like a helicopter, killing a dozen more at once. Xander threw several daggers, jumped over the bodies of the dead, and came hacking down at a spider machine, cutting it in half. He then dodged an array of blasts and started lacerating through the enemy alongside his master. Damocles was behind his brother, taking out half a dozen of dark troops with one slice of his sword. The three Xenians were impossible to hit. They cut through the confused mob, gradually making their way to the giant. The Urtons went in battle with the fury in their eyes caused by the grief of their fallen brothers. They pushed the enemy back, buying enough time for the Xenians to make their attack. Thanatos rushed ahead at full speed that would match his Alcazar. His strength was mind-boggling. With one hit, he could take out an entire group of troops. He smashed through them with ease, taking off their heads and throwing them at the nearby buildings and even at Cosmos. As Vincent ran out, he was greeted by a dozen soldiers. He dodged a few shots and let his hand do the work. No doubt. He moved like an animal, circling around them, through them, stabbing them, behind, to the side, over his shoulder, while throwing daggers at the same time. Not once did he miss a target. It was as if he knew where they were coming from. No hesitation. He didn't pause for a second. The doubt that he might accidentally strike one of the good guys left his head. Suddenly, a paratrooper in a jetpack appeared to his right, aiming down. Vincent jumped up, sliced the pilot and the machine in half, sending its upper portion with the gunner into the nearby building, and then continued to tear through the enemy troops like a mindless machine. The monks of the Order were taken aback by the surprise attack. They couldn't grasp the idea of what was going on as tanks, machines, and thousands of Urtans came out of hiding. "Order!" Aurora's shrieking voice peered throughout the air as she tried to control the petrified army. The monks screamed, ignoring her commands while desperately trying to get away, nearly knocking down their god. Cosmos lumbered over their heads. His growl of disappointment would paralyze a regular person, but the fury within Urtans defied it. He raised his mechanical foot and smashed an Urtan tank to bits, at the same time carelessly killing his own followers. Thanatos picked up one of the spider machines and tossed it at the giant. 2 lightning bolts shot out of Cosmos' eyes, blowing up the contraption to bits and showering the crowd below with fragments. Duell took the opportunity and jumped up, slashing at the giant's abdomen. A shield sparked up, forcing the Xenian to fall back. Damocles then followed his master example, but faced the same reaction. "We have to strike at him together!" Duell cried out to his student, fending off a new batch of troops. Cosmos looked down at the overconfident Xenians, his eyes lighting up once more. But before he could fire, a rocket from the sky forced him to stagger. "Spade," Duell whispered, as a squadron of Urtan ships led by the Darsalian attacked. No one was more disappointed when the bomb didn't detonate, as was its maker. Spade couldn't even breathe for those several seconds, much less respond to Xander's complaints. What did I do wrong? And just as he was thinking, the bomb went off and the gates before him opened. "Let's go!" Spade screamed out and flew first into the burning sky. Their shields are down and most of their ships are grounded. The squadron flew over the castle and into the battlefield. One of the enemy warships floated at the far end of the courtyard. "Fire at will!" Spade commanded and sent a few rockets in its direction. An array of missiles struck the ship and its control tower exploded to bits, forcing it to crash. "Direct all firepower to the flagship!" Spade turned towards the plaza. "He mustn't get away!" The Urtans began bombarding the basin, managing to cause it a great deal of damage before the enemy erected their shields. "Keep attacking it!" Spade screamed. "Wear down the shields before they send their fighters!" He then headed for the main battle. Cosmos was swaying over the mass, roaring in anger. Spade then saw the giant attempting to exterminate his friends after their failed effort. "Eat this!" He released one of the rockets. The blast initiated the armor's force field, and Cosmos wobbled. "Sir," one of the Urtans announced, "enemy fighters approaching." "Come on, Duell," Spade muttered, circling around the infuriated Colossus. Vincent saw Duell fall after the attempt and hurried to his side. But as he ran, he sensed an attack coming from his right. He managed to raise his sword, but it was swept aside and a large hammer smashed him in the chest, sending him flying back. It was a monstrosity Galadan called Tyranno. He was going wild, trying to defend his god at all costs, swinging his deadly weapon in every direction and bludgeoning the Urtans. Vincent collapsed over a pile of bodies. Damocles rushed past him. "I got him," he assured. Xander and Duell were fighting their way back to Cosmos. "Where's Damien?" Xander looked around the battlefield. It seemed as if the Urtan attempt to stall the army was beginning to fail. Their forces around the city were rapidly diminishing. The enemy poured into the courtyard from the alleys and the rooftops, and rival fighters filled the sky, taking out Spade's squadron. Behind them, Alexander noticed some of the monks climbing over the wreckage up the remains of the stairs. "He entered the castle after the explosion," Duell shouted. "Damn it!" Alexander cursed and then called out, "Vincent!" "What is it?" Vincent approached, dodging blasts. "Help guy in the castle! Hurry!" "Right!" Vincent turned around and headed towards the stairs. "Be wary of their leader Damien," Alexander warned. "Remember, he's a sorcerer." Vincent ignored the warning. Sorcerers, giants, reptiles. Compared to what he'd seen, nothing else would surprise him. Gaia was in trouble, and that was all that mattered. To enter the castle through the tunnels would be hopeless. He had to leap over the gap to the upper part of the staircase. He reached the hole, evading any conflict, and jumped up. As he was in midair, a lightning bolt from Cosmos destroyed one of the Urtan ships, spraying him with the remains. He landed face first on the intact portion of the stairs as the vessel collapsed behind him. He crawled, got on his feet, and headed forward unremittingly while pulling out a chunk of metal from his shoulder. "Thanatos!" Alexander found himself back to back with the Dargonian while fending off a new batch. "I need you to hurl me." Thanatos smashed the heads of two monks together and looked over his shoulder. "What?" "Throw me at him!" "With pleasure." Thanatos grabbed Alexander by the back of the belt, swung him around with full force, and sent the Xenian flying at the giant. With both hands on his sword, Alexander came down, hacking at Cosmos' breastplate. The timing was once again incorrect, and the young Xenian fell down by the giant's feet. Duell quickly came to his student's aid, sweeping him away before Cosmos smashed his foot through the ground. "I have a plan," Duell said. "Where's your brother?" Tyranno was berserk. Damocles barely managed to dodge his mighty hammer, to which more than a dozen Urtan soldiers had already fallen victim. A device of sorts was on a Cabal's belt, generating a shield, thus protecting the monster from any blasts, and it was next to impossible to get close to him. As Tyranno swung and missed, Damocles pounced. The Cabal spun around and smashed the Xenian in the chest. Using the force of the impact, Damocles tumbled backwards and then came back hacking. Tyranno raised his hammer in defense, but the hit slashed it in half. Grabbing the remaining portion, he struck Damocles on the side, and as the Xenian stumbled back, he smashed it on the ground, generating a small quake. Damocles was swept off his feet, the sword falling out of his hands. In a second, Tyranno was over him, preparing another fatal blow. Damocles kicked the monster in the kneecap, jumped up and punched him in his chin, forcing the Cabal to drop his weapon as well. "You've no idea how much I'm going to enjoy this," Damocles said as he began to pummel his enemy's small head with blows that render any man senseless. Gaining his conscience, the Cabal backhanded the Xenian, smashing him away. As Damocles swiveled, trying to maintain stability, Tyranno raised his right hand and hit the Xenian with the side of his fist. Refusing to fall, Damocles came back with an uppercut. The two stood there, toe-to-toe, exchanging hits. Tyranno was getting furious at his elusive targets. Damocles continued his melee of punches and finally dislocated the monster's jaw with his elbow. "You puny bastard!" Tyranno grunted through his blood-filled teeth. "I'll crush you!" He caught Damocles by the wrist with one hand and by the throat with the other. Damocles reached for his knife with his free hand. Noticing the steel, Tyranno let go of Damocles' arm and wrapped his other hand around his neck, applying more pressure. Damocles dropped the knife, gasping. Even though he was a Tel'Khazar, the force of the monster surpassed his. He gradually began kneeling to the ground. "Die!" Tyranno spat out. Damocles looked around. His sword was nowhere to be seen. He felt his strength waning, and then he saw weakness in his enemy's body. He grabbed the horns sticking out of Tyranno's elbows and yanked. The monster let out a painful cry as both of his forearms snapped. He fell to his knees, arms dangling helplessly, face entreating for mercy. Freeing himself from the deadly grasp, Damocles seized Tyranno by the horns growing out of his shoulders and drove a knee into that hideous face. "Enough play," Damocles said, towering over his defeated foe. With one swift gesture, he regained his sword and plunged it deep into the Cabal's chest. Bodies of the demonic priests and those of Utan's soldiers were scattered throughout the main hallway of the colonnade, covering the floor in a melange of black and red blood. Some of the corpses were ablaze, filling the air with a loathing stench. The once marvelous columns took a considerable amount of damage as well, a number of them being mere stubs. Gunfire and screams emanated from the battle taking place by the Golden Gates at the end. Gaia, along with a few of the remaining Utan soldiers, defended the entry from Damien Dark and a dozen of his priests. In her hands, the princess had a small shotgun-like weapon that released round blasts, penetrating the enemy and leaving them with an opening the size of a cannonball. Vincent ran ahead, jumping over the bodies. One monk shot at him from the right. He dodged, pulled out a dagger, and lodged it in between his attacker's eyes. Several more with large axes ran at him from the left. He dropped on his knees and slid on the marble floor, passing under their blows and slashing them in half. He then cartwheeled forward and blasted another monk that crept up from behind. Getting up, he continued to the entrance. Then Vincent saw something unreal. Damien Dark stretched out his hand, and a wave of fire emerged from his fingertips, engulfing one of the Utan soldiers. He then released a fireball, burning another. He seemed to move like a snake, evading the attacks by twisting his body and literally turning his enemies into ashes. Within seconds, Gaia remained all alone against the Dark Wizard and 6 of his priests. "Well, your highness," Damien sneered sadistically, "we meet again." And this time, he couldn't finish his sentence as his attention was drawn away. Vincent rushed at them, sword high, lights flickering in his illuminating blade. The priests immediately formed a line before their master in hopes of stopping the psychotic juggernaut. Vincent slashed 2 of them, ducked several blows, stabbed through the 3rd, sliced the 4th off his feet, dodged the staff of the 5th before cutting off his head, and shot the last one. As Damien tried to grasp the situation, Gaia raised the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger. As if he could feel it, Damien leaned back, dodging the shot, and grabbed the gun's barrel. Gaia let out an agonizing scream, pulling her burned hand away from the weapon that began to melt before it hit the floor. "Nice try," Damien garbled, raising his hand. Before he could attack, Vincent jumped in between them, pulled Gaia out of the way, kicked Damien in the ribcage, punched him across the face with his free hand, and then smashed him in the head with his sword's sharp pommel. Damien stumbled back, and a gash appeared on his forehead. "You pathetic scum," he muttered, and lunged at Vincent. Vincent spun out of the way and swung. Damien jumped over the blade and kicked Vincent in the chest. Vincent flipped over backwards, at the same time kicking his assailant in the nose. Damien let out a grunt and fell. He clasped his face with his right hand and raised his left. Vincent knew what to expect, so he grabbed Gaia and hurried behind one of the columns, barely escaping the first wave of fire. "Damn you, creature!" Damien growled, getting up. He stood, panting, black blood pouring out of his nose and flowing through the channels of his twitching grimace. "How dare you!" he roared, looking around for his bold enemy. His hands shaking at his sides, he began walking slowly down the rows of columns. "Come out and play, you bastard! You pathetic excuse for a warrior! How dare you!" Gaia embraced Vincent as they hid behind the pillar. He'd saved her so far, but it was only a matter of minutes. He had to deal with that demon. "You must be the man Zeph warned me about," the Dark Priest continued. "But unfortunately, I will not keep my promise. I'll certainly kill you." Vincent and Gaia exchanged looks. The Republic knew about him. "Where are you?" Damien's voice rumbled and was followed by a blast as he began to shoot his fireballs, destroying the columns in hopes of crushing the pair. Before the blast got closer, Vincent gripped Gaia's hand, and they passed down a few sets of columns. "Here," Vincent whispered, handing her his blaster. "I'll stall them, but you must run. The defenses have fallen. We'll all die." She looked at him, her eyes teary. "Run? Run where?" He brushed a strand of hair out of her face. "Make it back to Spade's ship and get off this planet. Don't wait for us." "Oh, Vincent," she grabbed his arm. "She's too powerful. You'll be killed." "It must be done," he replied, caressing her hand. He kissed her forehead, straightened up, and clenched his sword. After a series of bursts, Damien cooled down and began to pace the portico quietly so he can hear his victims. "I sense it," he hissed. "You know? The fear within you. I can't quite describe it. It's a part of you that knows you will unquestionably die. Oh, how I feel it. It gives me so much power." Capturing a moment, Vincent dashed at the Dark Lord. Sensing danger, Damien turned around, but it was too late. Vincent jumped and landed a straight kick to Damien's chest. As the priest fell, he slashed down. Damien rolled out of the way and the blade struck the floor, sending up sparks. He then blasted up a wave of fire. Vincent leaned to the side, but the heat managed to burn the skin on his shoulder. Damien hopped up in place and shot a fireball. Vincent dodged the blast, whirled, and kicked Damien across the face. "Argh!" Damien mumbled, producing another flare that struck Vincent in the midsection. Vincent staggered back and took off his melting breastplate. Taking advantage of the situation, Damien shot again. Vincent managed to block most of the flame with the flat of his sword, but the impact forced him to fall. "I got you now," Damien said, a vicious leer of accomplishment forming on his face. He lifted his hand, the tips of his fingers fidgeting in excitement as he was about to perform the killing blow. But just as he raised his hand, a blast penetrated his palm. Gaia didn't heed Vincent's warning and remained, shooting at the dark priest from behind the column. Damien let out a painful shriek and blasted in her direction with his other hand. The pillar turned into a pile of rubble, undoubtedly crushing the princess. "Bastard!" Vincent jumped up and hurled his sword. The blades flew at an untold speed, capable of piercing through any object in his path. But, as if he were a demon indeed, Damien leaned backwards, bending at the waist. The sword passed millimeters above his torso, slicing off a piece of his collar, and plunged deep into a column behind him. Vincent realized his mistake and stood there, weaponless. The nasty grin reappeared on Damien's face as he looked at the sword. He then shifted his gaze at Vincent and raised his healthy hand, slanting his fingers. His smile broadened, then disappeared, and without any further hesitation, he released a fireball. Vincent dashed to the right, evading the blast, and headed in the direction of his enemy. Damien blasted another, but Vincent sidled to the left, continuing ahead. Damien frowned as he couldn't hit his bold assailant, whose tactic he couldn't determine. Vincent jumped at the remains of the destroyed column's plinth, bounced off with his left leg, and leapt straight at the Dark Lord. As Vincent was airborne, Damien released a wave of fire using both hands. The flame passed under Vincent's left arm, grazing his ribs and burning off his flesh, but he didn't care. Ignoring the unbearable pain, he concentrated on the blade. His right arm was stretched out toward the sword that was firmly planted in a stone pillar. "No, the sword that's in my hand." Vincent closed his eyes and clasped the invisible sword. He felt the hilt become a part of him. "The sword that's in my hand." As he opened his eyes, the sword wrenched out of the pillar and came to his grip. Damien's face took an expression of startled awareness the very instant Vincent came down slashing. Vincent landed with his back turned to the dark priest that fell apart. The cloud of debris settled, and he saw Gaia standing there, unharmed, covered from head to toe in dust. She was alive. He dropped his blade and took her in his arms. There was a loud sound in the courtyard, causing the castle to shake, but they ignored it, continuing to stand there. She wrapped her arms around him so tightly that he felt her heartbeat. She raised her head and looked at him with those sudden eyes. He gently wiped the tears off her dusty cheek. She wanted to say something, but Vincent couldn't resist any longer. He placed his lips on hers, and they stood there, locked in each other's arms, in what seemed to be a timeless kiss, a far better way to die than any he could have possibly imagined. Spade barely navigated his ship through the chaos in the sky. He couldn't break his concentration for even the slightest of moments. Aside from evading fire from the enemy fighters and constantly shooting, he had to worry about the lightning from the giant's eyes. The number of Urtan ships was diminishing quickly, but they managed to wear down the shield of the basin, lessening Cosmo's chances of escaping. Every opportunity, Spade took a shot at the Titan, hoping that his armor was finally cracked. "Cease fire on the ship!" he shouted into his radio. "Concentrate on Cosmos! They won't attack us in his vicinity!" A dozen or so ships joined him in circling around the main battle, followed by several hundred rival vessels. Spade looked at his panel. Only one missile left and not enough energy to produce blasts. "Come on, guys," he whispered. "It's now or never." Galadan and the rest were surrounded. There were around 80 Urtans left by the stairs, fighting to the last, back to back. The end was inevitable. Their machinery had fallen, and every attempt to penetrate Cosmos' armors was thwarted. The demonic monks formed two phalanxes before their god and attacked. Aurora was behind them, screeching their orders. "Shut her up!" Damocles roared, fending off 6 men at once. "Before my ears start bleeding!" Thanatos picked up a helmet and slung it over the monks, striking the witch in the face and knocking her down. "Damocles!" Alexander jumped over to his brother. "Cross strike!" He pointed at the buildings that stood on either side of the stairs. "Now!" "Right!" Damocles nodded and rushed to one of the structures. Alexander raised his sword and leapt over the charging troops, heading for the opposite one. "Clear me some space!" Duel shouted to the Dargonian. Thanatos grabbed Tyrannos' carcass by the horns and swung it around, holding the advancing enemy. "Now!" Duel screamed out, got a head start at the clearing, leapt, and made his way to the giant by stomping on the heads of his monks. The twins ran out to the buildings, jumped, and headed towards their target by running up and sideways on a wall. They reached the edges simultaneously and leapt up at Cosmos, chopping down at his breastplate. Alexander's blade flashed first, and before the force field could generate, Damocles' sword sliced across. There was a spark, the shield appeared for a fraction of a millisecond, but then Duel struck from below with both of his blades. The timing was correct. There was not enough time for the armor to regenerate again, and it cracked with a boom, the blue crystal in its middle ceasing to glow. "Sons of Urtan!" Galadan cried in triumph. "Take him down!" Cosmos stumbled, slamming down his trident. Before he could realize what happened, a rocket exploded in his chest, causing a bigger crevice in his armor. The blast forced him to take another step back, but he still didn't fold. He looked up at the small ship, his face distorting in anger as his eyes began filling with electricity. Seeing a perfect opportunity, Thanatos shoved the monks aside, ran forth and jumped, smashing his fist into the fissure. Cosmos lurched backwards again, firing the lightning bolt at the nearby building, but still sustained his footing. As he regained his postures, the Urtans rushed beneath his feet. Damocles struck his sword through the giant's boot, pinning him to the ground, and wrapped his arms around the huge leg. "How dare you, you puny mortals!" Cosmos roared, his eyes charging once more. Spade managed to dodge the lightning bolt, thanks to Thanatos. Unfortunately, he didn't have any more missiles to help his comrades. It was time for him to improvise. As he circled around, he saw Cosmos preparing to fire down into the crowd. "Oh, no you won't!" Spade shouted, flying straight ahead. At the last second, he ejected from the ship and sent it crashing into the giant's chest. Cosmos growled and lost his balance. Dropping his trident, He fell back, toppling over his troops. The impact shook the ground, forcing the fight to halt. "You weak fools," Cosmos snarled, starting to rise up. The horde stood in shock as Duel dashed ahead, ran up the giant's leg, and jumped on his stomach, raising the two blades. Picking up his head, Cosmos saw a Xenian man running up his torso. Duel reached the giant's breastbone and leapt, his arms spread wide. Cosmos realized the situation and tried to electrify the small assailant, but it was too late. Duel hacked down, decapitating the demon god. Cosmos' eyes sunk in their sockets as his head was separated from his body. He fell back down. Cosmos, the monster deity that had terrorized the galaxy for ages, was dead. "No!" Aurora's loud wail echoed throughout the battlefield. "No!" There was a long moment as the warriors of the horde dropped their weapons. Galadan panted, looking about. There were a handful of Urtons left, still clutching their weapons, gazing at the dark troops who paid them no heed. Thanatos stood behind the twins, awestruck by the outcome as well, and Spade came down in his parachute, clasping his revolvers. The monks of the order began taking off their helmets, revealing their faces. They were regular people one would see in every corner of the galaxy. Hominids, reptiles, felines, canines, and every other type of creature. There were men and women, old and young, and they all wept. They stared at Duel and slowly, one by one, lowered their heads. Duel jumped down from the giant's torso and stood next to Galadan and the others. "My God," Galadan whispered, weeping in joy. "Sage Duel, I do believe in miracles." The abbess continued crying, her shrieks piercing the silence. "All-Star Warrior, you've killed our god! What will we do? How shall we live?" "He's no god and was never a god," Duel retorted with his officious tone. "You have been lied to your entire lives, and it's by my hand that I've proven it." "Will you lead us, All-Star Warrior?" "No, because you're free. No one needs to be told what to do. The spell of Cosmos has been broken. Go home to your families and tell them of this. Tell them that Duel and the Sons of Liberty have freed you from the prison Damien and his false gods have created." "Duel!" The crowd began chanting his name. "Duel! Duel! Go and tell them. Tell them that freedom shall reign in Patagonia." The Urtons dropped to their knees before Duel, weeping. "No, my brothers," the Xenian said. "Don't bow to me. I've only done what I promised. I have not only freed you, but all those people as well." Hundreds of the former members of the Order gathered around the body of their god and began to carry it to the ship. The clerics wept quietly, following after. "We could use such an army," Galadan said, noticing the way the former monks looked at Duel. "Not now," Duel replied. "Let these people go." He wiped the blood off his forehead, looked at his hand, and added, "Enough blood was spilled here today." Galadan nodded. "It won't be long until the Republic invades us." Duel turned to face the king. "Go before the council again and bargain. You've won your sovereignty. Vermont will surely accept your plea this time." "What of the other systems that were under the Order?" Galadan asked. "Let them deal with it on their own. Any collaboration with them will be viewed as a threat. I will visit them personally in due time. For now, we must wait." Duel paused and then said, "Victory is not achieved without patience. Death will not be satisfied. If we gain freedom, the systems under direct Imperial control will get smart ideas too. He won't have it. It should buy us enough time. News of what had occurred today shall reach the farthest ends of the galaxy. Thousands of systems will join our cause, and Zeph," Duell turned away. "And all those responsible for the death of my master will die." The monks transported the body of Cosmos inside the basin, while others began carrying away their fallen. The Order's small fighters filled the sky, docking inside the bays of the warships that were ready to depart. The Urtans came out of hiding, half of them astonished with the unfeasible victory, while the others were crying over the loss of their loved ones. The remaining Urtan soldiers helped the injured and started researching through the wreckage for survivors. "Master," Damocles nudged Duell. "Look." Vincent and Gaia stood on the intact portion of the stairs, holding hands. The Urtans that hid in the castle were behind them. Vincent sheathed his sword, lifted Gaia, and jumped down. The princess ran towards Galadan and wrapped her arms around him. "We did it," she cried out in joy. "I told you to do it." She turned to Duell, and despite his persistence, hugged him as well, nearly lifting the Xenian master off his feet. "I did it, Sage Duell," Vincent said proudly. "I've learned to control telekinesis." "Your powers are growing at a fast rate," Duell said, shaking Vincent's hand firmly. "Indeed, you are chosen for it." "You should have seen him," Gaia said. "He single-handedly defeated Damien and his priests." "Were you hurt?" Duell asked Vincent. "Well, a few minor—" Vincent froze, looking at his wounds. The burned flesh has healed up, and the slash on his shoulder was almost gone. "Well, I'll be," he turned back to the Xenian master. "Rapid healing?" Duell smiled. "Like I said, Orion saw it in your eyes. We've lost a mentor, but gained a powerful ally." End chapter. Chapter 15. Farewells. It was around noon when the last of the warships left. The monks worked rigorously alongside the Urtans throughout the night, removing the bodies of the victims and searching for survivors as their warships subdued the widespread fires. Urtans from all over the planet heard of the impossible victory and were gathering at the capital to lend a hand. It would take them years to fix the savage depredation that befell their wonderful city, but for now they had more worries as they began to bury their brethren. More than 200,000 lives were lost in the Battle of Urtan, the battle that would be remembered for eternity. Vincent and the rest of the team didn't get a minute of sleep and aided the locals in rescuing those who were trapped. By mid-morning, Spade moved the serpent from the woods, and after eating a quick breakfast, the companions gathered at the airbase. Vincent, Gaia, and the twins stood in the shade of the ship, listening to Spade retell his side of the event. The Dersalian screamed in joy, hugged everyone, and even tried to pick up Damocles before falling down. Duell stepped away from the group and approached the Dargonian, who was heading away. "Thanatos," he said, "where will you go?" A huge grin appeared on the Dargonian's face. "Corsair," Duell nodded. "I see. You fought bravely." "Thank you, Sage Duell." Thanatos lowered his chin respectfully. "Have you ever thought about joining the revolution?" "Not my scene. I'm neutral and will always be." Thanatos clenched his jaw and stared away. "I just want to be left alone." "Nevertheless," Duell said, grasping the Dargonian's hand, "you performed a very courageous act today. When we attain our goal, I will make sure to settle the issue with your homeworld." "It was an honor to fight alongside you," the Dargonian said. "I hope to do it again someday." He bid Duell farewell and headed for his small ship. Galadan was bound for Xenon to vindicate his name and get the Republic to accept his new terms, but still came to personally bid them all farewell, the heroes who saved his world. "Where is Thanatos?" he asked. "I'm amazed he only took a small fraction of his requested price." "Really?" Xander was astonished. "I may have underestimated him." "Without him, the outcome would have been different," the Galadan said. "May the One bless him on his voyage." Duell smiled, for he knew the Dargonian was heading to raid the coffers of the Order on Corsair. "What about you, Sage Duell?" Galadan turned. "Why don't you remain here until I return?" "Unfortunately, we can't," the Xenian replied. "We've further business to attend to. After Tetroxenes, we'll have to make a brief visit to Kyanor, and then travel to the Tariador systems. The Republic will send its spies here soon, so we can't even cooperate with each other directly. Stand on alert and wait for my signal, for the time is nigh. Soon we'll strike. I thought you would help me find my home planet first, Vincent interrupted. After a second of awkward silence, Duell said, The Grand Library is on Tetroxenes. Worry not, Vincent. We shall look there. Very well then, Galadan said. My ship's ready for departure. I hope we'll see each other soon. May the power of the One watch over us. He approached everyone and bid them farewell in a manner of utmost respect, and as he neared Duell, he nearly knelt. I'll be going with him, Gaia said as the Urtan headed away. What? Duell said. I thought you'd accompany us to Tetroxenes. But Galadan, she stammered, but then straightened and said, I have to go to Xenon. My people need me. Your people? You're wanted. It's dangerous now. You must come with us, princess. Maybe we'll meet again, Sage Duell, she insisted. But there are things that need to be accomplished, and they cannot be done without me. Besides, I'm sure I can explain all of this. Don't be so stubborn. I'm going, she said sharply. 2 Urtan warriors came to her side as she said goodbye to everyone. Vincent, she said, approaching him last. She looked him in the eyes, half shyly. Goodbye, and I hope you find your way home. She then turned around and went after Galadan. Vincent was devastated to let her go, yet he simply stood there watching her walk out of his life as suddenly as she entered it. Each step she took stabbed him through the heart like a Palermia's sword. You blubbering, whining fool, Xander said as she was away. What? Vincent turned around in confusion. She fell for you, man, Spade added. Even a blind man can't see it. And you just gonna let her walk away like that? What's wrong with you? You heard it. She has responsibilities. Her people. But in his heart, Vincent knew that he was just making excuses, denying the fact that he had fallen for her as well. Your cries about being homesick drove her away, Spade continued, chastising him. Don't you realize she'll die on Xenon? They're gonna kill her! Vincent shrugged. What do you want me to do? Stop her, you fool! Tell her how you feel! Was your life of such high importance back on Earth? Duell asked calmly. Did it have a purpose before you came to us? What is so important there that you urge to get back? And in that instant, everything made sense to Vincent. There was nothing back home that he required. Nothing. How could I have been so blind? Like they said, it was simply nostalgia. He was afraid of the unfamiliar and missed the convenience of being safe in his cozy apartment. He began a great adventure, one he had been wishing for his entire miserable life. That is what his last dream meant. He had to make the ultimate choice, to say farewell to Earth, farewell to his former life. Vincent looked up at Duell, opened his mouth, then saw that the Xenian had already read his mind. Without uttering a word, he turned around and ran after the princess. Duell faced the twins. Xander, Damocles, once we reach Tetroxenes, I shall begin to teach you the final secrets of the Telcathar powers. You mean the trials? The twins asked in unison and looked at each other. Duell nodded. Yes. But aren't we too young? Damocles asked. You think you're not ready? Yes, we are, Xander said. Orion wanted to begin the trials once you'd successfully completed the mission on Corsair. You've outdone yourselves by rescuing me and defeating the Order. Very well then, Damocles chuckled. Sage Xander? He bowed to his brother. Sage Damocles? Xander returned the bow. Spade scoffed. Don't get too excited. Sage or not, you're still gonna fix the dashboard you smashed. Galadan's saucer-shaped ship was several hundred yards away, a distance Vincent managed to clear in a few seconds. Gaia was ascending the ramp along with the Urtan escort. Gaia, he cried out. She whirled around with surprise, yet her face lit up as she saw him. He ran up the ramp and stopped before her. He forced out, gasping for air. Let me just say something, before you decide to leave. Gaia gestured the Urtans away and turned back to Vincent, anxious as to what he'd say. I believe, he said. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it sooner, but now I know this entire incident happened on purpose. Now I understand why I accepted Orion's powers. It brought me here. Not to the Tel'Khazar, but to you. And I messed up. He took her hands, continuing to stare in her beautiful eyes. I'm sorry for my peevish cries. I was scared. I don't want to go back. My life has no meaning back home. I want to be with you. I've never felt this way about anyone, and I think I love you. He exhaled and repeated, I love you, Gaia. And I don't want you to go. Stay with me, with us. I'll train with Duel, become a warrior sage, and together we can restore freedom to the galaxy. I know I may be just an alien to you, but shut up, she said, grabbed him by the collar and kissed him. His heart began pounding furiously. He hugged her and held her close, nearly suffocating her. They survived, and now he wasn't going to let her go. His love from another world. Does this mean you'll come? He managed to whisper through the kiss. She giggled. Yes, kiddo. The only thing they took from the Urtans was fuel for the serpent. Spade and the big guy started the ship as Duel and Xander waited outside for Vincent. Well, I'll be, Xander muttered. Look, he did it. Vincent approached, holding Gaia's hand. Amazing, Duel said. Now the princess will join us. Vincent let go of Gaia's hand, came before Duel, and got down on one knee. Master, I was blind for not seeing the truth, he said. For not seeing my true purpose. I want to live up to the name of Orion Kryn. Let me help you in your quest to bring liberty to the galaxy. Teach me the way of the warrior sage and how to control these powers that were bestowed upon me. Rise, my brother, Duel said, smiling. This quest has just begun. Come on already. Spade stuck his head out. Let's go. Vincent took a deep breath. His life finally made sense. He had the greatest power anyone could ever dream of. He had friends, ones that he could rely on for his very life. But most importantly, he had the love of the most wonderful and beautiful woman he'd ever met. End chapter. Epilogue. General Zeph cautiously walked down the dark hall. Complete silence engulfed the setting, disturbed only by his echoing footsteps. Huge columns shot upwards on either side of him, with a multitude of bookshelves hiding in the shadows behind. Numerous contraptions glowing in ghostly shades of purple and blue were stacked alongside the bookshelves. The true purpose of these machines escaped his knowledge, but he didn't care. He hated coming here. Coming here meant he could not perform his duty, that he'd failed. But now it was imperative. He ascended the stairs to the high platform at the end of the hall, which held an enormous machine consisting of tall round pods connected by thick conduits. A caped figure, his back turned, stood before the machine, observing a panel of monitors on its side. Halfway through, Zeph stopped and bowed his head. Master, have you found Orion? A deep baritone voice asked. No, the general replied. Then why do you disturb me? Zeph raised his helmet. Cosmos has fallen. Silence. The man didn't turn around. Zeph began to intensely sweat beneath his armor. Finally, how? Orion's students, along with a man, Zeph stuttered. A man unlike any other man. What do you mean? Explain yourself. A creature from an uncharted planet, yet he has the powers of the Tel'Khazar. Another moment of silence. The man turned. Find him, Sage Zeph, and bring him before me.